Chapter 321 Using Blood as a Guide. The sword blade pierced Li Mobai's chest and back. The next moment, the sword was pulled out of his body. Blood could not stop pouring out. Li Mobai leaned back and leaned into Shenxiu's arms, and fainted before he could say a word. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Wake up!" Shenxiu's crying shouts alerted the secret guards outside the door. Chu Yueji quickly brought people in to take down the thief, while Wu Shiny was responsible for checking Li Mobai's injuries. Shenxiu was frightened by this scene. She held Li Mobai's hand tightly, holding back her sobs and calling his name. Wu Shinya quickly said after diagnosing Li Mobai's pulse. "No, the Emperor was stabbed in the ventricle. The situation is very critical." At this time, the abbot and others also arrived, knowing that the visitor was the Emperor, who had been assassinated in his own temple. The abbot was almost stunned. He quickly arranged to come out of the meditation room and asked someone to move Li Mobai in first. All the people accompanying him were anxiously waiting outside the door. Only Shenxiu and Wu Shi were hiding in the Zen room, while Wu Xinyan was treating Li Mobai. Shenxiu was not idle either, although she was afraid. It was useless to be afraid at the moment. With such a serious injury, if he wanted to save Li Mobai, he had to ask for help from the system. "Little Tuachuo, Your Majesty, he was wounded in the heart by a sword. Is there anything you can do to save him?" This was the first time that little Tuachuo heard Shenxiu talking to him while crying. He quickly advised her. "Host, don't worry. Use points to exchange for heart-protecting pills, and give them to the Tyrant to repair the damage to the heart." But the Tyrant lost too much blood. Even if his heart was repaired, he would not survive if the bleeding could not be stopped in time. "No, I must let him survive. I still have 500 points. I can use them all for him. Or what else can I do? Even if I exchange my life for his." "Xiao Tuachuo, host, you have been fooled. Do you think you are playing a game? Trade your life for his, and you will disappear completely. The host had better exchange the heart-protecting pill first and give it to the Tyrant. Whether he can survive or not depends on his own destiny." The system helped Shenxiu spend 100 points to exchange for the heart-protecting pill and delivered it to her hand. Shenxiu asked, "You must know how to save him." "Right. You tell me. If there are any bad consequences, I will bear them myself, and I will not hurt you. Can you tell me?" "Xiao Tuachuo, host, you are too emotional now. I can't continue talking to you. You are my host, and the first thing I want to ensure is your safety." Shenxiu beat her chest hard, but Xiao Tuachuo chose to log off directly this time and stopped talking to her. In desperation, Shenxiu could only wipe away her tears first and handed the heart-protecting pill to Wu Shini. "Give this to the Emperor to take first." At that time, Wu Shini was busy dealing with Li Mobai's wounds. After taking the heart-protecting pill, he asked, "What is this?" Shenxiu said, "This is the elixir that can protect the Emperor's heart. Let him take it first." After Wu Shini fed the heart-protecting pill to Li Mobai, the bleeding from the wound was reduced, and even the heartbeat and pulse recovered 7 or 8 points. Wu Shini was surprised and said, "It is indeed a good thing, and it has an effect as soon as I take it." Seeing Li Mobai's face getting paler, Shenxiu said anxiously, "What about that? Will the Emperor still be a threat?" Wu Shini didn't mince words. He just said, "To tell you the truth, the Emperor has lost so much blood, and the wound still can't stop bleeding. If you want to save him, even if Wei Qin uses all his medical skills, he can't." "I can only try my best. In fact, there is a way to try in this situation, but that way is too dangerous. I'm afraid. No matter how dangerous the method is, you have to try it. Tell me what method it is." Wu Shini said in a deep voice. "Only by using blood as a guide can we survive. This method requires a woman who has had a relationship with the Emperor to sacrifice 1/3 of the blood in her body. And then I will if we find a way to get this blood into the Emperor's body. There may be a chance of survival." Wu Shini almost didn't say his name directly. And blood transfusion, which seemed a fantasy in ancient times, is a common medical method in modern times. Moreover, Shenxiu has type O blood. In theory, as long as Li Mobai does not have rare panda blood, her blood can be transfused to him and save his life. Wu Shini, an ancient medical genius, might actually have his own way to give Li Mobai a life-saving blood transfusion. Now that the system is unreliable, Shenxiu can only choose to trust Wu Shini and treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. "Then use my blood." She rolled up her sleeves without any hesitation, revealing her white arms. "I trust your medical skills. No matter what method you use, as long as it can save the emperor's life, it will be fine.
Wu Xini sighed.
The chance of success of this method is only 70%, and it will have very serious sequelae.
Shen Xiao.
What? That is, if the emperor uses the blood of the empress, there is a 1/10 chance that the emperor will become disgusted with the empress after recovering.
Wu Xinian slowed down and stared straight into Shen Xiao's eyes.
In other words, the emperor will lose his previous affection for the empress, and his treatment of the empress will be no better than a stranger.
How could Shen Xiao have any thoughts about love at this time? Curing Li Maobai is the most important thing now. As for other messy sequelae, just take it one step at a time. Even if Li Maobai really doesn't love him that much because of this incident, or even forgets about himself, it doesn't matter. As long as people are still alive, they can have a chance to start over. After her repeated urging, Wu Xini finally agreed to use her blood as a guide to save Li Maobai. He asked Shen Xiao to lie next to Li Maobai and asked her to hold Li Maobai's hand tightly. Then he handed a pill to her.
After taking the pill, you only need to sleep for a while, and when you wake up, it will be done. You will not feel any pain during this period.
Shen Xiao took the pill, took a deep look at Li Maobai, and swallowed the pill without thinking. Almost in the blink of an eye, she felt her eyelids heavy, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Wu Xinong sat aside, looking at the two of them with indifferent eyes, tapping his knuckles on the table. The purple smoke from the incense burner shrouded his face in a cloud of uncertainty. He took out a small knife from the medicine box, roasted him on the candlelight, sprayed it with white wine, and covered it with gauze. Wipe it clean. Then, he used it to cut Shen Xiao's wrist. Chapter 322 Wu Xini's System in Space. Shen Xiao's wrist was cut by the dagger, and blood instantly poured out. But Wu Xini did not collect her blood. Instead, almost as soon as his hand was cut, he applied wound medicine to her wrist and carefully bandaged the wound for her. He murmured in a very low voice,
"How can I be willing to let you get hurt?"
As he spoke, he opened his palms, and after a flash of blue light, a set of syringes appeared in his palms. He inserted the needle into his own meridians and pumped the blood back into the blood bag. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags. After taking out 4 bags, he pulled out the needle and pressed the wound with a cotton swab for a moment. His complexion turned from rosy to pale, almost approaching the level of Li Maobai's complexion. Then, he connected a brand new infusion tube to the blood bag and inserted it into Li Maobai's vein. He adjusted the drip speed of the infusion device so that the blood could be injected into Li Maobai's body as quickly as possible. While transfusing blood, his wounds were being sutured. His suturing technique was very good, just like when he sutured Li Jinian's wound that day. After the suturing was completed, except for some redness and swelling at the suture area, there was almost no problem. He felt a little dizzy, so he sat aside and spread his palms. The next moment, 2 bottles of glucose solution appeared in his hands. He unscrewed the bottle cap, drank 2 bottles, and then waved his hand, and the empty bottles disappeared. He looked at the blood in the blood bag, and after transfusing 1 bag, he replaced it with a new one.
Seeing Li Maobai's face turn rosy, he felt a little more at ease.
"Tell me, you always make such a mess for me to clean up. Sometimes I really want to punch you."
He rolled his eyes at Li Maobai and ruthlessly complained,
"Can't you live a good life? What kind of emperor do you have to be? Count how many times you would have died without me. If I hadn't guided you step by step to find Li Jinsi, who was behind you. And with your little tricks, when would you have been able to catch him? What a waste. There is obviously a prophet by my side, and he can play his cards well. If you don't have the ability to be an emperor, don't become one. It's embarrassing. There is also the queen and her father Zhu Hongchuan. If I hadn't caused him to rebel in advance and let you find the opportunity to take him offline early, when he and Li Jinsi colluded together, I would have had no choice but to take out the aircraft cannon from the space. I lent it to you for the war."
He lightly patted Li Maobai's cheek twice.
"Damn it! You may not be able to understand even if I lend it to you. You're so stupid. If you were more careful, I wouldn't have to worry so much about supporting you. I finally solved Li Jinsi. Now it's good. And there is another Yueguang next to me. Are you mentally ill? You still call him King Liang? I can't understand. But I'm shocked. The people who attacked you in the temple today are probably people sent by King Liang. It's a pity that you were sold by someone. Counting money for others is stupid, and you don't know it. I originally wanted to wait until you return to the palace to find out what a piece of shit Prince Liang is. But looking at you like this, I guess you won't be able to find out. And that bitch actually dared to attack her? He's so hacking crazy. After you return to the palace, I will help you kill him and solve this trouble for you. I will level your world for you. And you should treat me well. If you have nothing to do and try to die again, be careful as I will blow you away with my fist. Damn you!
After complaining for a long time, Wu Xinian let out a long sigh of relief and seemed to be very relieved. He waved his hand, and many more capsules with different eyes appeared. There were anti-infective drugs, anti-inflammatory drugs, coagulation drugs, and drugs to promote wound healing. In short, he took out whatever drugs were good for Li Maobai's physical recovery. Then break open the capsule, pour out the medicinal powder inside, mix them together, and wrap them with brown medicinal mud to make small pills. After half an hour, Li Maobai gradually woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Shen Xiao lying next to him. His wrist was still wrapped with gauze, and some blood could be vaguely seen. So he panicked and said,
You, what's wrong with you?
Although her wound was treated, she still felt pain with large movements. Wu Xini said from the side,
Don't worry, Your Majesty. The Imperial concubine is fine. I just shed some blood to save you.
Li Maobai covered his chest before recalling the thrilling scene just now. He thanked Wu Xini and asked him in detail about the process of his healing. Wu Xinian said,
Although your heart has been cured, you have lost too much blood. You can only survive by finding a woman you have had sex with and using her blood to replenish your blood. I can't find someone to do those things with you. So in the world, only the Imperial concubine is suitable. The Imperial concubine gave you her own blood without hesitation and saved your life.
Li Maobai looked at Shen Xiao with distressed eyes.
Is something okay with this stupid woman?
Wu Xini,
Don't worry, Your Majesty. The Imperial concubine just lost too much blood and will be fine after taking a rest.
Li Maobai saw that Wu Xini's face was even paler than Shen Xiao's. So he wondered,
What's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad?
Seeing Li Maobai's suspicion, Wu Xini quickly smiled and said,
I also want to use my blood for the Emperor. But the Emperor has never slept with me, so my blood is useless.
He shook his unwounded wrist and continued,
I don't look very good. Maybe because I am too tired to treat the Emperor. The Emperor casually rewarded me with 1,000 taels of silver, and my expression immediately changed. All right,
Li Maobai,
don't worry. Your dear son, I will not miss you. Then thank you, Your Majesty.
Wu Xini bowed his hand to him, and then gave him the pills.
These pills, taken 3 times a day, after meals, are good for the Emperor's physical recovery. If nothing happens, Wei Chen will leave first.
After struggling in the endless darkness for who knows how long, Shen Xiao finally woke up. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in a hug. Hearing Shen Xiao's movements, Li Maobai also woke up with a start. With a faint smile on his face, he asked in a low voice,
Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?
Shen Xiao shook her head with tears in her eyes.
You scared me to death.
She hid in Li Maobai's arms and cried like a child. Li Maobai gently brushed her back and comforted her.
Don't cry. I'm fine. It's because of you that I can get through this.
He is a steely straight man who rarely has any beautiful words of love on his lips. But his inner voice clearly told Shen Xiao how important he was to him. The two people, who had just experienced life and death, clung to each other tightly. They didn't say much, but they could clearly feel each other's warmth. It seems that what Wu Xini said, that the sequelae of alienating each other by 1/10 did not happen. After this incident, the two people's hearts became closer. Chapter 323 Shen Xiao's Torture Interrogation. After 7 days of rest, Li Maobai's body had basically recovered. Wu Xini's medical skills were once again deified, and everyone who worked with him knew that that day, Li Maobai was pierced by a long sword from the chest, through the heart, and then out from the back. It was a fatal dilemma, and I was afraid that Hua Tuo would not be reincarnated. He can be cured with great confidence. Faced with the praise from everyone, Wu Xini didn't take the matter to heart at all, and only said,
Wei Chen is so powerful. It shouldn't be difficult for the Emperor to give Wei Chen a monthly salary increase. Right,
Li Maobai joked.
Of course you can. After returning to the palace, I will transfer the Deputy Chief Judge of Tai Hospital and make you the Chief and Deputy Chief Judge of Tai Hospital. I will give you an extra 500 taels of silver a month. What do you think? Wu Shiji had a sad face.
The Emperor is really good at calculating. The hospital asked you to do it. But you really don't have a lot of money to spend.
He waved his hand and said,
I've transferred the vice president. I'll be more than twice as busy as before in a month. I'll be exempted from having to pay for half my life just to earn the money you have.
It can be seen from the laughter that after this incident, the relationship between Wu Xini and Li Mabai has become closer, and he has gained more appreciation and respect from Li Mabai. The two thieves who lurked in the temple that day and attacked Li Mabai and Shen Xiao. Another one was killed on the spot by Chu Yuezi and the others, and the other one was imprisoned in an accompanying carriage, because he was afraid that he would commit suicide and that he would escape. Chu Yuezi spent a lot of manpower imprisoning him. A few days ago, when Wu Xini passed by, he reminded him,
Why do Governor Chu bother so much for a thief? You just need to cut off his tongue so that he can't bite it and commit suicide. Then he shackled his hands and cut off his hamstrings. This way he couldn't run away, move, speak, or commit suicide. When the emperor recovered and came to ask him questions, he could not speak, but his hands could write. He was not a complete invalid.
Chu Yuezi followed Wu Xini's suggestion and almost made the thief into a human pig. Even so, when Li Mabai interrogated him, he still said nothing. He would not say who sent him to assassinate him or what his motive was. He even wanted to die and asked him to write. But all he wrote was insulting Li Mabai. Faced with his being so tight-lipped, Shen Xiao had his own way.
If you ask me, the emperor is still too gentle in his treatment of him. Since he wants to take the emperor's life, it means that he no longer cares about his own life. He has no intention of living at all. If the emperor asks him this, he will definitely not confess. But the emperor will give him to me. One day. Let me come and interrogate him to see if he can recruit him.
Sometimes women are indeed more capable than men when it comes to clichés. Li Mabai also felt free to leave the matter to Shen Xiao, just as if he wanted her to play with it. And Shen Xiao also made full use of the word
play.
She found a darkroom in Yueguang and locked the thief inside. There were only 2 secret guards in the darkroom. She asked the thief solemnly,
If I ask you a question, just write the answer on paper. If you don't write it down.
Shen Xiao raised his eyebrows and winked at the secret guard. The secret guard took a large sack and walked up to the thief. He pressed the thief's head and stuffed him into the mouth of the sack for a moment. There were dozens of snakes inside the sack, which frightened the thief into hiding.
Shen Xiao said firmly, If you don't say anything, I will have someone push your head in and let these snakes bite you. Don't worry. They are non-venomous and cannot bite you to death. But they will continue to torture you.
I'll ask you once, and if you don't confess, I'll push your head in for a quarter of an hour, until you are willing to confess and tell the truth. I will give you a good time.
The thief refused to confess at first. But after being tortured 2 or 3 times and being bitten until there was no good piece of skin on his face, he gave in. His right hand trembled and he wrote this paragraph on the paper. The person who instructs me is the minister of the Ministry of Finance. He was afraid that the emperor would be executed when he returned to Jiangdu. So he sent us to ambush in advance to strike first. If we fail, new assassins will appear as soon as Yueguang reaches Jeju. Shen Xiao presented the accusation to Li Mabai. Li Mabai was silent for a moment after reading it, and then ordered,
I have sent an oral order back to Jiangdu, and the minister of Hebu will immediately be executed by quartering his body with 5 horses, and punishing the 10 clans, and then hang his head in the East Shirkai Shirkou. You are not allowed to pick it off for 3 years.
Shen Xiao worriedly said,
Your Majesty, there is only 1 stop left for Jeju on this southern tour. Now, should we turn back to the palace first? Or should we let the guard strengthen the guard and go to Jeju?
Because of the assassination, Li Mobai's whereabouts have been exposed. Jeju is definitely ready now, waiting for the emperor's
incognito private visit.
At this time, it wouldn't make much sense for Li Mabai to go to Jeju. Those corrupt officials must have been prepared and ready early in the morning. It was impossible for him to see the real situation in Jeju. Shen Xiao thought that Li Mabai would not go this time. But unexpectedly he said,
Go. Why not go? My itinerary will never be changed because of someone with treacherous intentions. Jeju is ready to show off to me. So let them do it well. The people can be deceived by them for a while, but they cannot be deceived forever. As long as I want to know the truth, there is nothing I can't find out.
After arriving in Jeju, there were more and more guards around Li Mabai, not giving any gangsters a chance to attack. The prefect of Jeju came to greet him personally. What Li Mabai saw along the way was also a prosperous scene, but he ignored it. Instead, A stage was set up in the busy market on the second day for ordinary people to express their dissatisfaction with these officials. Who would have thought that if they could speak out with reason and evidence, Li Mobai would reward them with a tael of silver, write down their names and families, and promise them that if anyone troubles them, the court will make the decision for them. Where have you seen this battle before? In just one morning, he explained all the nasty things done by the prefect of Jeju. Li Mobai immediately dismissed him as the prefect and conducted a thorough investigation within his jurisdiction. As a result of this investigation, everything that was originally hidden in the depths was dug out, and all the money he had been greedy for over the years was spit out. So far, the Southern Tour has uncovered a total of 6 corrupt officials, and has completely eliminated all these deeply hidden worms. All the events of the Southern Tour were later programmed into jokes by storytellers, and were told back and forth in various cities, large and small, and passed down as legends. The reputation of the Tyrant Li Mobai has been completely washed away. Now when people mention him, everyone gives a thumbs up to praise Mr. Sheng. Chapter 324 Jeju Goddess. After the incident in Jeju was over, Li Mobai set a date to return to Gyeongdu. We only stayed in Jeju for one night, and left early the next morning. The reason for staying this night was to take Shinseo to experience the local customs. It was said that it was about experiencing the local customs, but in fact it was more about eating and shopping with Shinseo. It is no secret in Qi Dynasty that Shinseo is a greedy little cat. She is very interested in any rare food she encounters. No, Li Mobai took her to the market and let her eat all the delicious food on the street. She was so happy that she jumped like a deer all the way. She would buy 2 pieces of cream from this stall, and then go to that stall to buy 2 bunches of candied haws, one for the left hand and one for the right hand. Eating happily, Li Mobai occasionally wiped the grease stains from the corner of her mouth and laughed at her.
If you let others see you like this, they will think that I have abused you and denied you food.
Shinseo smiled lightly, revealing the obvious pair of dimples on her cheeks.
The food in the palace is good, but I still like to eat the food from these roadside stalls. As the saying goes, if you are not clean, you will have to eat it or not.
Sick.
I don't know who you learned this vulgar saying from. It's nothing but vulgar.
Although he complained mercilessly when Shinseo put the food into his mouth, he ate it happily than anyone else. Jeju's night market is a major local feature. It not only sells food, but also has many stores that Shinseo has never seen before. For example, in a shop that sells braided flowers, the owner puts the shop rules written in black and white at the door. Our store only accepts 3 pairs of guests a day. Guests in need are asked to line up in order and be selected by the owner. Shinseo sighed.
Hey, this store has such a great reputation. I don't know what they sell. They only receive 3 pairs of customers every day, and they have to be selected by their shop owner?
People, no matter what era they are in, no matter what time they are, they all have the habit of joining in the fun. Shinseo is no exception. Although he said that his boss was arrogant, he still acted very honestly and stood at the end of the queue. Seeing a long queue at the door, she hadn't figured out what they were selling, so she pulled Li Mobai and said,
Your Majesty, there must be something really good in this place with so many people. Let's queue up too.
Li Mobai frowned slightly when he saw that there were at least 20 or 30 people lined up in front of him.
I didn't read it, but we only serve 3 couples a day. We have these people lined up in front of us, and it will be our turn in 7 or 8 days. Let's do this.
What are you doing? Oh, Your Majesty, I'll just wait in line for a while.
Shinseo stretched out a finger and gently poked Li Mobai's chest muscle.
Okay, Your Majesty.
Li Mobai couldn't stand her acting coquettishly against him. Once she acted coquettishly, he was completely helpless.
Okay, it's up to you.
After waiting for a while, the door of the store opened. A woman with a scarlet veil came out from inside and said softly,
Every guest, please line up. Today I will call 3 numbers immediately. The number you call will be the order in which you line up. Please call, sir. Get ready to go in. 3, 7, 15.
Shinseo counted from the first row to the back. She and Li Mobai happened to be in the 15th row. When this kind of thing happened to her, she was even more excited than winning a grand prize. She jumped up and down, pulling on Li Mobai's clothes, and excitedly said,
Your Majesty, Your Majesty, she is calling us. I heard it. Look at how stupid you are.
The 2 of them were led into the store by the doorman and waited in the hall for a long time. Only after the 2 pairs of people in front came out, the doorman led them into the inner hall. In the inner hall,
The woman whose face was covered with a scarlet veil was sitting. She raised her eyes and glanced at Li Mobai and Shinseyo, and said,
"Are you two seeking marriage?"
Shinseyo smiled sheepishly.
"Sorry. We are outsiders. Seeing the crowds lining up at your door, we wanted to join in the fun. We don't know what we sell here." "Selling wishes,"
the woman replied with a smile.
"As long as anyone in Jeju has asked for a wish in my Kunyibianfang, there will be no wish that will not come true."
Li Mobai was not interested in these strange powers and chaos. But Shinseyo was more curious than a child.
"Are you serious? All wishes can come true?"
the woman said.
"It depends on what you are seeking. So I would like to ask you too if you are seeking marriage?"
Shinseyo looked at Li Mobai, then smiled shyly and nodded. The woman took out a small wooden bucket with many strange coins in it. She muttered something in her mouth, and shook the wooden bucket in front of Li Mobai, and then in front of Shinseyo. During the shaking, 2 coins fell out. The woman picked up the coin and looked at the talisman painted on it, frowning slightly.
"Hey, why is this hexagram so strange?"
Shinseyo asked.
"What's wrong?"
The woman pointed to the coins and explained to them.
"Look, these 2 coins. One represents you, and the other represents your husband-in-law. The coin that represents you is heavy at the front and light at the back. The middle is solid, and the 2 ends are empty. Moreover, your coin is still on top of your husband's coin. This shows that you are 2 people who are completely impossible to be together. Not only are you 2 people completely impossible to be together, it should be said that you are 2 people who have no possibility of even meeting. But you can be together? It is really strange."
This woman's analysis made both Shinseyo and Li Mobai take a breath. Shinseyo came from time travel. She did not belong to this time and space in the first place. She and Li Mobai were not supposed to interact with each other in the first place. Just like this woman said, the 2 of them should never even meet each other. But they can be together, which is a rare thing. Seeing that this woman seemed to be really interested, Li Mobai also became interested.
"Looking at the hexagrams, can we tell whether our marriage is compatible?"
The woman glanced at the coins again, raised her eyes, and took a deep look at Li Mobai, and suddenly exclaimed,
"What is your destiny? Hurry! Xiao Dai! See the guests off behind closed doors."
Only after Xiao Dai took the other guests away, the woman said,
"Judging from the hexagrams, you are very noble. At the end of the day, you should be a prince or heir apparent. It's a great honor for you to come to the humble room. I can't accept the money from you today,"
Li Mobai said calmly.
"He is just an idle prince. You can do the math. But I will not give you any less of the money that should be given to you."
Shinseyo snickered inwardly, but he didn't expect that Li Mobai, "My king," could say the 2 words quite smoothly. The woman responded quickly, thanked Li Mobai for his kindness, and then calculated it carefully for both of them. This time, the expression on her face was even more solemn than before.
"Hey, that shouldn't be the case. This hexagram confuses me too."
Chapter 325. Wedding hair as husband and wife is for the same heart. Li Mobai asked.
"But the hexagrams are not showing well." "No."
The woman waved her hand and continued.
"The hexagram shows that the prince and this girl are a perfect couple. But it also shows that this girl." "What's wrong?"
Li Mobai asked. And Shinseyo also expressed his curiosity. But at this point, the woman suddenly changed the topic.
"My lord, can you wait outside for a while? Allow me to do the math for the girl alone?"
Although Li Mobai also wanted to know what kind of medicine this goddess was selling in the gourd, he was not allowed to be present, so he could not force him to stay. So he had to wait obediently at the door. After Li Mobai left, the woman said seriously,
"Girl, I am the prince."
Shinseyo felt baffled.
"I know. He is the prince. What next?"
"Woman,
what I mean is that since you have followed the prince and become a relative of the emperor,
you should be more careful in your private life."
These words made Shinseyo unhappy.
"Tell me, why am I misbehaving?"
"Woman."
"Girl, the divination is realistic. The people you love most are clearly 2 people, and the other person appeared earlier than the prince."
Shinseyo was stunned. Could she be talking about Li Mushin? But I don't have any romantic feelings for Li Mushin. I just had some good feelings for him when I was young and ignorant. Now Shinseyo can be 100% sure that there is only one Li Mobai in her heart. Therefore, Shinseyo disagreed with the woman's remarks.
"You can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. I only have the emperor in my heart. There is only the prince, and no one else."
"Woman."
"In order not to talk nonsense. That's why I asked him to go out and stay alone to say this to you. You know best whether you have it or not. I can only remind you this. Judging from your hexagrams, if you waver between the two, you will probably end up with nothing at all. You have to think carefully.
The more Shinseyo listened, the more she felt that the woman was inexplicable. After thinking about it, she finally figured out what the woman was doing. Just like the modern goddess, she pretends to tell you what kind of disaster you are in, and then tries her best to cheat you out of your money. Shinseyo smiled sadly and said nothing.
Okay. I will remember your suggestion.
Woman,
then call the prince back. I have something to give you.
After Limabai returned, the woman said,
I haven't done this kind of ritual for a long time. Today I have a fate with the prince, so I can do it for him to stabilize your marriage with this girl.
Limabai.
Oh, what's the way to do it?
Woman,
you only need a small amount of hair from the prince and the girl. I will weave her into a concentric knot, and then return it to you after making the knot. As a married couple, we can be in love for a long time.
Shinseyo was frightened when she heard what the woman said. Are you kidding me? Does she want Limabai to cut his hair? Limabai is the emperor. The emperor can only cut off his hair to express his condolences when the emperor or the queen mother passes away. Limabai didn't cut off his hair when the queen died. She, a goddess, dared to make such a request. Is she crazy? So before Limabai could say anything, she quickly refused.
We understand your kindness, but it's not necessary. I'm on good terms with the prince, and there's no need for these vain things.
She pulled Limabai out of the store, but she heard Limabai whisper in his heart. Isn't that reasonable? Why did you become my master? How do you know I don't want it? Isn't it just hair? If you cut it, won't it grow back? It's hard to imagine that such words would come from Limabai. Shinseyo was shocked, but also a little excited. After all, this was in ancient times. These taboos existed as iron laws in ancient times, and could not be questioned. But it's good that Limabai has this intention. She won't really ask Limabai to cut his hair just for the sake of a concentric knot. Right. Later, when they were tired from shopping, they went back to the restaurant and washed up. Since they had to go on the road early tomorrow morning, the two of them went to bed early. Then when Shinseyo fell asleep, she didn't know what Limabai had done. Limabai got up secretly, picked up the scissors, and cut off a small piece of Shinseyo's hair. Then he wrapped it up carefully, cut off a small piece of his own hair, and secretly brought it to the goddess, asking her to braid their hair into a concentric knot. The woman smiled and said,
It seems that the prince still cares about that girl. This concentric knot has been knitted. Although you can't believe what ghosts and gods say, it's still a good idea. The prince puts this thing in his personal belongings to ensure that the relationship between the couple goes smoothly.
This was the first time that Limabai listened to a goddess like this. He put the concentric knots woven from the hair of two people into a sachet that was worn close to his body, and then sneaked back, taking advantage of the fact that there were still 2 hours before dawn, and took the time to take a nap, while rushing on the road early the next morning.
Shinseyo saw Limabai yawning in the carriage as if he hadn't slept all night, so he asked him,
Did the emperor not have any rest last night?
Limabai complained.
You robbed me of my quilt all night. How can I sleep well?
He said this, but his proud heart exposed him. I won't tell you that I cut your hair last night and tied it with my hair into a concentric knot. I will not even tell you that the concentric knot is in the sachet I carry with me. I want you to be tied to me for the rest of your life. Don't think you can leave me if you accumulate enough points. Now that I have a son and a daughter, I have the same-minded relationship again. Can I find something for you to use up your points? I'll see when you can go back. Good guy. He is quite arrogant in his thoughts. The more Shinseyo listened, the happier she felt. Happily. It turns out that the feeling of living on top of another person's heart is so wonderful. She just couldn't bear to leave. Even if she accumulates enough points, she will not leave. Where are you going after you leave? Limabai has already become his relative. Only a place with him can be called home. She smiled and joked with Limabai.
The emperor now thinks that I snatched your quilt. It's not just a day or two that I snatched your quilt. If the emperor can't stand it, you don't have to sleep on the same bed with me. Then he turned away and pretended to be angry. If you sleep on the same bed alone, naturally no one will compete with you to grab the quilt. Limabai pulled her over, put it against her ear, and said, I can sleep wherever I like, and I can rob you if I want to. Do you care? Chapter 326 The Royal Chariot Returns Home. After 6 days of traveling, Yueguang finally rushed back to Jiangdu on October 1st of this year. After returning to the palace, the Hagong night banquet was held at the Tunghua Terrace, and almost all the concubines, the Queen Mother, and Prince Jing were present at the banquet. Li Mabai told him many of the fun things he had during his southern tour. The Queen Mother had no objections to these things, except for one point that made her read.
The head of the Minister of the Ministry of Finance is still hanging in the market, and the people who come and go see it will inevitably be bloody. He had a bad idea and deserved to end up like this. But it's not good for the emperor to scare the people. So let's let the AI family make the decision and throw his head into a mass grave and feed it to the wolves.
Li Mabai respected the Queen Mother's intention and agreed to her statement. After eating, Li Mabai and Shen Xiao returned to the Immortal Life Palace with the Queen Mother to take the two babies back to Yueguang Palace. The Queen Mother said, "The little prince and the little princess are very well behaved, and they are very close to the AI family. In the past 2 days, the AI family have often thought that if the emperor and the noble concubine come back later, when the two little guys remember, I am afraid that they will the one who opened her mouth to call me was not my father, the emperor, my mother and my concubine, but me, the emperor's concubine." Shen Xiao smiled sadly and said,
"What's wrong with this? In the future, why don't I just bring them to the Immortal Show Palace to play with the Queen Mother? When I was in the palace, I would often teach them and let them be the first. The one who knows how to scream is you, the Queen Mother."
The Queen Mother touched Shen Xiao's cheek and said with a smile,
"Look, your little mouth looks like honey. It's so good. Come on. I haven't seen the child for such a long time. You must miss it very much. Hurry up. Take the child back and get close to him."
It must be said that the Queen Mother raised Xuan and Chongning extremely well. Shen Xiao was almost unrecognizable to Bai Bai. The children were also very affectionate when they saw her. Although they could not speak yet, they made babbling sounds and looked like they were smiling. Li Mabai said,
"My daughter is like me, and my son is like you. When these two little guys grow up, they will be fascinated by many handsome men and beauties."
After taking the children back to Yueguang Palace, Li Mabai had a lot of things to deal with before, while Shen Xiao entertained the children by himself in the palace.
When it was time for dinner, King Liang came. He seemed very affectionate when he saw Shen Xiao.
"Eldest sister is back. I miss you so much."
He stepped forward and grabbed Shen Xiao's hand to ask questions. Such strong concern made Shen Xiao feel very uncomfortable. She forced a smile and responded,
"I didn't bother to talk to you during the dinner just now. What about you? How is everything lately?"
Prince Liang said,
"Everything is fine, including Xiliang. I originally had a lot of political affairs to report to the emperor, but I was thinking about my eldest sister, so I came to Yueguang Palace first."
Shen Xiao,
the emperor just left and went to the study room. "If you have something important, go and discuss it with the emperor first. It won't matter if we, brother and sister, wait a little longer."
She had made it very clear that she was just too lazy to deal with her nominal brother and wanted him to get down to business quickly. But Prince Liang's face looked a little bad. He drooped his eyebrows and sighed.
"Somehow, when I come back this time, I always feel that my relationship with my eldest sister is not the same as before."
Shen Xiao shook his head and said,
"What's the matter? It's just that you have grown up now and are of sound mind. The eldest sister is also married to a woman. Even if you are a biological sibling, you still need to pay attention to the propriety sometimes. I heard that you have been living in the palace since the emperor and I left. When you went to court, you had more opinions than the regent on many matters. The emperor knew that these things were taboos. You want to understand the sense of proportion. Understand? Now you are no longer the king of Xiliang, but the king of Liang of Daki. You don't have to worry about many things that don't need you to worry about."
Liang Wang was a little hesitant and said,
"Eldest sister, do you think I have too much control? Does eldest sister know?"
He originally wanted to tell Shen Xiao that the collapse of the Shen family was inseparable from the Li family. But the time was not ripe yet, and Shen Xiao might not be on his side if he spoke out. So he endured it. In fact, what can Shen Xiao do if she knows? She trusted Li Mabai enough, even if the Li family was really sorry for the Shen family. To be honest, it was just the late emperor who was sorry for the original owner's father. What does that have to do with her?
You are hesitating. If you haven't thought about how to say something, please take it slow first. Don't say it in a hurry. The eldest sister has just come back. She has been tired for many months and just wants to take a good rest. Please step back."
In this case, King Liang couldn't say much, so he bowed his hands and resigned. After leaving Yueguang Palace, He was going directly to Shangshufeng, but he met Wu Shini on the way. Wu Shini waved his hand to greet him.
How do you do? Your Highness Prince Liang.
King Liang had forgotten other things about Wu Shini. He only remembered that Wu Shini had saved his life, so he was particularly friendly to him.
Wu Yuanjian, you have worked hard on this journey. If it's not hard work, how can His Royal Highness Liangwang be so hard?
Wu Shini lowered his voice and smiled a little strangely.
His Royal Highness Liangwang is really capable. He can arrange to go to the Buddhist temple at this moment, and he can also ask the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue to come and replace him. You are taking the blame. Your methods are even 1/10 as good as Mr. Yu's.
Prince Liang's heart trembled, and he frowned and said in a deep voice,
I can't understand what Judge Wu is saying. Don't you understand?
Wu Shini sneered.
I have enough confidence in my medical skills. I have cured your brain. Not only are you not mentally retarded, you are also much smarter than many normal people. You can do this and not understand what I'm talking about.
Prince Liang looked around vigilantly and said more cautiously,
I don't know what gossip Wu Yuanjing heard, and I don't know what your intention is in saying this to me. Anyway, I can't quite understand the meaning of your words, and it's not easy to say these words in the inner courtyard of the palace. I wonder if I can have the honor of inviting Judge Wu out of the palace to have a drink tonight.
Wu Shini raised his eyebrows and nodded.
As you said, I followed the emperor on his southern tour for several months, and what I miss most is the aged wine in Zuishan Tower. Okay, then we'll see you at Zuishan Tower tonight.
When night fell, when King Liang went to the private room of Zuishan Tower for an appointment, he saw no one from Wu Shini. He ordered drinks alone and waited for Wu Shini's arrival. But after waiting for more than an hour, no one was seen. He was a little impatient, and just as he was about to leave, a pigeon suddenly fluttered in through the open window. There is a red note tied to its leg, which is very conspicuous. There are many people with mixed eyes, and it is difficult to talk. Please meet in the countryside west of the city. So Liangwang burned the note and drove to the western suburbs of the city. Chapter 327 Wu Shini threatens King Liang. When King Liang arrived at the agreed place, he found that Wu Shini had been waiting for him here for a long time. He was dressed a little differently today than in the past. He was wearing a dark gown. Whenever I see him, he always wears green or blue clothes. So King Liang didn't recognize him for a while. He looked back, still holding the folding fan he always held in his hand, and smiled comfortably at Prince Liang.
Sorry, I made you wait for me in Zuishan Tower for so long.
Prince Liang said.
It doesn't matter. I am the one hosting you. If you think the place is suitable, then we will go there.
He walked to Wu Shini and sat down on a stone edge.
What do you want to say to me today when you come to me?
Wu Shini raised his eyebrows and looked at him.
It's the matter that I haven't finished talking about in the palace. Aren't you curious? How do I know? What do you know?
King Liang was very cautious and asked knowingly.
I can't understand what you said at all. Are you doubting me? Do you think the attack on the emperor at the Buddhist temple has anything to do with me?
Wu Shini opened the folding fan in his hand and fanned himself.
TSK. TSK. You blew yourself up. I have never told the emperor about the attack on the Buddhist temple. And the emperor also kept this matter a secret.
King Liang stuttered more and more.
I heard what the eldest sister said. Can I? Prince Liang, now that things have come to this, do you still want to tell lies in front of me?
Wu Shini suddenly put a folding fan against his neck. Only then did King Liang discover that the folding fan surface was actually made of thinned iron sheets. At this moment, as long as Wu Shini exerts force on his hands, his throat will be cut by the sharp iron sheet. He did not dare to act rashly, raised his head and asked,
What are you going to do? If you doubt me, you can tell the emperor your suspicions instead of calling me in private and saying these unfounded things. What are you holding this fan against me? Do you want to kill me?
Prince Liang's hands quietly retracted into his sleeves. Wu Shini knew that when he was in Xiliang, both Wang Shi and Li Jinsi had taught him how to use hidden weapons. Then he said, Do you think it was faster for you to take out a hidden weapon and attack me? Or for me to lift my hand and fan it down to cut off your head faster? His understatement added a bit of seriousness, which made King Liang shudder. In my impression, he was just a weak doctor with no strength. But looking at his strength in holding the fan today, you knew that things were far from that simple. Under Wu Shinian's coercion, King Liang had no choice but to confess honestly.
Yes, I did that thing. I want Li Mabai to pay with his blood. His Li family killed my entire Shen family. Why can't I take revenge on him?
Wu Shinian said. You can seek revenge on him, But you should not ignore your eldest sister's life. You clearly know that she is always with Li Mobai. If you do this, what if you hurt your eldest sister? Impossible. Prince Liang said firmly. Li Mobai is nothing. But his kindness to the eldest sister is sincere. I can feel this. So once danger occurs, he will protect his eldest sister with all his life, and will not let her have any accidents. I really calculated this. And that's why I chose to have someone assassinate him at that time.
Beautiful,
Wu Shiyan said softly. Couldn't help but put away the folding fan. And applauded King Liang.
You are so good at scheming. Even your eldest sister is included in the scheme. Have you ever thought that he treats your eldest sister so well, and that your eldest sister really likes him? If you kill him, your eldest sister will have no husband, and your nephew will have no father. How can you feel at ease?
Liang once said.
When I succeed, I can seize his Li family. Then the eldest sister and her children will have support. Since you already know about this, how about cooperating with me?
He looked at Wu Shini and paused.
I know. You like eldest sister.
Wu Shini raised his eyebrows and sneered.
Oh, what kind of cooperation method?
King Liang.
You just pretended that you didn't know anything today. And then when you returned to the palace, you secretly drugged Li Maobai next to him. Your medical skills are superb. And all the doctors in the Imperial Hospital couldn't notice if you tampered with your hands or feet.
Wu Shini nodded slightly and asked.
It sounds like a convenient method. But why should I cooperate with you?
King Liang.
After I gain the Li family's empire, I can share everything in the empire with you. Ha 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 ha! What do I want from this world?
Wu Shinian laughed loudly, his brows filled with arrogance and unruly.
And do you think that since I have such ability to plot against Li Mobai, why do I have this Li family? Want to share it with you?
Liang Wang Dao.
Because everything requires a reputation. Not only personal strength, but also a force behind you that can support your ambition. And behind me is the entire Xiliang. Now the other two countries outside the country have been destroyed. If the Qi dynasty has no leader in the future, then I will be the leader of this group of dragons.
As he spoke, he saw that Wu Shini's eyes no longer stayed on him. So he also started to move with his hands. There was a poison-quenched hidden sword hidden in his cuff. At this moment, he held the hilt of the sword and swung it out of his cuff, while Wu Shiyan was not paying attention. The blade of the hidden sword is thin and thin. As long as there is enough force, it can easily fly 3 to 4 feet away. It all happened very quickly, almost in a blink of an eye. Wu Shini didn't even look at the direction in which the hidden sword flew. He just opened the folding fan seemingly casually and blocked the hidden sword to the side with a slight wave. Prince Liang was shocked by his calmness. Wu Shini shook his head helplessly.
It seems that you still don't know how to cherish your hard-won life. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it.
Like a bolt of lightning, he teleported in front of King Liang and put the folding fan against his Adam's apple.
For the sake of you being her brother, I will give you another chance. Now, I need you to write a letter. Say that you are tired of court life, want to travel around the world, and hand over all the troops in Xiliang to Li Maobai. If you can do it, then I can show mercy and let you live. How about that?
The king of Liang knew that he was definitely no match for Wu Xinyu. As the saying goes, a good man will not suffer the immediate consequences. He responded repeatedly.
Okay, I will do as you ask.
Wu Xini had prepared paper and pen early in the morning. He read a sentence and asked King Liang to write a sentence. Soon, a letter written by King Liang was completed. Wu Xini folded the letter carefully and put it in his arms, saying,
With this letter, after you leave the Qin dynasty, no one will care about your whereabouts, and you will feel relaxed and at ease. He raised his eyes and showed a harmless smile to Prince Liang.
Okay, Your Highness Prince Liang. You can go.
Chapter 328, The Imperial Decree of Empress Hood. King Liang turned around and trotted away without looking back. Suddenly, he felt as if something had hit his calf, and he fell to the ground. His forehead was cut, and there was a lot of blood. His vision began to become blurry, and he could only see Wu Xini approaching him step by step.
Don't come here. What are you afraid of?
Wu Shernye stopped 2 or 3 feet away from him, stooped down, picked up the piece of broken silver he used to hit Prince Liang,
and put it away very casually. Weighed it in the palm of my hand.
Sorry, I lost my money.
Hee. Wu Xinyu put the money into his pocket, whistled and walked in the opposite direction. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Liang Wang.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. There are corpses scattered on the stone you knocked your head on. And when it comes into contact with water, it will volatilize poison.
Although King Liang was only kowtowed. For some reason, he didn't even have the strength to stand up at this moment. He stared at Wu Shinya with his eyes fixed, and said in a breathy voice,
What do you mean?
A gust of wind blew, carrying a bit of the coldness of the first winter. Wu Shinya wrapped his gown more tightly inside.
Oh! The wind seems to be carrying the smell of mountain rain.
As soon as he finished speaking, a little drizzle fell. King Liang cursed angrily.
You dare to kill me! If you kill me, you will too!
It was a rainstorm without warning. It was originally as thin as an ox's hair. But suddenly big beads and small beads fell on the jade plate. And the raindrops hit Liang Wang's body hard, arousing the toxicity of the poison Wu Shinya had given him. It is an extremely harmful poison, and it is not a product of this world. Once a poisoned person is stained with water, he will immediately turn into a pool of blood. After several screams, King Liang turned into a pool of blood, and the heavy rain washed away all traces of his existence. Wu Shinya took out an oil paper umbrella from somewhere and held it over his head. He shook his head and sighed, neatly folding the clothes he left on the ground, and then threw it to a beggar on the roadside. After receiving the clothes of such good material, the beggar hurriedly kowtowed to thank Wu Shinya as he left in the rain. But unexpectedly, after wearing this luxurious material, it turned into a tattered beggar's uniform. The beggar wiped his eyes and thought he was dazzled by the rain. The next day, King Liang's resignation letter was included in the memorial and handed to Li Maobai. After looking at it, Li Maobai called Shen Xiao over.
Look at this. After reading it, Shen Xiao didn't feel much surprise.
During the time we left the palace, he was somewhat involved in politics. I said a few words to him yesterday, but he might be unhappy, so he left in anger.
He put the dictionary aside casually, approached Li Maobai, and kneaded his aching shoulder blades.
But it doesn't matter if he is gone. I always feel uneasy when he is in the court.
Oh, why?
I don't know. I've heard a lot about him, and I always feel like he has some purpose in coming back this time. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
Not only Shen Xiao could see the purpose of King Liang, but Li Maobai could as well. In fact, even if King Liang did not leave on his own, Li Maobai would give him a remote fiefdom and send him there after discussing it with Shen Xiao. But now that he is gone, there is no need to mention this matter again. Asterisk. Today is the first time that Shen Xiao resumed greetings from the 6th palace after returning to the palace. After she left, the power of co-managing the 6th palace was still in the hands of concubine Chen. She asked the Queen Mother, and concubine Chen was trying her best. She could easily resolve many things that happened in the harem, with less fighting. Seeing that concubine Chen is a decisive and discerning person, Shen Xiao said when greeting her,
since concubine Chen is very comfortable in co-managing the 6th palace, then when I come back, you don't have to take back your power to co-manage the 6th palace. I will follow you from now on. Let's manage the harem well together.
Concubine Chen was overjoyed and quickly stood up to thank her.
Thank you very much for your kindness. I will definitely live up to your expectations, and will definitely control this harem well for your concubine.
Concubine Shi and concubine Hui were very reluctant, but Shen Xiao was in the limelight. So what could they say? I can only say some weird words to concubine Chen.
You have to be able to bear the high concubine you are promoted by. If you make any jokes in the future, you will betray the trust that the concubine has placed in you. Concubine Chen raised her head, almost looking at the person with her chin.
Concubine, she doesn't need to worry about this matter. During the period when the imperial concubine left the palace, you never came to the harem to pay her respects. You even went to the palace of the Queen Mother. Not enough. Now that the emperor and the imperial concubine are back, if you continue to be so arrogant, someone will definitely deal with you. Take care of me.
Concubine, she sneered.
Who are you talking about? A noble concubine? Ha. It seems like no one has ever been a noble concubine before.
There is a reason why concubine, she can be so arrogant. During the time when Shen Xiao followed Li Maobai on his southern tour, her mother's family once again made contributions to the previous dynasty. This time, it was rumored in the previous dynasties that as soon as Li Maobai returned to the palace, she would soon resume her position as a noble concubine. So her energy to look down on everyone came out again. It happened that at this time, Sanfu came with the imperial edict. After greeting all the masters, he read out the contents of the imperial edict. The content of the imperial edict was just one sentence.
Concubine, she is canonized as a noble concubine, and the canonization ceremony will be held on the first day of November.
It seemed that Li Maobai found it difficult to write even one more word. Things in this world are so coincidental. Whatever comes of it. With this imperial edict. Although concubine, she has not been officially registered as a noble concubine. Except for Shenxiu and concubine Shen. Almost everyone is eager to give concubine Shi some reason.
Congratulations to the imperial concubine. And long blessings to the imperial concubine.
Concubine Shi's face was filled with a smile that couldn't be concealed.
Oh, I don't know how long. Concubine Shen. You, who has the power to co-manage the 6th palace, can hold the heat in your hands?
As he spoke, he looked at Shenxiu, and his words were full of provocation.
From now on, I and my sister are both noble concubines, and we are equal. It will be difficult for you sisters to go to the palace to pay your respects. This matter is not difficult.
Sanfu cut off concubine Shi's words, and saw a young eunuch holding a new volume of Imperial Edict and offering it to him. That Imperial Edict was tattooed with a 9-clawed golden dragon. The concubines all knew what such an Imperial Edict meant. Concubine Shi, who had been so prosperous just now, felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Hearing Sanfu clear his voice, he read in a very respectful manner.
The Imperial Edict says that the noble concubine Xinyu was born into a famous family. She assists the middle boudoir. She is gentle and kind to the family. She is good and virtuous. She works hard day and night and speaks well. She is blessed with twins and has a long line of royal heirs. I hereby express my admiration to the great Empress Dowager for her kindness. It is decreed that the conferment ceremony will be held on the first day of the 11th month.
Chapter 329. Sadness and Joy Come Again. This imperial edict was tantamount to giving concubine Shi a resounding slap in the face. Sanfu must have studied the order of the imperial edicts. He first said that the emperor had made concubine Shi a noble concubine. And while concubine Shi was on the throne, he threw out a king bomb and said that Shenxiu had won the throne of queen. The concubine's conferment ceremony coincided with the canonization ceremony of her imperial concubine. This day was chosen because it was said to be the only auspicious day this year. But in fact, it was to slap concubine Shi in the face. After all, the queen's consortium ceremony was the highlight, and the concubine ceremony for a noble concubine coincided with the queen's ceremony. To sum up in simple words, what Li Maobai means is, I will give you the status of a noble concubine, but no one will go to your concubine ceremony, so you can enjoy it on your own. Shenxiu accepted the imperial edict, and everyone knelt in front of her.
Concubine, congratulations to the queen. May the queen be blessed with peace and prosperity.
Only concubine Shi froze on the spot. In a dilemma, Shenxiu raised his hand and ordered everyone to stand up, and said softly,
Don't be in a hurry to congratulate me. I haven't sat on the throne of the queen yet. You will have time to congratulate me in the future.
After saying that, he thanked Sanfu again and asked Payer to give him the goodies. After the others were sent away, Shenxiu glanced at concubine Shi leisurely.
Concubine Shi, do you still have any objection to whose palace you should go to pay your respects?
How could concubine Shi dare to say anything? She forced out a smile and said,
What the queen said is easy. How can we dare to have any objections? It's best if you don't have an opinion. If you have an opinion, you have to hold it in for me.
Shenxiu sat at the top of the table and spoke no longer to save face for concubine Shi.
Since I entered the palace, I have seen all kinds of talents in the entire harem. But someone like you can do it again and again. This is the first time I have seen the 3 people resurrected. I'm telling you clearly that you'd better restrain your frivolous attitude as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter you are a noble concubine or an imperial concubine, as long as I put pressure on you, you will never be able to live without it. The day of turning over. Do you hear clearly?
Concubine Shi's cheeks were red. She pursed her lips tightly, nodded vigorously and said,
I will only follow the queen's teachings.
You know you are wrong?
Shenxiu raised her eyebrows and asked her,
If you know you are wrong, go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs as soon as possible and explain everything you need to explain clearly.
Concubine Shi was stunned for a moment.
I don't know what the queen is talking about.
Shenxiu sat in the first place and said in a steady voice,
You and I are both understanding people, so don't pretend to be confused here with me pretending to understand. I have seen the flow of the harem in the past few months. Your palace expenses have exceeded half. You said that your mother's family has to make up for the money to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. But your mother's family has made contributions to the previous dynasty. No one dares to ask you for this money. It will become a dead debt and rot in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I don't know how the former queen managed the harem, but now that I have taken over, no messy accounts are allowed in this harem.
She raised her eyebrows and said sternly to concubine She,
Do you choose to make up for the shortfall yourself now? Or do you want me to tell the emperor to come forward and hold your mother's family accountable before the court? And ask your father to help you make up the money?
You figured it out yourself.
Later, after concubine She left Yueguang Palace, she went directly to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and filled up all the excess money in her palace. When the queen mother found out about this, she praised Shenxiu for his courage in the harem. This time, Li Maobai thought that the queen mother would be the first to object. But on the contrary, this time the queen mother did fully support him. Li Maobai also felt strange privately. So he asked the queen mother,
Why didn't the queen mother say anything about my appointment as queen?
The queen mother smiled and said,
What is there to say? The most I can say is, it has not been 3 years since the queen left, and the emperor is so eager to establish a queen, which is inconsistent with the ancestral system. But having said that, how many things has the emperor done for the Shin family in recent years that are inconsistent with the ancestral system? The AI family has also told you about it. But when did you listen? Since you don't listen, the Ijia simply stop talking. If you talk too much about these scenes, the emperor will feel a headache, and the Ijia will also feel that it is a waste of words.
She held Li Maobai's hand, and the smiles on both of them became more kind.
As long as you feel that what you are doing now is right, then whatever decision you make in the future, the AI family will support you.
Li Maobai was quite emotional.
My son will feel much more at ease with his mother's words.
That night, Li Maobai rested in Yueguang Palace. He finally fulfilled his promise and gave Shenxiu the position of his head wife. How many obstacles and difficulties there are along the way. Only they know each other best. Although Shenxiu never cared about status, she was naturally happy to be able to be a proper wife. Happily, the man in front of her kept all the promises he made to her. At first, those promises sounded like those in an idle drama. But now that I think about them carefully, none of them are empty words. It's late at night, and the weather is getting cooler. The two of them were covered with a quilt and talked about some interesting things between children. They laughed non-stop and startled the palace guards outside the door. After being together with Shenxiu, Li Maobai's imperial airs became less and less. He used to wrap himself up and didn't dare to show his true side to anyone. He was afraid that he would be plotted by others if he trusted Shenxiu out because of his high position. But Shenxiu was an exception. With her, he never had to worry about plotting. On the contrary, if someone plotted against him, Shenxiu would be the first one to jump out and slap that person in the face. Li Maobai smiled even more when he thought of the many inexplicable things Shenxiu did during these days. Shenxiu asked,
You're so good. Why is the emperor laughing?
Li Maobai said,
I was wondering, what was the reason that allowed me to express my feelings to you and say that I like you regardless of face? The emperor didn't say he likes me. I remember clearly. The emperor said he likes me.
Shenxiu said in an arrogant and lustful tone.
Oh, what's the difference between the two?
Li Maobai held up Shenxiu's chin. Under the moonlight, she looked particularly bright and charming tonight.
Whether it's the former or the latter, I like it. The difference is that the former is the person I like, and the latter is the thing I like.
As soon as he finished speaking, his lips pressed against hers. Asterisk. Early the next morning, when Shenxiu got up, Li Maobai had already gone to the morning court. Cheer brought the lining clothes to Shenxiu.
Mother, your little day is supposed to be coming in 7 or 8 days, but there is still no movement yet. Please prepare the things first. You have to change into them when you are free, to avoid any emergencies.
Yes. After careful calculation, her aunt, who was always very accurate, seemed to be late again this time. Pear saw her stunned for a moment, then understood and said quickly,
My dear, are you happy again?
Shenxiu frowned and scolded her.
Don't talk nonsense. What nonsense are you talking about?
Pear covered her lips and smiled.
Since your majesty and the emperor came to visit the south, I have seen that your majesty is sometimes very sleepy, sometimes has a big appetite, and occasionally retches. I still see you. I was confused and thought it was because the empress went out to have fun and was not feeling well when she returned to the palace.
As she spoke, she urged urgently,
Quick! Why are Cheer still standing there? Hurry up and have someone go find Wu Yuan to judge.
Chapter 330. Wu Shini came very quickly, and as soon as he entered, he teased Shenxiu.
Your Majesty is really amazing. She has blessings that no one else can envy. But she has been blessed one after another. If you can't speak, you don't have to say anything.
Shinseyo rolled her eyes at him.
I haven't said anything about my birth date yet. But I'm just a little suspicious. I asked you to come here just to see if this is true. You'd better. As soon as I entered the door, I was the first to greet you.
Wu Shini hurriedly said.
Look at what the Empress said. How dare I? Isn't this a way to congratulate the Empress in advance?
He took out a supa and put it on Shinseyo's wrist, and began to diagnose her pulse. Not long after, a faint smile bloomed on his face.
Congratulations, madam. Your wish has come true. Judging from your pulse, you are indeed 1 month pregnant.
Pear and Cheer were so happy after hearing this. They held each other's hands and laughed from ear to ear. However, Shinseyo was a little confused. Didn't we agree to have a son and a daughter together? Why does this happen again? Others can't even ask for it. But she is good at it. She is very productive.
However, this pregnancy is too close to the last one.
And the last one was twins. The mother's body has not completely made up for the shortfall. So it is uncertain whether this baby can be born safely.
Even Wu Shini said this. It seemed that the pregnancy was really not at the right time. But there's no way. I'm already pregnant. So I can't let go. Right.
So Shinseyo asked him, with your medical skills, can you keep this child safe?
Wu Shini said solemnly,
don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do my best to ensure the safety of this baby for my Majesty. Actually, insufficient fetus is not a serious problem. As long as the mother pays attention to her diet and health during pregnancy, and takes the pregnancy medicine prepared by Weichin, the mother still needs to maintain a comfortable mood during pregnancy. This child will basically nothing will happen.
Hearing him say this, Shinseyo felt a little more at ease. The good news of Yueguang Palace once again spread throughout the 6th palace of East and West. Some people hate it with itch, while others are happy from ear to ear. The Queen Mother asked Shinseyo long and short questions, and Li Mabai doted on her to the sky, in order to allow her to raise her baby with peace of mind. Several chefs from Sichuan and Chongqing were invited to the palace specifically based on her taste for spicy food, and they would take turns cooking delicious food for her in various ways throughout the day. However, eating too much spicy food can easily cause you to get angry, and within a few days, Shinseyo had a few pimples on her face. She complained to Li Mabai,
the Queen's ceremony is coming soon. If the acne on my face doesn't go away, wouldn't it be embarrassing to wait for the ceremony? Where is the shame?
Li Mabai looked at her with a smile.
My worries are the most beautiful at all times.
He has become more fond of saying these sweet and greasy love words recently. The first time I heard it, I felt it was fresh. But after listening to it too much, Shinseyo inevitably felt a little greasy.
If the Emperor thinks that a face with pimples is the most beautiful, then the Emperor should also have a face with pimples, so that he is worthy of me. What does the Emperor think?
As she spoke, she dipped her brush into cinnabar red and chased Li Mabai to pimple pimples on his face. Li Mabai couldn't defeat her and let her do whatever she wanted. She put 7 or 8 red ink dots on Li Mabai's face, and then said with satisfaction,
well, it looks much more pleasing to the eye like this.
Li Mabai couldn't help but feel excited after watching her laughing look for so long. When preparing for the ceremony, Shinseyo had to do a lot of things personally, in order to allow her to raise her baby with peace of mind. Li Mabai took the initiative to take time out to check for Shinseyo after the political affairs were settled. Ordinarily, Shinseyo is the successor, so she can only use crimson red or bright red in her conquest ceremony. Not pure red, but the wedding gifts that Li Mabai prepared for her were all red. When Shinseyo saw it, she couldn't help but feel that it was a little eye-catching. So she said,
all the court officials are coming to watch the ceremony. If they see it, they will say that the Emperor loves me too much. They have their mouths. They can say whatever they want. As long as I don't listen, I don't dare to speak out in front of the public at the conferment ceremony for all the gossip they say.
Regarding Shinseyo's concerns, Li Mabai showed that he didn't care at all. Instead, he became concerned about another thing.
It's just that the process of the ceremony that day was too cumbersome. I'm worried about your lack of physical strength. I'll see if it needs to be reduced.
Shinseyo quickly said,
no. These are ancestral rules and cannot be broken. It would be unlucky if they were broken. The Emperor has thought very carefully for me. If he breaks the rules for me again and again, I will feel guilty. Are you feeling guilty?
Li Mabai joked.
I wish you could skip the ceremony of setting up a queen and just lie down in the palace waiting for me to take you to the Golden Palace. Say goodbye and then start eating a big meal.
Shinseyo covered her lips and smiled.
Since the Emperor knows me so well, I might as well do what you say. I will wait at Yueguang Palace for you to pick me up. He carried me all the way to Jinwan Palace and asked ministers all look at how this beauty like me has turned into a disaster.
Poor talk.
Li Mobai held her hand and walked in the courtyard, looking at the old decorations around Yueguang Palace, and said,
Yueguang Palace is the residence of concubines after all. When you were a concubine, I wanted to move the palace to you, but you refused. Now that you have become a queen, this place is no longer suitable for living. Yueguang Palace is spacious. After the Empress ceremony, you will move there. It will be closer to me.
Shinseyo raised her chin arrogantly.
Being closer to the Emperor is also convenient for the Emperor. After all, the Emperor runs to my palace every night, and I don't go to the Emperor's palace to find the Emperor.
Li Mobai,
you are getting smarter with your mouth. No matter what you say, Yueguang Palace is the residence of the Zhongdong Palace. I have ordered people to renovate it. It is not the same as before. You move over there. Shuan.
He and Changning can also live in a more spacious place.
Shinseyo.
How much space can a child with a bigger hand take up? The Emperor is too doting on him. If I don't love my own flesh and blood, who will love me?
Li Mobai suddenly stood still and stared softly into Shinseyo's eyes.
There is one more thing I want to discuss with you. I plan to wait until Shuan turns 1 year old next year. When the time comes, make him the prince.
Shinseyo was stunned and speechless for a moment. She didn't really want her son to be an emperor. She felt that being an emperor in ancient times seemed to be glorious on the surface. But in fact it was hard work and no freedom. So there was not necessarily anything good about it. But then I thought again. Li Mobai doesn't have children with anyone else. So there can't be no one to inherit the Li family's empire. Right. Then he said,
Shuan only learned to speak a few words when he was 1 year old. The Emperor wants to make him the prince. It is too hasty. Why don't you take it slow?
If other people receive such a good thing, they would probably cry for joy. Shinseyo was calm, and even seemed to be trying to push the envelope. Li Mobai refused.
What are you waiting for? Sooner or later, the position of prince will belong to him. There is no difference between sooner or later. I say this, and it is settled.
Shinseyo couldn't resist him, so she leaned her head on his shoulder and responded with a slight smile. The sunlight was broken into mottled shadows by the branches in the courtyard and fell on the two of them. The surrounding wind is very quiet, gently caressing the skin, getting into the pores, and occupying every vacancy in the heart. When they cling to each other, they become a loving picture.
Chapter 331 The Empress Ceremony. The first day of the 11th month in the 6th year of the Qi dynasty is a very auspicious day according to the zodiac, and it is a good time to get married. On the 4th watch of the day, Shinseyo was woken up by Pear and the others. After they helped Shinseyo wash up, they put her into the queen's court clothes. It was a very finely crafted phoenix robe, much more luxurious than Zhu Junwen's previous phoenix robe. The court robe has a round collar, a large placket with a right hem, a rim at the shoulders, a shawl, horseshoe sleeves, and a train that opens at the back. The robe is made of golden yellow satin with golden phoenix pattern, and is lined with moon-white tangled branches and dark flower damask. The whole body is decorated with 9 golden phoenix patterns, including 1 on the chest, 1 on the back, 4 rows of phoenixes on the lapels, and 1 row of phoenixes on the inner lapel. In addition, there are 2 rows of phoenixes on the sleeves in the middle, and 1 on the sleeves. There are 2 phoenixes on the collar. The lower panel is decorated with 8 treasures and flat water, and a golden sash hangs behind the seal with clouds on the back. This is a court uniform that is even more decent than that of the previous empress. Every stitch, every weave, and every fabric is made fresh. Even the color and texture are not based on the previous empress's court uniform. It is considered the most luxurious one since the founding of the Qin dynasty. A queen's court dress. The court dress alone weighs more than 30 kilograms. Not to mention the luxurious jewelry that Shinseyo is wearing today. While her whole body is bejeweled, she is carrying nearly 40 or 50 kilograms of weight on her body. You must know that her weight has not exceeded 100. And now she is carrying herself on her body, making it difficult to walk. Pear and Cheer kept praising her for her good looks. But Shinseyo couldn't be happy.
It's so good looking. I just hope that the canonization ceremony and the process can be completed quickly so that I can have a good rest.
She fiddled with her sleeves and sighed.
I really can't figure out where the former queen got such strength. I feel cumbersome even if I wear such clothes all day long. It's good for her. Every day when the concubine pays her respects, she comes dressed up. Today we got up at the 4th watch and worked hard until dawn. She is like this every day. No wonder she has so many dark circles under her eyes. She is the queen, but she doesn't even have to sleep.
The sound of peace and joy can be heard endlessly, and the clear and loud sound of the whip is overshadowed by the sound of the whip and echoes in the sky above the imperial city. Pear said,
Your Majesty, you'd better choose another day to say these unimportant words. Now that I'm so happy, it's already time to bow.
Her head was covered with a wedding handkerchief, and she was supported by Pear and Cheer as she walked out of the gate of Yueguang Palace. After getting on the wedding sedan, she was surrounded by hundreds of palace people and walked down the long street. Shinxio has been in the palace for so many years. When she was a palace maid, she had seen other concubines put on a show, but this was the first time she had seen them put on a show like this. What's more important is that she created this score herself. The wedding sedan went all the way to the east. As the music played became louder and louder, Shinxio knew that she was getting closer to the Yueguang Palace. Somehow, she felt inexplicably nervous. It seems that I finally understand why many modern people can handle it calmly when getting a marriage certificate. But when the day of the actual wedding comes, they are extremely nervous and even make many mistakes. When the wedding sedan landed outside the gate of the outer court of Yueguang Hall, the ceremony officer solemnly said,
Land.
The sedan carriage stopped. Shinxio got off the sedan with the support of Pear and Cheer. As soon as she got off the sedan, another very powerful hand took her hand. She has held these hands countless times. Every palm print was so familiar to her.
Your Majesty?
She wondered.
Shouldn't you be waiting for me outside the Yueguang Palace to receive the gift?
Through Shipa, Shinxio couldn't see Li Mobai's expression, but she could hear his magnetic voice.
I will accompany you, step by step up to the Golden Palace. Stand by my side, and then I will declare to the world that from now on, you Shinxio will be my first wife. You are also the only woman I will love in this life.
The words were sincere, and there was no trace of nervousness in his tone. Then Shinxio could hear his heart. At this moment, he was pretending to be calm on the surface, but in fact, he was very nervous inside. And his nervousness was different from his own. His nervousness stemmed more from excitement. Outside the Yueguang Hall, all the civil and military officials saw the emperor and empress coming hand in hand, and they all knelt down and worshipped.
I would like to send my regards to the emperor. Long live the emperor and be blessed. I would like to express my regards to the empress. May the empress live 1,000 years in peace.
Shinxio couldn't see the road in front of her, so she only took tentative steps forward step by step with Li Mobai's support. The two of them were very close. Shinxio whispered to Li Mobai in a low voice.
Your Majesty, why do they want you to live long and me to live 1,000 years? If I only live 1,000 years, then if I go, won't you have to be alone for 9,000 years?
Li Mobai held her hand and squeezed it slightly.
Don't say unfavorable words on a happy day. No one can live 1,000 years. But every day you stay with me is better than me wandering alone in this world for thousands of years. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm just afraid of straight men talking about love. Shinxio snickered and walked up the steps step by step under Li Mobai's guidance. Finally standing in front of the main entrance of the Golden Palace, Xinjiang handed over the wedding handkerchief, and Li Mobai opened Shinxio's wedding handkerchief. There has never been such a rule for the queen. And even if there were, these folk customs of marriage were all completed privately in the bridal chamber. Li Mobai brought all these procedures to the public, just to let all civil and military officials and the people of the world see how much he dotes on Shinxio. After the shipa was lifted, Shinxio's fair and delicate face was revealed. Li Mobai stared at her with many emotions. I still remember the first time it had an impact on her. When she was sneaking into Shangshu Mansion, and in order to complete the task, she slapped herself twice. He was so angry that he really wanted to have her dragged out and executed immediately. But after seeing her clear and lively eyes, he didn't care so much. But he didn't expect that 3 years would have passed since the first meeting. The woman he used to call a crazy bitch is now the biological mother of his 2 children, his queen, and his only wife in this life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sour in his eyes. After the official read out the edict to establish the queen, he said respectfully to Shinxio, Empress, please kneel down to receive the imperial edict. Li Mobai gave her a hand. The queen is pregnant, so there is no need to kneel. So Shinxio stood upright like this, with her hands on her head. and respectfully signed the queen's golden book and treasure. A few days ago, Pear taught her how to say thank you countless times, and even deliberately wrote it down for her to memorize. But at this critical moment, Shinseoh completely forgot about those words. He just said,
I would like to thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, Queen Mother.
It was so simple that the courtiers in the hall looked at each other and whispered about the queen's impoliteness. Li Mobai didn't take it seriously and just said,
The queen is exempt from the courtesy.
Shinseoh raised his eyes and looked at her, sticking out his tongue at him in a weird way. Seeing this, Li Mobai smiled even more. Originally, there were many tedious procedures in the queen's conferment ceremony, but Li Mobai skipped them one by one on the grounds that Shinseoh was pregnant and had a hard time. As a result, the ceremony for sealing the queen ended in a hazy way, like an errand. Others said that the emperor didn't seem to be that affectionate with the queen,
and he wouldn't even give the queen such dignity. But only they know each other. As long as two people's hearts are tightly attached to each other, other things will not seem so important. Chapter 332 Wedding Night. After the ceremony in Jinwan Palace was completed, Li Mobai and Shinseoh entered Fenghuan Palace. After some renovations, this place is much more luxurious than when Zhu Junwen lived here. As soon as his front feet stepped into the bed, Shinseoh took off all the phoenix crowns, harems, jewels and jade from his body, then dragged his tired body and fell onto the bed, lying on his back.
I'm so exhausted.
I'm sorry. I will never wear these clothes again if I have nothing to do.
Li Mobai looked at her quietly from the side and said happily,
You are my middle palace, and you have to sit next to me on important festivals and worship days. How can you only wear the queen's court uniform once? Shinseoh was worried.
Oh, Your Majesty, just spare me. You know clearly that these are the things I can't handle the most.
Li Mobai.
It's not impossible for me to spare you.
He walked to the bed, pressed his legs against Shinseoh, and asked her to lie inside to give him some space. Then he sat on the bed and brought his face close to Shinseoh.
Do you understand?
Shinseoh stood up and gave Li Mobai a hard sip on the cheek.
Your Majesty, you are the best.
Li Mobai smiled.
In this case, I will consider it and allow you to wear regular clothes and go out with me in the future.
Shinseoh's fingers gently slid on Li Mobai's dragon robe, and she asked curiously,
The emperor's dragon robe looks very luxurious, but why is it not cumbersome to wear? How do you know it's not a burden?
Li Mobai frowned slightly.
Have you sneaked through?
Shinseoh smiled sheepishly.
One time when the emperor fell asleep at night, I was curious, so I put it on for a while.
This move, if done by other concubines, would have been enough to kill her whole family several times. It was Shinseoh who did this. Not only was Li Mobai not annoyed, he also thought she was very cute.
Why bother wearing it secretly? If you like it, I can take it off and give it to you right now.
As he said that, he actually started to take off his clothes. Could Shinseoh not know what he was thinking? Taking off your clothes at this time. Can you think of doing something serious? So she cleared her throat and said,
Your Majesty, have you forgotten that I am still pregnant?
Li Mobai looked back at her.
So what if I'm pregnant? You're pregnant. Why can't I take off my clothes?
He came closer to Shinseoh little by little, with the tip of his nose touching hers. The breath coming out of his mouth when he spoke had a faint sentiment.
Or are you thinking something in your little head that you shouldn't be thinking?
Shinseoh didn't hide away, and kissed him face to face.
I don't think about those things. I'm so tired now. I just want to have a good sleep.
Li Mobai touched her little head and said,
There will be a banquet later tonight. Let's show up and deal with it casually. I'll come back and sleep with you. Okay.
Shinseoh.
Who wants the emperor to accompany you? I want to sleep by myself.
Li Mobai raised his eyebrows and asked.
Seriously?
Shinseoh nodded sincerely.
Seriously?
The next moment, Li Mobai grabbed her hand and tickled her slender waist a few times, making her laugh.
I don't allow you to sleep by yourself. From now on, you will never be able to sleep by yourself again.
Shinseoh smiled while pretending to be aggrieved.
The emperor is bullying me. I will steal the quilt from you again at night.
That being said, Shinseoh actually liked the sport of grabbing quilts very much. At night, a banquet was held in the Jinwan Hall, and all the concubines were seated at the table. The glory of this day was all about Shinseoh, and almost everyone forgot that today was also a good day for concubine, she to be crowned a noble concubine. All day long, she didn't hear anyone blessing her. On the contrary, She had to follow the entire conferment ceremony, laughing until her face was sore, before she could return to Yahua Palace after the ceremony and hold her own canonization ceremony alone with the ceremony official. So much so that during today's night banquet, Concubine Hui smiled as soon as she saw her.
"Oh, Concubine, she is here too."
As soon as the words came out, seeing that Concubine Shi's expression was not too much, she pretended to pat her mouth and said with a sweet smile,
"Look at my mind. I am forgetting things more and more. I forgot that today is also your big day. It's time to start again. I call you the royal concubine."
Concubine Shi glanced at her and said solemnly,
"You don't have to rush to scream. You will have to scream in the future."
At the beginning of the banquet, Li Jinyan and Princess Jing Jiang Wanting toasted to Li Maobai and Shen Xiu. He had been practicing for some time in the previous dynasty. Although he was still not stable enough, he was much more mature than before.
"I wish my brother and sister-in-law a happy marriage and a deep love for 100 years. It would be best if they hug each other for another 3 years to make the queen happy."
Li Maobai drank a swig and said with a smile,
"You won't be able to speak after having 2 babies in 3 years. Plus your royal sister-in-law is pregnant with a baby now. It's not impossible to have 4 babies in 3 years.
Shen Xiu rolled her eyes at Li Maobai, thinking that she really regarded him as a sow. She didn't want to give birth, and there was no Longfeng pill this time, etc. It suddenly occurred to her that the reason why she didn't suffer during her last pregnancy was because she took Longfeng pills. She didn't eat anything this time. Was it too hard to be pregnant? You can't see it now when you is small. When you is older in the future. What if this little Neza in the belly causes trouble? So while the banquet was busy and no one paid attention to her, she silently communicated with Xiao Tuachua in her heart. "Xiao Tuachua, are there any more Longfeng pills?" Little Tuachua yawned and said lazily, "I wish the host a happy wedding. But the Longfeng pill and the Kuko pill are gone. Didn't I tell the host when I was pregnant for the first time? This thing can only be eaten once. And it can only be eaten once. Who would have thought that, host? You would act so quickly and get pregnant again? There is nothing you can do about it. This time you have to experience the hard work of being a mother." "Ah? Alright." Shen Xiu was a little disappointed. "Recently you seem to be passive and slack at work, and you no longer assign tasks to me," Xiao Tuachua complained.
"It's not that I'm passive and slow in my work. It's that there have been problems with the Space-Time Management Bureau recently.
The signal on my side is always bad, and I can't contact the host. What kind of situation are you trying to break? Can you please stop sleeping if you can improve your infrastructure? Do you have any tasks? I haven't done a mission in a long time." Yes. This mission is also worth 100 points. But for the current host, the difficulty level of this mission is almost 0. Shen Xiu, what task? Little Tuachua, Didi. The new task is to dance a ballet with the Tyrant in front of everyone. The points for completing the task will be plus 100. And the points for failing the task will be minus 100. The host is at the banquet now, which is a good opportunity to complete the task. Please cheer for the host. Chapter 333 New Mission, Dance Ballet with the Tyrant. Ballet? What kind of weird mission is this? Shen Xiu, don't ask Bye to dance ballet. I can't dance ballet myself. How can I dance with him? Xiao Tuachua, it's not like we're asking the host to participate in the competition. Didn't the host find bugs before? How come the more you live, the more you come back? Shen Xiu thought for a while.
That means there is no need to actually jump. As long as Bye and I stand on tiptoes and walk around twice in front of everyone, the task will be considered completed?
Little Tuachua, almost. But host, be careful when you dance. You are clumsy. Don't fall and lose the child. Xiao Tuachua's mouth is really damaging. If it weren't for the fact that she was in full public view, Shen Xiu would definitely swing her ruthless iron fist and hit her chest hard to show her strength. Shen Xiu was silent, thinking about how to lure Li Maobai to dance ballet with her. He shouldn't do such a shameful thing, right? After thinking about it, Shen Xiu suddenly became enlightened. Yes, he knows my identity anyway, and he also knows that I want to complete the tasks issued by the system. As long as I make this request to him, he will naturally know that I am on a mission. Anyway, my points can be used on him. So why not? Just as she was thinking about it, Li Maobai suddenly called her.
What are you thinking about? Oh? No. It's nothing. I was just thinking that on such a happy day today, why don't the Emperor and I perform a show for everyone to cheer everyone up?
Li Maobai looked at her in confusion.
What are you talking about? On our big day, we won't let them perform for us. But we still have to perform for them. What's the truth? Oh, Your Majesty.
Shinseyo turned on her coquettish mode again.
Then I just think that everyone has been following us to salute for a whole day, so we can relax together and be happy.
Li Mobai.
Didn't you just shout that you were tired? Why are you energetic again now?
Shinseyo put her hand on his arm and shook it, looking at him pitifully.
It just happened on a whim. Okay, Your Majesty.
Li Mobai reached out to the audience and said firmly.
Since you like it, I won't stop you. Please start your performance. Your Majesty, I want you to come with me. How can I perform alone?
Li Mobai looked at her.
Then what do you want me to perform with you?
Shinseyo pretended to be mysterious, held her chin in thought for a moment, and said,
Your Majesty, why don't we dance together? Dancing?
Li Mobai quickly shook his head.
I don't want to dance. Besides, you have the same hands and feet, and it's very funny when you dance. Are you tired and confused? You want to give yourself such trouble because you are not good at it?
Shinseyo nudged him hard, acted coquettishly and whined, and conquered Li Mobai in just a few strokes. Li Mobai knew that this must be another task issued to her by the system. He thought to himself, it's so strange. It must be another mission. I don't know how many points she has accumulated now. If she is about to accumulate enough points, if I help her, won't I speed up her return process? It doesn't work. If it does, she must pay part of the points first. Let me think about how to get her to spend the points. He went over in his mind the strange things he had heard Shinseyo and system read. Suddenly I had an idea. There seems to be some kind of wisdom pill. It sounds very new. And the points required are not low. It seems to be 100? Li Mobai's eyes flickered around Shinseyo.
She's not very smart anyway. Why not let her exchange the wisdom pill for it and eat it? And then I can complete the mission with him?
Just do what you say. And Grand Scholar Mo Jiaoran happens to be there too. So Li Mobai said to Shinseyo.
Well, if you want me to dance with you, no problem. But you have to answer a question from the bachelor first. If you answer it correctly, I will naturally dance with you. How about that?
Shinseyo responded.
Okay.
I complained in my heart, this dog emperor. Don't learn the good ones from the bad ones. Where am I stupid? Unexpectedly. At this time, Xiao Tuochuo suddenly appeared and interjected. The host must be a real warrior. Real warriors are those who dare to face their own shortcomings. Shinseyo was furious. Do you even think I'm stupid? Xiao Tuochuo smiled. Don't you know whether the host is stupid or not? While she was arguing with Xiao Tuochuo, Li Maobai had already come to the hall to conspire with Mo Jiaoran.
The bachelor can give any questions to the queen, but she must pass the test.
Mo Jiaoran accepted the order, bowed his hands to Shinseyo, and said with a smile,
Queen, listen up. The question is, what is something that is hard to find for 1,000 years?
Hard to find? There are so many things in this world that are hard to find. So how does Shinseyo know what they are? After hearing this question, the concubines on the side also started to answer.
Well, isn't the new blood that the Queen Mother got a few days ago is worth 3,000 gold? So, isn't it that 1,000 gold is hard to find?
Mo Jiaoran waved his hand.
But if it is priced at 1,000 gold, it can be obtained.
Concubine Hui said.
Is this true love? I often hear people say that it is not easy to be sincere.
Mo Jiaoran shook his head.
No. Many families who have beautiful wives have clearly marked prices behind their backs. It can be seen that money can also buy true love to a certain extent.
They were discussing in a flurry, which made Shinseyo worried. All her answers had been given by others, but none of them were right. And Xiao Tuochuo was also recommending the wisdom pill to her. If the host takes the wisdom pill, won't this problem be solved? And there is a discount promotion right now. Wisdom pills only cost 50 points, although it lasts only a quarter of an hour. As long as the host answers this question, the tyrant can dance ballet with the host. The host loses 50 points and can earn 100 points. This transaction is not a loss no matter what. After some brainwashing by Xiao Tuochuo, Shinseyo once again made impulse purchases. Little Tuochuo, Didi. The host spent 50 points to redeem the wisdom pill, and the current points remaining are 350. Soon, as Shinseyo's palm heated up, a small blue pill appeared in her hand. She put the medicine bowl in her mouth and drank some water. The moment she took the pill, she seemed to suddenly become wise. So he replied firmly to Mo Jiaoran's words.
Are you trying to confuse me with this question of the Grand Master?
Mo Jiaoran said.
Oh, What does the queen have to say?
Shenxiai smiled sadly and said,
Since it is something that is hard to find with 1,000 pieces of gold. It is this hairpin from me.
She took off the gold hairpin from her bun and waved it in front of Imo Zhaoran, raised her eyebrows and asked,
Is that so?
Chapter 334 I will always protect you. The Queen Mother's blood is not the correct answer to this question. Shenxiu just picked up a gold hairpin. How could it be the answer? The concubines cheered happily. But Shenxiu said,
Or is it the Emperor's finger ring? If that doesn't work, the emerald jade bag in front of the Queen Mother will also work.
Others didn't understand it, and just saw it as a joke. But Imo Zhaoran asked after a brief silence,
Why did the Empress say this?
Shenxiu smiled sadly.
This golden hairpin is what I own. If you think this thing is your favorite, and you are willing to spend any amount of money to buy it, I can price this golden hairpin to 10,000 gold. Isn't that to you something that is hard to find? In the same way, the Emperor's thumb and the emerald jade bag in front of the Queen Mother all have the same meaning. Do you have the right answer?
Imo Zhaoran smiled broadly and applauded.
Everything in the world is priceless, and the price depends on the heart of the buyer and seller. The Queen is wise.
This crap is just a modern brain teaser. But in ancient times, it could really stump a group of people. After Shenxiu answered this answer, she instantly felt that her 50 points were wasted. What? If that's the case, I can answer it myself. Why should I buy wisdom pills? Xiao Taochuo cleared his throat and said, Ahem. Items sold in our store cannot be returned or exchanged. Then he said mischievously, Say no more. Didn't the host buy the wisdom pill just because he couldn't answer it? Shenxiu's question has been answered, and Li Mobai should keep his promise. Shenxiu took his hand and came to the hall. Under the leadership of Li Jinyan, the surrounding concubines began to cheer. Seeing that Li Mobai was blushing with embarrassment before he even started dancing, Shenxiu sneered and said,
Is the Emperor shy?
Li Mobai stuttered a little.
No. That's nonsense. How can I be shy?
Shenxiu.
Then the Emperor just ate too much and couldn't digest it. He choked and just exercised to eliminate it.
After she said that, she suddenly stood up on her tiptoes and took 2 steps on the ground.
The Emperor will imitate my movements.
Li Mobai's face was full of rejection.
It's so ugly. I don't want it.
Shenxiu frowned.
The Emperor is being watched by so many people. The Emperor can't just keep his word.
Li Mobai was forced to put it on the shelves, so he had no choice but to do it. But his limbs were even more uncoordinated than Shenxiu's. He stood on tiptoes and took 2 steps, barely missing his waist. He added,
Dance? Just dance. What kind of movement is this? Like a duck.
Shenxiu laughed out loud. How could anyone say that he was a duck? Shenxiu whispered into Li Mobai's ear,
Even if the Emperor is a duck, it's just my duck. And it's free.
Li Mobai didn't understand Shenxiu's arrogant words. He had to accept what he said. Even if it was embarrassing, he had to bite the bullet and follow Shenxiu's steps. Standing on tiptoes in the main hall. The tops are crazy and silly. Li Mobai, who has always been serious about his words, made such funny moves in front of everyone, which made everyone laugh non-stop. Such a cute contrast. Even the Queen Mother smiled and said,
The AI family didn't know that the Emperor still has such a talent.
Well, as an emperor, his face has been completely disgraced by his wife. Li Mobai looked at Shenxiu with resentment on his face and said, If I had the chance to do it again, I might want to change my wife. After this dance, Shenxiu happily received her 100 points. In order to ease his social death, Li Mobai has been drinking boring wine with Li Jinyan. By the time it was time to leave, he was already drunk. Sanfu was originally going to send him back to Chaoyang Palace. Seeing that he was drunk like this, Shenxiu couldn't say a single sentence. So he said,
Send the Emperor to Fenghuan Palace. It will be convenient for me to take care of him at night.
Sanfu said with a smile. The Queen is the Emperor's pillow, and she is the most considerate. With you taking care of me, I will feel at ease. But just like that, I have to work hard for you.
Shenxiu said.
He is drunk. Why should I work so hard? I'm just afraid that he is not drunk.
The words were profound, and Sanfu immediately understood. After snickering, he ordered people to send Li Mobai to Fenghuan Palace. Pear and Cheer made sobering soup early in the morning. Shenxiu changed Li Mobai's pajamas and wiped his body. Then he filled a bowl of sobering soup and kept blowing it to a temperature that could be eaten. Then he helped Li Mobai up and coaxed him like a child.
Come on, Your Majesty. Be obedient and take a sip.
The spoon was put into Li Mobai's mouth. He swallowed stiffly, then frowned and turned away.
I don't want to drink it. Take it away,
Shinseyo advised.
Your Majesty. Don't make trouble. You have to go to court tomorrow. You have drank so much. If you don't drink hangover soup, you won't even be able to get up, let alone go to court tomorrow.
Li Maobai replied drunkenly.
I said I won't drink. And I won't drink. Take it away.
His tone was a little fierce, which frightened Shinseyo for a moment. But soon, I heard Li Maobai whisper again.
Go. Let you come. She feeds me. And I just drink.
Did he co-write it and think of himself as a three-blessed person? Shinseyo didn't know whether to cry or laugh. She lifted Li Maobai up again and let him lean into her arms. She said in a very gentle tone,
Your Majesty, I'm here. Come on. Be obedient and take a few more sips. I won't drink.
Li Maobai struggled out of Shinseyo's arms and said in a daze,
You are not Yuyu. Go away. Don't touch me.
Shinseyo was a little annoyed, but she still tried her best to suppress her temper and said as calmly as possible,
Who am I not? I gave you a medicine, and now do I need to prove that I am myself?
Li Maobai.
Yuyu. She is not so gentle.
Shinseyo?
Drink the medicine.
She pretended to be angry and shoved a spoon into Li Maobai's mouth. It was better now. After being treated so harshly by Shinseyo, Li Maobai picked up the bowl and drank the hangover soup in one gulp without saying a word. Shinseyo kept saying from the side,
Oh, please slow down. Be careful.
After drinking the sobering soup, he stared at Shinseyo with drunken eyes and said in a weak voice,
Did Seo cook it for me? It's really delicious.
Without waiting for Shinseyo to reply, he fell on himself and started talking to himself.
I am always happy to have you by my side.
He buried his head on Shinseyo's chest, as if he was eating tofu.
Yuyu. I will always protect you.
I like you very much.
His voice grew weaker and weaker, turning into heavy breathing. Shinseyo knew that he fell asleep in her arms. She smiled lightly, put the bowl aside, and then gently laid Li Maobai down on the couch. She lay next to him, gently put her hands around his thin waist, and gently held Li Maobai down with her hands. The voice echoed.
Me too.
Chapter 335. Concubine. She starts to seek death again. After Shinseyo became the queen, many rules in the palace were different from before. In the past, when Zhu Junwen was the empress, she would ask her concubine to pay her respects every day. Every time she went there, she would not leave for 2 or 3 hours. And she would always talk nonsense. It was okay for the high-ranking concubines to sit inside the main hall. But those with lower status stood outside and were complaining of back pain after grinding all morning. Shinseyo was also lazy. She didn't like a bunch of people hanging around in front of her. But it was against the rules to stop greeting her. So she ordered the concubines.
Winter is about to come soon. Some sisters' palaces are far away from my Fengwan palace. So there is no need to come every day. Let's do it this way. Every time those in the East 6th Palace come on odd days, those in the West 6th Palace come every day. If we come on an even day and encounter heavy snow, there is no need for me to communicate from palace to palace, so everyone can rest in their own palaces.
With this order, Coca-Cola destroyed those low-ranking concubines. Everyone privately praised Shinseyo for being sensible and much easier to deal with than the previous queen. But if I don't go to her palace to pay my respects, there will be no place for concubine she to show off her majesty. On this day, Xiaoshi came to her leisurely and said,
Your Majesty, the past few days have been snowy days, so the concubines do not need to go to the queen's palace to pay their respects. But you are the master of the East 6th Palace. The queen mother does not allow the concubines to pay their respects, but you can allow them to come to your palace to listen to matters. Each of those concubines felt that the queen was lenient and remembered her kindness. Over time, you, the noble concubine, but they will all be forgotten.
Concubine, she didn't care about these false things at first. But just 2 days ago, she heard the promises from other palaces. Chongzai was talking about it, saying that with the Queen Shinseyo here, she, as a concubine, might never be able to succeed. The honor and favor of the concubine are closely related to whether the mother's family is popular in the previous dynasty. Concubine Qi's mother's family has been on the rise in the Qi dynasty in the past 2 years, especially after the fall of the Zhu family. Her mother's family has tended to become the dominant family. Li Maobai used to be indifferent to her, but recently if they meet by chance, he can say a few words. Therefore, She had no longer hoped for the favor. But now she began to think about it. She said,
"Then let the concubines in the East and Sixth Palace stay in my Yahua Palace every day and listen to what I have to say. When the Queen does not call for greetings, the East and West Sixth Palace are autonomous. When she is free, I will naturally help her establish rules for the concubines in the harem, lest they get used to laziness and become more and more arrogant and lose their sense of proportion in private."
If Chioshi's words were passed down, no concubine in the East Sixth Palace would dare to disobey. Braving the heavy snow, they all went to Yahua Palace on time and listened to concubine Shi's nonsense. The wind is blowing, and it is especially cold in Gyeongju this year. Yahua Palace is not as big as Fengwan Palace, and the main hall cannot accommodate even a few people. Those concubines with lower status could only stand motionless in the courtyard. The tang posy she held in her hands was cold, and she had to listen to concubine Shi's noise inside. Some people had a thick layer of snow on their bodies and heads, but concubine Shi refused to allow them to move around casually. Occasionally, someone couldn't bear it and moved around. When she saw it, she scolded her.
"I'm talking here.
Why are you moving? Are you taking it easy? You don't have any rules at all?"
Then he punished the concubine by having to stand in the snow for an hour. She fell ill early the next morning. Concubine She had been tossing like this for 3 days, and the illnesses in the East Sixth Palace were coming one after another. When the weather cleared up and everyone resumed paying their respects to Shinseo, there were only a few concubines in the East Sixth Palace who could come. Shinseo felt strange, so she asked Payer to inquire in private. Only then did we know that concubine She had done such a trick when she was exercising autonomy in the East Sixth Palace. So when she paid her respects the next day, she said to concubine Shi,
"Concubine Shi has been summoning the concubines from the East Sixth Palace to your palace every day for the past 2 days. I don't know if you have any important things to do. I've been chatting with people for several hours. I feel bored and want to hear it. Can you also talk to me?"
Concubine She said,
"It's just some daily trivial matters. I'm afraid the queen will find them boring if I tell them to you."
Shinsei smiled sadly.
"No. Tell me. How can I feel bored? Let's do this. After they leave, you can sit here and tell me. When you have said enough, will you return to the palace?"
As he spoke, he raised his hand and ordered everyone to leave. He sipped tea and read a book by himself. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at concubine She, who was in a daze.
"Tell me, don't you like talking very much?"
Concubine She was obviously not hesitant, but she was not prone to attack either. Shinseo asked her to talk, so she picked a topic at random and started talking.
"It's the queen's birthday in a few days. This is the queen's first birthday since she became queen. The emperor will definitely give her a big birthday."
"It's a big deal."
Shinseo ignored concubine Shi, but looked at Payer and said,
"So I told you that the tea cooked like this tastes bad. It's just that there is no dew in winter, and frost is rare. So why don't you go and cook the tea in summer?"
"Let's open up the dew. Otherwise the tea will definitely not taste good when the emperor comes."
Payer said,
"Your Majesty is very careful. We have saved a lot of dew in the summer, and it is all frozen in the ice house. I will take some of it out now, and I will have a taste of it after making tea." Seeing that she was talking enthusiastically to her servant, concubine She didn't care about her at all, so she shut up. Unexpectedly, she just stopped talking, and Shinseo looked at her.
"Why don't you say anything anymore? Did I ask you to stop?"
Concubine She said,
"But the empress is talking to the servants in your palace, and she doesn't pay attention to my concubine at all. What else do you want to say? Are you talking to yourself?"
Shinseo sneered.
"When you summoned the concubines of the E6 palace to listen to you, didn't you just keep blaring your own mouth? You didn't need anyone else to speak, and you could talk for 2 or 3 hours? Why are you talking to me? Isn't that right? It's my business whether I care about you or not. It's your business whether you say it or not."
Concubine She knew that Shinseo was looking for trouble with her again. She swallowed this breath and asked straight to the point.
"Who are you trying to vent your anger for? The queen? I am also a noble concubine after all. Isn't it allowed for me to gossip with my concubine in the East Sixth Palace? Okay, but if the entire Eastern Sixth Palace becomes sick, then it's your fault,"
Shinseo said solemnly.
"When they are sick, they have to see a doctor. Seeing a doctor costs money, and the extra money is the expenses of the harem. If the harem expenses are too much, the one that Queen Mother has to hold accountable is me. You yourself are a talkative person. I can't control my mouth, but in the end, I will be blamed by the Queen Mother. Do you think this is appropriate?"
Chapter 336, I am the queen. Who are you? The causal relationship that Shinseo said was a bit far-fetched. But when she said it, concubine she could only listen. She said,
The weather has been cold recently, and it is normal to have a headache or a fever. The queen had to say that they came to my palace to listen to what I had to say before they caught a cold.
But I also get cold every day. We all go to the royal garden to enjoy the plum blossoms. And we only go there for an hour or two. Don't you think I'm sick?
Shinseo lowered his head and took a sip of tea, ignoring her. But Pear suddenly scolded.
How presumptuous. In front of the queen. The imperial concubine dares to call herself this palace? Is this a deliberate attempt to provoke the queen?
Concubine, she was stunned for a moment, then reluctantly stood up and bowed.
I made a mistake, and I hope the queen will forgive me. It doesn't matter if you made a mistake, as long as you still remember who you are.
Shinseo put down the teacup and said leisurely,
Well, since you like to let the concubines go to your palace to listen to things, I can't just stop you. You give me 500 taels of silver, and it will be regarded as their medical expenses this time. I will add this shortfall myself to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. If the accounts of the Imperial Hospital cannot be reported to the Queen Mother, there will be no if people blame me. I will feel relaxed and at ease. So why not?
Concubine, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask Chiyoshi to give the money to Shinseo. After accepting the money, Shinseo smiled slightly and said,
Okay, you go. If you want to summon the concubines from the E6 palace to your palace to talk about things in the future, the money will be prepared for me first. Do you understand?
Concubine, she left in anger, and when Pear saw her running away, she felt happy in her heart.
Is this how your empress should treat her? I don't know who gave her that arrogance. She is just a noble concubine, and she is not favored. Yet she dares to act presumptuously in front of the empress? What do you want me to say? My empress fine of just a small amount of money is a light one. But it is her dignity that should be grounded and killed. Why ban her? She can do whatever she wants in the harem, and I don't bother to talk to her. As long as she has enough money, she can lift the roof of my Fenghuan palace as long as she likes.
Shinseo looked at the company name on the banknote and told Pear,
This money does not come from the palace. It should have been given to her by her mother's family. Have someone come out of the palace to check it on my behalf. Take a look at this.
How much money does her mother's family have in the business?
How can an official not be greedy? As long as Shinseo found out that concubine Shi's mother's family had more money than their salary, her mother's family would naturally be accused of corruption. The people said by Pear investigated very quickly, and the results were obtained in almost a day and a half.
My dear, we found out. Concubine Shi's mother's family has a total of 30,000 taels of silver in Wanli Trading Company. 30,000 taels of silver?
Shinseo pinched his fingers and did some calculations.
Then her family's salary combined over the years is almost this amount. But doesn't her whole family eat, drink or spend money? And everyone in the family is an official in the court, and no one is doing business abroad. How can we explain the extra money?
Pear asked.
Do you want to tell the emperor about this?
Shinseo.
What are you telling the emperor to do? Do you think the emperor doesn't know these things? The former dynasty is different from the harem. If the former dynasty wants to check and balance, it must let useful people taste the sweetness. And they will do their best. As long as if he is not too greedy, the emperor will not pay attention to him. But the harem is different. Any vibration in this teacup can cause the overflowing tea to splash out. If the tea is too hot, it may accidentally burn the tea drinker. Go ahead and get concubine Shi call me here.
After concubine Shi arrived, Shinseo handed her the account she had investigated.
Look at it for yourself, and then give me a reasonable explanation.
Concubine Shi is well aware of Li Mabai's way of governing the country. Everyone is greedy, and her mother's family is not greedy. It is obviously untenable for Shinseo to threaten herself with this matter. After flipping through the accounts, she asked,
Is there any problem? No problem. I just want to tell you what the accounts of your mother's family are. You know it.
The emperor also knows it. And I know it even better. But there are always people who don't know. For example, the Queen Mother.
She paused, then saw the corner of concubine Shi's lips twitching slightly, and said with a smile,
You said, if the Queen Mother knew that you were so extravagant in the harem, and all the money you used was greedy, what would she do? Even if the previous court had not attacked your mother's family, how could your life in the harem be any easier?
Concubine Shi's eyes darkened.
Does the queen have to go against this concubine?
Shinseo raised his eyebrows and shook his head.
It's not that I want to go against you. but that you can't see the situation clearly and want to compete with me.
She left her seat and stood up. Tyrant walked towards concubine She.
I know all the immoral things you did that day, but I chose to let you go. Do you know why? It's not because I am kind-hearted. It's because you are simply not worthy of me dealing with you. Nowadays, you often ask the concubine from the E6 palace to come to your palace to listen to your story. It is also to establish your authority in front of the concubine, so that you can gain some face for yourself and make yourself look less downcast in this palace. These are your little thoughts. I don't care about you. But you have to remember that the imperial concubine is the imperial concubine, and the queen is the queen. What I say is my decree. I can make you die with just one word.
As Shinseyo spoke, she took concubine She's hand and gently placed it on her belly. Concubine She wanted to break away, but Shinseyo tightened her grip.
I know that you must have had thoughts of hurting my baby. And I did these things today because I wanted to tell you something. Reason. My patience has its limit. You'd better listen to what I'm saying clearly before you do something stupid, so that you can live a good life with your tail between your legs in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you will steal the chicken, but lose the rice.
Don't understand?
Concubine She defended herself.
Why did the queen say this? How could I have the intention of harming the air in your belly? Whether you have this idea or not, you know it in your heart. You can deceive yourself, but you can't deceive the sky. You can deceive the sky, but you can't deceive me. That's all I have to say.
Shinseyo suddenly said. He threw away concubine She's hand and said,
Kneel down.
After sending concubine She away, Pei raised her eyebrows and asked,
Since your majesty knows that concubine She is careless, why don't you just eliminate this trouble?
Shinseyo,
her mother's family has gained face in the previous dynasty, and the emperor wants her mother's family to be useful. If I touch her at this time, it will not be beneficial to the country. And I am not a vicious person. If you understand the meaning of my words, you will restrain yourself. I don't want to get her dirty blood on my hands.
Pei said,
The empress is kind and kind. I only hope that concubine She will be enlightened. But don't do stupid things again.
Chapter 337. The third birthday in Qi dynasty. The days flew by quickly, and soon it was the end of November. November 28th is Shinseyo's birthday. It is her third birthday in Qi dynasty, and her first birthday since she was established as queen. Li Mobai kept it secret and secretly prepared a surprise for Shinseyo. He imitated Shinseyo's old craftsmanship and wanted to make her a birthday cake. But after 7 or 8 attempts, he gave up. This way didn't work. And then he thought about giving Shinseyo something strange. At this time, he suddenly thought of a pair of jade thumb rings that the late emperor had given him. The pair of jade ring fingers are made of pigeon blood. The most peculiar thing is that there are blood-colored lines on the inside of the jade, which look very much like lotus flowers. Moreover, it is known that the lines inside the two pieces are almost exactly the same, which can be said to be a rare thing. And the meaning is good. This ring was originally a pair of one large and one small, worn by men and women. The thing was given to Li Mobai by the late emperor when he was a child, and when he left the palace. At that time, Li Mobai was young and didn't know the value of things. He was just playing around and didn't know where he threw the larger ring. Later, I searched through the palace but couldn't find the thing. As I grew up, I felt more and more regretful. Therefore, that small ring finger was of great significance to Li Mobai. It was the first time since he could remember that his father had officially given him something, and it had special meaning to him. So Li Mobai decided to give this ring to Shinseyo as a gift. After receiving the gift, Shinseyo also marveled at the miraculous craftsmanship of nature. The blood-streaked lines inside this finger ring are so obvious that they look like lotus flowers, which is very beautiful. Shinseyo put her on his thumb, and the size was just right. Suddenly, she felt that this ring had a familiar feeling. Hey, why is this thing exactly the same as the ring finger I saw in the history museum when I traveled back in time? But it seems to be smaller than that. But at this time, Li Mobai also explained the origin of this ring. This ring was originally a pear. It was the first reward given to me by my father when I was young. It is extremely precious and meaningful to me. It's just that I was greedy when I was a child. When I was playing, I lost another ring in the palace. I searched the palace and couldn't find it, which was a pity. Yes, the place of origin of that finger ring is also Yueguang. It's just that the dynasty is not the Qi dynasty. However, after the fall of the Qi dynasty, Yueguang continued until the Qing dynasty before being banned. So it is possible that the ring finger is the one that was lost in vain. Judging from Li Mobai's tone, That finger ring seemed very important to him. So Shinseyo asked,
Does the Emperor want to find that ring? It's been lost for so long. Where can I find it? Just because the Emperor can't find it doesn't mean that I can't find it,
Shinseyo said arrogantly.
Anyway, the palace is not far from Gyeongdu. Let's set off now, and we can reach the palace before sunset. Then we will stay there one night, and stay there the next day. How about I help the Emperor look for the ring in the palace early in the morning? Maybe I can find it.
Li Maobai was almost certain that the ring finger would never be found again by normal human effort. He originally wanted to reject Shinseyo so that she wouldn't waste her efforts. But then he thought again. Yes, she must use her points to help me find the trigger. In this way, wouldn't she be able to save some points? The fewer points she has, the less likely she is to leave me. So he said,
Okay then. I'll just trust you once.
After hearing Li Maobai's thoughts, Shinseyo smiled and said nothing. She simply packed up and bowed before heading to the palace with Li Maobai. The next day was her birthday. But Li Maobai still chose to celebrate her birthday in advance on the first night. These routines were all learned from Shinseyo. There was no birthday cake, but there was longevity noodles made by myself. He imitated Shinseyo's tone and led the palace people in singing the happy birthday song. Roll it into a small piece with wax oil and insert it on the poached egg with sugar heart covering the longevity noodles as a candle for making wishes. Shinseyo was amused by his funny actions and felt warm in her heart. She closed her eyes and made her New Year's wish amidst the tone-deaf singing. I hope that in the days to come, Bai and I can always be as loving as we are now. I hope the children will grow up healthy and stay with us for a long time. I hope Bai will have less trouble and more smiles in the future. She blew out the candle in one breath, with a happy smile on her face. Li Maobai came over and asked her,
What wishes did you make?
Shinseyo joked.
Anyway, your wishes have nothing to do with the Emperor. So don't ask the Emperor, so as not to be sad.
After dinner, we walked for a while by the Lichuan in the palace. Feeling that the weather was getting colder, we returned to the dormitory early. After washing, Li Maobai held Shinseyo in his arms and told her his own story as if coaxing a child. After cuddling together like this, they soon felt sleepy. Li Maobai kissed Shinseyo lightly on the cheek, said a few confused words, and fell asleep. After he fell asleep, Shinseyo stood up quietly, sat on the warm seat, and looked at the copper leak. Time passed minute by minute, and as soon as it was time, she punched her chest twice hard. Little Tuachuo, stop sleeping. Little Tuachuo made a plaintive voice. Host, although today is your birthday, you won't beat me up in the middle of the night, right? I suddenly thought of something. I want to go back to modern times. Don't you give me a homecoming pill every year on my birthday to let me go home? What about this year's reward? Little Tuachuo yawned. I thought it was something big. What should be given to you is yours, and I won't run away. The host is really impatient. Xiao Tuachuo complained a few words, but still passed the returning pill to Shinseyo's hands. Shinseyo asked, Can I bring back modern things? Xiao Tuachuo, theoretically. If that thing belongs to Qi dynasty, then you can bring it back. But if that thing doesn't belong to Qi Chao, then you can't bring it back. Shinseyo, in other words, if that thing originally belonged to the Qi dynasty, it might have become an antique cultural relic in modern times. And after I bring it back, it will return to its original appearance in Qi dynasty. Right? That's probably what it means. What does the host want to bring back? Shinseyo glanced at Li Maobai with a slight smile, pretending to be mysterious, and said,
I want to bring Bai's most important thing back to him.
After saying that, he took the homecoming pill and water, and then fell asleep on the warm seat. Chapter 338. Back to modern times again. With the experience of the last time traveling, Shinseyo didn't feel panic when traveling through the time and space tunnel this time. On the contrary, she could still appreciate the scenery around her very calmly. When she traveled back from ancient times to modern times for the first time, she felt that she was walking on a dark road, and the mottled light and shadow on both sides seemed particularly dazzling. But when I looked closely this time, I discovered that the lights and shadows were not just beams of light, but fragments of her. She saw how funny she and Li Maobai were when they first met. I saw the clip of the first time she kicked Li Maobai into Gong Tong. I saw her take off Li Maobai's pants for the first time and give her a muscle injection. I also saw her picking up Li Maobai's inner cool and pouring cooling oil on it. This scene made her laugh. As time goes by, the light and shadow in the space-time tunnel changed faster and faster. Soon came the scene of her standing up. Then her birthday. And then, Shinseyo was stunned after seeing a picture. She saw herself kneeling in front of Li Maobai, crying with tears streaming down her face, while Li Maobai sat at the table and looked at her coldly. Shinseyo had only seen him look at other concubines like that, but she had never seen him look at herself like that. She was a little confused and was about to get closer to take a closer look. However, a huge push followed, pushing her to accelerate towards the end of the tunnel. After a dazzling halo enveloped her, when she opened her eyes again, she had returned to modern times and was standing among the bustling crowd. Before Shinseyo could recover from the scene just now, he was bumped into by a child running around behind him laughing. She turned around and was surprised to find that this child was actually herself when she was a child. After taking a closer look, I realized that the surrounding streets and the clothing of the people all had a sense of the times. Is she traveling back in time to her own childhood? The little Shinyu bumped into the big sister in front of her and apologized very politely.
Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Shinseyo looked at her with an indescribable feeling in her heart. She never thought that she would have the magical scene of meeting her younger self. So she reached out and touched little Yu's head and said with a smile,
It's okay. Yu, run slower.
This sound? Shinseyo looked in the direction of the sound. She saw her parents. To be precise, her parents when she was young. They caught up with them with a smile. And their father held Shinyu in his arms, stretched out his hand to scratch her nose, and said dotingly,
There are many people here. If you run around again, Dad and Mom will take you back to Grandma's house. I won't buy you nice new clothes for the new year.
Little Yu quickly acted coquettishly.
No. Daddy is the best. I'm sorry.
The person who spoke was his mother.
The child is playing crazy. I will make amends for you on her behalf.
Shinseyo looked at his parents, his eyes slightly moist. The car accident suddenly brought her parents to another world, and she didn't even have time to say goodbye to them properly. She thought she would never see her parents again in this life. At this moment, she tried her best to suppress her excitement and struggled to squeeze out one word.
It's okay.
Her mother nodded and smiled at her, and her father also looked at her and nodded to her. Little Yu in their arms was clamoring to buy new clothes, and their mother quickly said,
Okay, let's go now. Say goodbye to Big Sister.
Little Yu waved her hand to Shinseyo.
Goodbye, Big Sister.
Shinseyo also waved to them and said in a very solemn tone,
Goodbye.
She watched her parents gradually move away and finally disappeared into the sea of people. At that moment, she suddenly felt relieved. It turns out that her parents just left her in the world she lived in. But they didn't really leave. In countless parallel time and spaces that do not intersect, they are still so loving and harmonious, and they give all their love to themselves. Shinseyo also remembered this day in his memories. It was her 4th birthday. Her parents came back from working in other places and planned to stay in their hometown and stay with her. Today is her birthday. Her parents took her out to buy clothes, eat KFC, and go to an amusement park, which fulfilled almost all of her little wishes. That was Shinseyo's happiest day before she was 4 years old. Such happiness has been with her for more than 10 years since then. She took a deep breath, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeves, and tried her best to squeeze out a smile. At the same time, an immature idea came to her mind. She woke up Xiao Tuochuo and asked,
What's going on?
Why did I travel to the previous world? Xiao Tuochuo, time travel will send the host back to modern times, but the time and place are random. Shinseyo tentatively asked,
Then next time, is it possible to send me back to before my parents had a car accident?
Can I save them? Xiao Tuochuo, yes. Yes, but it still has to be calculated based on the lifespan of the host's parents. If their lifespan is over, even if the host saves them from a car accident, they will still experience other accidents. Shinseyo originally wanted Xiao Tuochuo to help her check whether her parents' lifespan had expired, but because it was less than a year since the last query, her chance to requery had not been refreshed. She chose to put this matter on hold and not deal with it yet. The purpose of this trip is to take away the ring in the History Museum and bring it back to Qi Dynasty. So Shinseyo walked towards the History Museum. She was used to being unruly and had already thought of how to take the wrench away. It is a cultural relic and must be extremely valuable. She was penniless and couldn't afford it. Then the best way is to snatch it. Anyway, that thing originally belonged to Li Maobai. Even if she robbed it, it would not be considered a robbery, but the property would be returned to the original owner. She calculated it well. I traveled back in time to the 1990s. At this time, The security in the museum was not particularly strict. The display of cultural relics is basically only separated by a layer of glass. The glass is not bulletproof. It can be broken open by just hitting it hard. When she was about to go back in time, she snatched the ring away. And when the security gathered around her, she suddenly disappeared. No one could do anything to her. However, God is not as good as man. When Shinseo arrived at the museum, he found that the display case where the ring finger was originally placed was empty. She asked the staff, and you found out that the wrench was taken to the auction this morning and was going to be auctioned to a private person. Chapter 339. Worried about a car accident. What kind of bloody plot is this? This ring will be taken away sooner or later. But he was taken to an auction on the morning he traveled through time. Shinseo instantly felt as if he had been tricked by the system. The auction will follow up the auction items throughout the process. And the auction items will be stored in the safe before being sold. Now if Shinseo wants to take things out of the auction, the difficulty will become Lish. More importantly, she can only exist in modern times for 24 hours. After 24 hours, she will return to Qi Dynasty. Who knows when that auction will be held?
Hello. Please ask. Do you know when the auction will be held?
The staff checked the schedule and said,
Tonight.
Shinseo let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, if it was an auction tonight, she could bid randomly and take the competing items as her own first. Anyway, in this era, auctions can be attended by individuals, and no capital verification is required. If you cannot afford the price you shout out, you will be required to pay liquidated damages. As long as Shinseo ensures that he can raise the price and get the wrench in his hand. That's it. It was now 3 hours before the auction started, and Shinseo was going to visit the venue in advance. Along the way, she was thinking about her plan for a while, not paying attention to the road at all. When crossing an intersection, she glanced at the green light and walked forward. But she didn't realize that a large truck owned by her subject had lost control and crashed straight towards her. The driver kept honking the horn, and Shinseo woke up. But when she subconsciously looked back, the large truck was already close at hand. She was so frightened that she had no time to react. In the flash of lightning, a domineering force suddenly pushed her behind her. She lost her center of gravity and fell to the ground, but fell into a warm embrace. She was held tightly by the man and fell to the ground, avoiding the impact of the large truck. The man said gave her a familiar feeling. She stood up in embarrassment and thanked her quickly.
Thank you.
Me. But the moment she saw the man's face, Shinseo was stunned. This person is actually Li Mushin? She was so frightened that she subconsciously took a step back and stammered.
How could it be you?
Yes. How could it be him? He clearly traveled back in time to his own childhood. At this time, Li Mushin should be only 2 years older than him. How could he? At this time, the man also stood up from the ground, patted the dust on his black sweatpants, met Shinseo's shocked eyes, and asked,
Do you know me? Aren't you Li Mushin? Why are you here?
As soon as these words came out, doubt appeared in the man's eyes.
How do you know Mushin?
Shinseo patted his head, thinking that the scene in front of him was an illusion. So he closed his eyes and shook his head. But when she opened her eyes again, the person standing in front of her still had such a stern face. Yes, she can be 100% sure that this person is Li Mushin. Although he was wearing clothes that echoed the era and had a different hairstyle, there was no way she could mistake his face. How could she admit her mistake to the face she had seen every day for 4 years in college? The person she had a crush on when she first fell in love?
Are you a teacher at Chongming Primary School?
The man asked.
Are you Mushin's class teacher?
Shinseo became even more confused after hearing these two senseless words. The man continued.
Sorry. I'm busy with work and only held one parent-teacher conference for Mushin. You must be his teacher. Right.
Good guy. Okay, big guy? Is this co-author Li Mushin's father? This looks too similar. Right. It's just copy and paste. After figuring out the other party's identity, Shinseo could only force out a smile in order not to look embarrassed.
Ah, Dad Mushin. I didn't expect to see you here.
She stretched out her hand to the man.
Hello. I am Li Mushin's Chinese teacher. My name is Shin Yuyu.
The man shook hands with Shinseo politely.
My name is Li Huai. Thank you so much just now. You're welcome. But Teacher Shin.
Li Huai paused and asked.
Today is Wednesday. You should be teaching students at school at this time. Why? Ah, that's right. I have some personal matters to deal with today. So I took half a day off from school.
Li Huaidao.
It's fate that we can meet here. Where is Teacher Shen going? My car is parked in front, and I can give you a ride.
From here to the auction. It takes at least more than an hour on foot. Of course, it would be great to have a ride. But Shen Xiao still politely said.
Isn't that embarrassing?
Li Huai.
What's there to be embarrassed about? I also want to thank you for your usual education of our Mushin. This child is not good at other subjects. But he is good at Chinese. It must be your credit.
Shen Xiao didn't know whether Li Mushin was good at Chinese. She only knew that he would become a doctor in the future. This profession had little to do with whether he was good at Chinese.
I'm going to an auction downtown. Are you on your way?
Huh? Li Huai was stunned for a moment. Then smiled.
Teacher Shen is also going to the auction? Isn't this a coincidence?
Shen Xiao.
Are you going to the auction too?
Li Huai nodded.
Our company is in the jewelry business. I heard that there was a pigeon blood ring at the auction today. The bloodlines inside were naturally formed from the lotus root, which is very rare. So I wanted to buy it, and then use it according to it serves as a master to make a piece of jewelry.
Good guy. Isn't this Chiao's mother opening the door for Chiao? Has Chiao arrived home? I went to Li Mushin's house last time. His house is so big, and he is so rich. It must have been his rich father, who worked hard for him to succeed. He wants the thumb ring anyway. So why don't I follow him? Following him. He auctioned it off. And I asked him to take it and take a look at it. And then take it back through time in front of everyone. If the item disappears before the auction is completed, he will not suffer any loss. Shen Xiao thought about it, and happily accepted Li Huaishuan's offer to give her a ride. Li Huai took her to his car, and opened the passenger door in a very gentlemanly manner. After Shen Xiao got in the car and settled down, he closed the door and walked towards the driver's seat. The moment he turned his back, Shen Xiao couldn't notice the change in the expression on his face. It was a complex smile that was mixed with a bit of joy and a bit of relief. His handsome face was flickering in and out, making it unpredictable. Chapter 340 Auction. So this is a rich man? Along the way, Shen Xiao and Li Huai had no communication, until Li Huai rolled down the window and lit a cigarette.
Teacher Shen, what do you want to buy at the auction?
The smoke lingered around his fingertips, atomizing into light blue gas as he breathed in and out. He was very particular, and blew all the smoke out of the car window. Shen Xiao said with a smile.
Actually, I didn't buy anything. I just looked around and wanted to see the world. After all, we are teachers. We have to see and learn more by ourselves in order to provide students with more new and interesting knowledge.
Li Huai nodded and agreed with her statement.
How is Mu Shen's performance in school recently?
Shen Xiao's ability to make nonsense was outstanding. So she opened her mouth and said,
It's pretty good. I also spoke actively in class, and completed the homework assigned after class very well.
Li Huai looked at her serious look and suddenly smiled. Shen Xiao thought she was showing off her abilities and quickly said,
What's wrong? No, it's okay.
Li Huai smiled and put out the cigarette, focusing his eyes on the road in front of him again.
I wonder if Teacher Shen has anything to do tonight. If you are free, I would like to treat the teacher to a casual meal after the auction is over, as a thank you for taking care of Mu Shen.
A casual meal? Shen Xiao worriedly thought. As soon as the auction is over, I asked little Tuachuo to teleport me back in advance after I got the ring finger. What else will I have to eat? However, she still said perfunctorily,
Let's wait until the auction is over.
When we arrived at the auction site, it was still 2 hours before the auction started. Li Huai parked the car underground and suggested that he and Shen Xiao take a walk in the mall, since he had nothing to do anyway. Shen Xiao agreed. She hadn't been shopping for a long time, even though she went shopping in the 1990s. Everything she saw felt very fresh. Li Huai walked with her like this for a long time, not feeling tired at all, but with a slight smile on his lips. Shen Xiao asked curiously,
Don't you men hate shopping with women? Looking at you, you must have been trained by your wife. Right.
Li Huai was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile.
That's right. She is just like Teacher Shen. She doesn't feel tired no matter how long she goes shopping.
Shen Xiao smiled and joked.
It's not that she is the same as me. It's a woman's nature. We are all the same.
After shopping, the time is just right. When the two people rushed to the auction site, the auction had just started. The things that were auctioned at the beginning were all things like blue and white porcelain and glazed jade. The price of these things was higher than the starting price of the ring. During the auction, it was also auctioned for a sky-high price of 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. causing an uproar at the scene. These auction items were basically all auctioned by the same person, and Shinseyo glanced in that person's direction. At first glance, he looks like a very rich big boss, with a general's belly, wearing gold and silver, and the word, rich, is almost written on his face. Shinseyo was slightly worried.
Tell me, he won't want to snatch the pigeon blood ring later. Right. Whatever,
Li Huai said calmly.
Anyway, I am determined to get that ring. No matter what price he offers, I will beat him.
Shinseyo secretly glanced at Li Huai. In addition to his handsome appearance, he also had a nice tone. To be able to say such confident words at such an auction at this age makes people suspect that he is also a rich second generation. So Shinseyo came to a conclusion. It seems that Li Mushin is a rich third generation. However, it is said that wealth cannot last more than 3 generations. So he may be poor for the rest of his life. As her thoughts wandered, it was time to auction the pigeon blood ring. The starting price was 100,000. And the rich guy in the front row raised his sign for 200,000 the first time, causing an uproar. Li Huai's expression remained unchanged as he held up the sign and said,
300,000.
A cry of exclamation was heard, and the big boss directly shouted out the sky-high price of 500,000 yuan. But before everyone present could react, Li Huai pushed the price to 600,000. At this time, the big boss obviously couldn't sit still. He looked back at Li Huai, gritted his teeth, and raised his sign to call for 650,000. Li Huai yawned and whispered to Shinseyo,
I don't know how long I will be screaming if I keep shouting like this. Let's just shut his mouth at once.
So he raised his hand and said lightly,
1 million. Wow. Is this person crazy? Oh my god. 1 million with one finger. Who is this person?
Everyone's eyes turned to Shinseyo and Li Huai. Li Huai was very calm and ignored them at all. At this moment, the big boss, who had always been menacing, also weakened and did not speak for a long time. 3 inquiries and a final decision. Li Huai auctioned off this pigeon blood ring for a sky-high price of 1 million, which was 10 times higher than the original auction price. The scene was filled with thunderous applause. The staff brought Li Huai and Shinseyo backstage, treated them very respectfully, and kept fawning over Li Huai. Li Huai took the ring and looked at it. Then when Shin asked,
Does Teacher Shin think it looks good?
Shinseyo nodded repeatedly, and Li Huai handed the ring to her.
Look carefully.
Shinseyo took the finger and thought, Isn't this a good thing that falls from the sky? I was still thinking about how to snatch the ring, but Li Huai personally delivered it to my door. Shinseyo, who took the ring, originally wanted to call out Xiao Tuochuo now, and then go back in time by himself. But when she was about to wake up Xiao Tuochuo, she suddenly heard a staff member say to Li Huai,
Hello. This is the receipt for you.
Shinseyo was stunned.
Oh? Have you already paid for it?
Li Huai nodded.
Sign the check to them and check it.
This is a difficult time for Shinseyo. This thing has been bought by Li Huai, and it still cost 1 million. In the 1990s, 1 million could buy a house in the second ring road of Beijing. If she just traveled back in time with the ring finger, wouldn't it be a trap for Li Huai? They saved me and were kind enough to give me a ride. Even if he didn't report it, he would still take other people's things? It's a little too immoral, right? After some tangle, she still chose to return the ring to Li Huai.
This ring is so beautiful. The jewelry you make using it as a master will definitely sell well.
Li Huai took the ring, put it in the box, and carefully put it into his bag and put it away.
Then I'll lend you my blessing. It's not early now. It's time to have dinner. Teacher Shin is fine.
If so, may I treat you to a casual meal?
Once again, he offered to have a casual meal together. This time Shinseyo did not reject him. After all, the ring finger is gone. At least I have to have a good meal. You can't just waste the opportunity of traveling back once a year without doing anything. How unworthy is that?
Chapter 341 The Mystery Behind the Name. Li Huai chose a very high-end restaurant, which Shinseyo would always pass by on the way to school. She still remembers that when she was a child, every time she passed this restaurant, she would stop for a moment, stand at the door of the restaurant and look inside. When she was a child, she remembered that the people sitting there eating were all men in suits and very gorgeous women. It was a life she could only see on TV dramas before. Later, when she grew up and the restaurant was moved, Shinseyo realized that what she saw at that time was the so-called high life. This is Shinseyo's first time entering this restaurant. As soon as they entered the door, the waiter came forward to receive them very warmly.
Good evening. Distinguished guests, welcome to our store. Do you have an appointment?
Li Huai handed the waiter a business card. After seeing the business card, the waiter's eyes flashed with surprise. Immediately afterwards, his attitude became much better than before, and he wished he could stand in front of the two people and provide services to them. Shen Xiao and Li Huai followed the waiter and walked in. She asked Li Huai in a low voice,
Do you come to this store often? Are you familiar with the waiter? Why did he see your business card as if he saw the boss?
Li Huai smiled and said,
As long as you are rich enough, you can do whatever you want anywhere.
This sentence would sound pretentious when spoken by anyone, but it was so natural when spoken by Li Huai. Also, for a person who can buy a ring for the price of a house in downtown Beijing, what else can he not do? After the two people sat down, the waiter did not ask them what they wanted to eat. Instead, he placed the tableware for them and went down. After a while, a waiter came up with an open bottle of red wine. He slowly poured the red wine into the decanter. Shen Xiao had never eaten pork, but had never seen pigs running around. She could tell at a glance that this bottle of red wine was Lafite. So he said to Li Huai in a very low voice,
Boss, don't tell me that this Lafite was born in 1982?
Li Huai nodded very calmly, as if this was his daily life.
It seems that Teacher Shen also knows something about red wine?
Shen Xiao doesn't know anything about red wine. It's just that the 1982 Lafite has become a joke in modern society. It's unrealistic for her not to know. After the wine sobered up for a while, the waiter poured some into the goblet in front of the two of them, said,
Please use it slowly,
and then went down. Li Huai picked up the wine glass, shook it, and made a gesture of clinking glasses to Shen Xiao from a distance.
Can Teacher Shen drink?
Of course Shen Xiao can drink. She is a wine master. It was only during the Qi dynasty that the original owner was allergic to alcohol, so she got drunk as soon as she drank. Now that she has returned to modern times, she has regained control over her body. Shouldn't she be able to drink as much as she wants? However, she was still slightly reserved.
A little bit.
Li Huai then lightly touched her cup and made a crisp sound.
Then I'll toast Teacher Shen first, as a token of my gratitude to Teacher Shen. Thank you for your admiration for us for so long. Shen's care.
Shen Xiao said politely.
No. It is our teacher's obligation to take good care of every student.
She took a brief sip. And sure enough, good wine is good wine. And it just feels different when you drink it.
Well, we didn't order. How does he know what we want to eat?
Li Huai.
I come to this restaurant often. The freshest ingredients they serve are different every day. So every time I come, they know my rules and will serve me the freshest ingredients.
Shen Xiao.
If there are any taboos, will they know about it?
Li Huai nodded.
Of course.
Shen Xiao was a little embarrassed. Is he a straight man? Why didn't he ask himself if he had any dietary restrictions? So he ordered the meal for himself? If the dish that was served later contained rosemary or parsley, Shen Xiao would definitely die on the spot. She is completely allergic to these two things. While I was struggling, the meal was already served. While serving the steak, the waiter said to Li Huai,
Mr. Li,
according to your instructions, rosemary and parsley were not added.
Li Huai nodded and took out a blue-green $100 bill and handed it to him as a tip. At that time, 100 yuan was blue-green. Please explain for those who don't know. Shen Xiao was stunned, and she asked tentatively,
Well, how do you know I don't eat these two things? Oh, don't you eat it too?
Li Huai seemed a little surprised.
It seems that Teacher Shen and I are really destined. These two things are also my taboos.
Shen Xiao also felt that it was a coincidence, and gradually she felt that the distance between herself and Li Huai had become closer. I have to say that he and his son Li Mushin seemed to be able to chat with him very well, and they both had the surname Li. She thought of Li Mabai, and the corners of her lips curled up. In other words, I must have been destined to have the surname Li. While they were eating, Li Huai asked her,
Teacher Shen, will you be going home after dinner soon? Do you want me to drop you off?
Shen Xiao,
you've been drinking, so you can't drive.
Li Huai, she said.
A teacher is a teacher. Those who don't know better think I am having dinner with a police comrade.
Only then did Shen Xiao realize that it was the 1990s, and there was no such thing as drunk driving. Not many people own cars in this era, and there are very few traffic accidents on the road. But even so, as long as Li Huai drinks, she can't let him drive.
It's better not to drive after drinking. Right? You are responsible for yourself. And you are also responsible for Biri.
Li Huai did not show his strong side to her, but nodded very meekly.
Okay. Listen to the teacher.
Shen Xiao felt embarrassed for a moment, but it soon turned into a bright smile. After eating and drinking, the car couldn't drive anyway. So Li Huai asked her,
It's difficult to take a taxi at this time, and the car can't drive. How about I go for a walk with Teacher Shen? Is your home close to here? Home? Shen Xiao can't go home now. After all, there is another little girl accompanying her parents in her current home. If she goes back now, she will definitely be chased away as a thief. Every time he returned to modern times, Shen Xiao didn't even have a place to stay. This made her sense of belonging to the modern era getting lower and lower. And she just wanted to send Li Huai away quickly, and then wake up Xiao Taochuo by herself so that he could send her back in advance. But Li Huai doesn't seem to be that easy to dismiss. Looking at him like this, he seemed to be very responsible, and would not give up until Shen Xiao was sent home. Shen Xiao had no choice but to say,
I don't really want to go home yet. How about we walk around on the road? Just think of it as a walk to eat.
Li Huai also agreed with her proposal. Chapter 342 is back. The two of them wandered aimlessly on the street. When they got tired, they found a chair to rest on and sat down. She listened to Li Huai talking to her about life and ideals, and listened very carefully. There was a strange feeling. She had only met Li Huai today, but she felt like she had known him for a long time. As Li Huai talked more and more, Shen Xiao suddenly felt that something was wrong. That's right. He seems to have never mentioned his wife and children? So she asked.
Your wife must be a very gentle and beautiful person. Right. You named the child Li Huai. Li is your last name, which means admiration. So the word Shen is the child's mother.
Last name?
Li Huai was stunned for a moment, and then showed a bit of a wry smile. He just nodded in agreement, and did not continue the topic. Shen Xiao saw that he seemed to be hiding something. So he said,
I'm sorry. Did I say something that I shouldn't have said?
Li Huai shook his head.
It's all experience. There's nothing I shouldn't say or ask. My wife is indeed a very good person. But it's a pity that I couldn't keep her. Failed to keep her?
Shen Xiao frowned and said,
Is she not living in the same place as you? Are you not in harmony?
Li Huai shook his head.
She passed away.
This kind of embarrassing thing always seems to happen to Shen Xiao. She had already guessed it. So why did she bother to ask this question?
She patted her mouth lightly and stuttered.
I'm sorry. It's okay.
Li Huai cut off her words very neatly.
There is nothing to be sorry for. After so many years, I have long been relieved.
Shen Xiao suddenly thought of something.
If the mother is not here, who will pick up the child after school?
Li Huai.
There is a nanny at home who will take him back to help him with his homework and cook for him. I rarely go home. I often travel to other places for work. And it was because of this auction that I rushed back today. I didn't plan to go home, because I was afraid that I would be reluctant to let him see me. So just wander around casually, and go directly to the airport later.
Shen Xiao had a lot more questions to ask him. For example, if he came back suddenly, where did the car come from? For another example, if he suddenly wants to leave again, where will the car park? Thinking of the many Boss Zone articles he had read before, Shen Xiao summarized them. He should be driving to the airport later after he sobers up. Then park the car directly in the airport parking lot. And then drive away by yourself when you come back next time. After all, the parking fee at the airport for a day is nothing to him. Shen Xiao breathed a long sigh of relief and said,
Ah, then you won't sleep at night?
Li Huai shook his head.
I don't really like staying in hotels. When I'm on a business trip, I basically stay at a friend's house. I don't really like the feeling that hotels give me. I feel uneasy.
Shen Xiao.
Then I will accompany you. Anyway, I will be alone when I go back.
Li Huai said.
Thank you very much, Teacher Shen.
The two people just sat on the bench, facing the feasting and feasting opposite. And the crowds came and went, telling each other's thoughts. Li Huai asked her,
Does Teacher Shen like anyone?
Shen Xiao said somewhat proudly.
We are about the same age, and you have children. What do you think of me?
Li Huai looked at Shen Xiao carefully and said with a smile,
Teacher Shen still looks very young. He doesn't look like he has been married.
Shen Xiao said happily.
You guessed it wrong. I am married and the mother of 2 children.
She had a happy smile on her face that was contagious. Li Huai looked at her and unconsciously laughed with her. Shen Xiao is very satisfied with her current life. She also mentioned Li Maobai to Li Huai in another way. She put the interesting stories of the two people getting along with Li Huai in a modern context. Li Huai listened attentively, and would smile and say from time to time,
"Then you guys are really interesting."
Afterwards, as they talked, Shen Xiao felt a little sleepy. This sleepiness came at once, and soon occupied her last bit of sanity. She was sleeping deeply, and due to inertia, she put her head on Li Huai's shoulder. Li Huai put the coated hand on Shen Xiao, and then stayed motionless, just leaning on her like this. He lowered his head and stared at her closely, his eyes full of tenderness, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. At this moment, his lips were only a few inches away from her forehead. As long as he leaned forward slightly, he could kiss her, but he didn't do that. He took out the wrench from his bag and carefully stuffed it into Shen Xiao's palm. In this way, he guarded her in the dark night, until the sky turned white, and he felt the weight on his shoulders getting lighter and lighter. When he turned around, Shen Xiao had disappeared. Only the piece of his clothes that fell on his shoulders proved her existence. He touched the remaining warmth on his clothes, closed his eyes, and gave a meaningful smile. And then in the next moment, a light blue light flashed through, and even he disappeared. When Shen Xiao opened her eyes again, she had returned to the palace of Qi dynasty from modern times. Lying next to him was Li Maobai, who was still sleeping soundly, and the sky outside the window was already slightly brighter. Damn! Why did I fall asleep in modern times again? Both Li Mushin and his father have seen a big living person like me disappear without a trace in front of them. Why should they be so scared? Shen Xiao patted his dazed head, but something fell out of his palm and hit Li Maobai squarely on the face. Li Maobai was woken up by the thing and looked at Shen Xiao sleepily.
"Why did you hit me?"
Shen Xiao looked embarrassed.
"The emperor is awake."
Before she could finish her words, Li Maobai took out the thing that fell into his body after hitting him in the face. It was a ring made of pigeon blood, and the size was obviously larger than the one he gave to Shen Xiao. So he took another look at Shen Xiao's fingers and found that she was wearing the ring on her hand. So, was this ring the one he had lost in the past? Li Maobai was overjoyed.
"Did you really find it?"
He put the ring on his hand. Well, the size was quite suitable.
Yu is really capable.
Facing Li Maobai's praise, Shen Xiao's pupils were shaking.
"Shall I choke you?"
What did I do? Can I steal other people's things while I'm asleep? Although she felt a little guilty for Li Huai, she didn't mean it. She couldn't go back now. So this matter could only be regarded as Li Huai's own bad luck. Chapter 343 Two People for Life. Li Maobai rubbed the ring on his thumb and asked happily,
"Where did you find it?"
Shen Xiao pretended to be mysterious.
"This is a secret. I won't tell the emperor easily. After all, now that we are one by one, we become a couple, which is also an excellent meaning."
Li Maobai kept praising Shen Xiao for being smart. But he was thinking in his heart, "Don't you think I don't know? I just used your system again. It should cost a lot of points to find a thumb ring this time. Right? Okay. Now she won't be able to leave for a while." Shen Xiao couldn't laugh or cry when she heard his thoughts. Why does this emperor act like a child when he falls in love? Why does he have so many inner dramas? What about the overbearing and irritable character you agreed on? After leaving the palace, we quickly returned to the imperial city. Li Maobai hurried to go to court, while Shen Xiao returned to Fengwan Palace. After returning to the palace, a heavy snow suddenly fell. Shen Xiao had never seen such heavy snow since time travel. The snowflakes were even more exaggerated than goose feathers. They fell almost in one piece, and you could feel the weight of the snowflakes when they hit your forehead. She ordered the wet nurses to dress Xuan and Chongning, and to light enough charcoal in the palace to keep an eye on the fire, so as not to let it go out. After explaining this and coaxing the two children to sleep, Wu Xinyi came to diagnose her ping and pulse.
"Your Majesty's pulse is stable and much stronger than when she was pregnant for the first time. I think there shouldn't be any problems."
Shen Xiao nodded slowly and asked,
"I have been feeling tight in my chest for the past 2 days. Is there anything wrong with it?"
Wu Xinyi said with a smile.
"Tightness in the chest and shortness of breath. Is it possible that the emperor made you angry?"
Shen Xiao couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him again.
"I'm thinking that you are not a cold-blooded person. Why do you act so serious every time I tell you serious things?"
Wu Xinyi then pretended to be serious, calmed his expression and said,
"Aren't you just joking with me because I am bored? By the way, my Majesty, I will take leave of absence from the palace in 2 days. What's wrong?"
Wu Xinyi waved the small jade bottle hanging around his neck in front of Shen Xiao.
"Her death anniversary will be in a few days, and I want to pay her respects. But this trip is a long one. It will take at least 20 days to come and go. I probably won't be able to come back before the new year.
Shinshio said.
You should tell the emperor directly about your leave. Why do you need to inform me in advance?
Wu Xini smiled sheepishly.
Your Majesty is the one who is dear to your heart. And now that you are pregnant, your Majesty values your Majesty even more. In this way, I have become a sharp weapon for your Majesty's pregnancy.
How could the emperor allow me to leave the palace for nearly a month at this time? So for this matter, I have to ask my queen to help me play the drum.
Wu Xini had been in the palace for so long, and he had never asked for anything except money. When he spoke, Shinshio naturally wanted to help him. So during dinner, she told Li Maobai about the matter. Your Majesty, Wu Xini said that he wants to leave the palace for a month.
Li Maobai's reaction was the same as Wu Xini's guess.
And he rejected it without thinking? He is leaving the palace at this time? Didn't he say that the first 3 months is the most important time for you to preserve your pregnancy? But now the condition of the baby in my belly has stabilized.
Shinshio came to Li Maobai and told Li Maobai the story of Wu Xini and his wife. After hearing this, Li Maobai only said,
I didn't realize that he is so dissolute. But he is still infatuated. Since he has spoken to you and guaranteed that nothing will happen to you. Then since he wants to go to his wife's grave to express his condolences, I also, if not, just let him go.
Shinshio called Pear and told her to go to Tai Hospital and tell Wu Xini the good news. Later, the snow that had been falling all day finally began to slow down a bit. Shinshio opened the window, smelled the fresh snow outside, and said happily,
Your Majesty, the snow has fallen a lot outside. Shall we go out for a walk? You don't mind the cold?
Li Maobai laughed at her.
Normally at this time, you would have been eager to get into bed. But you are very unusual today.
Shinshio said coquettishly.
Oh, how can anyone sleep after eating and eat again after waking up? How is that different from raising pigs? Let's just walk around in the courtyard and don't have to leave the palace. Okay, Your Majesty. Li Maobai shouted twice with her delicate voice. And his bones suddenly went numb. Of course, his wife's wishes must be fulfilled. So he held Shinshio's hand tightly and led him into the courtyard.
I plan to make Shuan the prince after this new year.
Shinshio was stunned for a moment.
The emperor has thought about it.
Li Maobai said lightly.
It's also a good day. Although the previous dynasty has not yet established a prince, I always feel that Shuan should be given the status of prince as early as possible, so that he can appear noble. And he is also my favorite, just as Shuan is noble. Isn't Chongning noble?
Shinshio frowned and said that Li Maobai was partial. And Li Maobai laughed openly and said,
They are all our children, so we can't favor one over the other. I will also designate the princess of the country for Chongning.
How good is this?
Princess Jinghua was the highest status symbol of a princess in the Qi dynasty. Being named the princess of Jinghua means that this princess will only stay in Qi dynasty for the rest of her life and will not marry out. There were so many daughters of ancient royal families who could not escape the fate of getting married. Li Maobai's doing this was equivalent to giving Chongning an insurance policy. Shinshio then smiled and said,
The emperor's arrangement is at least not unfair.
Later, the two of them went to see the child together. When they got along in private, they didn't look like an emperor and a concubine at all. They were just an ordinary couple from an ordinary family, living an ordinary life with a pair of twins. The years are so quiet, and such happy days seem to be visible at a glance. However, seeing the end of the day at a glance is not despair, but infinite joy. Thinking about it carefully, after being together with Li Maobai for so long, the two of them seemed to have never even had a fight. Shinshio looked at the man holding the child in front of her and smiled brightly. There is nearly a month before the New Year's Day, and this time is the busiest time in the harem. Many things need to be settled at the end of the year, including the accounts of the harem, the promotion of palace people, the opening of the palace next year, etc. For these things, Shinshio gradually started to get busy. Li Maobai also had a lot of things to do in the previous dynasty, but he would still come to Fenghuan Palace every day to have dinner with Shinshio. If he hadn't stayed in Fenghuan Palace, then Shinshio had gone to his Chaoyang Palace. Even the Queen Mother said that all the concubines in the harem were just a waste of money. If Li Maobai only devoted himself to Shinshio, it would be better to send them all out of the palace to save the harem expenses. Li Maobai thought this proposal was very good. Chapter 344, on New Year's Eve. He didn't come to her palace? In the blink of an eye, a month passed. On the New Year's Day, the palace was particularly festive and lively. Li Maobai decided on two major things before the year. The first was to make Shuan the crown prince, and the second was to send the harem away. So this means that this is also the last festival in the imperial city that is so crowded and lively. The news that the emperor was going to dismiss the harem spread like wildfire. And some of the concubines were happy, and some were sad. Some people were overjoyed when they heard the news. Anyway, he was not favored and his status was not high. Seeing that he was about to stay in the palace until the end of his miserable life, it was better to leave the palace as soon as possible and marry someone else while he was still young. But the concubine with a higher status was not happy. Those who are promised, always present, and noble may be able to start their lives again incognito. But people like Concubine Shi, Concubine Chen, and Concubine Hui, whose names are known throughout Jiangdu, and even the entire Qi dynasty, where can they go after leaving the palace? Especially Concubine Shi. She is obviously only one step away from becoming the queen. If there were no Shenxiu, then after Zhu Juan died, the position would definitely be hers. Now that someone has taken away his position for nothing, he still has to be expelled from the palace? If you go back to your mother's house, will you be laughed at by those ants? When it came time for the New Year's Eve banquet, Concubine she thought she must cause some kind of accident to make Li Mobai notice her. So when everyone was drinking and having fun, she suddenly screamed in pain. Ouch! Ah! This voice, those who didn't know it thought she was doing something shameful, naturally attracted everyone's attention. The queen mother glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Concubine she said in a pretentious manner. Back to the queen mother. I have been feeling severe pain in my chest for the past 2 days. I don't know if I have some bad disease. Shenxiu's eyes narrowed, and he looked at her with a smile. Since Concubine she is not feeling well, she should quickly go back to the palace to rest. Concubine she said. No, I don't mean that. I am a concubine. Xiaoxi. Shenxiu called Concubine she's maid. Your master is not feeling well. Why don't you send her back to the palace quickly? What did you, the maid in charge of Yahua Palace, do? You didn't wink at all. Xiaoxi took the order and helped Concubine Shi. She originally wanted to pretend to be sick to win Li Mobai's sympathy. But Li Mobai didn't even look at her. Only after Shenxiu finished speaking, he said, The queen asked you to just go back and rest. She is doing it for your own good. Concubine Shi's heartache was originally an act. But when she heard Li Mobai's words, the heartache immediately became real. She had no choice but to leave the banquet early with the support of Xiaoxi. As soon as she left the house, she thought of a new trick. Xiaoxi, go to the Imperial Hospital and call all the Imperial doctors on duty tonight, except those who are responsible for taking care of the Queen Mother and the Emperor. Xiaoxi said, Is your Majesty really uncomfortable? Is it really important? Wu Shinin is not here, and no one can tell if I am pretending to be sick. My mother's family is somewhat embarrassed in the previous dynasty, so I don't believe that I am really sick and uncomfortable. But the Emperor doesn't even want to look at me. Go quickly. After the banquet was over, Li Jinyan said he had something to talk to Li Maobai. So the two of them went to the study room first. New Year's Eve is the new year. Whether it is according to the ancestral system or according to Li Maobai's past style, he will definitely come to his palace tonight. So Shenxiu returned to Fenghuan Palace first. After this year, we came to the 7th year of Qi dynasty. According to the course of history, Li Maobai in history will die suddenly next year. Although she has changed history, she is still a little afraid of this historical line that should have existed. After washing and changing into her pajamas, she sat on the warm seat and stared at the copper drain, watching the time passing by minute by second, watching the arrival of the new year. When Tong Lu had just passed the time, she heard the cry of a child coming from the side hall. Normally the two little guys should be fast asleep at this time. But today, because it is the Chinese New Year, many fireworks and firecrackers were set off at night. The sound was deafening and probably frightened the children. So Shenxiu hurried to the side hall, wanting to hold the child and coax him. When she arrived, the cries of the two children had subsided under the comfort of the wet nurse. Shenxiu first took Chong Ning from the wet nurse's arms, held her in her arms, and played with her with a rattle for a while. After she fell asleep, she put her on the royal couch, and then picked up Xuan. Xuan was a hyperactive child, so he grabbed Shenxiu's hair and kept playing with it. While playing, I kept giggling. Shenxiu coaxed him for a long time, but he still didn't feel sleepy. So she stopped laughing and pretended to be angry to scare him. If you don't go to sleep, your father will spank you when he comes. Xuan, a little man, seemed to understand. He immediately let go of the hand holding Shenxiu's hair and became honest and courteous. Shinseyo was amused by this little guy and couldn't help but kiss his chubby cheek. During this kiss, I heard the little guy babbling and making an unclear sound.
Mother! Mother! Bo!
Shinseyo was stunned and looked at the wet nurse with wide eyes full of joy.
Did you hear it?
He
was calling me.
The wet nurse was also very excited and said with a smile.
Yes. Yes. You can't be wrong. The little prince is smart. And he started to learn to speak at such a young age.
In the midst of everyone's discussion, Shuan softly called out, "Mother," twice more inarticulately. Shinseyo hugged him tightly and kissed him again and again on the face. This voice gave her unlimited power. Looking at this soft little thing, Shinseyo's heart almost melted. At the same time, I was also thinking in my mind, when I wake up tomorrow morning, I will definitely drag him to see Shuan, and then let Shuan call me in front of him, which will make him mad. Later, after coaxing the little devil to sleep, Shinseyo realized that it was already the second watch. Li Maobai still didn't come. She felt a little strange. Ordinarily, Li Jinyan had something big to tell Li Maobai, so he should have finished talking about it at this time. Right? Or is it that Li Maobai drank too much tonight and fell asleep in Chaoyang Palace due to the excessive alcohol? Shinseyo originally wanted Pear and the others to go to Chaoyang Palace to see what was going on, but she felt that by doing so, she was spying on Li Maobai, so I gave up the idea. I thought to myself, I don't care if he comes or not. I should be sleeping. If he wakes up in the middle of the night and rushes over, trying to climb into my bed, I will kick him off. Chapter 345. Doting on the concubine all night long? However, things did not develop as Shinseyo expected. Li Maobai did not appear in Fenghuan Palace all night long on New Year's Eve. Even though he knew that he would go to court the next day, he didn't let Sanfu explain. This was very different from his previous style, and Shinseyo was inevitably angry. I thought that if he came during dinner today, I would ignore him and put him aside, asking him to explain to me what he did last night. On the first day of the new year, the concubine must come to pay her respects to Shinseyo. Therefore, she dressed up early in the morning and sat in the main hall, waiting for the concubines to come one after another and say some careless New Year blessings to them. When everyone arrived, concubine, she was the only one missing. Shinseyo said,
Let's go see what's going on with concubine she. I heard that she called all the doctors from the Imperial Hospital to her palace last night. But she's not really sick.
Peya took the order and was about to go out when she saw concubine, she coming dressed up. She is wearing a pure red cotton cloak with a phoenix pattern. Although the imperial concubine can also use phoenix as decoration, the color of the clothes must not be true red. She had an arrogant expression on her face, and didn't pay any attention to the other concubine's comments about her dressing up like this. When he walked down the hall, he only slightly bent his knees to salute Shinseyo, then sat down and said in a lazy voice,
Happy New Year, Queen.
Shinseyo squinted his eyes and looked at her, wondering if this woman had gone crazy. She said solemnly,
Concubine she, what are you going to do?
Concubine she looked confused and said with a smile,
What did the queen say? Why can't I understand? I'm here to pay my respects to the queen. What else can I do?
Pear said,
You are greeting the queen. Not to mention that you are the last to arrive. And not to mention that the etiquette is incomplete. Please take a look at what you are wearing.
Concubine she opened her sleeves and looked around at herself, raised her eyebrows and asked,
What's wrong? What's wrong with my clothes?
Her arrogant attitude almost made Shinseyo angry to death. She gave her face again and again, but she slapped her nose on her face again and again. Shinseyo said in a deep voice,
You? Kneel down.
Concubine she glanced at her.
Why do you have to kneel down? Kneel down!
Shinseyo said angrily and sadly.
I am the queen, and I want you to kneel down. But you still can't?
Concubine she sat firmly in her seat and remained motionless.
It's not that I don't want to kneel, but it's because I'm not in a good condition today, so I can't listen to the queen's mother-in-law.
Good guy. Everyone cast a surprised look at her almost at the same time. Even Concubine Hui whispered to her,
What are you doing? Why are you provoking the queen in such a good way? Admit your mistake quickly, and don't make the matter a big deal.
Concubine she turned a deaf ear and drank tea by herself. Shinseyo glanced at Pear and said,
She can't kneel down on her knees. Go and help her.
Pear accepted the order and stepped forward to start a fight with Concubine she. Unexpectedly, Concubine she suddenly became violent and poured the boiling hot tea directly on Pear, which made Pear's arm turn red immediately.
You are so presumptuous.
Shinseyo was completely angry. she shouted outside the door.
Guards! Take concubine Shi to me!
The guards swarmed in. But concubine Shi cast her frivolous eyes on them and sneered.
Who dares to take me? I have obeyed the Emperor's instructions, saying that I worked hard to sleep with you last night, so I don't need to use it to support the Queen today. Greetings, madam. I have been reciting the rules of the palace. I have been struggling all night last night, and today I have to come to pay my respects to the Queen. Now the Queen wants me to kneel, but I am not feeling well and cannot kneel. If any of you dare to touch me, with just one hair, I will let you know how awesome I am right away.
What she said was true, and it really frightened the guards. Concubine Shin sneered and said,
Concubine Shi, don't be crazy. Did the Emperor ask you to sleep with him last night? The Emperor must have been in the Queen's palace on New Year's Eve. Even if it wasn't such an important day as New Year's Eve, the Emperor would have I will definitely stay with the Queen. How can it be your turn to sleep with me?
Concubine Hui also said,
I also believe that you are probably suffering from hysteria. All the imperial doctors from the imperial hospital went to your palace yesterday. Why is your illness not cured, but getting worse?
Concubine She glanced at them, her eyes full of disdain.
What you can't get doesn't mean that I can't get it. If the Emperor went to the Queen's palace last night, you will know naturally by asking her.
Shin Xiu frowned. Her hands hidden in her sleeves clenched tightly, and she was speechless for a moment. Last night, Li Maobai did not come to her palace. Not only did he not come, he didn't even say hello. She didn't know where Li Maobai went, but she was very sure that Li Maobai would never do anything sorry to her. What concubine she said today must be nonsense. So she said firmly,
The Emperor did not come to my palace last night, but I feel that the Emperor's taste will never come to your palace. I have poked your fake buttocks. Is there anything else you can do to attract the Emperor with your bitchin' mouth?
Concubine She sneered.
Is the Empress trying to show off her quick words to cover up her inner uneasiness?
Shin Xiu stopped paying attention to her, only looked at Pear and asked,
Does your arm hurt?
Pear pursed her lips and shook her head reluctantly. Shin Xiu said again,
Go and put some plaster on the burn.
Concubine She sarcastically said,
The Queen is so kind to my servants. Oh, I have forgotten that when the Queen was a maid in the palace, she and Pei lived in the same room, so they are of the same origin. Then,
before she finished speaking, she saw Pear picking up Concubine Huey's teacup and pouring a cup of hot tea onto Concubine She's face. Concubine She's face was immediately burned red. Everyone else was stunned. Concubine She even pointed at Pear and scolded,
You cheap maid! How dare you burn me? Xiaoxi, take her hair away from me. Go to the criminal division and give her face to me.
The palace is broken. Who dares?
Shin Xiu slapped the table and stood up, so full of aura that everyone present except Concubine She knelt on the ground. She looked hard at Concubine She and said loudly,
Pear is my servant born in the palace, and what she says and does is what I represent. I am the queen personally named by the Emperor. If I want to beat you, I will scold you.
You have to bear it. Queen, you are too unreasonable. With you, a person who doesn't understand human language. What can I say to you?
Shin Xiu looked at the guards and ordered,
Take off the cloak from Concubine She, and then take her off.
Drag him to the courtyard and punish him with a stick. If he doesn't take action, I will send him to Zinteku.
Chapter 346 Shocking Change. After all, Shin Xiu was the serious master of the harem, and these guards were all guards of Fenghuan Palace. The queen's words were her decree, and no matter how powerful Concubine She was, she could not match Shin Xiu's orders. These guards showed no mercy and went up and stripped Concubine She clean, leaving only a belly band. Xiaoxi kept trying to stop the guards, but was dragged aside by Pear and Cheer and beaten beyond recognition. This farce finally reached its climax with Concubine She crying and being carried to the courtyard by the guards. The snow in the courtyard had not yet melted. Concubine She was wearing only a belly band and was shivering from the cold in the courtyard. Shin Xiu ordered someone to trap her on a bench. Then he moved a chair and sat in the middle of the courtyard, holding Mrs. Tang in his hands, looking at the shouting Concubine She with a gloomy look.
Queen, if you dare to touch me today, I will definitely tell my mother's family. The Emperor will definitely help me vent this bad breath. You have made me suffer so much humiliation, and I will not make it easy for you.
Oh,
really? When you say that, I am really a little scared.
Shin Xiu gently stroked Granny Tang, and then said after a while,
It seems that it is not possible to beat you 40 times. This way. Well, I'll slap you 50 times and slap you 30 more. Are you satisfied?
Concubine, she yelled and uttered obscene words. Shinseyo was too lazy to listen to her chatter. So he said,
Go. Block her mouth and execute her immediately.
The queen has the right to deal with guilty concubines at will. Even if she is a noble concubine, and she offends the queen, and is beaten to death by the queen. She deserves it. Everyone looked at Concubine She's liveliness and felt that she was asking for trouble today and suffered the consequences, and was no better than others. The guard initially hit Concubine She twice with a stick, but it was obvious that the sticks were loose. So Shinseyo stopped them and said to the concubines,
The imperial concubine made a mistake and deserves to be punished. You are all part of the harem. It is better to let you go to the execution to teach everyone the rules.
Seeing Concubine She staring at the concubines with wide eyes, Shinseyo said again,
Pay her. Go and cover Concubine's eyes with a coarse cloth.
Only after Concubine She was blindfolded did Shinseyo say,
Now you don't have to worry about her holding a grudge. If anyone wants to be beaten, just walk over and beat her with a torture stick.
Concubine She offended many people in the harem.
And there were many concubines who had been humiliated by her in the past and were looking forward to her death. Who would miss this opportunity today to take revenge? Concubine Shin was the first one to step forward. She was so thin that it was very difficult for her to pick up the torture stick. But the stick that hit Concubine She was not ambiguous at all. She swung hard and hit her 5 or 6 times, sweating all over her head, and making Concubine She sweat like rain. And blood began to seep out from her buttocks. It was Concubine Hui who took the stick from Concubine Shin. She and Concubine She had a personal feud, and they were not merciless when they beat her. After a few sticks were struck, Concubine She's face turned as white as snow. Later, some lower-ranking and timid concubines did not dare to hit Concubine She with a stick, so they just slapped her on both sides. In this way, Concubine She was beaten by a group of concubines in such an icy and snowy environment, just when everyone was addicted and eager to try it. Outside the door, a eunuch's thin voice came.
The emperor has arrived.
Immediately afterwards, the main door of Fenghuan Palace was opened. Li Maobai entered with a cold expression, frowning at the scene in front of him. All the concubines paid their respects to Li Maobai, but Shinseyo stood motionless because she was angry with him. She originally thought that Li Maobai would ignore everything and come over to care about her first. But this time, she guessed wrong. Li Maobai said angrily,
How bold! Who took off the imperial concubine's clothes and tied her up in the courtyard?
When the guards saw that Li Maobai was angry, they panicked and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. Sanfu and several palace attendants came forward to untie Concubine She. She staggered and fell into Li Maobai's arms and cried nonstop. So she wants to kill me and asks the emperor to make the decision for me.
This time, Li Maobai was uncharacteristically different. Not only did he not push Concubine She away, he also used his dragon robe to hold Concubine She in his arms to protect her from the cold.
Don't be afraid. As long as I am here, no one dares to do anything to you.
Shinseyo was startled for a moment. Then his mind kept buzzing, and he felt a little at a loss. Li Maobai glanced at her, without any emotion in his eyes.
Queen, you instigated the concubine to beat the noble concubine. Such behavior is against women's ethics. Do you know that you are wrong?
Shinseyo couldn't believe her ears. Her first reaction was, could this Li Maobai be fake? But soon, she gave up the idea, because she could clearly hear Li Maobai's heart. Why is she staring at me? She was obviously wrong. How could she still dare to challenge my majesty? What you mean is what you say. Shinseyo froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Everything happened too fast, and Li Maobai's sudden transformation made her feel like it was a dream. Seeing that she was silent for a long time, Li Maobai said in a cold voice,
You can stay in the palace and think about it for 3 days. When you have figured it out and know where you went wrong, come back to me.
This sentence made not only Shinseyo worry confused, but also all the concubines and palace officials present. They couldn't imagine that Li Maobai would say these words to Shinseyo. The air seemed to be still, and there was a hint of gunpowder in the embarrassment. Shinseyo stared at Li Maobai. Her lips twitched, wanting to say something, but she held back in the end. Among the people, only Concubine She looked proud, as if the injuries on her body just now no longer hurt. She showed Shinseyo a smile unique to a winner, and then began to cry.
Your Majesty, it hurts so much.
She grabbed Li Maobai's hand and touched her buttocks.
The emperor's concubine's butt is swollen. Oh.
Li Mabai comforted him softly.
Don't be afraid. I will take you back to the palace and let the imperial doctor come and take a look at you.
Concubine, she said coquettishly.
Oh, I don't want it. How can the imperial doctor see such a place? It's so embarrassing.
Even with such a disgusting operation.
Li Mabai received an almost doting response.
How about I personally help you apply the medicine?
Nausea. Shinshio was so sick that she wanted to vomit. She turned around and ignored the two of them, returned to her bedroom and closed the door tightly. Li Mabai, on the other hand, helped concubine she leave Fengwan Palace in full view of everyone, while the concubines beside him were also trembling with fear, asking Shinshio to step back, and then fled in a panic. Chapter 347. What happened? At first, Pear and the others thought that Li Mobai's words to make Shinshio think about herself for 3 days were just words to save face. But no one expected that later that day, the door of Fengwan Palace would be keyed from the outside. The entire Fengwan Palace was enclosed and became a cold palace. Since returning to the dormitory, Shinshio has been lying on the bed and covering her head with a quilt. She really couldn't figure out what went wrong. How come the man who was talking sweet words to me the day before turned into a different face when he turned around? She cried, and also thought about whether Li Mabai acted like this on purpose to please concubine she's mother's family. She originally thought that if Li Mabai came to her secretly later and told her clearly why he did what he did today, she might be able to punch him in the chest a few times, act coquettishly and feel aggrieved, and then forgive him. But it turned out that she was thinking too much. She just kept looking at the sky outside the window, hoping. Even when it got dark, no one came. Pear and Cheer saw that Shinshio was in a bad mood, so they cooked many of her favorite dishes in the small kitchen of their palace at night, and then coaxed Shinshio out to have a few bites of food. Shinshio sat at the dining table, facing a table of delicious food, but it was hard to swallow.
Mother, please eat some.
You are still pregnant.
Yes. My dear, don't think so much. I think the emperor must have hidden motives for doing this.
You?
Hidden secret?
Shinshio sneered.
If he had any troubles, he could have told me early in the morning. If not, Sanfu could have informed me. But he scolded me without any end and locked me up in the palace. What is this?
Pear and Chia looked at each other, speechless, because they couldn't explain the reason for Li Mobai's operation. Shinshio couldn't eat this meal, so she turned around and went back to her bedroom, asking others not to disturb her. She just wanted to be alone. The person who secretly followed her into the dormitory was Xingyun. Xingyun felt very sorry for her master who suffered such injustice.
Master, big brother, he is so evil. I will never get along with him again. If he dares to bully the master again, I will bite him to death.
Shinshio smiled bitterly and touched Xingyun's forehead, just like he used to stroke Lucky's head.
I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me.
Xingyun shrugged the tip of his nose and said,
When he came today, I smelled the spices from the imperial concubine's palace on him. If he hadn't stayed in the imperial concubine's palace all night last night, it would have been impossible for him to be tainted with such a strong smell of spices. Master, he is a big bad guy.
Xingyun said this, which proved that what concubine she said was true. Did Li Mobai really stay with her in her palace all night last night? Just when Shinshio was puzzled, she heard the arguing in the courtyard.
Eunuch Xia, you can't force your way in. Sheer, hurry! Go and guard the side hall.
Shinshio and Xingyun hurried out to see what was going on. Only then did they see Eunuch Xia, who was under Sanfu, coming with about a dozen minions, as if he wanted to raise an army to hold him accountable. Pear quickly said to Shinshio,
Queen, they are going to take away the prince and princess.
Shinshio was shocked and said,
How impudent! Who gave you the courage to act wild in this palace?
Eunuch Xia used to be respectful to Shinshio, but today he has a different look.
Queen, please calm down. The emperor has decreed that there is nothing we can do.
Shinshio stopped in front of them and said in a deep voice,
Well done.
Why did the emperor take the prince and princess away?
Eunuch Xia said,
The palace does not allow the prince and princess to be raised at the knees of their biological mothers. In the past, the emperor promised this as a special concession to the empress. Now that we have to withdraw this special permission and send the prince and princess to the prince to raise him, we have no choice. Method. I would also like to ask the queen to be convenient and not make us unhappy. I have been favored by the queen in the past, and I don't want to embarrass the queen by starting a fight in the queen's palace.
If you take away Shuan and Chongning, Wouldn't you take away half of Shinseo's life? Now she was completely annoyed.
Go and tell the emperor that the children were born to me, and they must be raised under my knees. No one can take them away.
Eunuch Xiao was wondering.
Your Majesty, this slave cannot return to the emperor. Otherwise, after you are released from prison, you will go and intercede with the emperor in person? In short, the emperor has issued an order today, and we must take the prince and princess away.
Eunuch Xiao waved the dust in his hand, and the servant struggled with Pear and the others and rushed in towards the side hall. Shinseo couldn't bear it anymore, so she immediately entered the convenience store, exchanged 50 points for a dolly pill and took it. She picked up a guard with one hand, threw them high like a shot put, and threw them directly outside the wall of Fengwan Palace. One of the slaves tried to attack her, but she thought he had broken his arm. In fact, she could have removed the man's arm directly, but considering that they were also following orders, she held back in the end. In an instant, these slaves were all beaten to the ground by Shinseo. Eunuch Xiao knelt down and begged for mercy.
Queen, please have mercy on me. I am just following your orders. I have absolutely no intention of disrespecting you.
Shinseo walked straight out the door and said in a cold tone,
Now I have to go to Li Maobai in person to find out who dares to touch a hair of Shuan and Chongning while I'm gone.
She just walked to the door and cut off the thick tree in the courtyard with a horizontal palm.
I will let him end up worse than this tree.
She was grounded by Li Maobai, and she could not leave Fengwan Palace even half a step without Li Maobai's permission. Therefore, as soon as she left the palace gate with her front legs, the palace servants and guards stopped her with her hind legs. But Shinseo, who had taken dolly pills, how could they be their opponents? Shinseo walked quickly without stopping at all. Whoever stands in front of her, she can beat that person to half a disability with just a few fingers. All the way to the outside of Chaoyang Palace. Chu Yueji happened to come out and met her. Chu Yueji saw that there were many blood stains on her bright red clothes that did not belong to her, and he looked at her with frowning eyebrows.
What is the queen doing?
Shinseo had no intention of talking to him and said in a deep voice,
You'd better not block my way. I don't want to fight with you.
Chu Yueji,
the queen wants to see the emperor?
Shinseo walked straight forward and ignored Chu Yueji. Unexpectedly, Chu Yueji did not stop her.
The queen, please think clearly. What do you want to say to the emperor? I have heard a little about what happened today, and I don't know why the emperor suddenly did this. But the emperor is the emperor, and his actions cannot be wrong. Please understand this. The queen.
Chapter 348. A dispute breaks out. The tyrant's temperament changes drastically. What Chu Yueji said was not unreasonable. Yes, Li Maobai is the emperor, the most noble man in the world, and the emperor with supreme rights. How could it be wrong to do what he was going to do? He just favored other women. He just no longer tolerated himself as before. He just wanted to take back the grace he gave her, and wanted the prince to be raised by the prince in accordance with the palace regulations. Where did he go wrong? Shinseo sneered.
The emperor is not wrong. I just came to ask him something clearly. I want to ask him if those words he said to me back then are now regarded as a smelly fart. After that, he pushed open the door of Chaoyang Palace and walked in with heavy steps. This was the first time she came to see Li Maobai with such a mood. At that time, Li Maobai was sitting on the dragon chair in the main hall. There were mountains of memorials piled up in front of him, and he never raised his head. He wrote furiously, and even though he knew the person coming was Shinseo, he had no intention of paying any attention to it. Shinseo stood in the hall, staring at him intently, as if he wanted to see through what was going on in this man's mind. She could hear Li Maobai's thoughts, but at this moment, his heart was still, and not a single word came out. After looking at him quietly for a long time, Shinseo finally couldn't help but ask,
What do you mean?
Li Maobai then raised his eyes to look at her. His eyes were cold and without any emotion.
What do you mean by asking me? I should ask you what you mean. I ground you and asked you to stay in Fengwan Palace to meditate on your past. Why did you come out?
Meditate on your own mistakes?
Shinseo sneered.
What's my fault? Just because I let people beat concubine she? Why don't you ask me why I let people beat her? Why don't you ask her what she did? What transgression?
Li Maobai.
What did she do? She just didn't say hello to you respectfully. She just wore red clothes and bumped into you. Even so, you have to take off her clothes and let her suffer like this in public. An insult?
Li Maobai's expression became increasingly gloomy, and he shook his head.
I feel that you have become a little unreasonable since you became the queen. I like you because of your kindness and gentleness. But I never knew that you were such a jealous woman. Am I jealous?
Shinseyo pointed at herself and asked blankly.
You said I was jealous? How could I be jealous? What did I do wrong when I dealt with the concubine? She's crime according to the palace rules. Also, I didn't ask for this position of queen. It was you, Li Mabai, who chased after me to give it to me. I never asked you what you wanted.
Li Mabai threw the brush aside and said angrily.
You never asked me for anything. I gave it to you. So good. I don't want to give you the things I gave you before. What's the problem?
Shinseyo's heart twitched violently, and waves of suffocating pain could not help but come out, forcing her eyes to turn red. She took a deep breath and tried to adjust her emotions.
Your Majesty, do you have something to hide? You can tell me. I can. What's an unspeakable secret?
Li Mabai smiled disdainfully.
Not only do I favor you, but I also don't allow you to keep your children by your side. And I don't allow you to beat your concubines for no reason. Does this mean that I have an unspeakable secret? Are you the emperor, or am I the emperor? Do I need you to teach me how to do things?
Now! Every word he spoke was like a sharp knife, stabbing Shinseyo's heart hard one after another. It is said that men are fickle, and whether they love you or not is just a matter of a moment. But Shinseyo didn't expect it to change so quickly. She stood there blankly, staring at Li Mabai. Those eyes were full of bitterness and despair. Instead of feeling any heartache and self-reproach, Li Mabai looked very tired of such eyes.
Don't look at me with such eyes. Now, you go back to the palace. I still have state affairs.
I'm busy. I don't have time to talk to you.
Shinseyo gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice.
It doesn't matter that the emperor has no time to pay attention to me. I am too lazy to say another word to the emperor now. It's just that Xuan and Chongning must be raised by my side. No one can take them away from me. Take it away from me.
Li Mabai.
This matter is not up to you. This is the ancestral rule.
Me. Bang. Before Li Mabai could finish speaking, Shinseyo smashed the dragon pillar behind him with one palm. Li Mabai was frightened by her move, and his expression changed slightly.
What are you going to do? Do you still dare to fight me? I don't do anything. Just show the emperor the anger of a mother.
Shinseyo said word by word.
No matter who dares to take advantage of my child, I will fight him to the death.
Seeing Li Mabai's distant look, Shinseyo suddenly remembered something. Could Li Mabai's sudden change of temperament be related to Wu Xini's use of her blood to treat Li Mabai? She still remembered that Wu Xinong said that day that if he used this method to treat Li Mabai, there would be a 1 in 10 chance that he would stop loving her. And Li Mabai's current behavior seems to indicate that he wants to end his relationship with her. If this incident is included, it is not difficult to imagine why Li Mabai suddenly changed so much. Thinking of this, Shinseyo's hatred for him was slightly reduced. If Wu Xini's statement is followed, then everything Li Mabai is doing now is the sequelae of the treatment that day, and is not his true thoughts. Maybe Wu Xini can cure this disease? The exchange between the two people on this day was destined to end on an unhappy note. In the end, under Shinseyo's tough attitude, Li Mabai agreed to temporarily allow the prince and princess to stay by her side, and also lifted her confinement. But she also asked her not to torture the concubine casually. After Shinseyo returned to the palace, Pei, Cheer and Xingyun came forward and kept asking how Shinseyo was doing. Shinseyo said,
Send someone out of the palace to find Wu Xini and ask him to return to the palace as soon as possible. Just say that I have something to do with him.
Pei quickly arranged the matter after receiving the order, and Shinseyo stopped paying respects in the past few days in order to avoid conflicts with the concubine. In short, Shinseyo decided not to see Li Mabai again before Wu Xini came back to cure Li Mabai, in order to prevent the two people from always arguing when they meet. When Li Mabai recovers from his illness in the future, the two of them will feel a little unhappy when they think of this period of scars. However, things are not something she can hide away from if she wants to. She was not looking for trouble. But how could concubine she, who had been suppressed by her for so long, let go of this opportunity to feel proud? Chapter 349. The concubine is looking for trouble. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, concubine she called all the concubines to her palace. At that time, most of the injuries on her body and face had healed. Li Mabai used expensive and good medicinal materials for her, and even the marks of the injuries were almost invisible. She is now Li Mabai's new favorite, and everyone who sees her has to give her a bit of a thumbs down. She said,
That day in Fengwan Palace, I knew who hit me without guessing. But I don't want to argue with you about this matter. After all, you were also bewitched by others.
The concubine said.
The noble concubine will treat me with kindness, and I will submit to you.
Concubine, she added.
I believe anyone with eyes can see clearly what the situation is in the harem right now. The queen's situation is over. From now on, the harem will become the home court of this palace. Each of you should open your eyes brighter. What should and should not be done? What should and should not be said? And who should you should fawn over who you should and shouldn't? And your eyes should be brighter for me. Do you understand?
The concubines agreed one after another. After concubine, she yawned. She said lazily.
But you haven't gone to greet the queen for several days. Right. She is the queen after all. If she stopped to greet the queen, we can't really refuse to pay her respects. She said low.
She stretched out her hand, stood up slowly with Chioshi's support, stroked the hair on her temples, pinched her throat, and said artificially,
Let's go to the queen's palace to give her a good greeting.
Asterisk. At that time, Shinseyo was playing with her 2 children in the palace, when she suddenly saw Payer walking in a hurry.
Your Majesty, concubine, she is here with her concubines. What are they doing here?
Shinseyo was unfazed and just played with the 2 children. Payer said.
They said they were coming to pay their respects to the queen, but the servants didn't open the door to let them in. Seeing how they were acting, they couldn't be driven away. If the queen doesn't want to see them, we can just close the palace door and pretend that they are not there.
It's just people. Shinseyo nodded slightly and agreed to Payer's words. Concubine Kishi and the others came with a premeditated plan. How could Shinseyo leave so easily without accepting her invitation? It's just the Chinese New Year, and the weather is still bitterly cold. Concubine, she waited at the door for a while, and then began to mutter.
I don't know what the queen means. We kindly come to pay her respects to the queen, but we are rejected like this. I still remember that day. The queen kept saying that I had no rules and wanted to teach me a lesson. Now that I have rules, why doesn't she?
The other concubines also said a lot of nonsense in order to agree with concubine she. Gradually, the discussion became louder and louder, and so did the knocking on the door. Where is this greeting? It's obvious that he is trying to force her into the palace. Shinseyo could stand these noisy sounds. The worst she could do was put 2 balls of cotton in her ears, so that her ears wouldn't listen and her mind wouldn't be bothered. But children can't bear to hear such a sound. The more they became noisy, the louder the children's cries became. Such a young child cried until his voice became hoarse. And Shinseyo's heart ached as she listened. She asked Payer to go out and call them.
Go and tell them. If they dare to yell and scream again, don't blame me for being rude.
Payer told the concubines the original words. But unexpectedly, the concubines became even more noisy under the instigation of concubine she. Also, Shinseyo's fall from grace was obvious to everyone. Without Li Mobai's favor, she, the queen, would be like a toothless tiger. Who could be afraid of her? Listening to the growing noise outside the door, Shinseyo finally couldn't bear it anymore. She ordered,
Go and open the door and take them to the main hall. Don't they want to pay my respects to me? I will let them pay as much as they can.
Shinseyo asked the wet nurse to take care of Shuan and Chongning, and then went to the main hall in a menacing manner. Concubine, she led the concubine inside, and greeted Shinseyo very lazily, and said with a smile,
Why is the Empress closing the palace door in broad daylight? The Emperor has already lifted your restraint. If you do this, others don't know, but they think you are hiding in the palace and are a thief.
Shinseyo was not upset and looked at her with a smile.
Not really. It's just that the prince and princess cried hard just now, so I went to comfort them for a while, which delayed my time to see you sisters. Thinking that the road is slippery in the snow and the weather is cold outside, I stopped my sisters' greetings and let you have a good rest in your palace. But I didn't expect that everyone, under the leadership of the imperial concubine, would keep the etiquette in mind so much that they would rather come to pay my respects in the cold. I am very happy in my heart.
Concubine, she smiled and said,
Yes, we don't dare to forget these rules. In fact, we heard that the previous queen and the emperor had a quarrel in Chaoyang Palace, and we wanted to give some advice. So do you. The queen. What is the emperor doing? You are the king. How can you fall out with the emperor? It would be unruly for a woman to behave like this.
Shinseyo worriedly said.
Of course, I can't compare to concubine she in observing women's virtues. Since concubine she observes women's virtues so much, I suggest you copy the 2 volumes of
Women's Virtues and the Analects of Confucius
in your family tree. Wouldn't it be nice to pass it down from generation to generation like a family heirloom?
Hearing the sarcasm in Shinseyo's words, Concubine Shi smiled and said nothing, and only gave Concubine Chen and Concubine Hui a wink. Concubine Chen and Concubine Hui took the lead in beating her that day. At that time, they felt that as long as the mountain of Shinseo did not fall, Concubine, she would never be able to stand up again. Who knows that the situation is changing rapidly, and they can only rely on the weak and rely on the strong, and act according to the wind. So today, they were the ones openly mocking Shinseo.
Ordinarily, it's a pity for the queen. She's still pregnant with a child. The emperor will ban you when he says it's forbidden,
and seal the palace when he says it. He really doesn't spare any face for you. I would say that it is in line with an old saying. When love is strong, love becomes weak. The emperor was too good to the queen in the past. When the kindness reaches the extreme, it cannot be better. The saying goes that things must be reversed when they are extreme. This is probably the truth.
In this way, Shinseo's ears almost became callous when you sang yin and yang words of Mieniha. It was only Concubine Chen and Concubine Hui who said that. What Shinseo didn't expect was that those concubines with lower status would dare to rush out and step on her at this time. They were so good at pointing fingers at Sang and scolding Hui that Shinseo couldn't help but sneer. This was the outcome of her repeated mercy. If she had known this would happen, she should have driven all these bitches out of the palace when she gained power. But it's not too late. When they were teasing Shinseo, Shinseo closed his eyes to rest and entered the convenience store. She picked around in the convenience store and finally selected something called hallucinogenic powder. 50 points can be redeemed. After use, the person who asks about this smell will have hallucinations, and their thoughts will be controlled by Shinseo, which lasts for 1 hour. So Shinseo exchanged this item from the convenience store. Chapter 350, Treating the Concubine Like a Monkey. Shinseo held the bag of powder in her hand and told Pei,
"Take all the palace people down. I have something to say to these concubines."
Pei was a little worried and asked,
"Is it wrong for your majesty to face them alone?"
Shinseo smiled and shook his head.
"Don't worry. Go ahead."
After all the people in Fenghuan Palace were taken away by Pei, Concubine, she said from the sidelines,
"What are you doing? Queen? You are taking everyone down here. We sisters are drinking tea and chatting in your palace. Who wants to refill the tea when it's cold?"
Shinseo said softly,
"The imperial concubine's tea has gone cold? Don't worry. I will refill it for you personally. Okay?"
Concubine, she raised her eyebrows and pushed the teacup in the direction of Shinseo.
Then there is Empress Lao.
Shinseo stood up from her seat, walked to Concubine Shi, and then spread the packet of powder. The powder spread quickly in the air, and all the concubines present were hit almost instantly. Shinseo looked at Concubine Shi with dull eyes, reached out and gently slapped her twice on the face.
"If I want to play with you, it will be much easier than teasing a cat or a dog."
She turned around and sat down again, and said solemnly,
"Kneel down."
As soon as she finished speaking, as if giving an order, all the concubines hit their knees on the ground and knelt in front of her. Shinseo said again,
"Kowtow."
After hearing the instructions, they kowtowed mechanically and stood up and kowtowed again. Some people used a little more force, smashing their foreheads and leaving a lot of blood. But they still continued to kowtow without knowing the pain. Shinseo's eyes were focused on Concubine Shi.
"You, each of you, pull out a hair of hers until I am satisfied."
Immediately afterwards, Concubine Shi was seen kneeling obediently. And then the concubines lined up and stepped forward to pull out her hair one by one. Shinseo saw that the expression on Concubine Shi's face was a little painful. So she added,
"Concubine Shi, make me smile." Ha 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 ha.
Concubine Shi complied with the order and laughed almost maniacally. Only when the hair on her forehead was almost bald did Shinseo feel happy. She raised her hand slightly and ordered,
"Come on. Go ahead and kneel in the courtyard and slap your own mouth. Give her a slap and say I am a bitch. Dot."
As if they were in military training, the concubines all obeyed Shinseo's instructions, lined up in the courtyard, knelt in the snow, and began to slap themselves rhythmically.
They shouted, "I am a bitch,"
in unison, and the sound could still be faintly heard across most of the street across Fenghuan Palace. Soon, this strange incident was reported to the Queen Mother. When the Queen Mother rushed to Fenghuan Palace, these concubines were still kneeling on the ground,
slapping themselves and shouting disgusting slogans. The Queen Mother was shocked and shouted,
"Isn't this reasonable? What are you doing?"
Their spirits were controlled by Shinseo, and they completely ignored the Queen Mother's existence. The Queen Mother asked Shinseo,
"Queen, can you tell the Ai family what they are doing?"
Shinseo said casually,
They said something they shouldn't have said to my concubine, and they feel guilty in their hearts. No, they are here to forgive and repent. Especially concubine Shi.
Shinzio raised his hand and pointed at her, shook his head and sighed.
I don't know which muscle is wrong. When she came to my concubine's palace today, she said a lot of bad things about the Queen Mother to me.
The Queen Mother frowned and asked,
What did she say? Hey, how can I say such disrespectful words? But now concubine, she has realized her mistake.
Shinzio said to concubine Shi in a solemn voice.
Tell the Queen Mother, what bad things did you say about her behind her back?
Concubine Shi replied accurately.
I said that the Queen Mother is an old immortal. That she is an old goblin. That she used chicken feathers as arrows. That she defeated the late emperor to death. And that she...
The Queen Mother couldn't believe her ears. Although concubine Shi is arrogant, she still has at least the most basic etiquette. Being so arrogant like today made the Queen Mother very dumbfounded. She walked up to concubine Shi angrily, poked her temple with her finger and cursed.
Are you crazy? Did the emperor pamper you for 2 days recently? And you became so arrogant?
Concubine Shi said.
The emperor dotes on his concubine, and I can be proud for a while. If the Queen Mother doesn't like it, she doesn't have to look at it. You.
The Queen Mother was so angry that she held her heart and gasped. Shinzio stepped forward and quickly gave the Queen Mother a hand, and advised,
The Queen Mother, please don't get angry. It would be a bit arrogant for concubine Shi to be favored. She. Arrogant!
The Queen Mother slapped concubine Shi on the face.
The Queen has been favored for so many years, and I haven't seen her arrogant. You have only been favored for 5 years after entering the palace. Why are you arrogant? The AI family will tell the Emperor now. The Emperor is not allowed to see you again.
After saying that, the Queen Mother left angrily. Shinzio smiled calmly and told them to continue beating and not stop. When the hour was almost up, Shinzio used mental control to alter their memories. Let them think that the other party hit them, and then let them fight each other. The concubines who woke up did not realize that their consciousness was controlled by Shinzio. They really felt that the other party had hit them. Then the temper got worse, and they even started to fight with each other. Shinzio watched the excitement for a while, and said leisurely,
Stop fighting now. You have come here to pay your respects to me. Why are you still fighting? Look at the rosy faces and rotten mouths of each of them. They are all beautiful women. What's the point of breaking the relationship?
Her advice was of no use to this group of concubines, who were blinded by their anger. Shinzio shook his head and sighed bitterly.
Then you go out and fight. I'm a little tired and want to rest.
Everyone only realized something was wrong after they were kicked out by the people of Fenghuan Palace. So good. Why did they get into a fight for no reason? Concubine, she was beaten the most seriously. She originally wanted to go to Chaoyang Palace to act coquettishly for Li Mabai to win her sympathy. Who knew that after Li Mabai met the Queen Mother, he knew that she had done these ridiculous things to the Queen Mother, and was furious. As soon as she saw Li Mabai, she was slapped by Li Mabai before she could act coquettishly. She covered her face and looked at Li Mabai with tears in her eyes, and said with a trembling voice,
Your Majesty, this is... How did you talk to the Queen Mother? The Queen Mother? I did not see the Queen Mother today.
Later, Li Mabai carefully asked about the cause of the incident. After some calculations, he realized that Shinzio was the one who was causing the obstruction again. He was very angry, and even a little tired of this woman. He really couldn't figure out why he would make such a woman a queen. The simple love he had for Shinzio at the beginning seemed to have never happened, and was completely extracted from his memory. Now, he only thought that he kept Shinzio by his side because of his ability to predict the future. So now that the country is peaceful, and the people are safe, and the world is unified, what's the use of him still keeping Shinzio? Chapter 351. The Tyrant said in public that he was not a human being. Shinzio has never used points so frequently. Xiao Taochuo went out to play for the past 2 days. When he came back, he saw that the original 500 points had become 400. So he immediately asked Shinzio what was going on. Shinzio briefly stated the whole story to Xiao Taochuo. After hearing this, Xiao Taochuo was shocked. Is it so bloody? According to the host, does it mean that the tyrant has stopped loving you? But if you think about it carefully, this can be considered a good thing, so that the host does not have to be tied down by a doggy man and can concentrate on his career. Shinzio, it's easy for you to say. If I could walk before, how can I walk now? She looked toward the side hall and stroked her belly.
Chuan and Chong Ning are almost 1 year old. They are also the flesh that has fallen from my body. How can I abandon them just because I want to?
And how could I let go of this baby in my belly so irresponsibly? Xiao Taochuo, does the host have to live with such a scumbag forever? He has already begun to favor other women behind your back. This is not a matter of ending love. This is typical scumbag behavior. He didn't have anything happen to Concubine Shi. That night he stayed at the Imperial Concubine Shi's palace. But he drank too much and fell asleep. How do you know whether he did something or not? In the past, Dong Huan was Shenxiu's spy around Concubine Shi. So Shenxiu knew everything that happened in Concubine Shi's palace. It was precisely because she knew this that she did not completely despair of Li Mobai. I don't blame him for the sequelae. I kept saying that no matter what happens, I will stand by his side. But now that the problem has just arisen, I am thinking about how to give up this relationship quickly and get out. Then my relationship, it's too worthless. Although Xiao Taochuo did not approve of Shenxiu and Li Mabai being together. After all, this is the first host it has ever led who did not complete the mission according to the main plot, but instead started falling in love with the big boss. But after being together for such a long time, Xiao Taochuo knew very well what Shenxiu's personality was like, and it was useless to persuade him. Xiao Taochuo, okay, host, as long as you are happy, the two of us are bound together, and we will both prosper and suffer. So no matter what decision the host makes, I will always support the host. But I can't just watch my host being bullied by a scumbag and remain indifferent. So, a new mission is coming. Is the host ready to face the challenge? Shenxiu had just been holding back a lot of anger recently, and didn't know how to vent it. Anyway, the missions she received were all suicide missions, either as Li Mabai or as a concubine. She just needed such a mission now to let herself vent. Little Taochuo, Didi. New task. Criticize the Tyrant for 5 minutes in public. The reward points for completing the task will be plus 100. And the points for failure will be minus 100 points. This time, in order to help the host successfully complete the task, I personally give the host a good treasure, and ask the host to open his palm. Shenxiu opened her palm upwards, and after a brief light blue halo flashed, a thumbtack appeared in her palm. She was silent for 2 seconds and asked,
"What do you mean by giving me this thing?"
"You're not asking me to use it to kill the Tyrant, are you?" Xiao Taochuo, yes. Just use it to stab the Tyrant. The word, speechless, was written all over Shenxiu's face. She was about to complain when she heard Xiao Taochuo continue to say, "Host, don't underestimate this thumbtack. If you stick it on the Tyrant will nod at you. Echo 5 minutes. No matter what you say, he will just nod and agree obediently. And after 5 minutes, he will forget what just happened. This is specially given to the host for free in conjunction with this mission. Isn't the host touched? Touched and touched. I won't watch the next edition of Touching Xiaobo without you." From what Xiao Taochuo said, this thing seems to be indeed a good thing. Its uses are much greater than those introduced by Xiao Taochuo. After scolding Li Mabai for 5 minutes in front of everyone, Li Mabai kept nodding in agreement to show that she was right. Wasn't that just telling the concubine that her favor was back? Although this kind of pampering is fake, it can still make those women calm down for a while, and not dare to do it again. The next day, when the concubine came to her palace to greet her, she asked Payer to invite Li Mabai. Let her tell Li Mabai that Xuan has a high fever, and ask Li Mabai to come over and take a look. That son was his after all, and he couldn't ignore it. While Shenxiu was waiting for Li Mabai, she pretended to be sexy with the concubine.
"The Emperor hasn't been to Concubine Shi's palace these past 2 days.
Concubine Shi rolled her eyes at her and said,
"I didn't go to the concubine's palace, but I may not have come to the queen's palace."
Shenxiu smiled sadly.
"Really? Yesterday, when the Emperor had lunch with me, he even mentioned you."
Concubine Shi.
"Oh, what did the Emperor say about my concubine?"
Shenxiu.
"The Emperor said that you are a complete bitch." "You?"
Concubine Shi was furious.
"Queen, did the Emperor say this? Or did you say it? Is there any difference? It's just a
good
summary of your character."
While the two were bickering, Li Mabai learned that Xuan was ill and hurried to Fenghuan Palace. As soon as he entered the main hall door and was about to ask about Xuan's situation, he saw Shenxiu approaching with a smile and took his arm.
"The Emperor is here."
Li Mabai subconsciously wanted to push her away, but Shenxiu was one step faster and poked his arm with a thumbtack. The effect of nodding in agreement took effect immediately, and Shenxiu said,
"Your Majesty, when we had lunch yesterday, did you tell me that concubine she was a bitch?"
Li Mabai nodded dully.
Yes.
Concubine Shi's face turned red from suppressing it. And Shinseyo added,
Actually, not only is Concubine Shi a bitch, the Emperor is not much better either.
Although her words were transgressive, her tone was a bit playful, and she felt like she was joking with Li Mobai.
On New Year's Eve, the Emperor obviously just drank too much and slept in Concubine Shi's palace. And he didn't do anything with her. What? Look how proud Concubine Shi is. And the Emperor doesn't even bother to explain. Yes, I didn't think carefully. I was wrong.
Concubine. Did you hear that right? Is Li Mobai apologizing to Shinseyo? Didn't he no longer dote on her? This time the concubine was completely confused. Listen to Shinseyo continue.
Then what you did to my concubine a while ago. Tell me about it yourself. Is it a personnel matter?
Li Mobai didn't even think about it, and kept saying,
No. No. I treat you like that. You really are not a human being.
Chapter 352 Wuxia hides back in the palace. As soon as Li Mobai said these words, the concubines were all stunned. Everyone. Look at me and I look at you. We were so stunned that we couldn't say a word for a long time. On the other hand, Shinseyo looked complacent, cleared her throat and continued.
Your Majesty, do you think I should scold you?
Li Mobai was like an emotionless repeater.
Yeah.
Shinseyo.
Then you have to promise me that if you are cruel to me again in the future, you will be struck by 5 thunderbolts from the sky.
Li Mobai.
I promise that if I am cruel to the queen again in the future, I will be struck by 5 thunders from the sky.
Concubine Shi couldn't stand it anymore and said quickly.
Your Majesty, how can you say such a thing? Queen, you have gone too far. Can you care?
Shinseyo gave her a worried look.
The Emperor is willing to pamper me, and the Emperor will listen to whatever I say. It's useless for you to be envious and jealous.
Seeing that the time was almost up, Shinseyo quickly took Li Mobai's arm. He came to his senses just at this time, and Shinseyo spoke before him.
Your Majesty, let's go see Xuan first.
So he dragged Li Mobai to the side hall, and the concubines dispersed amidst bursts of discussion. Xuan was not sick, and all of this was a lie told by Shinseyo to lure him here. Li Mobai held the child in his arms without feeling hot. The child kept smiling at him. He frowned slightly and looked at Shinseyo.
Didn't you say that the child is sick? What's going on?
Shinseyo worriedly said.
Maybe it's because he hasn't seen the Emperor for a long time. So he is suffering from heartache and illness.
Li Mobai sneered.
That's nonsense. He is just a child who is not yet 1 year old. How can he be upset?
Shinseyo came forward and stroked Xuan's chubby cheek.
That means the Emperor's dragon energy suppressed the disease energy in his body. So the disease has been cured.
Seeing that Shinseyo was telling nonsense, Li Mobai's expression became more serious.
Queen, I still have many things to deal with in the previous dynasty. And I don't have time to do such shameless things with you. If you can't take me with you, such a big prince, then I can only take him to the prince's care. The Emperor doesn't need to worry about this matter.
Shinseyo also changed his expression and snatched the child from Li Mobai's arms.
The Emperor has many things to do, and there are endless court affairs to deal with. There are not many concubines. Stay with the Emperor. Now that Xuan's illness has been cured, the Emperor can go and do your work.
Li Mobai groaned, turned around and left without stopping. As soon as he stepped forward, the system's voice appeared in Shinseyo's mind. What? Isn't this a scumbag? Host, look at how he treats you. I wish I wouldn't even look at you. How can you tolerate such a man? Shinseyo seemed very indifferent.
All his actions now are out of his control, and he didn't do it on purpose. Why should I be angry with him?
Xiaotuochuo said helplessly. Okay. The host is determined. Not even 9 cows can bring you back. However, I still want to congratulate the host for completing the task and reward the host with 100 points. The host currently has 500 points. I would like to advise the host. It is better not to make impulsive purchases recently. Keep the points. If this man is incurable, the host can accumulate 1,000 points as soon as possible, so that he can return to modern times. Shinseyo didn't answer its words. Later that day, Payer brought good news.
Empress, Wu Yuanxian has returned to Jiangdu and is expected to enter the palace tomorrow. He's already back, and he still has to wait for tomorrow. I can't wait even a day. Go and tell him that my fetus is unstable, and you want him to come in immediately for consultation.
Payer ordered the young eunuch to come out of the palace and tell Wu Xinyu about the matter. Wu Shernye was quite thoughtful and came very quickly, while diagnosing Shinseyo's pulse. He listened to him talk about the changes that had occurred in Li Mabai during this period. Wu Xinyan said,
according to what the Empress said, 90% of the Emperor's illness must be due to sequelae. The Empress used her own blood to save the Emperor. 1/3 of the blood in the Emperor's body belongs to the Empress. His own blood competed with the blood of the Empress. So he naturally developed a dislike for the Empress. This is the so-called severance of love.
When Shinxio heard that Wu Xinyan made such a judgment, she felt a little lucky. At least he knew that Li Mabai didn't treat him sincerely, which was somewhat comforting. She quickly asked,
then is there any way to relieve this sequelae?
Wu Xinyi put down the hand on her wrist, feeling a little embarrassed.
In the past, when the Empress wanted to use this method to save the Emperor, I told the Empress about these risks. And once this sequelae occurs, there will be no dismissed. So, now that things have evolved into this situation, I am not completely sure. I can only give it a try and see how much the Emperor can recover.
Shinxio pinned all her hopes on Wu Xinyi. Wu Xinyi is also responsible for taking care of Li Mobai's body. He can mix some medicine into Li Mobai's daily medication without being noticed by Li Mobai. After 2 days of trying, he brought Shinxio some bad news.
Basically, all the medicines that can be given to the Emperor have been used in the past 2 days, but with little effect. Then what to do now?
Wu Xinyan was silent for a moment and said,
actually, there is another way to try. But the risk of this method may be higher than the risk of maintaining the status quo. What method? If you don't break it, you won't establish it.
Wu Xinyi said word by word.
It means that now the Emperor has cut off his love for the Empress.
Doesn't he? Then if the Emperor no longer has love for the Empress, and even has a little hatred, and it is difficult to restore the relationship between the two people to the past, we can actually consider that it is better to let the Emperor completely forget the existence of the Empress.
Shinxio was stunned for a moment.
Completely forgotten?
Wu Xinyi.
Yes. It means that the Emperor completely forgets about the Empress, the good and bad qualities of the Empress, and everything that he and the Empress have experienced together in the past. In his eyes, the Empress becomes a stranger. But this also means that everything can start again. All over again. The Empress can get in touch with the Emperor again, and let the Emperor fall in love with you again little by little.
It sounds a bit complicated. Shinxio briefly summarized it. In fact, she wanted to remove herself from Li Mabai's memory, and then get along with Li Mabai again, so that he could fall in love with her again. Although this method is stupid, it is the only useful method now. As for this method, Shinxio agreed with it after careful consideration. If she and Li Mabai knew each other in the past, it started when Li Mabai could hear her heartfelt voice. It started when Li Mabai felt that she was valuable. So if he chooses again, will he choose himself without hesitation as before? She also wanted to know what his answer would be. Chapter 353 Starting Over is the only antidote. This method was approved by Shinxio, and Wu Xinyi set out to do it.
To make the Emperor forget about the Empress, Wei Chen needs to give the Emperor medicine, and at the same time cause the Emperor's head to suffer serious injuries. The matter of drugging the Emperor is left to Wei Chen, and the matter of causing the Emperor's head injury is up to him. I can only leave it to the Empress.
So the two of them began to work on this matter. It was very easy for Wu Xinyi to give medicine to Li Mabai. He had superb medical skills. All the doctors in the Imperial Hospital combined could not match half of his skills. Naturally, he could give medicine to Li Mabai silently, but it was a difficult problem to injure Li Mabai's head. There were a bunch of palace people following him when he came in and out, so he couldn't smash his head into pieces with a hammer. Right. After thinking about it, Shinxio came up with a way. Li Mabai would take a walk by the royal lake every 2 days. When he walked, the palace people would basically follow him at a distance of 3 to 4 feet behind him. This became the best time for Shinxio to take action. Of course, she would never rush out and beat Li Mabai by herself. By the Yuhu Lake, the stones soaked in the lake water are covered with moss. The moss is very slippery, and the color is not easily noticeable as it adheres to the surface. Shinxio thought about digging out these moss-covered stones and mixing them together to pave them on the gravel road by the lake. Then, place 2 big stones in the densest place of these moss stones. If Li Mabai accidentally slips, it will be easy for him to knock his head on the stones. Just do it. At night, she secretly took Xingyun to the Yuhu Lake, and then started to get busy. Xingyun was responsible for moving the big rocks, while Shinxio was responsible for fishing out the moss stones from the Yuhu Lake and replacing them with the stones on the gravel road. By the time I finished all this work, it was almost midnight. Xingyun was so tired that he collapsed on the ground and gasped.
Master, if we do this, if he falls on a rock, will he knock himself to death?
Shinzio had a dark look on his face.
The human skull is hard, so it's not easy to die. I just want to make him suffer a little. Besides, with Wushini's medical skills, I can heal him even if he dies. Tossing him is just a matter of revenge for the bullying he has done in the past few days. It is not an injustice.
Shinzio had studied Li Mobai's walking route in advance, and she was sure that Li Mobai would cause trouble this afternoon. As expected, news came to Fengwan Palace before dinner.
The queen is not in good condition. The emperor slipped when he was walking by the royal lake, lost his balance and fell, and hit his head on a stone.
Shinzio pretended to be anxious.
How could such a thing happen? Hurry up and drive to Chaoyang Palace.
When she rushed there, the queen mother and the concubines beside her were basically already there. They were all waiting in the main hall, and the queen mother was turning the beads in her hands and chanting Buddhist prayers. Shinzio didn't dare to disturb her, so she asked Concubine Hui,
"How is the emperor?"
Concubine Hui squeezed out 2 hypocritical tears and sobbed.
Wu Yuanjian is treating the emperor inside. There is a big piece of rot on his head. I don't know if it will hurt his brain. What nonsense are you talking about?
Concubine, she scolded Concubine Hui in a low voice.
Aren't you too upset? I want you to curse the emperor without any restraint. Is this palace cursing the emperor? It's nothing more than. That's enough. Stop making noise.
The queen mother reprimanded.
Everyone please quiet down for the AI family. If you continue to make noise, go back to your palace. Don't disturb the emperor.
Everyone stayed in the main hall for almost an hour before finally seeing Wushini come out of the dormitory. The queen mother quickly asked,
"How is the emperor?"
Wu Shinon said,
"The emperor has a skin injury, and there is some blood stasis in the brain. But it is not serious. After Wei Chen applied the acupuncture, the blood stasis has dispersed. It's just that the emperor is still in a coma. It is estimated that he will have to wait for 2 more days.
It will take about an hour to wake up."
The queen mother nodded, recited Amitabha quickly, and then hurried in to see Li Mobai. The concubines all followed her in, but Shinzio stood still. After they all left, he asked Wushini in a low voice,
"Is it possible?"
Wu Shining nodded.
"Don't worry, Your Majesty. Everything is under control. After the Emperor wakes up, all things related to Your Majesty will be completely forgotten. To Your Majesty is no different than a stranger."
Shinzio was a little worried again.
Did he fall hard? Will there be scars? Will there be any sequelae?
Wu Shini smiled and said,
"Scars will definitely remain. The Emperor is handsome, but a scar on his forehead would be very unsightly. The Empress recognizes people by their color. Maybe she won't like the Emperor after seeing his scars."
At this time, Shinzio was not in the mood to joke with her. After asking him a few more questions about Li Mobai's condition, he hurried in to visit Li Mobai. "I have to say that each of these concubines are simply the best actors in the harem. I didn't see how deep the relationship between them and Li Mobai was on weekdays. But when Li Mobai fell into unconsciousness, they all cried so hard that they all became weeping." Shinzio said solemnly,
"Why are you crying? Judge Wu Yuan has said that the Emperor is fine. So it's not unlucky for you to cry like this?"
The queen mother also said,
"Wipe away the tears of Aijia. There are too many people in this place, and the lack of air circulation is not conducive to the Emperor's recovery. You all can go down. It is enough to have Aijia and the Queen here."
"Concubine," she sobbed.
"Queen Mother, why don't you let me stay here too?"
The queen mother rolled her eyes at her.
"Don't you know whether the Emperor wants to see you or not? You can leave if the Ai family asks you to. So what? Now you dare not listen to the Ai family?"
Concubine, she didn't dare to offend the old Buddha again, so she could only leave with tears in her eyes. Later, when Shinzio and the queen mother were guarding Li Mobai's bed, they heard the queen mother say,
"Queen, what happened to the Emperor today was not accidental, but someone did it deliberately."
Shinzio pretended to be surprised and said,
"What does the queen mother mean by this?"
"Queen mother,
the AI family ordered people to inspect the place where the Emperor's accident happened, and found that many large stones appeared out of thin air, and many stones on the gravel road were replaced with moss stones from the royal lake. It can be seen that someone deliberately plotted against the Emperor, but the Emperor was lucky enough to save a life. This Yuhu is the place of the harem. In addition to the harem women, there are some palace servants who have been serving for a long time. The AI family wants you to investigate this matter thoroughly and find out the person who intends to murder the Emperor. Punish him severely.
Shinxio responded to the errand assigned by the Queen Mother, and did not continue to discuss this topic in depth. She just wiped the sweat from Li Mobai's body. Chapter 354 Li Mobai loses his memory. Later, the Queen Mother became a little tired, and saw that Li Mobai showed no signs of waking up. But she kept sitting, feeling that her back was sore and her whole body was uncomfortable. Shinxio noticed her discomfort. So she said,
"If not, the Queen Mother should go back and rest. I will take care of you here, and nothing will happen. When the Emperor wakes up, I will be the first to notify the Queen Mother. How about that?"
The Queen Mother was originally unwilling to leave, but Qingju also advised her.
"If the Queen Mother has broken her body and will blame herself when the Emperor wakes up, she will not be able to rest in peace and recuperate."
In this way, she left Chaoyang Palace half-heartedly. When Shinxio and Li Mobai were alone, she gently held his hand and said,
"I'm sorry for what happened today, but that's the only way we can start over. You said that no matter what happens, you will never give up."
Me too. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side."
As he was speaking, Li Mobai's eyelids twitched twice and suddenly opened his eyes. His light brown pupils seemed to contain the rolling sea of clouds, staring intently at Shinxio. Shinxio said happily,
"The Emperor is awake."
Li Mobai took his hand away from Shinxio's and asked in a cold voice,
"Who are you?"
"Okay, it is indeed amnesia." Although Shinxio already knew all this, he still had to go through the process. Her eyes were red, and she was about to cry.
"Your Majesty, don't you remember me?"
Li Mobai frowned and recalled for a long time, then shook his head and said,
"I don't remember."
He carefully observed the strange woman in front of him. She is very good-looking, and her pitiful appearance is even more fascinating. And the clothes he was wearing were embroidered with phoenix patterns. The phoenix pattern can only be used by the queen.
"Why are you wearing this clothes?"
Shinxio looked around and said in surprise,
"Your Majesty, this is the Queen's uniform. I am your Queen. Do you really not remember it at all?"
Li Mobai's face became more solemn. In his memory, all memories about Shinxio were completely removed, so he had no impression of standing up at all. "All I know is that after Zhu Junwen died, there was no more queen in the harem."
"Nonsense. The queen is dead. What kind of queen are you?"
He sat up from the bed and called out the door.
"Sanfu, come in."
When Sanfu was summoned, he immediately opened the door and bowed in. Seeing that Li Mobai had woken up, he was also extremely happy.
"Your Majesty, you are finally awake."
Li Mobai pointed at Shinxio and asked,
"Who is this? Why are you wearing the Queen's uniform?"
Sanfu was stunned and stammered in explanation.
"Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? This is the Queen."
Hearing what Sanfu said, Li Mobai was completely confused. He covered his aching head.
"Queen? Why don't I have the slightest impression of her?"
Later, the news of Li Mobai's awakening spread, and almost all the concubines in the harem came to visit Li Mobai. Li Mobai remembered all of them, but not Shinxio. Even the Queen Mother felt strange.
"How could you not remember the Queen? The Queen still has your children in her belly, and she has already given birth to a son and a daughter. Is it possible that you don't even remember your own children?" The child was born to him and Shinxio. He didn't remember Shinxio, so he naturally didn't remember the child's existence. Shinxio originally thought that it would be a good way to let Li Mobai lose his memory and start over with him. But now seeing that he recognized everyone, but had no impression of herself at all, Shinxio still felt as if a can of 5 flavors had been spilled, and she felt uncomfortable. Although he doesn't remember Shinxio, everyone close to him will help him recall this person's existence.
The Emperor used to be the only one who favored the Queen. How can he not remember it even if he doesn't remember it?
Sanfu also said,
"The Emperor talks to his servants about the Queen's kindness every day. The 2 little princes are also the treasures of the Emperor's heart."
Later, Wu Shini was called to diagnose and treat Li Mobai again. After pretentiously diagnosing the pulse, he told everyone,
"This situation is most likely because the blood clot was in the Emperor's mind, and when it dispersed, the Emperor's brain was slightly damaged. And the damaged place may be the place where the Emperor stores his memories about the Queen. That's why after the Emperor wakes up, he will not remember the existence of the Queen at all."
Shinxio pursed her lips to hold back tears, and kept watching Li Mobai from the side. After listening to Wu Shini's analysis, Li Mobai also glanced at Shinxio. Her expression was heartbreaking, but Li Mobai had no impression of her at all, and could only avoid her eyes in embarrassment. Later, he sent away the visitors on the grounds that he had a headache. leaving only Sanfu to take care of him. The Queen Mother and the Queen Mother came out together. The Queen Mother advised Shinseyo.
Queen, please be more open-minded. The Emperor's illness is only temporary, not lifelong. Maybe one day he will think of you. Even if he can't remember it, it doesn't matter. You are the queen and gave birth to 2 children for the Emperor. Now you are still pregnant. The Emperor will fall in love with you in the past, and will be with you in the future. When I get along with you, I will definitely fall in love with you again. There is no difference.
Faced with the Queen Mother's reassuring words, Shinseyo smiled and said that she would stay with Li Maobai no matter what. After the Empress Dowager left, the other concubines, headed by concubine Shi, began to make a new round of cynicism.
Now that the Emperor doesn't remember the Empress, haven't he also forgotten all those touching and beautiful times in the past? TSK. It's not easy to make the Emperor fall in love with the Empress again. That's right. What the Emperor needs most right now is to rest alone and be quiet. If the Queen has nothing to do these 2 days, it's better not to disturb the Emperor's rest.
Shinseyo was really fed up with these capricious green tea bitches. Now she just wants to repair their relationship with Li Maobai quickly, and has no intention of fighting with him. So without saying anything, she raised her hand and gave concubine Shi and concubine Hui a slap in the face. The 2 of them covered their faces and were indignant, especially concubine Shi, who retorted,
The Emperor has forgotten you. What do you think you can do to vent your anger on us?
Shinseyo said firmly.
I'm telling you that my patience with you has reached its limit. You'd better give me a break. Otherwise, I promise you, I will definitely kill you.
When speaking the last 3 words of this sentence, Shinseyo gritted his teeth, looked fiercely, and spoke loudly. Concubine, she was so frightened that she trembled and stammered.
How dare you?
Shinseyo looked at concubine Shi from top to bottom, and sneered.
Then you try it. I dare you.
After saying this, Shinseyo rolled his eyes at her with disdain, stopped talking to them, and turned around to get on the sedan. Chapter 355 A little bit of love in the past. After returning to the palace, Shinseyo went back to her room to sort out many things that Li Maobai had given her before, and told her wet nurse,
Put the prince and princess on some clothes to keep out the cold. You will follow me to Chaoyang Palace later. But when Shinseyo took those things and the children on the way to Chaoyang Palace, she suddenly figured out something. Now she is a stranger to Li Maobai. Now she can only talk to Li Maobai by talking to him. But if the same words were told to Li Maobai by someone he knew well, maybe the effect would be better? For example, Sanfu. So Shinseyo called Sanfu.
Sanfu, how did I treat you in the past?
Sanfu said quickly.
Aside from the Emperor, the one who treats the servants best is the Queen. Now that this happened, I am also worried for the Queen. If the Queen needs the servant's place again, just give her orders. As long as a slave can do it, a slave will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Shinseyo.
My father-in-law. What I said is serious. However, I do have something to entrust you with. Your Majesty now treats me as a stranger, and it will not help me to say anything to him. But my father-in-law is different. The Emperor's most trusted palace servant is you. One word you say to the Emperor is worth 10 words spoken by others. I would like to write down every detail of the relationship between me and the Emperor over the years and give it to you, and then let you mention it to the Emperor intentionally or unintentionally. Maybe it can awaken the Emperor's memory of me.
Sanfu bowed his hands and said respectfully,
Queen, don't worry. I will fulfill my mission. In fact, no one knows how much the Emperor loves your Empress better than this minion. Such a thing happened suddenly, and I felt very uncomfortable. If I could see the Empress and the Emperor get back together, that would be a great happy event.
So he waited and waited until Shinseyo ordered someone to write down everything about her relationship with Li Maobai and give it to him before he said,
Then I'll leave everything to my father-in-law.
With Sanfu's support, things should go a little smoother. But there is another person who is also crucial to Li Maobai. That is Li Jinyan. As the biological brother of Li Maobai's mother, he was also the prince who had the best relationship with Li Maobai among the former emperor's princes. Li Maobai would not fail to listen to his words. When the news of Li Maobai's injury spread outside the palace, Li Jinyan would definitely be anxious to see his brother. So Shinseyo was waiting at the inner door of Shun Chengmen early in the morning. And sure enough, she blocked Li Jinyan's carriage. Li Jinyan brought Jiang Wanting into the palace with him. When he saw Shinseyo, he was as affectionate as ever.
Why is sister-in-law here? Where is my brother? Is he feeling better?
Shinseyo shook her head helplessly.
This is not the place to talk. Prince Jing and Princess should come and sit in my palace first.
After bringing the people back to Fengwan Palace, Shinxio explained the cause and effect of the matter clearly to them. Li Jinyan was shocked after hearing this.
How could such a ridiculous thing happen? How could I forget my sister-in-law? She is obviously the person he cares about most in his heart,
Shinxio said.
This kind of thing cannot be decided by the emperor himself if he doesn't want to. After all, it is a fact that he doesn't remember me now.
Li Jinyan saw her sadness, so he comforted her.
Sister-in-law, don't be sad for now. Let me go and talk to you. Maybe I can think of something?
Jiang Wanning also said from the side.
The queen and the emperor have experienced so many things together. Even if the emperor forgets everything from the past for a while, I think that as long as I mention it to the emperor more, he will remember it sooner or later. In that case, I would like to thank Prince Jing and Princess.
Things were proceeding step by step according to Shinxio's plan. In the past few days, Li Jinyan would come to the palace almost every day, and when Li Mobai was free, he would tell him about the past events between him and Shinxio. Li Mobai also heard a lot from Sanfu, and when he heard the somewhat exaggerated words from Li Jinyan, he praised Shinxio as a fairy. So he became more and more curious.
Is she really that good?
Li Jinyan.
Brother, the woman you are interested in must be the best woman in the world. Think about it. My sister-in-law does not have the support of her mother's family, and she is not a serious concubine who was drafted into the palace. From a palace maid, I was able to be promoted step by step. But in just over 2 years, I was appointed queen by you personally. I can only imagine how much you liked your sister-in-law.
No matter how good others think of Shinxio, Li Mobai also knows that she is a very good woman. But it is obviously unrealistic for him to fall in love with Shinxio again, just because of 2 sentences.
These days, not only you, Sanfu, and the Queen Mother have also told me a lot. But I really have no memory at all. Besides, if she is really a couple with me as you said, why did it take me so long to recover from my injury? It's been 7 or 8 days, and she hasn't come to Chaoyang Palace to visit me.
Li Jinyan sighed.
Oh brother, did you become stupid after you hit your brain? How can a girl speak first about this kind of thing? You forgot about me. Think about it. If the person you particularly like suddenly forgot about you, what would you think? Would you still be happy? You would definitely feel lost. At a loss. And don't know what to do. That's right.
Seeing that Li Mobai was thoughtful, he took a breath and continued.
Besides, what can I say if my sister-in-law comes to see you? You don't remember anything. Will she still treat you like before? Or will she treat you like a stranger? To you? After all, it's neither progress nor retreat. My sister-in-law is the most difficult person at this time. If you ask me, I should go and see her. Should I go to see her?
Li Mobai frowned slightly, feeling that Li Jinyan's words were a bit unreasonable.
I am the emperor, and she is my concubine. Why should I go to see her? Brother talks nice now, but didn't he go to my sister-in-law's palace every day before? I couldn't even drive her away. Who in this palace doesn't know that I couldn't live without my sister-in-law even a day ago?
Li Mobai secretly thought, what kind of magic power does this woman have that can make him so obsessed with her before? He couldn't help but become a little curious about Shinxio. I heard from Li Jinyan that she had saved his life several times and could be regarded as his savior. So he said, let's do this. After finishing the political affairs today, I will go to Fengwan Palace to see her later. Li Jinyan smiled and said,
that's right. If I have more contact with my sister-in-law, I will know how good my sister-in-law is. Maybe if I have contact with her, I will remember all the past things.
Chapter 356, Let's Get to Know Each Other Again. Fengwan Palace is particularly deserted at night. Ever since Li Mobai lost his memory, Shinxio has been in a bad mood. She felt that there were too many palace servants who were always noisy. So she moved out a group of palace servants, leaving only those who had been serving her sincerely for a long time. That night was the first time Li Mobai stepped into Fengwan Palace since he lost his memory. At that time, Shinxio had already rested. But she heard Pear's voice outside the door happily saying,
Queen, the Emperor is here.
Shinxio quickly put on her coat, stood up, and went to the main hall to greet him. He looked at her with a somewhat lively look, and just nodded briefly before sitting on the front seat. Shinxio abided by the rules and bowed to Li Mobai.
Concubine, please give your regards to your majesty. May your majesty be blessed.
Li Mobai raised his hand and ordered her to stand up.
I heard from Sanfu and Jin Yen that you used to be unruly. You never bowed to me when you saw me. And you never called yourself my concubine. Today is because I don't dare,
Shinzio said in a weak voice.
I used to be like this because the emperor doted on me.
But now? She paused and seemed to be holding back tears.
But now the emperor doesn't remember anything. As the queen of the Middle Palace, I can't be presumptuous in front of the emperor. It doesn't matter. Just be the same as you were in the past.
Li Maobai looked around Fenghuan Palace and saw that the decoration here was much more luxurious than when Zhu Junwen moved in before. He also saw that many furnitures were engraved with dragon patterns. If you can use furniture engraved with dragon patterns, you must have given your permission. This is the highest honor. Others can enjoy it for days if they only get 1 or 2 pieces. Seeing that almost all of Shinzio's palaces are decorated with dragon patterns, it is evident how much he loved her in the past. Shinzio Shiran stepped forward and handed her right hand to Li Maobai. She moved her thumb, and the ring on her thumb was particularly conspicuous.
Does the emperor still remember this ring?
Li Maobai moved the thumb of his left hand, looked at the 2 identical wrenches, and said curiously,
Yes. I remember that these pigeon blood wrenches were given to me by the late emperor. They were originally a pair, but I was naughty when I was a child and took one of them. The finger was lost. When I woke up after being injured this time,
I saw this ring on my hand. I thought the one I had thrown away was the smaller one. Why is this ring in your hand?
Shinzio explained.
Actually, the one the emperor lost was the one in your hand, and the one in my concubine's hand was the one rewarded by the emperor. As for why the emperor wore the lost one, it was because on my concubine's birthday 2 years ago, I went to the palace with the emperor and helped the emperor find the ring finger.
Li Maobai had no memory of this matter, but he remembered what the late emperor said to him when he was young. He said that there was only 1 pair of these thumb rings in the world, and he asked Li Maobai to keep them properly. He would definitely give them to his most beloved woman in the future and pair them with her. While Li Maobai's thoughts were wandering, Shinzio took out another gold medal and handed it to him.
Does the emperor still remember this?
Li Maobai only glanced at it and recognized it as Qi Chao's death-free gold medal. In the entire Qi dynasty, this was the only gold medal to avoid death. Li Maobai never remembered that he had given it as a reward, but it turned out to be given to Shinzio. A slight smile appeared on his face and he asked,
Why did I give this to you in the past? Is it because you often cause trouble?
Shinzio shook his head and said,
In the past, no matter how much trouble I caused, the emperor would always take care of me, and I was not afraid. And the reason why I was rewarded with this gold medal for immunity from death by the emperor was because the emperor was afraid of leaving the palace. If I leave you alone in the palace, something bad will happen. So I asked you to keep this gold medal for peace of mind.
Li Maobai played with the gold medal for a while, then handed it back to Shinzio.
Since I gave it to you before, you should keep it well.
Although the gold medal finally fell into Shinzio's hands, she was not happy at all. Because this time, when Li Maobai gave her the gold medal, there was no warmth. He didn't even look at her. He just gave the thing to her again. Shinzio's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a little sad. After putting away the gold medal, she focused on the sachet on Li Maobai's waist. On that day, Li Maobai cut off her hair without telling her, and gave it to the goddess together with his own hair. She asked the goddess to tie the knot, and carried it in a sachet with him. He kept this matter from Shinzio, but Shinzio could hear his thoughts. So he knew the secret that was not a secret early on. She focused her eyes on the sachet and said solemnly,
Does the emperor still remember the origin of this sachet?
Li Maobai lowered his eyes and glanced at the sachet on his waist.
My mother sewed this for me with her own hands. It has the meaning of keeping safe. I have been wearing it since I was sensible. Does your majesty know what's in the sachet?
Li Maobai stretched out his hand and rubbed the surface of the sachet.
It's just some ordinary spices. Right?
Shinzio smiled and shook his head.
Your majesty, open it and take a look.
Li Maobai slowly opened the sachet, only to find that there was a concentric knot made of 2 strands of hair tied inside. When he looked at the concentric knot, Shinzio said slowly,
These 2 strands of hair, one belongs to the emperor and the other belongs to the concubine. The emperor tied them into a concentric knot and carried them around with him. In order to get the best result, I can always be with you, my concubine.
This incident should be the one that shocked Li Maobai the most among all the things that happened between him and Shinzio that he learned recently. At the beginning of the dynasty, when the emperor cut off his hair, it was a national mourning. In other words, except for the death of the late emperor and the queen mother, Li Maobai could not easily cut off his hair. This will harm the destiny of the country. Now, it's hard for him to imagine what he and Shinseyo went through in the first place to be able to do such a crazy thing. He didn't say anything more, and put the concentric knot back into the sachet. After carefully tying the mouth of the sachet, he said,
I may not remember some things now, but I will always remember them in the future. I listen. How can this be possible since you knew that I had forgotten you? He looked at Shinseyo with gentle eyes and said softly,
You are still pregnant, so you have to take better care of your body. Do you understand?
Shinseyo nodded in agreement.
Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, I know what to do.
Li Mobai's words did not make Shinseyo feel reassured or happy. She knew that she had to do more to restore the relationship between the two of them to what it was before. It seems that she is still as gentle as before, but there are many artificial elements added to this gentleness. It's like completing a task, not out of intention. Chapter 357 Tie the man's stomach. While they were talking, the two little guys in the side hall suddenly woke up. When children are raised together, if one cries, the other will definitely cry too. When Shinseyo heard the child crying, she immediately became anxious.
Your Majesty, the child is crying. Will you come with me to have a look?
Li Mobai's memory of the two children was also erased. But after all, they were his biological flesh and blood. Hearing their cries, Li Mobai's heart would be touched. So he followed Shinseyo to the side hall. Opening the door, I saw the wet nurse holding the two little guys and pacing on the spot, coaxing them with Dulyalu in her mouth. Shinseyo took little Chongning from the wet nurse's arms and said to Li Mobai,
Your Majesty, please hold Shuan and coax him. When he cried in the past, as long as you coaxed him, he would calm down immediately.
The wet nurse handed Shuan to Li Mobai. Li Mobai's movements were very stiff, for fear of accidentally dropping the child. But after holding him for a while, he gradually became more familiar with it. The child also stopped crying quickly after being comforted by him, and even looked at him and giggled. Blood relationship is a relationship that cannot be separated regardless of whether there is memory or not. Even if Li Mobai doesn't remember his child, as long as he has a little contact like this, he will feel infinite warmth in his heart.
His name is Shuan?
Li Mobai asked.
Yes. It's still the name given by the emperor.
After saying that, he hugged Chongning and moved closer to Li Mobai.
This is our daughter, Chongning.
Li Mobai glanced at Shuan, then at Chongning, and joked,
The princess is better looking. After all, the little prince's facial features are not as refined as the princess's.
For a moment, Shinseyo seemed to have forgotten about Li Mobai's amnesia. She just thought he was still the same Li Mobai. So she joked,
They say daughters are like father and son. Like mother. Is the emperor saying this in a subtle way that I am ugly?
She asked very naturally. But Li Mobai was stunned for a moment and stuttered.
I don't mean that.
Shinseyo also reacted. But seeing Li Mobai's slightly red cheeks, he dared not look directly into his eyes. Such shy appearance made people feel very cute. So she continued to ask,
Then what does the emperor mean? The emperor has lost his memory and has forgotten me. Now he has gotten to know me again. Your Majesty, look at me.
Only after Shinseyo begged repeatedly did Li Mobai dare to look directly into her eyes. She smiled, her eyes turning into crescent moons.
Does your Majesty think I look good?
Li Mobai was speechless for a moment, so he could only nod his head slightly and make a shallow hum sound. Shinseyo became more and more proud.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment.
This was the first time Li Mobai felt cute from this woman. He praised Shinseyo in his heart, but said,
Were you like this before? As a woman, it would be a bit uncouth to ask a man if she is good-looking.
Little did he know that Shinseyo could hear the praise in his heart, so he didn't take his harsh words seriously.
The emperor is my husband. I asked my own husband if I look good. Is there any problem?
There seems to be no problem with the logical closed loop. Li Mobai was speechless again.
Dad.
This voice came from Xiao Xuan's mouth, because when Shinseyo taught him to speak, she couldn't help but teach him to call him daddy or mommy. As a result, this little guy is now shouting daddy, daddy, mommy, mommy back and forth. As an ancient person, Li Mobai didn't understand what Dapong meant.
What is he chattering about?
Shinseyo smiled and explained.
I'm calling you the emperor. Dad is my concubine's hometown dialect, which means father. Father! Father!
Li Mobai stretched out his hand to tease Shuan's chubby cheeks. He couldn't hide the fondness in the corners of his eyes and brows.
Hometown dialect? But it sounds pretty good.
Later, by the time the children went to bed, it was already past midnight. Li Maobai originally wanted to go back to the palace directly, but Shenxiu stopped him.
Your Majesty, why don't you stay for a midnight snack before leaving?
Li Maobai said.
I never eat midnight snacks. Why don't you eat? The Emperor used to have late-night snacks in my palace.
Shenxiu remembered that he had lost all memories of himself. So the happy memories of eating barbecue and drinking Coke should also be gone. If you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach, Shenxiu quickly said.
Okay, Your Majesty. You wait for me in the bedroom for a while, and I'll make you something delicious. This is your favorite thing to eat.
Li Maobai wanted to refuse, but before he could speak, Shenxiu ran away like a rabbit. Seeing that she was so kind and unable to refuse, he had no choice but to go back to his bedroom and wait for her. After about half an hour, someone from the palace brought a large iron plate filled with various vegetables, seafood and meat. Shenxiu walked in casually, holding a jade pot for drinking in his hand. Li Maobai was first attracted by the aroma. He looked at the plate of burnt ingredients and said,
What is this? Is it burned? Where is it burnt? This is barbecue. The charred layer on the outside was the Emperor's favorite food in the past. Pair it with cumin powder and spicy noodles. Not to mention how fragrant it is.
Li Maobai was doubtful and asked,
Where are the chopsticks? How can I eat without chopsticks?
Shenxiu pointed at the barbecue skewers.
Just pick it up and eat it. This is called skewers. In the past, the Emperor always finished more skewers than his concubines.
Li Maobai was somewhat disgusted, and his eyes were fixed on the wine cup in Shenxiu's hand.
How can you drink alcohol when you are pregnant? This is not wine.
Shenxiu gave Li Maobai a drink. When he saw the black-red liquid with bubbles flowing out of it, Li Maobai's first reaction was, Why is this thing the same color as poison? Shenxiu said with a smile.
The Emperor said the same thing when he drank it for the first time. This is the tea from my hometown, and it is sweet.
After saying that, she drank a full cup herself, and then handed the cup to Li Maobai.
Your Majesty, will you try it?
Li Maobai took a sip dubiously. Sure enough, the sweet taste and rich bubbles of the cola immediately exploded in his mouth. Shenxiu saw a hint of surprise in his expression. So she asked,
How are you, Your Majesty?
Li Maobai, how come this tea tastes so good? I have never tasted anything so delicious. However, 2 words came out of his mouth.
Not bad.
This kind of reserve was no different from the Li Maobai whom Shenxiu had just met. Shenxiu smiled and handed another grilled skewer to Li Maobai.
Would the Emperor have a taste? This grilled mushroom is the Emperor's favorite vegetable.
Li Maobai likes shiitake mushrooms, but the grilled look of these shiitake mushrooms is a bit unsightly. Unable to resist Shenxiu's hard selling, Li Maobai had no choice but to give it a try and take a small bite. Just this small bite simply opened the door for him to explore a new world again. Chapter 358 The Tyrant Relies on Her. Li Maobai, who kept saying that he would not eat until he started, now eats more deliciously than anyone else. Soon, Li Maobai ate almost all the barbecue on the iron plate. Fortunately, Shenxiu was prepared. She knew that once Li Maobai started eating, this plate would definitely not be enough for him to enjoy his meal. So she prepared another plate in advance and put it in the kitchen. She asked Li Maobai,
Does the Emperor think it tastes good?
Li Maobai,
General. Hiccup.
Shenxiu smiled, clapped her hands, and ordered outside the palace.
Send it over.
Soon, a new plate full of barbecue appeared in front of Li Maobai. Shenxiu saw that he was hesitant and refused to start. So she added a Coke for him and said,
I know that the Emperor wants to keep in shape and rarely eats at night. But if you eat like this once in a while, you won't gain weight. Your Majesty, think about it. You've already eaten. You might as well have fun eating it all at once. Right.
Li Maobai actually felt that Shenxiu's absurd reasoning seemed to make some sense. So he ignored it and started eating again. After drinking and eating, Shenxiu and Li Maobai took a walk in the courtyard. Li Maobai asked her,
Did you often cook for me in the past?
With Shenxiu's cooking skills, if he cooked for Li Maobai every day, Li Maobai would starve to death sooner or later. This is the only barbecue she can handle. But when Li Maobai asked her this, she couldn't lose her status.
Right?
So he bit the bullet and agreed.
Yes. The Emperor often comes to my concubine's palace to eat, and he often praises me for my good craftsmanship. Well, the craftsmanship is pretty good.
Li Maobai reminisced about the barbecue just now and said,
Then I will come to your palace for dinner tomorrow.
How come this tyrant forgot himself and became a big eater? But it would be good to have more contact with him. Such a start would be much better than slapping Li Maobai when they first met. Right. After sending Li Maobai away from Fenghuan Palace, Shenxiu began to have a headache about what to do for Li Maobai tomorrow. Her headache wasn't because she didn't know what Li Maobai liked to eat. Having been with him day and night for so long, she knew Li Maobai's taste better than the Queen Mother. She just had a headache. How could she make a different taste? The chefs in the palace all cook in the same style, with nothing new. Pear and Cheer are good at making pastries, but they are slightly inferior at cooking. After thinking about it, Shenxiu paid attention to the points again. She sneaked into the convenience store, searched around inside, and finally saw a pot that was exactly what she wanted. It was an ordinary large iron pot, but its name was amazing. It was called Invincible Delicious Cooking Pot. Shenxiu read the instructions carefully and found out that this pot only needs to put the ingredients in, and it can cook very delicious dishes without even adding seasonings. Whether it's a home-cooked dish or a state banquet dish, there's nothing it can't make. What's more important is that a pot only costs 50 points. So it's a no-brainer. It can not only help her solve her current problems, but also allow her to eat delicious food in ancient times in the future, killing two birds with one stone. After Shenxiu thought for a moment, he decided to buy the pot. But when she was about to pay the points, Xiao Tuochuo's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Caught! Is the host going to waste points again? Didn't you just agree to me and start accumulating points? Shenxiu laughed awkwardly. I didn't promise you to start accumulating points. Besides, my points are not for tyrants. They are for improving my own food. Okay? Little Tuochuo, host. Don't think I don't know. The tyrant is coming to Fenghuan Palace for dinner tonight. You just want to use modern methods to tie a man's heart. First his stomach. Shenxiu chuckled. Yes. Yes. Everything you said is right. But she didn't listen. She picked up the pot and opened her eyes and returned to reality. She also brought the pot back with her. Xiao Tuochuo hated him for not arguing. Hey! You are really the most difficult host I have ever taken care of. Other hosts have already accumulated enough points in 3 years. But your points have remained unchanged at 500 points. After finally saving up 500 points, you always have a way to give the points away in a fancy way. Shenxiu assured the system that she would work hard to accumulate points starting from tomorrow. The system said, what you said is the same as what you said to your mother that you should go to bed early and get up early tomorrow. It's just a nice thing to say. With this pot, the problem of cooking is completely solved. It only took Shenxiu an hour to prepare more than a dozen dishes. These dishes are all Li Maobai's favorite dishes. And the dishes made in this pot are mouth-watering just by smelling them. Sure enough, these dishes suit Li Maobai's appetite. Dinner was just white rice, and he ate 2 large bowls. These dishes made it possible for Shenxiu to realize the CD-ROM operation. After finishing the meal, it was so full that it was difficult to even stand up. Perhaps because he felt a little rude. Li Maobai didn't forget to make amends for himself. Why do you keep looking at me? Don't get me wrong. It's not that the food you cook is delicious. It's just that you made it with your own hands. If I don't finish it, I always feel like I don't give you this face. Shenxiu smiled sadly and said, Yes, the emperor is right. I cook for the emperor. If the emperor thinks it is delicious, I will naturally be happy. I'll come back tomorrow. Is he completely relying on himself? Shenxiu felt ecstatic in her heart, but soon felt that something was wrong. It seems like things are starting to go somewhere weird. She silently complained in her heart. Does he think of me as a cook? But she still had to deal with it. As long as the emperor likes it. Li Maobai asked her. They said that I used to stick with you every day. So what did we do after eating? If Shenxiu hadn't been pregnant, the two of them would have done their favorite things after dinner. But Shenxiu can't say this now. The Li Maobai in front of her was half a stranger to her. She would inevitably scare him if she said these sarcastic words. Secondly, since I am pregnant now, I will definitely not be able to do the things I love to do. So she said, You don't want to do anything. Just chat. Play chess. Or go look at the stars. Look at the stars? Li Maobai thought of the star observatory used for sacrifices. The best place in the palace to see stars is probably the star observatory. Where did we go before? Shenxiu nodded in agreement. And Li Maobai said, Let's go then. It's getting dark. So let's go to the observatory to look at the stars. After saying that, he stood up and walked in front of Shenxiu. Shenxiu looked at his back, froze for a moment, and quickly followed him with a slight smile. Shinseyo saw the way he was trying so hard to regain his memory, and was very moved. Chapter 359 Stargazing. On the way to the Star Observatory with Li Mobai, Shinseyo rode in the same sedan as Li Mobai. It had been a long time since she had sat in a sedan chair with Li Mobai. Somehow, Li Mobai acted very freely, but she looked a little shy. Li Mobai saw that her expression looked a little unnatural, so he asked her,
"What's wrong? Is this the first time you ride in a royal sedan with me?"
Shinseyo.
"No, but it's very much like the first time."
Li Mobai understood that she should feel that way. That feeling of two people just getting to know each other and coming into contact for the first time in a confined space. He joked,
"That's fair. It's like it's my first time too."
When we arrived at the observatory, Sanfu arranged it properly in advance. Because it was winter, the pavilion of the observatory was specially covered with soft goose down. Shinseyo and Li Mobai were sitting opposite each other. Li Mobai was concentrating on looking at the stars, while Shinseyo was staring at him.
"The Emperor hasn't been to the star observation deck for a long time." "Right."
In Li Mobai's impression, the last time he came was after his enthronement ceremony. So he nodded in agreement and said,
"The weather is good tonight. Suitable for stargazing."
The Milky Way could be seen in the night sky in ancient times. This was nothing new to Shinseyo. She stood up and walked to sit next to Li Mobai. Only then did Li Mobai look back at her.
"Why do you want to sit here?"
Shinseyo pretended to be mysterious.
"Does the Emperor feel cold?"
Li Mobai was dressed a little thinly today, and was no better than Shinseyo, who also wore a fox fur cloak. But Li Mobai, a straight man, couldn't admit it in front of a woman even if he was cold. So even though he was trembling slightly, he still pretended to be calm and said,
"I don't think you are cold."
Shinseyo shook his head, and then turned the switch in the pavilion. The bricks on the ground fell down, revealing wine glasses and wine cups.
"Your Majesty, would you like to drink some wine to warm yourself up?"
This wine was originally hidden here by Li Mobai, but even he couldn't remember it. He looked at Shinseyo, his eyes full of curiosity.
"How do you know?" "Because in the past, when I accompanied the Emperor to the Star Observatory, the Emperor took it out. So I know. Have you ever had a drink with me?"
Shinseyo refilled Li Mobai's wine and nodded normally.
"More than once. It's just that I'm too drunk and I'm always laughed at by the Emperor."
Li Mobai saw that after he filled it out for him, he started to fill it up himself. So he stopped her.
"You are pregnant and should not drink alcohol."
Shinseyo raised her eyebrows pretending to be mysterious and ignored Li Mobai. Only after the 2 glasses of wine were filled, he raised his glass and said,
"I would like to toast your Majesty with this glass. So drink it first as a token of respect."
"You?" Li Mobai stretched out his hand to stop Shinseyo, but she had already downed a glass of wine. He was a little anxious and frowned.
"Have you been acting like this before?"
Shinseyo reached out and held the wine glass in front of Li Mobai's nose.
"Your Majesty, smell it."
Li Mobai took a deep breath and realized that the cup was not filled with white wine, but a liquid that tasted very similar to the tea he drank when eating barbecue. Unlike tea, this liquid is clear. Li Mobai looked at the liquid in the cup carefully, and saw small bubbles rising from time to time, and asked curiously,
"What is this?"
Shinseyo wouldn't tell him this was Sprite. Then he said,
"This is also a kind of tea from my concubine's hometown. But the color is transparent. Just like liquor. It is colorless, but has a taste. But it is sweet, and you will not get drunk after drinking it. Please give it a try. Your Majesty."
With the experience of drinking tea last time, Li Mobai drank all the Sprite in the cup without thinking much this time. "Well, it tastes really good." He didn't praise her. He just asked her,
"Why does this thing appear in the wine gourd? I remember that it was obviously drunk in immortal brew." "How could it be?"
Shinseyo explained.
"Because I replaced it early in the morning. Drinking is always bad for your health. Why does the Emperor insist on drinking? Isn't it good to drink tea from my hometown?"
She blinked her big bright eyes, looking at Li Mobai like a clever deer. For a moment, Li Mobai seemed to have a heartbeat. His breathing began to become rapid and his heartbeat began to accelerate. In order to avoid embarrassment, he avoided Shinseyo's gaze, continued to look up at the sky, and said,
"I don't like you making your own decisions. Don't do this next time."
Shinseyo made a face at him, and then sat aside, drinking Sprite and looking at the stars in the sky.
"The Emperor must not know the constellations." "Right. Constellation?"
Li Mobai shook his head.
"What is that?"
This was a conversation he had with Li Mobai before. But Shinseyo did not recommend giving Li Maobai another popular science education. She took off the silver hairpin that bound her hair, and the green hair flowed down like a waterfall and draped over her shoulders. She held the silver hairpin and gestured to the constellations in the sky.
This, connected together, is my concubine's constellation. I am a Sagittarius. Your Majesty, look at these stars connected like this.
Does it look like a bow and arrow?
Li Maobai said.
I only see the stars as stars, and I can't see any bows and arrows.
Li Maobai also said this to Shinseyo back then. She smiled and said,
Then does the Emperor know where your zodiac sign is?
Li Maobai remained silent, and Shinseyo formed a constellation that was unique to Li Maobai.
Look, Your Majesty, this is your constellation.
Li Maobai didn't see anything, so he said calmly,
Like the theory of ghosts and gods. They are all nonsense.
No. Shinseyo said seriously.
This is the Emperor's zodiac sign. His birthday is September 16th, which is Chu/female. So this is the zodiac sign.
Li Maobai's face suddenly darkened.
What do you think I am?
Shinseyo said this on purpose.
She just wanted to see Li Maobai's funny reaction.
Nothing. Nothing. Hee hee. Your Majesty. Look. There is a shooting star.
She suddenly closed her eyes, clasped her hands tightly, and silently murmured something to the sky. Li Maobai looked at her intently, and when the wind passed by, her hair brushed past his ears, making it tingling and tingling. With the unique sweetness of a girl, he seemed to feel that the woman in front of him was radiating dazzling light. Suddenly, Shinseyo opened her eyes and turned around. Meeting his eyes, he panicked for a moment and didn't know where to look. Seeing his blush, Shinseyo smiled and said,
The Emperor is peeking at my concubine? No.
Li Maobai denied decisively.
I was seeing you with disheveled hair and disheveled appearance. I really can't figure out why I made you the queen in the past.
Shinseyo laughed and did not answer his words. After all, she could hear his thoughts, and she knew that he was already feeling a little moved. Chapter 360. The Tyrant was poisoned again. Perhaps he felt that it was a bit embarrassing to look at each other like this. So Li Maobai deliberately changed the topic.
What were you doing just now? Make a wish. The meteor that streaks across the sky is for us to make wishes. As long as it streaks across the night sky. Close your eyes, clasp your hands, and say your wish in your heart. It can hear it and help us realize our wish.
Li Maobai looked arrogant.
Do you believe these bluffing things? If it were true, then people in the world wouldn't have to work so hard to get what they want. Effort is one thing, and so is faith. Effort is important, but one cannot live without faith. Every day, you think that good things may happen, and maybe they will actually happen,
Shinseyo said, grabbing Li Maobai's wrist and forcing him to put his hands together.
What are you going to do?
Li Maobai asked.
Your Majesty, there are quite a lot of shooting stars tonight. Just give it a try and maybe your wish will come true. Anyway, just close your eyes and your Majesty won't lose anything.
Li Maobai said a deep and then fixed his gaze on her hand holding his wrist.
Please take your hands off me first.
Shinseyo smiled wisely and let go of his hand, and then said,
Your Majesty, like me, first prepare yourself, then look at the sky, and after seeing the shooting stars, immediately close your eyes and make a wish.
Li Maobai felt a little speechless. Why does this woman not look very smart? But I don't know why. But such a not very smart woman seems to have her own magic power. Li Maobai couldn't explain why he would follow her in such a stupid move. And when the meteor passed by, he really closed his eyes and began to recite his wish in his heart. Little did he know that his wish could be heard by Shinseyo. Everyone tells me that the queen is a wonderful woman. They are all talking about how I used to be in love with the queen and how I was unquestionably in love with her. I hope that I can recover my memory as soon as possible. Being able to think of all the past moments with the queen can make her happy. Hearing his thoughts, Shinseyo was inexplicably moved. Sure enough, no matter how many twists and turns people in love go through, they will eventually come together. Right? After all, they both have a heart that is connected to each other. Asterisk. Yueguang Palace? Concubine she couldn't sleep for the past 2 days. In the past, Li Maobai could be tricked by her into coming to her palace to accompany her for a while. Now, seeing the relationship declining, if she adds more fire, she can become Li Maobai's real lover. A woman. But fortunately, I don't know why Li Maobai was so angry that he didn't come to her palace these days. She asked Qiushi to inquire about Li Maobai's movements tonight. When Qiushi came back, She had an ugly expression on her face, and stayed beside Concubine, she for a long time without speaking. Concubine she glanced at her with raised eyebrows, and said impatiently,
"Just tell me what you see. Do you have to ask me to ask you before you speak?"
Shioshi then stammered.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty. He first went to Fenghuan Palace for dinner tonight. And then what happened?
Concubine she became more and more anxious.
He lives in Fenghuan Palace?
Shioshi.
That's not true.
Concubine she breathed a long sigh of relief.
It's okay if he doesn't. As long as he doesn't favor that bitch Shinseo again. Then I still have a chance. But the Emperor took the Queen to the observatory to watch the stars.
Shioshi's heavy breathing made Concubine she's mood go up and down like a roller coaster.
What are you talking about? The Emperor is so good. Why would he accompany that bitch to see the stars? Hasn't he already forgotten about that bitch? I don't know. I just heard that the Emperor always goes to the Queen's palace to eat in the past 2 days. Maybe it's because the food in the Queen's palace is delicious? Nonsense!
Concubine she said angrily.
The Queen's palace is not the royal dining room. How delicious can the food in her palace be?
She slapped the case angrily, making Shioshi tremble in fright.
I am careless. I gave this bitch an opportunity to take advantage of. She has 2 children. And there is another one in her belly. Even if the Emperor doesn't look at the monk's face, he will follow the Buddha's face. She's more in touch. If you go back and forth like this, some feelings will arise. No, I can't just sit back and wait for death. I can't watch the favor that comes to my mouth, just to be snatched away by a bitch again.
She waved at Shioshi, calling her to her side, and whispered in her ear.
At that time, I prepared things to serve the Emperor. But do I still have them now?
Shioshi said.
Your Majesty asked me to keep it well, and I didn't dare to neglect it. It would be a big crime if that thing was discovered. So I hid it in the courtyard, carefully wrapped it with cloth, put it in a brocade box, and buried it under the ground. Go and get that thing out for me. Tomorrow, I will pretend to be sick and trick the Emperor into coming. Success or failure depends on this.
The good thing that Concubine she mentioned was the same thing that she and the Queen used to drug Li Maobai. That thing was rare, so she never threw it away. Now I am thinking of using the same trick again. When she got up from her nap the next day, Concubine she began to make a fuss in the palace. 2 or 3 waves of people came from the Imperial Hospital. She kept saying that she had chest pain. The Imperial doctor checked her pulse, but couldn't find any problem. So she called them quacks. The commotion became louder, and the people from Yaohua Palace went to the study room 3 times to invite Li Maobai. But Li Maobai had political affairs on his mind. So how could he spare his time to care whether her heart ached or not? Only after all the memorials were reviewed, and the people in the Imperial Concubine she's palace were still unwilling to give up, he became a little annoyed, and had no choice but to drive to Yaohua Palace. When he came, Concubine she was lying in her bedroom moaning. Li Maobai stood in front of the dormitory door, and did not go in.
What's wrong with you?
Concubine she heard Li Maobai's voice, and pretended to be sick even harder.
Your Majesty, I feel a tightness in my chest. I wonder if I have some terminal illness. Your Majesty, tell me, I am not going to die soon. If you are about to die, I will notify your mother's family to come to the palace to see you off.
Concubine she.
Your Majesty, you are here. Come in and see me.
At this moment, Li Maobai didn't know that Concubine she was burning incense in the palace that could induce purgation, and she was lying naked on the bed. As soon as Li Maobai came in and smelled the scent of the fragrant medicine, Concubine she would immediately expose her body in front of him. Her expression was very charming. Her eyes were extremely blurred. Her fingers were gently sliding on her skin, and every move she made was so charming. Under the catalysis of fragrance, I believe no man can resist this scene. Chapter 361, Do It Again. He still makes the same choice. She had a good plan. But in the end Li Maobai couldn't resist her repeated requests and entered the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strange fragrance. The scent gave him a headache, but he had no other reaction. Concubine she was so smart that when she saw Li Maobai covering her forehead with her hands, she thought it was because of the effects of the medicine. So she suddenly opened her quilt and pounced on Li Maobai like a big white mouse. Li Maobai was so frightened by her move that he reacted very quickly and kicked her in the abdomen, sending her flying far away. Concubine she was lying on the ground twisting her body, making ouch sounds constantly. Li Maobai was annoyed.
My concubine! Are you crazy? What are you doing here? A woman. In broad daylight. It's so presumptuous. Aren't you sick? I don't look at you as if you were sick, but rather a cat named Haru.
He turned around and left, scolding the palace servants of Yueguang Palace outside the door.
You trash. You spend all your time waiting on the concubine. But you don't know how to learn something good. You just do unreasonable things. Whoever went to the chancellery to invite me today went to the Department of Punishment to get 20 boards. In addition, everyone in the Yueguang Palace, including the imperial concubine, was fined for half a year as a warning to others.
Knowing that Liemo and Bai Bai were gone, concubine, she couldn't figure out what went wrong. Normally, her calculations were all right. So how could she not be able to kill the fox, but instead make herself embarrassed? She put on her coat and shouted outside the door.
Xiaoshi! Xiaoshi! Get out of here!
Xiaoshi bowed her head and walked in, her voice trembling as she said,
Mother, I don't know why this is happening. What kind of fragrant medicine are you talking about? Not only did the emperor not react when he smelled it, but he also became so irritable. You, a cheap servant, failed to accomplish anything but fail.
Xiaoshi knelt in front of concubine Shi and cried,
I'm sorry. My dear, this fragrant medicine has been used for almost 2 years. Maybe it has lost its effect. Moreover, this fragrant medicine is only effective for men, not for women. I have no way of checking whether it is still effective. Please forgive me. Please calm down.
Concubine Shi picked up the pillow on the bed and hit Xiaoshi hard.
How dare you, a cheap servant, to quibble? You can't figure out the big thing that has ruined my palace. And I can't blame you. Go.
She pointed at the door and yelled angrily.
Go to the criminal punishment department and get 20 boards yourself. If you still act like this in the future, I will skin you.
Xiaoshi felt aggrieved. But a servant like her had no room for excuse in front of her master. Even if she is a domestic servant of concubine Shi, she is the only one who will be unlucky if she encounters such a bad-tempered master as concubine Shi. Over here, after Li Maobai left the imperial concubine Shi's palace, he took a sedan chair and rushed to Fenghuan Palace. On the way, he was still thinking to himself. Fortunately, he didn't waste much time going to Shinseo's palace for dinner today. After arriving at Fenghuan Palace, I could smell the aroma of the food inside through the door. It has to be said that Shinseo's cooking today still maintained a very high standard. Li Maobai was not very hungry at first, but after smelling this smell, his appetite immediately increased. While eating, he asked Shinseo,
Who did you learn your cooking skills from?
Shinseo thought for a moment and said,
I learned my cooking skills from my mother in my hometown. Mother?
Li Maobai stopped holding the chopsticks and raised his eyebrows to look at her.
Your mother passed away when you were 7 years old. How could you learn such cooking skills from her?
Shinseo, who was exposed on the spot, wanted to pinch her thighs. She overlooked something very important. That is, although Li Maobai has lost his memory and cannot remember himself, so many people have told her so many things about him, so he will definitely know what his family situation is like. However, Shinseo didn't show much panic after being poked. She responded to Li Maobai's question calmly and replied very casually,
Yeah.
What's the problem? I learned to cook from my mother when I was 3 years old. 4 years is not enough for me to learn.
Li Maobai found her explanation incredible. But there is no way. This woman is an incredible existence. So what she says and does, there won't be too many surprises. Li Maobai could have eaten 2 more bowls of rice with today's dish. But after eating just 1 bowl, he felt increasingly dizzy and uncomfortable. Shinseo saw something was wrong with him and asked,
What's wrong with the emperor?
Li Maobai said,
It's nothing. I guess I caught a cold while stargazing last night. I have a headache now.
Last night, Li Maobai accompanied her to watch the stars until midnight. On such a cold day, Shinseo was busy chatting with Li Maobai, completely forgetting that he was staying with her while he was freezing. I immediately felt guilty, so I helped Li Maobai back to the dormitory. She asked Payer to make ginger tea, and then served it to Li Maobai.
Your Majesty, please drink a bowl of ginger tea first to go away the cold. We have already sent for the imperial doctor.
At this moment, Li Maobai's eyes were already double as he looked at her. He felt extremely hot all over his body, and somewhere there was a tendency to rise. Shinseo noticed something was wrong with him when he saw that his face was red. But she thought he had a fever, so she reached out and touched his forehead.
It's so hot. Your Majesty, ah.
Unexpectedly, Li Maobai suddenly held down her wrist. turned her over and pushed her down. He kissed her crazily, and then did some things that are hard to describe. Shinseyo has experience in this matter. It seems that she was drugged by another concubine who was desperate for her life. She tried her best to stay calm and said to Li Mobai in a deep voice,
"Your Majesty, I am pregnant. You can't mess around."
I don't know if her words had an effect, or if Li Mobai's reason defeated his desire. He stood up suddenly and walked out the door. After being unable to walk 2 steps, my legs and feet felt weak, and I collapsed on the ground. Shinseyo went to help him, but he shouted loudly,
"Stop! Don't move! Don't come close to me!"
His eyes searched up and down, as if looking for something. Soon, he locked his gaze on the beams of the room. Then he suddenly bumped into it, pretending to be stunned. Shinseyo, why is this plot development so familiar? It seems that he followed the same process last time, and in the end, he took a stick and knocked himself unconscious. Shinseyo was worried and funny at the same time. It turns out that if he had to do it over again, his choice would still be the same as before. Chapter 362. The Tyrant covers her with a quilt. After much effort, Shinseyo finally moved the unconscious Li Mobai to the bed. There was a bulge in his lower body, which slowly returned to its original state. She just stayed with Li Mobai and put a wet towel on his forehead to take away the heat from his body. About 3/4 of an hour later, Wu Xini arrived belatedly. He only took one look at Li Mobai's superficial symptoms and guessed the general outline of the matter. So he showed a somewhat wretched smile.
I said, "My dear, are you playing too much? Didn't you agree to do it step by step? Are you starting to drug the Emperor right now?" She really was drugged.
Shinseyo's expression was a little serious, and she urged Wu Xini to quickly diagnose whether Li Mobai was okay. After a long while, Wu Xini, who had checked his pulse, said firmly,
"Don't worry, madam. The medicine has lost its original efficacy due to being exposed to the air for a long time. That's why the Emperor waited for such a long time after being hit by it. It takes time for the medicine to take effect. The effect of the medicine has almost worn off now. As for the injury on the Emperor's forehead, it is a bit serious, but it is also a skin injury."
He raised his eyebrows at Shinseyo and said with a smile,
"I have to say that the Empress is quite ruthless. That was not done by me."
"Huh?
Didn't the Empress do it? Could it be that the Emperor himself did it?"
Shinseyo worriedly nodded.
"This matter is not important. What is important is that I must let the person who drugged the Emperor get the punishment she deserves. As the person in charge of this harem, I must not let them do it, misbehaving again and again."
Wu Xinyan immediately understood.
"This matter is easy to handle. After the Emperor wakes up, I will exaggerate the efficacy of the medicine to scare the Emperor. It is taboo to give the Emperor forbidden drugs in the palace. If the Emperor's dragon body is injured again, it will be even more taboo. This time, the person will not be able to escape unscathed."
Li Mobai slept for about an hour before waking up. At this moment, Shinseyo was standing in front of his bed and had fallen asleep leaning against the head of the bed. Li Mobai looked at her sleeping face quietly. Her appearance was the kind of appearance that was stunning at first sight, but became more and more interesting the more he looked at it. Even Li Mobai, who has seen all the beauties in the world, couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he was deeply attracted to her in the past and couldn't extricate himself. He moved his arms slightly, and even such a small movement made Shinseyo wake up. Seeing that Li Mobai was awake, she couldn't hide the joy in the corner of her eyes and eyebrows.
"The Emperor is awake."
She helped Li Mobai up and leaned against the bed.
"What do you think, Your Majesty?"
Li Mobai shook his head.
"A little dizzy, a little sore, but nothing else. It's okay, Your Majesty. I just scared my concubine to death. It's my fault."
Li Mobai blamed himself.
"I shouldn't have done it when you were pregnant. Stop talking about this, Your Majesty."
Shinseyo interrupted him and did not let him continue talking about this embarrassing topic.
"Your Majesty, Judge Wu is still waiting outside. He said that when you wake up, he will help you diagnose the pulse."
Li Mobai raised his chin slightly.
"Let him come in."
Wu Xinyan was summoned and entered quickly. While diagnosing Li Mobai's pulse, he said to Shinseyo,
"Empress, there are some matters that I need to ask the Emperor privately. Can you please stay away for the time being?"
Shinseyo didn't ask any more questions, bowed to Li Mobai and left. After she left, Li Mobai asked,
"But what's wrong with my body?"
Wu Xini shook his head and said,
"It was inappropriate just now, but it's no longer a serious problem. Even if the Emperor wants to use that thing again next time, He has to restrain himself. What? That's it. It's what the emperor and the queen are using today.
Li Mabai frowned.
You have made it clear. What did I do with the queen today? Isn't it useful to the emperor?
Wu Shining pretended to be strange.
That shouldn't be the case. The fragrant medicine is overbearing, and the palace prohibits concubines from using it for the emperor. Could it be that the empress used it for the emperor secretly?
Li Mabai.
You are saying that the reason why I am so abnormal is because I was given fragrant medicine?
Wu Xinyan said bluntly.
If it's not the emperor himself, it's probably the empress. After all, the emperor has always been with the empress,
he said, and nodded to Li Mabai.
After this fragrance is used up, it will take effect in about an hour. And because the smell of this fragrance is very pungent, the emperor should feel uncomfortable when he smells it.
Right. When he said this, Li Mabai immediately thought of the strange smell he smelled in concubine Xi's boudoir, coupled with her impatience to pounce on him at that time. It is self-evident who gave him the medicine. In addition, Wu Shi also mentioned many shortcomings of this fragrant medicine. Using too much may lead to inability to lift, and more serious cases may lead to sudden death from heart failure. In short, it is very dangerous. Li Mabai didn't say anything, but secretly thought about how to deal with concubine Xi. After Wu Xinyan left, Li Mabai stood up and wanted to go to Yang Palace. But Shen Xiao said,
Your Majesty, please don't bother yourself. Judge Wu Yuan said that you finally woke up and your body is very weak. If you keep going back and not getting a good rest, how will you go to court tomorrow?
But Li Mabai looked at the bed in the dormitory and felt a little embarrassed.
You want me to sleep with you?
His next words were meant to say, I don't have a problem. I just don't know if you have a problem. Unexpectedly, Shen Xiao finished his words before he could speak. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will not sleep in the same bed with you. Before you recover your memory, I will never taint the emperor.
Innocence.
She said this half-jokingly, and then pointed to the warm seat.
In the past, when we quarreled, the emperor always slept on the warm seat. Today, my concubine, will give it a try and see what it's like to sleep on the warm seat.
Li Mabai originally stopped her, but she seemed to have some strange illness and insisted on sleeping on the warm seat. So Li Mabai had no choice but to obey her. In the second half of the night, Li Mabai was tossing and turning, but Shen Xiao was falling asleep. The moonlight shined on Shen Xiao's fair and delicate face through the carved window lattice. Li Mabai turned sideways and stared at her for a long time, until he saw her huddled together. Perhaps because she felt the cold. She was restless in her sleep, and the quilt was kicked to the floor early in the morning. Li Mabai quickly stood up, approached her, bowed and picked up the quilt, and said to himself helplessly,
I don't know if I used to have such a careless temper and was not honest when sleeping.
With that said, he covered Shen Xiao with a quilt and carefully tucked the corners of the quilt for her. Chapter 363. The Imperial Concubine is in disaster. That night, concubine Xi was tossing and turning in the palace and couldn't sleep. She felt that the lost potion was very unlucky. So she had people take it to Yuhu Lake and throw it into the lake to destroy the body and eliminate traces. She was originally punished by her to go to the criminal punishment department to receive her punishment. But later she lost her temper and felt that if she received 20 big boards, she would have to recuperate for several days and would not be able to serve her. So concubine Xi exempted her from the punishment. Instead, he asked her to inquire about Li Mabai's movements. This inquiry is a big deal. Only then did I know that Li Mabai actually lived in Fenghuan Palace today. Concubine, she was so angry that she almost died on the spot. Concubine, she was not the only one who knew that Li Mabai was staying in Fenghuan Palace. This incident soon spread in the palace. When the concubine went to pay her respects to Shen Xiao the next day, she saw that her face was radiant and she had the same arrogance as before. So no one dared to say a word. Shen Xiao saw that concubine Xi's face was helpless and her expression was obviously angry. So she said,
Concubine Xi, what do you mean by your sad face? Do you have any objections to the fact that the emperor lives in this palace?
Concubine Xi said angrily,
How dare I have any objections? You are the queen. Isn't it natural for the emperor to live in your palace? As long as you understand this truth, then don't give me this expression, as if someone is dead in your family early in the morning. I feel disgusted by it.
In the harem, whoever gets favored has the final say. Shen Xiao is the queen, with a higher status than her. Now she has regained her favor in just 20 days, and can make Li Mabai, who has completely forgotten about her, fall in love with her again. I am afraid that this ability is unlike anything else. The concubine wanted to learn it even if she went to worship the fox fairy. Just as he was talking, Sanfu suddenly came in. He smiled flatteringly and said that he came with Li Mobai's instructions.
The emperor said that lunch should be served in the palace of the imperial concubine.
As soon as these words came out, everyone was completely confused. Does the emperor dote on the queen or the concubine? He does this and that for a while. So what should the concubines who want to choose sides do? Concubine, she immediately became energetic after receiving the news. The sad expression on her face was wiped away, and she turned into a smile.
Thank you, Mr. Sanfu. If you go and help me return to the emperor, just say that I will definitely prepare lunch for the emperor.
After Sanfu left, Concubine, she stood up straight from her seat, glanced at Shinseo, and said arrogantly,
The queen has also heard this. I am busy serving the emperor, so I have no time to continue greeting the queen here. First, farewell.
After finishing speaking, Shinseo turned around and left without waiting for a word.
With this aura, people who didn't know better thought she was the queen. After rushing back to Fenghuan Palace, Concubine, she began to carefully prepare lunch for Li Mabai. Almost all the people in Yueguang Palace were idle. Concubine, she spent a lot of money and bought many expensive ingredients from the imperial kitchen. She must make sure that Li Mabai had a comfortable meal in her palace. Later, she prepared a large table of dishes, and Li Mabai also came accordingly. But he didn't come alone. Also coming with him were Chu Yueji and Wu Xini, as well as many guards who were unkind. As soon as he entered the door, Li Mabai didn't even pay attention to her, and said straightly,
Search for me.
The guards swarmed in, first controlling all the palace people in the Yueguang Palace to prevent them from moving, and then searching up and down the inside and outside of the Yueguang Palace. Concubine, she had never seen such a battle before. Her voice trembled and she asked,
Your Majesty, what are you doing?
Li Mabai glanced at her and said,
What do I want to do? The noble concubine doesn't know what I want to do.
Wu Xini, who was on the side, smiled mischievously and said,
Your Majesty, I'll go look for him too.
Li Mabai nodded silently and agreed to his request. Concubine, she was still secretly rejoicing at this moment. Fortunately, I acted a step faster last night and lost the fragrant medicine. Otherwise, if Li Mabai searched out the things today, she would still have to carry them around without eating? But what she never expected was that the fragrant medicine that should have sunk to the bottom of the lake and become one with the lake would actually appear in her palace again. A guard held a small brown bag and presented it to Li Mabai.
Your Majesty, I found this under the bed in the imperial concubine's bedroom.
Li Mabai threw the thing to Wu Xini and said in a cold voice,
Look what this is.
Wu Xini took a little bit, split it with water and smelled it, and immediately said,
Your Majesty, this is undoubtedly the fragrant medicine you took yesterday.
Li Mabai snorted, snatched the fragrant medicine and threw it on Concubine She's face.
What else do you have to explain?
Concubine, she panicked, dropped her knees to the ground and cried,
Your Majesty, I am unjustly accused. This thing does not belong to me. Hiding this thing privately in the palace is a serious crime. How could I be so confused?
Wu Xini was amused by her words.
My lady, we haven't told you what this is. How do you know that hiding this thing privately is a serious crime? This
Concubine, she was speechless for a moment and hesitated for a long time before saying,
Because when the emperor threw this thing on my concubine just now, I asked about the smell inside, so I made this guess. Oh, so the imperial concubine has smelled that thing?
Wu Xini smiled even more.
I don't know where you smelled it. Did you smell it when it was used by the emperor? Or did you smell it with another man? Did you smell it when you used it?
Wu Xini's words blocked Concubine She into a dead end, and it was useless for her to defend herself now. She could only declare that she was wronged, and pointed to the packet of fragrant medicine on the ground and said,
Your Majesty, I can vouch for the lives of everyone in my mother's family. This thing really does not belong to me. Your Majesty, you must believe me now. If these things belong to me, I will be struck by 5 thunders from heaven and die badly.
After finishing speaking, Li Mabai was indifferent. But he saw Wu Xini picked up the brown cloth bag, poured the powder inside into his mouth, and began to chew it.
Of course, this thing does not belong to the imperial concubine. This thing belongs to the minister.
I accidentally threw it under the bed. But it was not a contraband, but an ordinary Panax Noto ginseng powder.
Only then did concubine she realize that she had been tricked by Wu Xini. She glared at her and said fiercely,
How dare you play tricks on me?
Wu Xinyan didn't take it seriously.
Whether the minister is playing tricks on the empress depends on whether the empress has done those shady things. Whether the empress has done those shady things. Sometimes you don't necessarily need evidence. You just need to tell the truth. Enough. As he spoke, he looked at Li Mobai and said with a smile,
Your Majesty, the case has been solved. Let's deal with it.
Chapter 364, I want to frame you. What can you do? At this point, whether or not concubine she is recruited or not is of little significance. Now she could only keep silent, cry till she was full of tears, and try to confuse Li Mobai with this cute trick, so that she could get away with it. She cried harder and harder, as if her parents were dead.
Snapped. Before she could finish her words, Li Mobai raised his hand and slapped her in the face.
What did you do when you saw me yesterday? What strange smell did I smell in your palace? I am not a fool. I know very well. You did such a thing to take my life. How can I keep you as a noble concubine in the harem for such a vicious person?
Li Mobai pointed at the imperial concubine's uniform on concubine Shi and ordered, Come here.
Take off her imperial concubine's uniform and pass on my oral instructions to demote her to a concubine. Without my instructions, she will never leave Yueguang Palace again in this life.
Half a step. In addition, all the palace servants in Yueguang Palace have been sent out, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs has reassigned errands. No one needs to be left behind. I will watch you. Fend for yourself here alone.
Concubine, she was completely panicked now. She rushed forward and pulled the hem of Li Mobai's clothes.
Your Majesty, you can't treat this concubine like this. Your Majesty, my concubine's mother's family has made contributions to the previous dynasty. Your Majesty.
Li Mobai raised his leg and kicked concubine Shi on the shoulder, scolding angrily.
You don't mention your mother's family. If you still dare to use your mother's family's political achievements to suppress me, then I will kill you.
Make this shameless thing public, and make your father ashamed of your daughter.
In this way, concubine, she did not dare to make trouble again. She used to be so beautiful in the harem, and she was not completely disgusted by Li Mobai so many times. However, this time, it was she who took her own path. Trapped alone in a prison in the deserted Yueguang Palace, she could not figure out why she ended up in this situation. But without her presence in the harem, only Shinxiu, a big tree, was left. The other concubines couldn't dance even if they wanted to. Concubine Chen and concubine Hui began to work like before, day and night to please Shinxiu. But this time, Shinxiu stopped paying attention to them. After all, people's hearts are separated from each other. If she can't learn to distance herself from these troubled people after being in the palace for such a long time, I'm afraid she will suffer losses in the future. Li Mobai completely banned concubine Shi and locked the gate of Yueguang Palace. Shinxiu learned that concubine Shi was trapped in Yueguang Palace. Her head turned white overnight, and she had been unable to eat for several days. She sneered and told Pei,
Room me. I want to take a look at her.
When she came, concubine Shi heard the movement outside the door and thought it was Li Mobai who was willing to come to see her. So she swooped out like a moth and said,
Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
However, when she saw that the person coming was Shinxiu, who was wearing a phoenix robe, her feet softened and she fell to the ground. Shinxiu looked at her. It had only been a few days, but she seemed to have aged 10 years. In the past, she was so bright and beautiful, and she paid so much attention to her appearance. But now, these things that matter most to her have become less important.
TSK. Isn't this the noble concubine? Why has she turned into such a ghostly appearance now? I'm so scared to see her.
As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Shinxiu quickly changed her words and said,
I am wrong. I should not call you noble concubine now. I should call you concubine. Shinxiu. You bitch.
Shibi suddenly went crazy and rushed toward Shinxiu. Xingyan protected Shinxiu from the side and punched Shibin in the face, causing her nose to bleed, and she fell heavily to the ground. Shinxiu looked at her condescendingly and said in a cold voice,
Calculate for yourself. How many opportunities have I given you? If you had listened to my advice once, you would not have ended up like this. Bitch. Are you proud? You made me look like this. Are you satisfied? Yes. I am the one who harmed you.
Shinxiu lowered her voice. Her eyes darkened.
I would like to ask you, have you figured out how you ended up in this situation?
Seeing Shinxiu's half-smiling expression, Shibi suddenly realized. It's you? She pointed at Shinseyo, her fingertips trembling.
Wu Shini has always been your lackey. Is it you? Did you connect with him to frame me? I framed you. So what?
Shinseyo sneered.
First of all, you have to give me the opportunity to frame you.
Concubine, she laughed wildly, and the blood from her nose flowed into her mouth. At this moment, she looked like a shrew in the market.
Shinseyo, if I had known that this day, from the first day you became a concubine, you should be killed. Do you have this ability?
Huh? Shinseyo raised his eyebrows.
Besides doing these extremely stupid things, what other abilities do you have? In the past, Zhu Junwen was an idiot who dared to get angry but dare not speak out. But you can still do it, you can beat her. Now that I have become the queen, do you think I will take your tricks seriously?
Concubine Jubilee.
But so what? Even if you win. So what? You bitch has no father or mother. And is an orphan. My mother's family is full of glory. As long as my mother's family does not collapse, I will sooner or later. There will be a restoration. I tell you. Don't be too proud. You still don't know who will have the last laugh in this drama.
Really? Shinseyo sneered.
I don't know who laughs last. But I know that you will stop laughing soon. Have you forgotten how the queen's mother's family fell in power before the previous dynasty? Your mother's family was powerful. But so what? Do you know about your father's private recruitment of troops? Do you think the emperor will treat him lightly? To put it bluntly, if your mother's family hadn't been in ruins, the emperor wouldn't have dealt with you so neatly.
Concubine, she froze, her pupils trembling, and she suddenly shook her head.
Impossible. You are talking nonsense. How could my father recruit troops? My family is loyal to the imperial court.
Why?
Do you really want to know?
Shinseyo leaned down and said to her word by word in a very low voice.
Whether a person has rebelled does not necessarily mean that he has to do it. As long as I want to, I can create the illusion that your father is causing trouble. Shinseyo, you are destroying the country for your own selfish interests. You bitch. I want to tell the emperor. I want to tell the emperor.
The concubine struggled to get up and ran towards the palace gate. But the palace attendants, who were accompanying her, roughly stopped her. Shinseyo walked up to her, patted her cheek gently, and said jokingly,
Do you have the ability to walk out of Yueguang Palace alive? Even if you walk out, do you think the emperor is still willing to listen to you? My mother's family has a disloyal heart, and it's only a matter of time whether it will be chaotic or not. And they have embezzled so much money. Do you think the emperor is blind? If the country is stable, there is no need to keep these worms. I am doing this to protect the emperor, and the emperor.
Chapter 365. A ruthless character enters the palace. On that day, Concubine, she was scolded by Shinseyo. Although Shinseyo did not beat or scold her, this heartbreaking act was more despairing than any punishment. 2 days later, news came from the previous court that something had happened to the concubine's mother's family. His father's corruption in the previous dynasty was discovered by Li Mobai. For an official of his level, embezzling a little money is nothing at all. But as long as he is greedy, he is violating national law. Whether you want to deal with him and let him get the punishment he deserves, it only depends on Li Mobai's words. As an emperor, the most fearful thing is the ministers who have great achievements. Although Shi Bin's father is far from the Zhu Hongchuan he used to be, he has gradually become disloyal. After Zhu Hongchuan's rebellion, anyone who touches this red line will violate Li Mobai's taboo.
Therefore, he caught the concubine Shi's mother's family off guard with thunderous means. All the officials in the family were dismissed from their posts and investigated, and even her mother's residence was confiscated. Overnight, the concubines lost their support inside and outside the palace. Perhaps Li Mobai felt that she was pitiful, so he lifted her restraint and asked Qiushi to go back and serve her again. She was given food, clothing, housing and transportation as compared to her concubine's position. But she was such a proud person, and after this incident, she was unable to recover. She didn't go to greet her on weekdays. Although Li Mobai lifted her restraint, she herself refused to step out of the palace gate. She felt embarrassed and was afraid of hearing the gossip of other concubines. When paying respects that day, everyone was filled with emotion when talking about the concubine. She entered the palace as a concubine at the age of 17. Although she has not been favored for many years, she can be regarded as the most beautiful being in the imperial city. A battle between open and covert affairs ended in nothing, which is really sad, Shinseyo said.
Since I feel sad, I should learn from her and behave accordingly in the future. And don't do anything unreasonable. Take a look at it. Everyone in this harem is law-abiding. Concubine. Which one will get burned?
All the concubines said in unison.
My concubines? Please obey the Queen Mother's teachings.
Later, when they talked about other things, Concubine Hui said,
Have you heard? The leader of Beatty died of illness. And the new leader is just a 7-year-old baby.
Beatty was originally one of the foreign countries. His national power is even stronger than that of Namman, Xiliang and Shirong in the past. But during the reign of the late emperor, the eldest princess Danyang of the Qi dynasty was sent to Beatty to get married, thus quelling the war between the two countries. Over the years, Beatty became autonomous, and because of the reconciliation with Princess Danyang, the relationship with the Qi dynasty gradually eased. Now the little leader of Beatty is the eldest Princess Danyang and the son of the leader. Concubine Shen said,
That's a good thing. We have defeated Namman, Xiliang and Shirong. Now the leader of Beatty is the son of Princess Danyang. He is also the blood of the Li family. He is not from the same family. Dear? Now we don't even have to fight. And letting Beatty submit to the imperial court is just a matter of Princess Danyang's words. Let's talk about it. How can it be so easy?
Concubine Hui shook her head and sighed.
Don't you know how the eldest Princess Danyang married Beatty back then? Her biological mother passed away early, and she was raised by the Queen Mother in the early years. Later, Beatty's repeated invasions caused many troubles. But it was the Queen Mother who was the first to suggest to the late emperor that the eldest Princess Danyang should marry to Beatty to calm down the war. What kind of place is Beatty for you? Those who drink blood are all barbarians. Princess Danyang has been pampered since she was a child. How could she endure such suffering? I heard that after she was forced to marry, she committed suicide 3 times in 5 years, but every time got rescued. In the end, maybe I accepted my fate, or maybe I was moved by the leader of Beatty, and I was willing to stay there. But look at the time when Beatty Chao Feng entered the palace every year. When did you see Princess Danyang coming back to visit her relatives? It was the death of the late Emperor Lian. She didn't come back even when she was there, which shows that she has a grudge against Qi Chao in her heart.
Concubine Shen disagreed.
No matter how much she holds a grudge, this is her mother's home. The country's justice means that if a war can be settled at the expense of a woman, why would the late emperor go to war? Princes and princesses who are born into an emperor's family are all the same. The scenery on the surface is all obtained by the heavy responsibilities on their shoulders. When trouble occurs in the world, the prince wears armor and goes into battle, and the princess and her relatives conquer the country. This is their destiny.
Concubine Hui smiled helplessly.
So it's not unreasonable to say that there are no children sitting on the lotus. If there are no heirs,
there will be no ties, and there will be no need to think too much about their future.
When the words came out, Shinseo's brows slightly raised. Concubine Hui thought it was her words that had stimulated Shinseo, and she quickly said,
Queen, please don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean what you meant. I meant Princess Danyang. Her biological mother's status is not high, but she is the eldest princess since she was born. Princess Chongning is the eldest daughter by direct marriage, and she will definitely not be sent away for marriage.
The reason why Shinseo frowned was not because of what Concubine Hui said. It was because she heard the words,
Princess Danyang,
and suddenly remembered something. Isn't this Princess Danyang the famous female devil of Beatty in history? Her reputation in history is no better than Bai Bai's. After she took over Beatty, she implemented many reforms, which made Beatty miserable and starved to death, which also indirectly affected the Qi dynasty. Originally in the 7th year of Qi dynasty also conducted a crusade against Beatty. However, due to the original history, Namman, Xiliang and Shirong were not conquered by Qi dynasty. So the 4 countries united together and gave the Qi dynasty was severely damaged. Now history has changed. But Beatty is still there, and I don't know what the eldest princess will do. Her resentment towards Qi Chao is too deep, and it is probably a difficult matter. Her concerns were shared by the Queen Mother, and the Queen Mother also received news from Beatty that Princess Danyang would return to Qi for pilgrimage in mid-February. Li Maobai also learned the news and went to find the Queen Mother immediately. When he was a child and was raised under the Queen Mother's knees, he lived with Princess Danyang. In my impression, Princess Danyang took great care of him, and the relationship between the siblings had always been good. If it weren't for the fact that she was sent to get married in the end, then she would be the same as Li Jinyan in Qi dynasty, being cared for by Li Maobai as his biological sister.
Has the queen heard the news that the eldest princess is returning to the court?
The queen mother held the Buddhist beads in her hand and recited the Buddha's name a few times before nodding and saying,
This is her mother's home, and it is right for her to come back.
Li Mabai.
Back then, I'm afraid she still had a grudge against the mother in her heart. So she refused to go back to the palace for so many years. Now that her son has become the leader of Beatty, and she is about to enter the palace, I'm afraid she is the one to come. Not good,
the queen mother said solemnly.
Time is enough to change a person. She has been away from the palace for so long. And she is no longer the eldest sister who grew up with you. You are now the emperor of the Qi dynasty. And you know how to deal with many things. So there is no more words for Aijia.
She glanced at the Buddha statue in front of the Buddhist niche, silently recited the Buddha's name, and then said,
No matter what the emperor wants to do, the AI family only hopes that the emperor can protect her. After all, before the death of the late emperor, the most important thing he remembered and cherished most was what a shame. It's his daughter who married off to Beatty so early.
Chapter 366, The Eldest Princess. The queen mother also felt guilty about Princess Danyang. It was not her original intention to let Princess Danyang get married that day. It was the late emperor who came to find her and said that Princess Danyang had been raised by her since she was a child and had a deep relationship with her. If she tried to persuade Princess Danyang to get married, maybe she would agree. As a result, the queen mother made a fool of herself and went to tell Princess Danyang about the matter, which also caused the relationship between Princess Danyang and her to break down. The late emperor used the queen mother to block the gun in this matter. But now the deal is settled. If he tries to explain this to Danyang again, it will be without any basis. And no matter how sincere his words are, they will be pale and feeble. For the queen mother, the best way is to ignore it. She came to the palace to see Li Mabai, so all she had to do was avoid her.
The day when Danyang entered the palace was set on February 14th. On this day, Jiangdu was very lively. Li Mabai arranged an honor guard in advance to welcome Danyang back to the palace at the gate of Jiangdu City, and asked Li Jinyan to greet him in person as an envoy. Early in the morning, the sound of gongs, drums, and firecrackers could be heard outside the city gate of Jiangdu, which was even more festive than the New Year. After waiting for half an hour, Li Jinyan finally saw Beatty's Ijia. 4 horses pulled a pure gold sedan with engraved phoenix patterns. Looking from a distance under the sunlight, I just felt that it was a golden car driving towards Jiangdu. It was so majestic. When the Ijia arrived at the city gate, the attendant opened the door of the sedan chair. Only then did he see a beautiful woman sitting inside, wearing a golden robe and a touch of red lips. This person is Danyang. She has a pair of slender red phoenix eyes, a small and upturned nose, and a standard oval-shaped face, which is very cold and charming. Although she is over 30 years old, she is the mother of 2 children. But time seemed to be treating her particularly favorably, and there was no trace of the passage of time on her face. Li Jinyan often played with her when he was young, but compared with his eldest sister in his memory, the person in front of him was much more stunning. He spurred his horse and greeted her with a smile.
Eldest sister is back.
Danyang raised an eyebrow at him and said with a thin smile,
Jinyan?
Li Jinyan nodded vigorously.
She is my eldest sister.
She nodded.
Long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you.
Li Jinyan scratched the back of his head and said,
It's been 10 years since my eldest sister married in Beatty. You haven't been back to Jiangdu in these 10 years. I miss you very much.
Then he added,
The same goes for the emperor and the queen mother.
Danyang sneered and said,
Are you here to welcome me into the palace? That's right. That's right. I'm just talking. But I want the eldest sister to waste time with me in the cold wind.
Li Jinyan opened his sleeves and waved, and ordered,
Escort the eldest princess back to the palace.
Danyang had a faint smile on his face. The moment the waiter closed the sedan door, his smile froze and his eyes suddenly turned sinister. After returning to the palace, she first went to Chaoyang Palace to see Li Mabai. After not seeing each other for many years, Li Mabai had countless feelings in his heart when he saw his eldest sister again. He sat across from Danyang and put away his airs as a king.
How has everything been, eldest sister? These years?
Danyang chuckled and said,
The good and the bad have all come here. How about you? How can you adapt to everything when you become the emperor? Everything is fine. My eldest sister has been in Beatty these years. Beatty has paid taxes and tributes on schedule every year and has never been delayed. When the other 3 countries were about to make moves, Beatty also cleared the relationship with them in time. All of this, I know. Thanks to my eldest sister. What contribution can I make? It's only because the emperor has good governance.
Danong took the teacup and took a sip. Then said,
I heard that my father did not draft a will before his death. In order to fight for the throne. You did a lot of work. Fight with your brothers. But in the end, they tried their best to win against you.
The atmosphere gradually began to become a little awkward. There was a knife hidden in Danyang's words. Hidden in the warmest smile. And he said lightly,
I said you were smart when I was a child. And with the support of the Queen Mother, this Li family's leader, it should have been yours when you were 8 years old. I guess if you became emperor earlier, I wouldn't have to marry Debaty.
Li Mobai paused for a moment and asked,
Eldest sister, are you still blaming the Queen Mother and the Emperor Father? Weird. What's weird?
Danong raised his eyebrows and shook his head.
Family, country, world, and world. Ordinary people can put their family first, then their country, and then the world. But if you are born in the royal family, you must do the other way around. The world is the first, and the country is second. It's home in the end. In that situation, I was able to save the entire Qi dynasty by myself, in exchange for tens of thousands of elite soldiers not having to die in battle, and to help so many small families. It was my blessing.
Li Maobai could hear the anger in her words. So he said,
I know that this matter has always been in eldest sister's heart, but making this decision was also an act of helplessness by my father. Maybe eldest sister doesn't know. My father knows that when he is dying, it is still your name that is on his lips. Really?
Danyang's smile became particularly cold.
Even if my father is ill and confused, he is pronouncing my name? Why is he pronouncing my name? I went to Beatty and committed suicide 3 times in 5 years. These things were all reported back to the Qi dynasty. It is impossible for my father to not know about it. But what about him? Did he ever think for a moment that he would take me as his daughter? Come back? Never.
Li Mabai.
That's why the eldest sister refused to come back even if she learned about my father's death.
Danong.
What are you going to do when you come back? Cry in front of his memorial tablet? With all due respect, I can't do such a pretentious thing,
she said, waving her sleeves and building up her momentum.
Let's not talk about this anymore. I came back to the palace this time because I have some things to discuss with you.
The Emperor. Li Mabai.
Eldest sister. It's okay to say so.
Danong said slowly.
You should also know that the leader of Beatty is now my son. I have heard a little bit about how you have treated Naman, Shiliang and Shurong over the years. But they deserve what they deserve. Trying to go against a Qi is simply overestimating your own capabilities. I came today to ask the Emperor to give me a word of truth. Beatty will not surrender to Daki. I intend to let Beatty continue to maintain its previous state. This is the tax that has to be paid to Daki every year due to natural disasters over the years. So much. I just can't bear it. Although the world's heavy burden falls on my son. He is just a child. What can he understand? May things have to be controlled by me. The Queen. Behind the scenes. I hope the Emperor can exempt Beatty from taxes. In the future, if there is no conflict between you and me, it will not hurt the relationship between siblings.
In fact, Li Maobai had guessed that Danong would have such thoughts early on. But what he didn't expect was that she could say what she wanted so straightforwardly. Li Maobai didn't talk around in circles with her, and said,
These things are not decided by me alone. All the courtiers in the previous dynasty were eyeing Beatty. If I hadn't helped you take care of it all these years, I'm afraid the 3 kingdoms would have been destroyed. After that, the next one Qi dynasty will attack is Beatty.
Danong smiled even more.
Since the Emperor can only bear the burden, it shouldn't be a problem to ask the Emperor to bear more in the future.
She raised her eyebrows and slightly opened her red lips.
Your Majesty, do you think so?
Chapter 367. The eldest princess choked the Queen Mother. Princess Danyang's meaning is already very obvious. She just wanted Beatty to be free from Qi dynasty's control and become autonomous. But she was originally a princess of the Qi dynasty. Now she controls the government in Beatty. And she doesn't want the Qi dynasty to control her. Even if Li Maobai agrees to this matter, I'm afraid there will be a lot of criticism from the previous dynasty. He paused and did not answer Danyang's words.
The eldest sister has not visited the Queen Mother since she entered the palace. I can go with the eldest sister when I have time.
Danong smiled and shook his head.
Why does the Emperor care about him? You just need to tell me one sentence. Can Qi dynasty get rid of Beatty's control?
Li Maobai.
I don't have the final say on this matter alone. Well, since the eldest sister has something to ask for, I will discuss it with the ministers in the previous court and give you an answer.
Danong nodded slightly, stood up from his seat.
In this way, I will help the emperor. I will stay in the palace until the emperor and the ministers discuss the results. Does the emperor have any opinions?
Li Maobai had no objection, but privately arranged for her to live on Pumlai Island. Pumlai Island was originally a place for male servants to stay, and Danong had her own palace in the palace. Li Maobai arranged this to give her a power, so Danong didn't go to Pumlai Island at all. Instead, he opened the door of Zhongsui Palace, had people clean it up, and moved in grandly. Next to the Zhongsui Palace is the Yaohua Palace of the Concubines. Shenxiu knew about this on the day Danyang moved to Zhongsui Palace. It happened that she was going to deliver cakes to Li Maobao, and she mentioned this incident by the way.
Did the emperor ask the eldest princess to move to Zhongsui Palace?
Li Maobai, who was reviewing the memorial, paused for a moment, raised his eyebrows and asked,
Did she move over?
Shenxiu worriedly nodded, and Li Maobai added,
That's all. She can live wherever she likes.
Shenxiu wanted to ask Li Maobai a few more questions about how he planned to deal with her request, but seeing that Li Maobai didn't seem to want to pay attention to her at the moment, he had to retreat first. In addition to the door of the Chancellor's study room, I saw the Queen Mother's sedan chair passing in front of me. Shenxiu bowed and saluted.
My concubine. See the Queen Mother. May the Queen Mother be blessed.
The Queen Mother opened the sedan curtain and looked at her with dim eyes.
Come to see the Emperor? When I got back to the Queen Mother, I sent some cakes to the Emperor.
The Queen Mother said.
The relationship between the Emperor and you seems to have eased a bit in the past 2 days. Don't be impatient. Take your time and there will always be progress.
Shenxiu thanked her for her concern and asked,
Where is the Queen Mother going?
The Queen Mother did not answer her words. After lowering the curtain of the sedan chair, the palace people carried the sedan chair away, walking all the way to the gate of Zhongsui Palace. The Queen Mother's sedan chariot was standing at the door, but she refused to get off the sedan. Xinju waited for a while, and then asked tentatively,
Queen Mother, if not, can we come back tomorrow?
After a long while, the Queen Mother sighed and said,
That's all. Since she is back, sooner or later this will happen. After all, it was the AI family who couldn't tolerate her in the first place.
With that said, he got off the sedan with Qingju's help and knocked on the door of Zhongsui Palace. The people waiting inside are all dressed in Beatty's attire. They are the waiters brought from Beatty by Danong. Their etiquette was different from that of Qi dynasty. So when they met the Queen Mother, let alone salute, no one even nodded to acknowledge her, and they treated her as if she didn't exist. The Queen Mother winked at Qingju and asked her to ask one of the waiters if she could send a message to Danong. Unexpectedly, the waiter said a long list of words that Qingju couldn't understand, and his tone of voice was very vicious, as if he was swearing. Qingju frowned and thought about the Queen Mother replying,
Your Majesty, these Beatty barbarians are like untamed savages. They don't seem to understand what the slaves are saying.
The Queen Mother did not speak, but walked straight towards the bedroom. Outside the bedroom door, through the silhouette of the rhombus window, she saw a woman sitting on a warm seat, seemingly sewing something. Qingju knocked on the door of the dormitory.
Elder Princess, are you there?
As soon as the words were spoken, no one responded. The Queen Mother winked at Qingju, and Qingju continued to knock on the door.
Eldest Princess, the Queen Mother wants to see you. If you are not asleep, please open the door.
There was still no answer in the dormitory. Only after Qingju knocked on the door twice more did he hear a lazy voice coming from inside.
The door is unlocked. Come in.
Qingju pushed the door open and helped the Queen Mother to go inside. Danong was sitting on the warm seat, holding a red children's coat in his hand, and was carefully sewing the unicorn pattern on it with gold thread. She did not raise her head to look at the Queen Mother, but just said,
I haven't finished the work on my hands, so it is inconvenient to greet the Queen Mother. This Zhongsui Palace was the palace of Concubine Li in the past. I lived here,
and I thought the Queen Mother would not come.
Concubine Li was the concubine who had the best relationship with the Queen Mother in the previous dynasty. The two have supported each other since entering the palace, and they are like sisters. But later, because the late emperor favored the Queen Mother, Concubine Li watched from the sidelines and became jealous. So the sisters turned against each other. Li Fei did all kinds of bad things, but in the end her methods were no better than the Queen Mother, and she was framed by the Queen Mother, allowing the late emperor to see clearly Li Fei's true face. Finally, the late emperor gave Li Fei a glass of poisonous wine, and the person responsible for delivering the poisonous wine was the Queen Mother. It is said that concubine Li did not drink the poisoned wine that day, but crashed to death in front of the Queen Mother. For this reason, the Queen Mother took a detour when passing by Zhongsui Palace for a long time. There are even rumors in the palace that the ghost of concubine Li, who died unjustly, can often be seen in Zhongsui Palace, wearing red clothes and floating back and forth, which is very scary. Therefore, no concubines have stayed in this place since Li Mabai ascended the throne. The Queen Mother did not answer Danyang's words. Qingzhu moved a Taisher chair, and the Queen Mother was sitting opposite Danyang. She stared at her silently for a long time before asking,
"How have you been these past few years?"
Danyang smiled.
Jinyan asked me this when he saw me for the first time. The Emperor did this. And even the Queen Mother asked me this.
As he spoke, he raised his eyes and glanced at the Queen Mother.
"Since I could enter the palace and sit in front of you alive, you should know that I am living a pretty good life."
The Queen Mother knew that what she said was ironic, but in order to avoid embarrassment, she could only continue along with her irony.
"The AI family heard that your child has now become the leader of Beatty. He is still young. So Beatty is now the leader of Beatty. You're in charge."
"Right," Danyang said.
"This matter is not a rare thing. The Queen Mother probably didn't know about it today."
"Right."
"Since you already know this matter, why do you bother to ask me? If you have nothing to say, you don't have to say it. The Queen Mother also is quite busy. So why don't you just go and do your own thing first?"
Seeing her arrogant attitude, Qingzhu couldn't help but scold her.
"Eldest princess, you can't talk to the Queen Mother like this."
"No." Danyang smiled even more.
"Yes, I am just the mother of a foreign leader. How can I be as noble as the Queen Mother of Qi dynasty? But I was born with such a personality. And I was born with this way of speaking. If I speak like this if you offend the Queen Mother, then I won't talk to her."
Chapter 368 Collision. She had a bright smile on her face every time she spoke. It was as if she was not angry at all, and she was just joking when she said these words. The expressions on the two Queen Mothers were gloomy, as if a storm was coming.
"The AI family knows that you are still blaming the AI family. But now that you have entered the palace, the AI family has to make it clear to you. That day, it was the late Emperor and your father who asked you to marry to Beatty, not the AI family. On the contrary, it was the AI family who had been trying their best to protect you. And they had a lot of quarrels with the late Emperor over this matter. So you are blaming me?"
The smile on Danyang's face froze, and he stared at the Queen Mother.
"Blame me for causing you to have a conflict with the late Emperor? Haha. This is really interesting. I have never heard of such a thing. Explain." "You said it was not your intention to send me to Beatty. But if you really didn't want to pay attention to the late Emperor, why did you tell me about it? At that time, your mother's family was very powerful. And the late Emperor wanted to give your mother's family a little favor. How could he force you to do something you didn't want to do?"
Seeing that the Queen Mother's face became a little embarrassed, Danyang became more and more sure of his suspicion.
"So, you also wanted to please the late Emperor. So you took the initiative to ask for this job to talk to me about the marriage."
"Right."
"If it wasn't like this, did your favor for so many years fall from the sky? Do you think I know nothing about the affairs in the palace because I am in Beatty? Let me tell you, this imperial city used to be my home. I know everything that happens inside," the Queen Mother said solemnly. "In this case, you should also know that the AI family has repeatedly proposed to the late Emperor to bring you back from Beatty."
"Really?" Danyang shook his head.
"It's a pity that I no longer regarded this place as my home at that time. So I don't know the things you said. But it doesn't matter. Now I have my own children and my own country. My life is very good. I don't care at all about the disgusting things I encountered in Qi dynasty. On the contrary, I have to thank you. Without you insisting on sending me to get married that day, God would not have favored me and rewarded me with such a sensible and obedient child."
The Queen Mother frowned and asked,
"Your own country? Your family has always been in Qi dynasty. You have the blood of the Li family flowing in your body. You?"
Danyang smiled thinly and said,
"My current identity is the Queen Mother of Beatty. Logically speaking, I am on an equal footing with you. And you are not qualified to tell me what to do. And the reason why I entered the palace this time is to allow the Emperor to withdraw his control over Beatty, so that I can return to my country and govern myself. From now on, we will not interfere with each other, and no one will want to take advantage of anyone's relatives or take advantage of anyone."
"Nonsense." The Queen Mother's suppressed emotion suddenly burst out, and she said angrily,
"Do you know what you are talking about? Let the Emperor leave Beatty alone and let you govern yourself. It's not that you don't know that the other 3 kingdoms outside the country have been recovered by the emperor. And the reason why Beatty, the only one who gave birth to a child, has not touched it yet is because you are in Beatty. The emperor is afraid that attacking Beatty will anger the leader of Beatty and make him attack you. Now that you have become the leader of Beatty, you still make such a request? What a big joke. How funny is it? Danong asked. How funny is it that I handed Beatty to Chi Chao with my own hands? Is it funny that I handed my son's world to your son with my own hands? Let me tell you. I came to the palace to ask Li Mabai to give me a promise. If he doesn't give it to me, or has some evil intentions towards me, and wants to imprison me in the imperial city, then Beatty will come out in force. Fight to the death with Chi Chao.
Danong suddenly stood up, much more energetic than the Queen Mother.
Barefooted people are not afraid of those wearing shoes. What else do we have in Beatty now? If you recapture it, this country will no longer exist. It is better to fight against Chi Chao with the whole country. If we don't have a good life, you can't have a good life either.
The Queen Mother was so angry that her voice was trembling.
You are obviously making fun of the survival of 2 countries because of your own personal grudges.
Yes.
But so what?
Danong smiled arrogantly.
The military power is in my hands. I have plenty of time to play with you slowly. See you off?
She shouted loudly at the door, and more than a dozen waiters filed in. They rolled up their sleeves and were about to attack the Queen Mother. Jinju stopped the Queen Mother before her death and yelled loudly.
Is it possible that you are still going to attack the Queen Mother in the imperial city?
Danong said firmly.
If you know better, leave on your own. Otherwise, if I really make a move and throw you into trouble, I won't be responsible.
The Queen Mother originally wanted to come and make peace with Danong, but seeing how crazy she was afraid that the more she talked, the more conflicts would intensify. Therefore, she could only leave first. Danong looked at her leaving back and sneered.
What you owe me, I want to get it back at once.
After leaving Zhongsui Palace, the Queen Mother went straight to Li Mabai. She told him exactly what Danong told her, and then said,
the AI family originally wanted to give her some face. If she is willing to go down this level, then forget it. But now, what is her attitude?
There was something wrong with the AI family and what happened at the beginning. But her father was not the AI family who made this decision. Besides, which woman in the royal family is not afraid of life? It's her turn to get married, which can only mean that her life is miserable. In other words, her mother's life is short and she can't protect her all the time.
Li Mabai advised.
Why do you need to be angry with Queen Mother? Just listen to what she says as a joke. A joke?
The Queen Mother sneered coldly.
The AI family doesn't think it's funny. If she really lets Beatty launch an offensive against Qi Dynasty, this finally peaceful world will have to fight for at least 3 years. In these years, it's taking into account that she is in Beatty. We have not sanctioned Beatty, but left them alone. Over time, Beatty has also accumulated her own troops. If she really wants to fight us to the death, it will also be a heavy blow to Chi Chao.
Compared to the Queen Mother's excitement, Li Mabai was very calm.
I will not agree to any of her conditions. As for Beatty, she will fight if she wants, and I can also accompany her. If there is no war and the taxes and tributes paid every year are doubled, I will not launch an offensive against them and let them self-govern first.
Queen Mother.
What does the Emperor mean? Have you been preparing to fall out with her early in the morning?
Li Mabai.
It's not that I want to fall out with her. It's that she takes herself too seriously. Although she is my eldest sister in front of our family, country and the world, she is also my enemy. No matter how many wrongs she suffered in the past, as long as she is willing to return to the Qi dynasty, I can compensate her on behalf of the late emperor. But if she is not willing, she will cause a lot of trouble. I can also fight her to the end.
Li Mobai's eyes darkened, and he put the brush aside.
In the face of world affairs, I have never had any siblings.
Chapter 369 The Consequences of Being a Bitch. The next day, when Danon went out to find Li Mabai, he bumped into the concubine she who rushed towards her. She was knocked to the ground, and the waiter quickly stepped forward to help her up. And because concubine, she was a little crazy. Not only did she not apologize, but she also acted like a master and reprimanded her.
Who are you? You have offended me, and you don't apologize?
Danon could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with concubine she's brain. So while brushing off the dust on her body, she asked,
I wonder which palace she is from.
Concubine she was furious.
You bitch! You don't even know me? I am the Emperor's most beloved concubine she. Why don't you kneel down in front of me?
Danong sneered.
Concubine she? I never knew there was any concubine she in the harem. I only know that there was an unfavored concubine living in the Yaohua palace next to her. But you bitch. How dare you say that I am not favored?
The concubine screamed and rushed forward to pull Danyang's hair. Although the baby servants around Danong are also women, they are all very skilled in martial arts, with them protecting her. How could the concubine get close to her? The waiters showed no mercy to the concubine. They pushed her to the ground and rushed forward, ready to beat her up. At this time, Shioshi rushed over from a distance and shouted,
No! Princess! Please be merciful! Don't hit my master!
She knelt down and threw herself in front of the concubine to protect her, and kowtowed to Danong again and again.
Eldest princess, please forgive me. My master has not been well these past 2 days. He always talks nonsense and crazy things. Can you please don't take it to heart?
Danong saw that she still knew the etiquette, so he ignored the crazy concubine and turned around and left. The concubine's madness was also intermittent. When she was ill, no one paid attention to her, and she kept thinking that she was a noble concubine. But after drinking Taiyuan Hospital soothing soup, her mood eased a bit, and she was able to distinguish things around her. Shioshi helped her back to the palace and gave her medicine. And then she woke up. Shioshi said,
My queen, you must take your medicine on time. You just rushed out and bumped into the eldest princess,
and started scolding her on the long street.
Concubine, she looked at her dismissively.
Can't I still scold her? She is just a loser who was treated as an abandoned son by the late emperor and married to Beatty. Now that her son has become the leader of Beatty, does he think she is majestic? Haha. What a fool's dream.
On the other side, Danong asked to see Li Maobai, but Li Maobai refused her request because of the heavy chores in the past. She had to go back to the palace to wait for news. On the way back to the palace, by chance, I met the concubine again. But this time she took medicine and seemed less crazy. Danong glanced at her, ignored her and passed her by. And at the moment when they brushed against each other, she heard the concubine mutter,
How can a woman who is married off and married, and her husband die have the nerve to stay in her mother's house? No wonder the late emperor abandoned her in the first place. Seeing how bitter and mean she was, it makes me feel sick just looking at it.
She was almost scolding Danong by name. So Danong stopped and called her.
Concubine she. Were you scolding me just now?
The concubine did not even stop, and replied with a sneer.
It would be boring to say it too clearly. You only need to know in your mind whether I am scolding you or not.
Later, seeing that Danong didn't say anything, concubine she smiled and joked with Shioshi.
Did you see that? She is a stern person. And even if she is not favored, she is still the emperor's concubine. What can she do to me?
She never imagined that just because she said such a mocking word to save face, it would lead to her death. At nightfall, the concubine took a rest early after washing herself. When she woke up from her sleep in the middle of the night, she was very frightened to see Danong sitting silently beside her bed.
Ah! What are you doing?
She jumped up from the bed almost reflexively and shouted outside the hall.
Shioshi. Shioshi. Where did you die? How did she get in?
Danong Qian smiled and said,
Stop shouting. Shioshi has been thrown into a dry well and left. I will never take care of you again in this life.
You?
You killed her.
Shi Bin was so shocked that she couldn't be more shocked. You must know that when she was serious about palace fighting, she offended many people with her words. But the most they can do is think of ways to harm others behind their backs. And they never dare to do such things openly. So when Danong said in an understatement that she had killed Shioshi, concubine, she felt a little scared instinctively.
This is in the palace, not in your Beatty. If you kill my servant, aren't you afraid that I will tell the emperor and the queen mother and let them deal with you?
Danong shook his head.
I don't know whether they will deal with me or not, but I know that they will definitely deal with you.
As soon as he finished speaking, without giving Shibi any room to react, he opened her mouth and stuffed a pill into her mouth. Shibi coughed twice, but she still swallowed the pill. She pressed the base of her tongue to induce vomiting, trying to spit out the pills, but to no avail.
You? What did you feed me? Do you want to poison me? Why should I poison you? What good will poisoning you do to me? Don't worry. What you eat is not poison, but what you have been asking for. What are you asking for?
Concubine, she became more and more confused.
What on earth did you give me to eat? It's about being separated from the soul.
Danong said word by word.
That's Beatty's drug. After taking it, people will become crazy and completely lose their mind. Isn't this what you want? Maybe you are really crazy. The Emperor will still pity you and come to see you more. You bitch.
Concubine, she rushed forward and started fighting with Danong.
Why do you do this to me? I have no enmity with you. Why do you?
Danong reached out and pinched Shibin's neck tightly, almost suffocating her breath. Danong said,
The enmity between you and me is so great. How can we not have any grievances? Let me tell you. It was your father who sent me away from Kaichao to Beatty that day. He didn't treat me at all along the way. Stop saying sarcastic words. Just like the arrogance you said to me today. It makes me feel extremely sick. She threw the concubine to the ground with a hard shake.
Since I entered the palace, I feel that Li Maobai's harem is much more deserted than the late emperor's harem. I also heard a little bit about what happened between you. The entire harem, it's really shocking that a woman can't defeat a queen who was born as a palace maid. Trash is not worthy of living in this world. Especially a trash among trash like you. Now that you are crazy, I would like to see what your queen will do with you.
Before she could finish her words, the concubine began to laugh maniacally. Danong glanced at her, exited her bedroom with a smile, and closed the door tightly. Chapter 370. Know the secret of Danong. The concubine went crazy. During the fourth watch, she knocked open the door of her palace and ran down the corridor of the imperial city. She ran and sang, her voice shrill, like a cat in spring. At the fourth watch, when it was still dark, a palace official who got up early saw her dressed in red and thought she had met a ghost. No one dared to stop her until she ran outside the gate of Concubine Chen's palace and sang a song called
Dream in the Garden.
Concubine Chen slept late last night, and she was woken up by the sound almost as soon as she fell asleep. So she asked someone to go out to see who was risking his life and acting recklessly in front of her door. Later, the palace people arrested the concubine. Her face was covered in blood, and her appearance could hardly be seen clearly. Concubine Chen still recognized her from her eyes.
Concubine she? How did you become like this?
Concubine she smiled and said,
Because I am the emperor's favorite concubine. Someone wants to harm me.
She suddenly became nervous, huddled together, and kept moving forward.
It's so scary. They are all jealous of me. They are all going to harm me. Save me, Your Majesty. Save me.
She was so crazy that Concubine Chen had no choice but to leave the person in her palace first, and then ask her how to deal with the matter when she went to greet Shenxiu. However, before dawn, the concubine was already dead. She bit her tongue and committed suicide, and her death was very horrific. Later, Li Maobai and the Queen Mother buried her hastily, pretending that such a person had never appeared in the palace. On the surface, it seems that the concubine committed suicide because of her own madness. Until 2 days later, she was found to have fallen into a dry well. After rescuing the person, they found that she was not dead and still breathing. After waking her up, she said that she was pushed into the well by Danong. He also told the causes and consequences of the conflict between Shibi and Danong. When Shenxiu heard this, she felt that this matter must not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. So she called Wushini.
You were the one who examined the death of the concubine she. But did you find anything wrong?
Wushinin replied.
It's true that she bit her tongue and committed suicide. But her emotions were out of control at that time. Although she was not in good spirits, she was only crazy and did not have hallucinations. But this time, the symptoms she showed were very similar to those of someone who had left her behind.
Shenxiu asked again.
The soul is scattered? What is that?
Wushini.
After taking it, normal people will have hallucinations. If someone like Shibin, who is not mentally normal, will not only have hallucinations, but also believe that the hallucinations are real. In this case, it's easy to do extreme things.
After listening to Wushini's analysis, Shenxiu probably already knew how the concubine she died. Ordinarily, she didn't like the concubine. She had done all kinds of bad things, and her death was a worthy one. But if she was killed, then the harem was her jurisdiction, and she couldn't just sit idly by and ignore the matter. So she went to Danong and asked her straight to the point.
Princess, the concubine is very annoying, but she is still the emperor's concubine no matter what. If she has offended you in any way, you can tell me and I will figure it out.
I will seek justice for you instead of lynching her myself.
She slowed down and said in a deep voice,
This is Qi dynasty, not Beatty, And you can't do whatever you want to do with some things. Faced with her accusation, Danon did not deny it. Instead, he said,
Is that so? Then I know. If there are other concubines in the future who are desperate, I will definitely inform you. The queen. First.
Shinseyo really couldn't stand her arrogance. So he said,
How long do you plan to stay in Qi Dynasty? The eldest princess? What? Are you going to drive me away?
She laughed.
This is my mother's home. I haven't been back for so long. So naturally, I want to stay there forever. If my son hadn't become the leader of Beatty would have many things to do. I'm going back to take care of things. I don't want to go back yet,
Shinseyo said firmly.
If I were you, I would go back earlier. Being in a stalemate with the emperor in the palace is not an option. It is impossible for the emperor to agree to let you Beatty be autonomous. Even if the emperor agrees, so many ministers will not agree. Why not take advantage of the fact that Beatty is still a treasured land and give it to the emperor as a favor? In the future, the lives of you and your son will also be different. It's all guaranteed. If you wait until the day when the emperor sends his troops to attack Beatty, just think about it. What are your chances of getting good results?
Danon.
Are these words what the queen should say to me? How can women in the harem discuss the affairs of the previous dynasty? The queen has overstepped her bounds. I'm trying to persuade you nicely. If you don't listen, just pretend that I didn't say anything.
Shinseyo stood up with a smile.
I don't want to pursue the matter of the concubine jubilee. But if it happens again next time, I won't let you do this.
Danyang didn't know that Shinseyo had already grasped her fatal weakness. The child she had in Beatty was not the son of the leader of Beatty at all. But when she committed suicide many times in Beatty, she was saved by the same guard. Gradually, she secretly fell in love with the guard. And then they fell in love. In order to give birth to a child smoothly, she followed the leader of Beatty. Beatty pays more attention to blood than Qi dynasty. If they know that the child is not the child of the former leader, then the Beatty people will definitely tear Danyang mother and son apart. Shinseyo learned this information from the system, and there is no way it is false. As long as she tells Li Mobai about this, then all Danyang's threats to Li Mobai will have no power. But now Li Mobai doesn't know what Shinseyo's true identity is at all. He doesn't know that she has traveled from modern times. And he doesn't know that she has a system with her. If Shinseyo went to tell Li Mobai for no reason, not only would he not believe her, but he would also treat her like a madman. It seems that we have to find a reasonable way to tell Li Mobai about this matter. But Danyang was already impatient to wait. Every time she went to see Li Mobai avoided her for various reasons. She saw that Li Mobai wanted to consume her, but she didn't have the energy to consume her anymore. So she took advantage of the next day, when Li Mobai went to court and broke into the Jinwan Palace with her bodyguards. In the Jinwan Palace, Li Mobai was listening to the court officials. Outside the palace, the tiger guards were about to start a fight with Danyang's servants. Listening to the commotion outside the door, Li Mobai asked in a deep voice,
What happened outside?
The eunuch said,
Back to the emperor. It's Princess Danyang. She insisted on seeing the emperor, but the servant refused, so she broke in with someone.
As soon as these words were said, there was a burst of criticism among the ministers.
She is a woman and the eldest princess. How could she do such a rude thing? I'm afraid I've been in Beatty for so long that I've already forgotten the rules of our Qi dynasty.
Chapter 371. The eldest princess makes a big fuss in the Jinwan Palace. Faced with Danyang's arrogance and the discussions of the ministers, Li Mobai's patience with her reached its peak. He simply left his seat and stood up, escorted by Chu Yueji out of the Jinwan Palace. The tiger guards fought endlessly with Danyang's servants, but they did not dare to be cruel. Because after all, these are the confidants of Princess Danyang. If they are really hurt, they cannot afford to be blamed by Li Mobai. Li Mobai stood in the corridor, looking at Danyang with gloomy eyes, and asked,
What are you going to do? Force the palace?
Danyang sneered and said,
Your Majesty really loves to joke. How can I, a member of the female class, force him into the palace? And this imperial city is also my home. Why should I force him into the palace when I see my own brother?
Li Mobai glanced at the ferocious-looking waiters.
Then tell me, what are they doing?
Danyang.
It was the emperor's people who stopped me first. They were just protecting my safety.
Li Mobai.
You are my eldest sister. You don't need anyone else to protect you. I can protect you myself.
Li Mobai waved his hand, and the tiger guards immediately understood and drew their swords at the waiters. Danyang.
What are you going to do? I am your eldest sister. And I am also the queen mother of Beatty.
You?
Of course I know that you are my eldest sister. And I also know that you are the queen mother of Beatty. So what?
Li Maobai suddenly lowered his voice and said solemnly,
Do it.
He spoke like an order, and the Tiger Guard showed no mercy. They protect the Emperor's safety in front of the Emperor, and each one of them is very skilled. But in an instant, there were already more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. Danong said angrily,
This is the way Chi Chao treats guests.
Li Maobai sneered disdainfully.
If you are the eldest princess of the Qi dynasty, then these Beatty servants are barbarians. They deserve to die for wielding swords and guns in front of me. If you are the queen mother of Beatty, then if you forcefully break into the Jinwan palace with your servants, you will be rude first. If I don't kill you, I will already give you face.
The anger on Princess Danyang's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by her forced composure.
According to what the Emperor said, these people deserve to die.
She stepped forward slowly, facing the disdainful looks of the courtiers, and treated them with indifference.
Today, while all the ministers are here, the Emperor can discuss it with them in front of me and give me a definite answer.
A minister roared angrily.
You have done such a thing. The Emperor has already given you face by tolerating you and not arguing with you. What else are you going to do? I have long heard that you have returned to the palace, but the governance of Beatty has not yet been returned to the court. You are the eldest princess of the Qi dynasty, and getting married is your mission and obligation. How dare you make conditions with the Emperor?
Danong heard their chatter and raised his voice to ask Li Maobai.
Has the Emperor not told him my request yet?
She waved her sleeves and said firmly,
Since the Emperor didn't say anything, then I will make it clear to them. I want Beatty to be autonomous and separate from the jurisdiction of the Qi dynasty. And the annual taxes and tributes must be stopped.
Come down. From now on, Beatty and Qichao will not be in conflict with each other.
Her words once again aroused the dissatisfaction of the officials.
What nonsense are you talking about? Beatty wants you to be autonomous. You are talking nonsense. Don't stay in Beatty for too long and make your head stupid.
Danong ignored their discussion and only said,
Maybe you didn't understand it. I just informed you, and I didn't want to discuss it with you. It's best if you can agree. If you don't agree, then we will have to fight each other.
Minister,
when we meet in war, we meet in war. Are you threatening the Emperor? What kind of rich and powerful country do you think Beatty is? If it weren't for your marriage, the Emperor would have sent his army northward and conquered your tiny territory. It's simply unreasonable.
Danyang's eyes and brows were full of contempt. No matter how small a place Beatty is, it is still richer and more powerful than Xiliang, Nanman and Shirong. Do you think we will be afraid of a war? Even if we lose this battle, if you are defeated, Chi Chao won't be able to take any advantage.
Minister.
Madman! You madman! Your Majesty! Take her down quickly. Don't let her talk these nonsense again. Okay.
Danong smiled lightly and walked towards the Tiger Guard, raising his chin.
You don't have to take me down. Wouldn't it be more satisfying if you just wiped my neck with a knife? But you have to think carefully. In Beatty, my current status is no different from that of the leader. If I have any shortcomings in Qi dynasty, then Beatty will fight you with all the strength of the country. You will win this battle, but you will die. How many soldiers and how many people will die? Please consider this carefully.
Minister.
Do you think we are afraid of you? Your Majesty, she is no longer the eldest princess of our Qi dynasty. You can tell from her words that she has now completely become a baby barbarian.
Danong glanced at the speaker and continued.
Actually, I didn't plan to come to the Jinwan Palace today. I'm not interested in the affairs of your previous dynasty. I just want the Emperor to give me an answer. After all, my return date has basically been decided. If I don't go back when I see you, my people will definitely think that I am a danger in Qi dynasty. And something bad will happen by then. Can't blame me.
Li Maobai frowned tightly and looked at her. He originally wanted to persuade her to let go of her obsession and stop having so much hatred. But now it seems that this method of his has no way to go. Danong didn't have enough food, rice, oil and salt. So he wanted to go against Qichao. As for Li Maobai, he must be an emperor first, and then Danyang's younger brother. At any time, as long as there is a conflict between the other party and national affairs. As a king, he could only choose the country without hesitation. His hands behind his back were clenched tightly, as if he was making a difficult decision. After a while, when he was about to order people to capture Danyang, he suddenly heard a eunuch's high-pitched voice reporting,
"The queen has arrived."
Looking around, He saw Shenxi worried about Tyrant entering and looking at him with clear eyes. At this moment, he seemed to feel infinite power supporting him behind him. This feeling was very strange. It had never appeared in his previous life. But he felt that it was so familiar. When the minister saw that it was Shenxi who had arrived, they all bowed to her according to etiquette and said,
"Long blessings to the queen,"
Shenxi said with a smile.
"Ministers, you don't need to be polite. I shouldn't have come to discuss matters in the previous court. But since the eldest princess has entered the imperial city, she should also be considered within the jurisdiction of my harem. The eldest princess, I am also responsible for what happened today, and I apologize to all the ministers."
She bowed her body and showed her courtesy. The ministers hurriedly said,
"The queen is acting like this. She is going to harm the humble ministers."
Shenxi glanced at the eldest princess, raised her eyebrows and said,
"Eldest princess, you have finished saying what you need to say. Why don't you take a step with me to chat, so as not to delay the emperor's court appearance?"
Chapter 372 Rescue.
"Talk to you?"
Danon said disdainfully.
"What can you do? What should I talk to you about?"
Shenxi patiently whispered in her ear.
"If I say some words in public, it will inevitably put the eldest princess in jail."
Danon squinted his eyes and looked at her.
"Oh, do you think I will believe you if you say such a thing?"
Shenxi took Danyan's hand and wrote the word "gone" on her palm. Danyan's expression suddenly changed, and he lowered his voice and said,
"What do you mean? Where he comes from? God knows and the earth knows. You know and I know. Will the eldest princess continue to make trouble in the Yueguang palace?"
After Danon was silent for a moment, he turned around and walked towards the long street. Shenxi smiled and explained to everyone,
"It's okay. I will talk to the eldest princess carefully,
and the ministers will go to court."
She turned around and followed Danyang's footsteps. But when she passed by Li Mobai, he pulled her arm.
"Are you sure?"
Although he didn't say it clearly, the corners of his eyes and eyebrows were full of concern.
"She is almost crazy. You are pregnant, so be careful when you are alone with her."
Shenxi patted the back of Li Mobai's hand and said,
"Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have my own sense of discretion."
She hurried away, and Li Mobai solemnly ordered Chu Yueji,
"Follow the queen and protect her."
Shenxi did not take Danyang back to Fenghuan Palace, but went to the imperial garden with her. Only after she stood in the orchid pavilion in the royal garden, Shenxi dismissed the people who were waiting for her and stepped forward to be alone with Danyang. Danon glanced at the palace attendant standing by and said,
"You are quite courageous. Aren't you afraid that I will do something to you?"
Shenxi smiled and shook his head.
"I have no intention of harming the eldest princess. How could the eldest princess attack me in such a good manner?"
Danon said,
"Since you brought me here, you have something to say to me. Now you can tell me. What did you mean just now?" The word "gone" just written on the palm of the eldest princess's hand is the small character of the eldest princess's son. And the reason why the eldest princess is willing to follow me is because she is afraid that I will know your unknown secret. Right? An unknown secret?
Danon smiled scornfully.
What secrets can I have that I'm afraid others will know? Even if there are. You are far away in Qi dynasty. How can you know my secrets?
Shenxi said firmly.
Many things don't necessarily need to be known by people around you. For example, the eldest princess has been in Beatty for many years, and no one has ever doubted the identity of your son. You?
Danyang's eyes became wary, and his voice became lower and lower, almost inaudible.
What nonsense are you talking about? The eldest princess knows better than anyone where her son comes from, who his biological father is, and whether he is Beatty's bloodline.
Shenxi's words were like a heavy whip hitting Danyang's heart. She looked at Shenxi with shock in her eyes. How can it be? She has been living in Qi dynasty. How could she know about Beatty? How could he possibly know that his son was not the biological son of the leader of Beatty? She thought calmly for a while, and thought that Shenxi was deceiving her. So she said,
I am the queen of Beatty. My husband is the king of Beatty, and the blood of Beatty naturally flows in my child's body. This is unacceptable. Doubtful facts. What do you mean by saying these nonsense to me? Really?
Shenxi raised an eyebrow and asked,
If he is really your child, then you can just think that I am threatening you. You can send troops to Qichao now. In short, your request to the emperor is I won't agree. The queen mother won't agree. And I won't agree either. If you want to fight, Qichao will definitely accompany you to the end. But you have to think clearly about one thing first. That is, once the war starts, if the people of Beatty find out that your child is not the biological flesh and blood of the former leader at all, do you think they will let you go?
Danong forced himself to remain calm, and there was no trace of panic on his face. And there was even an intriguing smile on his face. Shinxio looked into her eyes and continued. If I remember correctly, although the leader of Beatty is dead, Beatty enshrines Chiyu. And your Chiyu palace enshrines the blood of past leaders. The blood is contained in the vessel. Although it has dried up, it still looks like blood when diluted with warm water. When the time comes to use your son's blood and his blood to test the relationship, won't all the facts come out? Blood test is a superstitious method without any scientific basis. Of course, no one in modern times believes it. However, in ancient times when knowledge was scarce, almost everyone believed in the saying that those who are fused by blood are related. Danong has something going on in her heart, so she is naturally afraid. Then her aura gradually weakened.
How did you learn about this?
Shinxio said slowly.
Princess, you don't have to worry about where I learned about this matter. You just need to think about it. If I know about this matter, do you think the Emperor knows about it? Does the Queen Mother know about it? What if they all knew? Why wouldn't they use this method on you? If this matter is exposed in Beatty, then all your supporters will turn against you. And you and your son may not even be able to save their lives.
Shinxio approached Danong step by step.
You hate the late Emperor, the Qi dynasty, and the Li family in your heart. From my point of view, your life is a tragedy. But you can't blame everyone else's faults on you.
The Queen Mother and the Emperor go up. The late Emperor is dead, and you now have the opportunity to return to Qi dynasty. Why do you insist on clinging to your obsession and continue living a life you don't like at all?
Danong was silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered.
You are not me. How do you know how I feel? Do you know what kind of place Beatty is? Do you know that when I first went to Beatty, even though I was the wife, my life was worse than that of a dog. Any one of his women can beat and scold me. They say it's a marriage, but they just want me to be a tool for him to vent his lust.
There was a breeze blowing, bringing with it a slight chill. Danong tightened his clothes and his eyes gradually dimmed.
I can't imagine how I survived those lonely nights. I thought about killing myself, but I was saved every time. Gradually, I couldn't imagine how I survived. Yes, I had that thing with that person. I have always hoped that my father would come to save me. But until he died, I never looked forward to this day. I seem to have been forgotten by everyone. I had no support, and I could only rely on myself. Later, I took the initiative to seduce the late king with my beauty. After he took the bait, I became his favorite and held real power in my hands. I killed his other women and finally poisoned him. I thought I had revenge, but I'm not happy at all.
She suddenly raised her eyes and stared at Shinxio with stern eyes.
Because when I am suffering, I always think of the joy and laughter in this imperial city. I am not willing to do it. Why should I be sacrificed to fulfill their happy life?
Chapter 373, Eradication of Grudges. Shinxio had some sympathy for Danong. I don't just sympathize with her. I sympathize with all the women who are unable to break free from the shackles of feudal society and can only compromise and be willing to be puppets. But the difference between Danong and them is that she knows how to fight back. She knows how to use her own power to get what she wants and take revenge on what she wants. Shinxio quietly listened to her talk about her inner anguish. When she lowered her guard, she suddenly asked her,
So, do you think it's worth it?
Danong was slightly startled.
Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Anyway, my life has been ruined long ago. No, your life has just begun.
Shinxio shook his head.
You have suffered so much in Beatty, and now you have your own child. I also have a child. A mother's love for her child will not be the same.
Fake. No matter how much you hate it, you still want to give your child a happy life. You will use your life to protect your child. In this case, why do you have to vent your anger on the Emperor? You know that with Beatty's strength, going against the Qi dynasty is tantamount to hurling an egg against a stone. Doing so, do you think if we are defeated in the future, what will happen to your children?
Danong, who was blinded by hatred, rarely showed hope in his eyes when he mentioned his children. Shinxio continued,
You have to know that this time, if the Emperor and the Queen Mother do not want to let you go, and will detain you in Qi dynasty, they will send envoys to Beatty to make your son's life experience known to the public while you are away. World. Then your wishful thinking will be in vain. You will die. And your children will die. Even if you made such a fuss in the Jinwan Palace today. Have you seen the Emperor say harsh words to you? Maybe you thought in your heart that the Emperor was afraid of Beatty and didn't want to start a war with Beatty. But now, you know that the Emperor knows everything. This time the battle can be won without a fight. But he still tolerates you. What do you think he is doing?
She slowed down and said word by word.
Just because you are his eldest sister.
Danong is not a cold-blooded person. On the contrary, the fact that she can hate her so much shows that she is a very emotional person. She hated that the Qi dynasty had not cared about her at all during these years, leaving her alone in a foreign land. And the reason why she hates these things, doesn't it just show how much she cares in her heart? If you don't care, so many years have passed and the late emperor is dead. So where can there be any hatred? She never thought that her inner demons and obsessions for so many years would be solved by Shinseo's few words. Seeing that she was speechless, Shinseo gently put his hand on her shoulder and patted her.
As long as you want it, Chicha will always be your home. After all these years in Beatty, you probably haven't gotten used to their barbarian life of eating hair and drinking blood. Right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have often asked the Imperial Kitchen to bring you those dishes when you were in the palace. I have asked the palace. The old people who serve them. Those are your favorite dishes when you were young.
Yes. As long as she wants it. This will still be her home. Later that day, Shinseo took Danyang to the Xianshou Palace to meet the Queen Mother. When the Queen Mother saw that she was here, she couldn't believe it for a while. When she came to her senses, she thought that Danyang was coming to cause trouble for her. Shinseo said,
Queen Mother, the eldest princess wants to talk to you about something. I am waiting outside.
Shinseo took Qingyu out of the bedroom and closed the door for them. Danyang and the Queen Mother looked at each other for a moment and said,
I have something I want to ask you. Can you tell me like this?
The Queen Mother nodded. And Danyang said,
Why on earth did you persuade me to marry to Beatty that day? With the Zhu family's great power at that time, you could completely ignore the late emperor and don't tell me this. My mother died since I was a child. And I have been raised by you since I was a child. I have grown up with the emperor. The kindness you have been to me cannot be a lie. But I just can't figure out why you treat me like this.
The
Queen Mother shook her head and sighed.
What happened back then is a foregone conclusion. If the AI family didn't come forward to persuade you, how much better do you think your outcome would be than now? The late emperor is determined to get you to get married. The Aijia have repeatedly tried to persuade you. But the late emperor's attitude is very tough, and he can't listen to what the Aijia say. What do you want the Aijia to do? The Aijia have to step forward and be the bad guy. Because only in this way will you feel better.
Danong sneered.
What kind of nonsense are you talking about?
The Queen Mother.
Perhaps you think this is unreasonable. But have you ever thought about it? If the late emperor keeps hiding it from you, when you wake up one day and are sent to the wedding carriage without knowing anything, how will your mood be then? You will only hate it more than you do now. Over the years, the AI family has persuaded the late emperor countless times to ask her to bring you back. But later, the late emperor's health became worse day by day, and the Qi dynasty also experienced unprecedented turmoil. After this back and forth, things were delayed. When the emperor came to the throne, the first thing the AI family did was to mention to the emperor that they would take you back to the palace. But at that time, you didn't come back for the funeral of the late emperor, and you didn't return the family letter he sent you. And I heard that you had given birth to a child. He has given birth to his son and is determined to follow the leader of Beatty. So the emperor cannot welcome you back to the palace. At that time, we all thought that you had accepted that kind of life. Maybe it would be best for you to stay in Beatty with your husband and children.
The Queen Mother said many words eloquently. But Danyon only listened to one sentence.
Letter from home. When did the palace send me a letter from home?
The Queen Mother sighed.
If you hadn't returned all those family letters intact,
and if you hadn't been so stubborn and said you wanted to come back, the AI family wouldn't have let you stay alone in Beatty for so long. Although you are not a biological child of the AI family, the AI family has raised you by their side since you were a child and has taken great care of you. They already regard you as their own daughter. How can the AI family be willing to let their daughter suffer outside?
Danong,
how could I not have said it? I have sent countless letters home over the years, and every one of them tells you how painful I am. But you haven't even replied to one of my letters.
The Queen Mother was stunned, stood up and walked to the sealed box, opened the lock, took out a thick stack of envelopes and handed them to Danong. Danong opened those envelopes, and the letters inside were all letters home from the Queen Mother to her. And every letter shows her concern for Danong. She was eager to know how Danong was doing in Beatty, and she said more than once that if she encountered any grievances, she would just say a word and she would find a way to take her back. But Danong did not receive any of these family letters, and there was a big cross drawn on it with vermilion ink. as if she had sent it back. Chapter 374 Beatty returns.
How could it be? How could this happen?
Danyang's hand holding the envelope was trembling slightly. She seemed not to believe that this was the truth. How could the person she always thought didn't care about her be the person who cared about her the most? The color of the letter paper has faded and turned yellow. And some of the paper has become very brittle. And the handwriting has been smudged by moisture and is somewhat unclear. So it is impossible for the Queen Mother to forge it. Danyang looked at the Queen Mother with red eyes.
I have never received these letters. I have never received any of them.
Beatty was far away, but it had already established diplomatic relations with Qi dynasty. Therefore, half of these letters were sent by Ns, and half were delivered by flying pigeons. At that time, Danyang was imprisoned in the city by the Beatty leader and was not allowed to exchange news with the outside world. Therefore, he did not give these letters to Danyang at all. Instead, he made a few crosses at random and typed them back intact. Because of this, Danyang was wasted for more than 10 years. Now, she finally knew the Queen Mother's feelings for her, and she finally let go of her obsession. It turned out that the person she thought had left her behind was always missing her from afar. She gradually held these letters in her palms, then suddenly stepped forward and gave the Queen Mother a big hug. She leaned against the Queen Mother's ear and said in a trembling voice, "Mother,
I miss you so much."
With the words, "Mother,
Queen Mother,"
the Queen Mother was also called out. She also hugged Danyang tightly and said with a cry in her voice,
"My child, I have suffered so much for you these years."
Shenxiu, who was eavesdropping through the crack of the door, had a bright smile on his face. How wonderful would such a happy ending be? There is no need to waste a single soldier. No need to fight and kill. From now on, there will be more people and more excitement in the palace. What a good thing! Little did he know that Chu Yueji, who was in the dark, witnessed the whole process of what happened today. He was good at lip reading. When he was hiding in the orchid pavilion of the royal garden, he only saw the conversation between Shenxiu and Danyang from a distance, and guessed 80% of the content of the conversation from their mouth patterns. He went to Shang Shufang to revive Li Mabai and told Li Mabai exactly what had happened. Li Mabai asked curiously,
"How did she know the secrets of the eldest princess?"
Chu Yu said,
"I don't know. The queen always knows many things that others don't know. The emperor has lost his memory about the queen, so he doesn't remember. But no matter what, if the queen had not intervened in this matter, I'm afraid a fierce battle between us and Beatty would have been inevitable."
How could Li Mabai not know this? He even felt a little proud in his heart. The late emperor's concubines only fought openly and secretly. When he was a child,
he often saw that one empress killed another empress, or one concubine framed that empress, which was a headache. But now, not only did his queen not get involved in the harem battles, but she was able to relieve her worries with such a good match. It's no wonder that he doted on her so much in the past. Li Mabai thought so, and suddenly felt something was wrong. I have obviously lost my memory of her. But why do I feel happy whenever I think of her? Even if we don't see each other for a day, do you always want her to be by my side? Later, the Queen Mother took Danyang to Li Mabai to explain the misunderstanding between them. Danyang also let go of his long-standing aloofness and solemnly apologized to Li Mabai. Li Mabai did not blame him, but said with concern, "Daughter's food and clothing in Beatty are not as good as those in Qi dynasty. Why don't you take the child back? I will give him the title of County Prince, and give him the former Zhuzhai renovated, and build it into a princess mansion for your mother and son to live in. What do you think, eldest sister?" Danyang smiled and said,
"It's okay to say yes."
She held the Queen Mother's arm and seemed very close to her.
"I also want to be with the Queen Mother often. Living outside the palace is always inconvenient."
The Queen Mother clapped her hand and smiled so much that lines formed at the corners of her eyes.
"If you are willing to accompany the Ai family, it's not too late for the Ai family to be happy. If you like to live in the palace, live in the palace. As for the Princess Palace, the Emperor gave it to you. The concession is free. Why don't you want it?"
Danyang immediately said,
"If that's the case, then thank you, Your Majesty."
Seeing the Queen Mother and Danyang so intimate, Li Mabai seemed to have returned to his childhood. He couldn't help but laugh along. With Danyang's change of heart, Beatty would naturally not know the identity of her son. She handed over the military power of Beatty to Li Mabai, who sent people to pick up the children and officially accepted Beatty as a vassal state of Qi dynasty. Allowing them to govern themselves and reducing taxes will allow the people to live and work in peace and contentment. And naturally there will be no public complaints. That night, Li Mabai, who had taken care of everything, went to Fengwan Palace. At that time, Shen Xiao, who had eaten and drank enough and was playing hide-and-seek with Pear and the others, covered her eyes with a blindfold and was searching in the courtyard.
Pear, I can hear your footsteps. You can't run away.
She groped towards the west based on her own feeling. But suddenly, she was grabbed by the arm.
Okay. Do you still dare to tease me?
Shen Xiao pounced on the man and hurriedly lifted his blindfold. But before he could be happy, he saw Li Mabai's calm face.
Your Majesty? Why are you here at this time?
She scratched the back of her head, a little surprised.
You didn't say you were coming to Fengwan Palace for dinner tonight, and I didn't even prepare anything for you,
Li Mabai said solemnly.
A pregnant person is still blindfolded and playing in the courtyard. What should I do if something goes wrong? Hee. Everything will be fine. Your Majesty.
Shen Xiao smiled like a child.
Look, Pear and the others have cleaned up the small gravels and all the obstacles on the ground in the courtyard. If you walk on the flat ground, if you can even fall down, then I must be too stupid. Do you think you're smart?
Li Mabai couldn't help laughing, and quickly calmed down and said,
In short, you are not allowed to do such a thing in the future. Do you understand?
Oh. Shen Xiao nodded obediently. Li Mabai added,
Also, who told you that I can't come to your palace without eating? You are my queen. Don't I want to come and see you?
Hey, is the sun coming out in the west today? Shen Xiao quickly said cheerfully.
Of course you can.
She held Li Mabai's arm and whispered softly.
Then the Emperor. Don't stand outside. Go in and sit down.
Li Mabai didn't say anything, and just let Shen Xiao drag him towards the palace. During this period, his eyes glanced at her side face from time to time. The moonlight sprinkled silver and fell, making her whiter and brighter. How could someone be both beautiful and cute? Shen Xiao could clearly hear the compliment he was saying in her heart. She looked back and raised a smile at Li Mabai, with the shallow pear dimples and cute tiger fangs on full display.
What does the Emperor want?
Li Mabai avoided her gaze. His cheeks turned slightly red.
It's nothing. I was thinking that the moonlight tonight is extremely beautiful.
Chapter 375 Your Majesty. I am a fortune teller. When she returned to the dormitory with Shen Xiao, she was greeted by a bunch of delicious food she had never seen before. Li Mabai once wondered whether she had worked in the imperial kitchen when she was not a concubine, and the food in her palace was always special to his taste. While saying that he was full and not eating anymore, he opened his mouth very consciously when Shen Xiao brought food to his mouth. Shen Xiao said,
I heard that the eldest princess's youngest son will return to the palace in 2 days. It will be very lively. Do you like children?
Li Mabai asked. Shen Xiao's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly.
Yes. The older children are the cutest. But our Shuan and Chungning are also cute. When they grow up, they will definitely make us laugh every day.
Li Mabai joked.
You're surprised. Are you raising a child just to amuse yourself?
Shen Xiao stuck out her tongue.
Then we can't support them in vain. Right.
Li Mabai stopped joking with her and asked her seriously.
I want to know how you knew about the eldest princess's private affairs.
Shen Xiao was stunned for a moment, and first pretended that she didn't understand what Li Mabai was talking about.
What private matter?
Li Mabai.
The prince is not the biological son of the leader of Beatty. How did you learn about this?
Shen Xiao.
How does the emperor know that I know this?
Li Mabai.
It was Chu Yueji who happened to see you talking to Danong in the imperial garden. He knows lip reading. Even if he is far away and can't hear clearly, he can guess a thing or two by looking at the lip shape.
I can't say that I specifically asked Chu Yueji to protect you. Right? This is too shameless. Shen Xiao smiled and said,
Well, it's actually not difficult to know these things. It's just that the emperor has lost his memory now. So he thinks it's strange that I know these things. But there is a secret that the emperor already knew about me before he lost his memory.
Oh! Li Mabai's voice raised.
What's the secret?
Shen Xiao pretended to be mysterious and lowered her voice.
I know the art of divination. And it works.
When the ghost said that Li Mabai never believed it, he joked.
Oh! I didn't expect you to have such ability. Then maybe you can do divination for me. Of course you can.
Shen Xiao rolled up her sleeves, eager to give it a try. He grabbed Li Mabai's hand and looked at it for a long time, and muttered something like a magic stick.
Your Majesty, I have figured it out. What's the calculation? I have calculated that the Emperor lacks me in his destiny. Li Mabai. I'm talking to you carefully. No jokes.
Shinseyo then suppressed her smile and said seriously.
But I didn't lie. I really know how to do divination. If you don't believe me, I can figure out what the Emperor is thinking about right now. Do you believe it or not?
Li Mabai snorted coldly.
Then do the math. What am I thinking about now?
Shinseyo put her hand on Li Mabai's chest and took the opportunity to touch his chest muscles. How could she figure out what Li Mabai was thinking? She clearly listens. Li Mabai, if she can't figure it out, I'll punish her later to make me another table of delicious food tomorrow. Shinseyo counted with his fingers.
The Emperor seems to be thinking about food.
Her tone was a little unconfident, but it added to her credibility. Li Mabai said.
Then what?
She rubbed Li Mabai's chest twice more and said,
If the calculation is correct, the Emperor should be thinking. If I can't figure out what you're thinking, I will ask you to cook a table of delicious food for you tomorrow. As punishment?
Li Mabai was shocked and thought that Shinseyo had guessed correctly. So he said again,
Then tell me, what am I thinking about now?
Shinseyo's hand kept pressing on Li Mabai's chest, causing Li Mabai's face to turn red. He grabbed Shinseyo's wrist and said firmly,
Tell your fortune and tell your fortune. Don't take advantage of me.
But in his heart, he became confused and obsessed because of the few touches that Shinseyo had just done. And he was already thinking about some embarrassing things. Shinseyo blushed immediately, lowered her eyebrows and said sweetly,
I can't express what the Emperor is thinking about.
Even so, Li Mabai still didn't believe she had such ability. So he asked her to turn around and said,
I want to hide something in your bedroom now. If you can find it with just one stick of incense, I will believe you.
Shinseyo asked.
Then what does the Emperor want to hide? You have to figure out what to hide yourself. I won't tell you.
I'm not hiding anything. Let's see what you can find. Li Mabai deliberately made noise by rummaging through boxes and cabinets in the dormitory to confuse Shinseyo. Shinseyo sat with her back to him, calmly watching him act foolishly. After a long while, Li Mabai said,
Okay, let's look for it.
Shinseyo turned around and stretched lazily.
The Emperor has hidden nothing. So what do you want this concubine to find?
She revealed Li Mabai's little thoughts with one word. And this time Li Mabai completely believed what she said. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion.
I didn't expect that there really is such a magical skill in this world. Maybe you can teach it to me? That's not possible.
Shinseyo quickly refused.
This is my ability to eat. How can I just teach it to the Emperor so easily? You eat with chopsticks, a spoon, or even worse, with your hands. How can this be considered your ability to eat? That won't work,
Shinseyo said arrogantly.
The Emperor has learned it. What if he uses it to guess my thoughts?
Li Mabai argued with her for a while, and suddenly thought of something. If she could easily see through her own mind, wouldn't she already know that she had feelings for her again? Then wouldn't he be embarrassed and disgraced? He sat down, assumed the Emperor's airs again, and said in a cold voice,
It's okay if you don't want to teach me, but I have a request, and you must comply. Otherwise, it will be regarded as your crime of deceiving the Emperor. Why is the Emperor suddenly so serious when he is so well behaved? Tell me. In the future, you cannot speculate on my worries without my permission. Although you and I are husband and wife, and you are my queen, I also need my own privacy. Do you understand?
Seeing him saying these nonsensical words in a serious manner, Shinseyo felt a little funny, but she still suppressed her smile and nodded in agreement with Li Mabai's words. Li Mabai added,
This time the eldest princess returns to the palace. I can remember your contribution. Whatever you want. Just tell me.
Shinseyo held her chin and thought for a while. Her eyes brightened, and she said,
I want the Emperor to accompany me to the Imperial Garden tomorrow to enjoy the flowers. I heard that the Department of Flowers and Birds has cultivated many new varieties of flowers, which are beautiful. Your Majesty, will you come with me to see it?
Chapter 376 New Mission, Mandarin Ducks Playing in the Water. Flower viewing in the Royal Garden? He had so many things to do. How could he have time to accompany her to enjoy the flowers? Li Mabai originally wanted to refuse, but he agreed to let Shinseyo make any request she wanted. When someone made a request, he refused again, which seemed to make him a little rude. So he nodded and said,
Tomorrow afternoon, I will come to your palace to pick you up.
That night, just as Li Mabai walked away and Shinseyo was getting ready to rest after washing, the little Tuachuo suddenly appeared. Host, don't sleep first. Little Tuachuo? Shinseyo was a little confused. Isn't it time for you to get off work? Why did you suddenly run out? Xiao Tuochuo was also a little helpless. I don't know what's going on. Recently, the signal interference on the host's side has become stronger and stronger. I basically can't contact the host during the day, so I can't communicate in time with the tasks assigned by the above. Transmitted to the host. I had no choice but to stay up late and work overtime to see when I could contact the host. Shinseyo complained. Hasn't your time-breaking administration fixed this bug yet? How long has this been going on? Xiao Tuochuo, it's not my host. The bugs in the space-time administration have been fixed long ago. There will be no obstacles in connecting other systems with my host. It's only between me and you. I have reported this matter to my leadership, and they said that it is very likely that there is a system around you that is more powerful than ours. So it has taken over your signal. By my side? Shinseyo thought about it carefully. There was no one around him who looked like he had traveled through time. If there is a system around me that is more powerful than you, then why should he stay by my side? Where did he come from? Did it also come from modern times? Or indigenous? These questions are beyond the scope of Xiao Tuochuo's answers. It can only take advantage of the fact that the signal is still strong, and assign the task to Shinseyo first. Didi. The new task is playing with the Tyrant Yueguang. The points for completing the task will be plus 150, and the points for failing the task will be minus 100. Please ask the host complete the task within 24 hours. Later, Shinseyo wanted to talk to it for a while, but what flashed through his mind was the sound of electric current, and the little Tuochuo stopped moving. It seems that the signal is cut off again. Shinseyo didn't think much about it. After all, there was nothing she could do about the bug. She can only complete whatever tasks the system assigns to her. She closed her eyes and entered the convenience store, checking whether the convenience store was any different from before. After seeing that everything in the convenience store was intact, Shinseyo breathed a sigh of relief. Well, as long as the convenience store is still there and she can shop, then the intermittent signals from the system will not have much impact on her. In the afternoon of the next day, Li Maobai came to Fenghuan Palace on time according to yesterday's agreement. He was outside the door, and originally wanted someone to go in and call Shinseyo out. But Pear said that Shinseyo had locked herself in the room all morning, and she refused to open the door no matter who called. Seeing the nervous look on Pear's words, Li Maobai was vaguely worried that something might happen to Shinseyo. So he was concerned and confused, and hurried to the dormitory and opened the door of the dormitory. As soon as the door opened, he seemed to be in a fairyland, surrounded by lingering clouds and mist. He couldn't see the road in front of him clearly, so he only said in a deep voice, "Queen, what are you doing?" However, no one answered his question. In the dormitory, the smoke was so thick that he couldn't see his fingers. Li Maobai didn't know where the smoke came from, so he called Shinseyo's name and rubbed it back and forth in the dormitory. Suddenly, he guessed something under his feet and suddenly slid forward. Then he fell into Shinseyo's bathtub. Shinseyo was so frightened that she screamed, "Ah! Who is this person? Where did he come from? Pear! Cheer! Help!" Li Maobai fell into the tub, which could be regarded as a close contact with Shinseyo. Although the steam mist in the room was very thick, he was so close to Shinseyo, so close that he could see everything that could not pass the inspection. His face turned red, and his heart beat rapidly. Seeing that Shinseyo was still shouting, he quickly covered her mouth and said, "Shut up!" Shinseyo recognized Li Maobai's voice and was surprised. "Your Majesty? What are you? Empress! What happened? Empress!" Pear and Cheer rushed in. "The Emperor came here just now. Is it your Majesty?" Because the door is open, the fog dissipates a little. Pear immediately saw Li Maobai soaking in the tub with Shinseyo. She laughed awkwardly and said quickly, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. My slave, will leave now." Then he ran away like a little squirrel, not forgetting to close the door for the two of them when he went out. Li Maobai wanted to die. He didn't dare to look at Shinseyo for a second, and struggled to climb out of the tub, all wet like a drowned rat. You just take a shower." "Why is there so much fog in the room?" Shinseyo said. "Because I like to take hot baths." "Your Majesty, why are you so impatient?" She pretended to be coquettish and said, "Before I was ready, the Emperor rushed in, which made me very shy." Li Maobai's face turned redder. "Are you shy? You are so shy. I'm more shy than you." He cleared his throat and said, "Then you can wash yourself slowly. You don't have to go to the garden today. I have something to do first. The Emperor is not going to go out like this." "Is he?"
Shinxio looked at the soaked Li Mabai and said with a smile,
The emperor is like this now. When he goes out, why don't people think he fell into the royal lake? Why don't you let Sanfu take it? Come here with your clothes. The emperor has changed his clothes in the concubine's palace and dried himself before leaving.
Li Mabai looked at himself in the mirror and saw that he looked really embarrassed and couldn't afford to embarrass this person. So he reluctantly agreed. Sanfu was ordered to quickly go back to Chaoyang Palace to get clothes for Li Mabai to change. When Li Mabai was changing clothes, Shinxio's eyes never took off from him. He had lost his memory for so long. And she was pregnant, let alone eating meat. She hadn't even smelled the smell of meat for a long time. Now she couldn't help but swallow as she looked at Li Mabai's ravine-like abdominal muscles and thin and bulging chest muscles, which were alluringly shining under the wetness of the water.
The emperor seems to have become much stronger recently.
Li Mabai's face turned red all the way to his ears.
Turn around. Don't look.
Shinxi smiled sadly.
Why are you so shy? Your Majesty? We have already given birth to children. What is there that we haven't seen each other before?
Li Mabai said, How come this little wife who is like a wolf and a tiger doesn't know how to avoid any taboos when speaking? I speak so freely. I quite like it. Chapter 377 The system failed. Shinxio, who is good at exploiting bugs, successfully interpreted the bugs and the tasks issued by the system this time. When two people play in the water, isn't it just two people soaking in the water together? It doesn't matter whether you are playing or not. What is important is that everyone gets into the water. The fog in her room today was created by her using dry ice. And what Li Mabai guessed when his feet slipped was the hair oil she poured on the ground in advance. Through precise calculations, he calculated the distance between Li Mabai's height and the bathtub, and poured the hair oil on the ground to ensure that if he fell, he would fall into the bathtub and complete his big plan. Admittedly, the result in front of me now is exactly as I expected. They even gave me an extra picture of a
beautiful man in the water,
which is not a loss. After Li Mabai got dressed, he blushed and was about to leave. Shinxio asked,
Where is the emperor going? Go back to the study room. The emperor promised yesterday that I would go to the imperial garden with you. A gentleman's words are hard to follow. Does it mean that the emperor regrets it?
Li Mabai,
my whole body fell into your bathtub, and my body was cleaned by you. Isn't it enough?
Well, the implication is that his body is much more beautiful than the flowers in the imperial garden. Shinxio didn't care about him.
No, the emperor can't cheat. Please wait for me outside for a while, and I will come out after changing my clothes.
No way. Who made me agree to her yesterday? Now even if he bites the bullet, Li Mabai has to go to the garden with Shinxio. When the two of them were traveling together, they met Concubine Chen and Concubine Hui on the road. Concubine Chen and Concubine Hui were a little surprised at first when they saw Shinxio and Li Mabai together, but soon their expressions returned to normal, and they greeted them with a smile.
Concubine, please give your regards to the emperor and the queen.
Shinxi worriedly said,
Get back on your feet. You two are in such a good mood today that you actually came to the royal garden?
Concubine Hui said,
That's right. But by chance, the emperor is here too.
Li Mabai gave them a few perfunctory words and took Shinxio away.
Shinxio felt a little strange, so she walked further away and asked Li Mabai,
What are you doing? Your Majesty? Meaning by chance is fate. Why don't you just go to the garden with your two sisters? Why are you dragging me away in such a hurry?
Woolen cloth?
Li Mabai's face darkened and he said,
Do you think they are really wandering around? Yesterday Sanfu told me that a young eunuch in front of the emperor and the concubine were exchanging information privately, and sold my itinerary to the concubine, so that they could meet me by chance. In the past 2 days, Concubine Hui and Concubine Chen could appear almost every day. I don't like plotting in front of me, so I don't bother to talk to them.
Shinxi worriedly thought to himself that this steely man's ability to identify bitches was pretty good. So Shinxio deliberately pretended to be green tea.
Then the sisters care so much about the emperor that they are like this. They are also the emperor's concubines. Why should the emperor be so cold to them? Oh, do you think I'm being cold to them? And you feel uncomfortable for them?
Li Mabai sneered and said,
This matter is easy to handle, since the queen is so knowledgeable and knows how to be considerate of other concubines. I can't deny your kindness. I will call them over now to enjoy the flowers with us.
Li Mabai turned around and pretended to leave. Shinxio didn't stop him and watched him quietly. She just went shopping by herself, thinking that Li Mabai would be back soon. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, Li Mabai was not there. But Sanfu was waiting.
Empress, the Emperor said that he has something to do before the Emperor. So he will go back to the study room first.
Shinseyo, this dead straight man. Don't you know how to coax me? If you see that I'm acting weird, why don't you expose me? I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I'm so angry.
Okay. I know. Please step back.
After dismissing Sanfu, Shinseyo kept pacing back and forth in the Imperial Garden. She was so angry that she casually picked off the blooming flowers and threw them on the ground without forgetting to step on them again. While he was losing his temper, he suddenly heard a low scratching voice coming from behind him.
Let me go, and you're going to sulk here.
She turned around in surprise and saw Li Mabai standing behind her, looking at her with a smile.
Emperor, you used to be so petty?
Shinseyo didn't have a bad temper in the past. She just felt unhappy every day when she didn't want to die. But that's not what she said. She nodded and said seriously,
Yes. The Emperor also said that you like your concubine to be petty.
Li Mabai, why am I so perverted? They joked a little with each other, and in the end Li Mabai accompanied her to play in the Imperial Garden all afternoon. Although he didn't know what was so good about these flowers, nor what was so interesting about the Imperial Garden that he came to every day. But seeing that Shinseyo always had a smile on his face, he seemed to be infected and felt very comfortable. After playing all day, they had dinner together at one palace in the evening, before they had time to deal with the political affairs that had accumulated for most of the day. Li Mabai went back to the study room to review the memorial. When Shinseyo was free, he thought of something. That is, she has obviously completed the task. Why doesn't little Tuachuo come out and make noise? She called it several times in her heart. Xiao Tuatu. Xiao Tuatu. Are you there? Little Tuachuo? No matter how she screamed, little Tuachuo didn't respond. She punched her chest twice more, making her chest feel tight. But little Tuachuo still didn't respond. Only then did she remember what Xiao Tuachuo said to her yesterday. If I want to contact Xiao Tuachuo, I don't know when it has become a casual thing. Shinseyo still remembered that she had 450 points left before. So she went into the convenience store to see how many points she had left now. Looking at the balance, there are a full 600 points. This means that her task has been completed and the points have been received. It may be because of the weak signal that Xiao Tuachuo cannot contact her temporarily. So she decided to take a nap first and try again when she got up in the morning.
But she didn't expect that when she got up the next morning, she still couldn't contact Xiao Tuachuo. Not only that, convenience stores seemed to be becoming more difficult to enter. In the past, as long as I closed my eyes and imagined a convenience store in my mind, that convenience store would appear in my mind. But now, 3 or 4 times out of 10, she couldn't get in. Shinseyo felt a little panicked now. She was able to thrive in Qi Dynasty mainly because of the help of the system and convenience stores. Although she knows the history of Qi Dynasty very well, the history of Qi Dynasty has been completely changed by her. Without the help of the system and the convenience store, she really couldn't imagine how she would get through it the next time she ran into trouble. Chapter 378 Blood Ganoderma. Having been with Xiao Tuachuo for so long, to be honest, it is no longer a cold system to Shinseyo. It is more like a living person, but it lives in Shinseyo's body. That's all. Shinseyo's disappointment lasted for 4 or 5 days. During this period, she had no way to contact Xiao Tuachuo. Even Payer could see the sadness on her face. What's happened to your majesty these past 2 days? The emperor often comes to our palace, and the relationship with your majesty is getting closer and closer. The servants are almost like the emperor before he lost his memory. No more separation. Why is the queen still looking so unhappy? Shinseyo couldn't tell the truth to Payer, because even if she did, she wouldn't understand. So she could only say a few perfunctory words and ended the topic in a hurry. Payer said, Your Majesty, today is the day when Wu Yuanbing comes to ask you for peace of mind. He hasn't been here for a while. Right. Shinseyo did a rough calculation and found that it seemed that he hadn't seen Wu Xinyu for almost a month. When he came in to check his pulse, Shinseyo asked him, What are you busy with these days? You don't seem to be in the palace. Wu Xinyu smiled and said, My dear, guess what? Who knows where you are busy going to defraud other people of their money? Wu Xinyu was a little stunned. Uh-huh? In the eyes of the empress, is Wei Chen such a despicable person? Is money so important to Wei Chen? Shinseyo didn't hesitate at all, nodded and said, Yes. What else? Wu Xinyu suddenly laughed openly and said, No one knows me better than my empress.
Hee hee. I have nothing to do in the palace these 2 days. So I went out to take on a few private jobs, all of which were to help people with serious illness. Saving 3 lives is considered a meritorious deed. Right.
Shinsuyo.
I just don't know how much your 3 meritorious deeds have made your wallet bigger.
Wu Shini removed his hand from Shinsuyo's wrist and said,
This is a secret of the minister, and we cannot tell it to the Empress casually. The pulse condition of the Empress has been very stable this time. It seems that she drank the bitter soup during this period.
It still works. He's been writhing in my belly. I can feel him turning inside me since the beginning of the month. And he's very powerful.
Shinsuyo asked tentatively,
Is it a boy?
Wu Xinyan nodded in agreement, and Shinsuyo felt dizzy.
Why is it a prince again? The princess is so cute. Why do you need so many princes? Your Majesty is so blessed that no one else can hope for it. But you still despise it.
Wu Xini changed the subject and asked,
How is the relationship between the Emperor and your Majesty getting along during this time?
Shinsuyo,
we get along better than before. After losing his memory, he doesn't remember grudges against me. We get along again as strangers. How he fell in love with me at the beginning is just walking the same road again. But the Emperor doesn't remember the things that happened between the Empress and the Emperor in the past. Isn't it a pity? It's a pity. But what can be done? Didn't you say that once he forgets about me, he will never think of me again?
Wu Xinyan patted his cheek lightly.
Wei Chen himself was not good at studying and talked nonsense to the Empress. Later, he read a lot of medical classics. The reason why the Emperor did that to the Empress was because the blood of the Empress is used in the body. There is a blood Ganoderma lucidum on the Nanchi mountain. If it is plucked and the blood is used as a medicine for the Emperor to take it, the Emperor will naturally return to his former self. Then you didn't tell me earlier?
Shinsuyo couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, and then asked anxiously,
Is that thing rare? Just tell me how much money you need.
Wu Xini,
it's rare. But it has nothing to do with silver.
Shinsuyo, what do you mean? Wu Xini,
once the blood Ganoderma is collected and the roots leave the soil, it will wither in at most an hour. Therefore, it must be refined into an elixir before it withers. And if you want to use this elixir to relieve the Emperor's sequelae must also be caused by the blood of the Empress. And it must be blood.
Shinsuyo thought for a while and said,
So what you mean is that I must leave the palace with you. Go to Nankishan to collect the blood Ganoderma lucidum. And then use my own blood as a guide to let you take the elixir immediately. Refined?
Wu Xini nodded and said,
Your Majesty is smart. That's true. But this matter is quite difficult. I'm afraid it will be difficult to accomplish. The Nanchi Mountains are at least 1,000 miles away from the Qi dynasty. Even if you ride a horse, you will have to travel at least 1,000 miles. It will take 3 days to arrive. In addition, it takes another day to collect the medicine and refine it. In other words, at least 7 days of effort are needed to make it happen. Since the queen is the queen, how can the Middle Palace leave the imperial city for 7 days?
He said and waved his hand.
Forget it. Let's not think about this matter. The Empress should get along well with the Emperor. The memories of the past are important. But the more important thing is the future of the two of us.
Shinsuyo understood the truth. Whether Li Maobai remembered the past was not very important to her. But to Li Maobai himself, it was quite important. After all, no one wants the happiest memory in their life to be missing like this. Such a life is incomplete after all. Therefore, she wanted to help Li Maobai retrieve the missing part of his memory. She asked, Is it true that as long as I can spare 7 days, you can refine a method to cure the Emperor's sequelae and restore his memory? Wu Xini nodded in agreement. And Shinsuyo added,
Then after he recovers his previous memory, does he still have the memory of spending time with me during this period? Of course. The Emperor will naturally remember what happened during this period.
Shinsuyo,
that's good. You go back to the Imperial Hospital and wait for news from me. On the way, buy 2 fast horses and wait outside the palace. We will be ready to leave at any time.
Wu Xini,
are you confident that you can convince the Emperor? You don't need to worry about this. I have my own way.
Convincing a straight man is the hardest thing in the world. Not to mention that she was a queen, but that she was still pregnant. Li Maobai would definitely not let her run around and risk her life. But what if he agrees or not? Shinsuyo had no intention of confessing this matter to him. Wouldn't it be over if I just ran away? Anyway, she has the death-free gold medal given to her by Li Maobai. Seeing the gold medal is like seeing the Holy One. With that gold medal, she can go in and out of the imperial city at will. After he left, Li Maobai would not find out that she was missing until the next day at the earliest. By the time he sent troops to find her, she had already run away with Wu Xini. After the elixir was successfully refined, she would find a way to get Li Mabai to eat the elixir after she returned to the palace, so that his previous memories would come back. Knowing that she was messing around like this, she would only get a few words of reprimand at most, and probably even harsh words by then. I don't have the heart to say it. Chapter 379. Yu sneaks out of the palace. How to sneak away. How to sneak away. This is also a science. The time for the palace gate to be released is at midnight, so Shinxio must leave the imperial city before midnight. Otherwise, if you wait until the key to the palace gate is issued, you will not be able to leave with just a token. You will need Li Mabai's warrant or oral instructions. But if you left early, if Li Mabai came to the palace to look for her on a whim at night and found that she was not there, and let Sanfu do a thorough investigation, it would be easy to find that she had slipped out of the palace. If they were discovered before they were able to move forward, then the possibility of her and Wu Xini being captured would be extremely high. Not only did Li Mabai's memory fail to recover, but he also caught him eloping with Wu Xinyu. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to escape. To this end, Shinxio carried out careful layout and planning. First, she had to make sure that Li Mabai would never come to Fengwan Palace. And second, she could escape. So she specially picked a day, and during the day, she went to the Shang study room to deliver delicious food to Li Mabai many times on the pretext of delivering pastries. Every time she went there, she wouldn't leave after delivering the food, and would just stay there and talk to Li Mabai. Anyway, she just wouldn't let him approve the memorial. Li Mabai has a habit. That is, he must approve the memorial on the same day. If he cannot approve it, he will feel uncomfortable all over. Even if he doesn't sleep at night, he must finish today's affairs today. Being delayed like this by Shinxio, he naturally had no time to review the memorial during the day. Then when Shinxio delivered the pastries for the last time, she said to him, "Your Majesty, I have prepared a lot of your favorite dishes tonight. Remember to come over during dinner time." Li Mabai looked down at the pile of memorials that he had reviewed only 3 or 4 times and fell into deep thought. "I have something to do today, but not tonight. Your Majesty, do you still remember what day today is?" Shinxio interrupted his words and asked. Li Mabai shook his head and didn't know. And Shinxio said, "Today is the day when we held hands for the first time." She pretended to be disappointed. "I forgot. The Emperor no longer remembers what happened in the past." That charming appearance would make anyone feel distressed if they saw it. Li Mabai couldn't resist her pretending to be pitiful, so he had to bite the bullet and said, Okay, I'll just go." Shinxio's bitter face suddenly turned into a smile, and she leaned forward and kissed Li Mabai deeply on the cheek. "I knew the Emperor was the best to me." When it was time for dinner, Shinxio prepared a large table of delicacies. Unexpectedly, she thought that today was some kind of festival. Li Mabai often comes to Shinxio's palace to eat recently, and they always have delicious meaty dishes. If you want to cook these meat dishes deliciously, you must add more seasonings and use heavy oil. He is also a person who is very strict with his body. After eating at Shinxio's place, he will have to do some exercise to digest the food when he returns to Chaiyang Palace. In this way, I wasted even more time reviewing the memorial. However, Shinxio was acting very abnormally today. He just ate when he wanted to eat. After eating, he said he had a stomachache and called Wu Xini to consult him for a long time. Li Mabai was concerned and confused, so he kept waiting outside the door. In the dormitory, Wu Xini and Shinxio sat opposite each other on warm seats, eating melon seeds. The two conspired quietly. "Mother, can anything happen tonight?" "Don't worry. The Emperor's memorials have only been reviewed for a few copies, and the pile is almost higher than others. Let's spend a little more time in there. I guarantee that he won't be able to sleep tonight before the second watch." The two of them chatted in the dormitory for 3/4 of an hour before Wu Xini came out of the dormitory. Li Mabai asked, "How is the Queen's condition?" Wu Xini, "The Queen is fine. As for the cause of her stomachache, it's probably because she ate too much." Li Mabai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After going in to see Shinxio, he said that he still had political affairs to attend to and left in a hurry. He almost walked on the front foot, and Shinxio walked on the back foot toward the outside of the palace, carrying the bag and holding the death-free medal. She told Pei, "If the Emperor asks, just tell me that you didn't see me early the next morning after waiting for me to rest. Don't let it slip. Do you understand?" Pei agreed repeatedly, but with a worried look on her face. Is it dangerous for the Empress to go out of the palace with Wu Yuan by herself? How about letting the slaves follow and serve the Empress? Are you following?
Shenxiu waved her hands repeatedly.
It's okay if I leave by myself. But if you leave with me, the Emperor will definitely be suspicious. In this way, you can help me delay one day until I return to the palace. I'll bring you something delicious.
Pear didn't like to eat. She was just worried about Shenxiu. But Shenxiu insisted on this. So she had no choice but to follow her temper. Shenxiu walked all the way to the smooth gate. After the guards greeted her, she heard her solemnly say,
The Emperor has something to ask me to leave the palace to handle. Please get out of the way.
The guards looked at each other and wondered.
Mother Queen, we haven't heard the Emperor's letter asking you to leave the palace. Besides, you leave the palace alone without anyone to serve you. This is such a threat. There are people from the Emperor outside the palace gate who are responsible for handling this palace. Is it possible that the Emperor and this palace have to explain to you one by one what they are going to do?
Shenxiu impatiently took out the death-free medal and showed it to them.
Can you see what this is?
Seeing the gold medal is like seeing the Holy One. The guards all knelt down and said,
This slave deserves to die. Hurry up and let the queen go.
So, she walked out of the imperial city in the dark. 1 mile outside the city gate, Wu Xinyu had been waiting for Shenxiu for a long time with 2 horses. Seeing Shenxiu coming out in his regular clothes, he took off his fine clothes and smiled and waved low to him from afar. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and complained in a weak voice.
This silly girl.
Shenxiu ran to Wu Xinyi's side in 3 steps and 2 steps, raising her chin proudly.
How about it? I told you I can come out. Your Majesty, you are really powerful.
Wu Xinyi led a dark horse to Shenxiu.
We have to rush a lot tonight, and we should be able to reach Pai County early tomorrow morning. Where will we be then? Can we find an inn to rest? Hurry as long as you can, lest you be caught by the Emperor when the time comes, which would be embarrassing.
Shenxiu stepped onto the horse. Her movements were smooth and fluid, and she looked like a practicing master. Wu Xinyi said with emotion.
Oh, don't you see that the queen is still capable of this? What is this? Binong has ridden horses no matter how powerful they are. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up.
She pinched the horse's back with her legs and led the horse towards the outside of the city at a moderate speed. Wu Xinyi followed her, keeping his eyes fixed on her feet. He was afraid that she would get carried away and fall off the horse. After all, for someone as confused as her, no one would be surprised if any accident happened to her. Chapter 380 Throwing embroidered balls to attract a son-in-law. The 2 of them walked non-stop, taking advantage of the darkness and looking back from time to see if any fire was catching up with them. He was on tenterhooks like this for most of the night. At the 4th watch, when the sky turned white, Shenxiu's heart dropped into his stomach. Wu Xinyi also slowed down his riding speed.
We have traveled more than 200 miles, from southeast to northwest. Even if they want to pursue us, they don't know the direction, and can only catch blind people everywhere like headless flies. We don't have to be in such a hurry,
Shenxiu said.
When I leave the palace with you this time, I must not be found by the Emperor's people before I find the blood Lingji and successfully refine the elixir. Otherwise, the Emperor will not know what to think when he sees me with you.
Wu Xinyi joked.
Is it the Empress who doesn't trust the Emperor? Or the Emperor who doesn't trust the Empress?
Shenxiu thought worriedly for a moment and then said,
We should trust each other. But the prerequisite for trust is that the other party must make each other feel at ease. I ran out of the palace with you without saying anything to the Emperor. How can the Emperor feel at ease? If it weren't for the purpose of curing him of the sequelae and reminding him of the past between us.
I wouldn't have risked such a big risk. Risk comes out of the palace.
Wu Xinyi shrugged and shook his head.
I don't know what to say to you. That's all. We still have about 100 miles to reach Pai County. If we get there sooner, we can rest sooner.
The 2 rode horses all the way, and finally arrived at Pai County at dawn, covered in dust. This is a medium-sized county town. The local economy relies on the textile industry as its main source of income, and the folk customs are relatively simple. Wu Xinyi found an inn and opened 2 adjacent guest rooms. He asked Shenxiu to go back to the room to rest first, while he took the horse to the stable to feed some feed. Shenxiu was extremely tired. After a simple wash, he almost fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Along the way, the little guy in his belly was pretty good at what he did, and rarely made trouble with himself. After falling asleep, Shenxiu had a strange dream. She dreamed that she had returned to modern times and met Li Mushin again. This time Li Mushin took her to many new places. In the dream, the two of them actually held hands? Shinseyo couldn't tell whether she was awakened by this dream or by the noise downstairs. When she opened her eyes, she felt that her eyelids were heavy, as if she had slept for less than 2 hours. The sun was shining brightly at noon outside, and I could hear the lively sounds of gongs and drums coming from the streets, and people in the crowd were booing from time to time. Shinseyo was a little curious, so she lay on the windowsill and looked down. I saw a young girl wearing a red wedding robe upstairs, looking shyly at the crowd gathered downstairs. Among the crowd, there was a person holding a flower ball in his arms, and he was surrounded by everyone in the middle. It looked like a girl from some family was throwing hydrangeas to attract brides. Shinseyo rubbed her sleepy eyes, trying to see who was so lucky to marry such a beautiful woman. Unexpectedly, he saw Wu Shenya struggling in the crowd, crying and explaining, "Don't worry, I'm just a passerby. Otherwise, I will throw the bouquet back. Sister, can you throw it again?" His words aroused people's anger, and some people started to grab him by the collar and reprimand him. "You don't know what is good. Miss Tan is a well-known beauty in our Pai County. She comes from a good family and is well-educated. You can have some fun with your little boy. Why are you still here?" Wu Shini followed the person's words and stuffed the bouquet into the person's arms. "Miss Tan is so good. How can I be worthy of a common man? I think you are a good match for me. Brother, why don't you become her?" "Bar? You? You brat. I think you clearly deserve a beating." Shinseyo watched this scene upstairs and shook his head. "What kind of nonsense is this? Why are you picking up other people's hydrangeas when you have nothing to do? The matter must not get too big. If it does, it will inevitably alert the local officials. If Wu Shinyu is captured, he will be easily discovered by the court." In desperation, Shinseyo had no choice but to bite the bullet and rescue Wu Shinyu. She hurried downstairs and squeezed in through the crowd. When Wu Shinyu saw her, it was as if he had seen a savior, and he waved to her quickly. "Help!" Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Shinseyo. In terms of looks and figure, she is much better than that girl Tan. The people present stared at her. "Who is this?" Shinseyo originally wanted to say that she was Wu Shiny's sister, but unexpectedly Wu Shiny said before her, "This is my wife." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pulled Shinseyo into his arms. "I went out to do business with her. I had saved up enough money and was about to rush home. When I passed by Guibao, I picked up Miss Tan by mistake. Flower ball." He gently stroked Shinseyo's belly and said, "Everyone has seen that my wife is still pregnant. How can I abandon her at this time to marry Miss Tan?" Shinseyo's face was obviously ugly. She wished she could slap Wu Shini to death for talking nonsense. But at this moment, in front of everyone, she could only be patient, put on a smile, and nodded in agreement. Wu Shini bowed his hands to Miss Tan upstairs and apologized very sincerely. "Miss Tan, this incident was purely accidental. I'm really sorry." When a girl goes through something like this and looks so ashamed, how can she still have the nerve to continue looking for a bride? She snorted, stamped her feet suddenly, turned around and went back to the house. Wu Shini threw the hydrangea to a man casually, and ran away with Shinseyo in despair. After walking far away from the crowd, Shinseyo let go of his hand and slapped him hard on the back of the head. "Are you sick? What trouble did you get into?" Wu Shinian looked aggrieved. "How did I know that the people here were so crazy? Aren't I afraid that you would be hungry when you got up? So I went to buy you food?" He fumbled and took out a carefully wrapped paper bag from his arms. After unfolding the layers, there is a steaming green onion beef patty inside. After traveling all night, Shinseyo returned to the inn and fell asleep. This was the time when she was very hungry, and this beef patty with chopped green onion is her favorite breakfast in modern times. But in Qi Dynasty for so long, it seems that I have never seen anyone who can do this stuff. Unexpectedly, Wu Shini actually bought it in Pai County. She took the beef patties, and most of the anger in her heart was gone. "If you randomly assign my identity in front of others in the future, carefully, I will expose it in front of you and embarrass you." Wu Shini smiled with a hint of scorn. "Really? But I think when I said you were my wife just now, you didn't mean to refuse? You bastard." Shinseyo reached out and slapped Wu Shini on the back of the head. But this time Wu Shi was smarter. He ducked sideways and made a face at Shinseyo, which made Shinseyo feel angry and funny at the same time. Chapter 381 Listening to the Sound of Wind and Rain at Night. In Pai County,
Anyone who can engage in such a big battle to recruit a bride must not be a small family. Wu Xini had now offended the big boss of Pai County. He was worried that if he stayed here any longer, someone would find him and cause trouble. It would be bad if his whereabouts were exposed in this way. So he said to Shinatsuyo,
"We just went through a lot of trouble in the busy city. I'm afraid we can't stay in Pai County any longer. Let's go on our way first."
Shinsuyo complained while eating beef patties.
"But I only slept for 2 hours. And I can't open my eyes now. Besides, those horses have been ridden by us all night. And you have to let them go again. Aren't you afraid of tiring them to death?" "I'm not exhausted. I just don't live in Pai County anymore. It's not like I don't let them rest."
Wu Xini took Shinsuyo back to the inn and asked her to pack her luggage first. He wanted to buy something. He would be upstairs in a quarter of an hour. Assemble below. When Shinsuyo came down with his luggage, he saw Wu Xini got a large pile of cloth from nowhere and slowly walked towards him dragging it. Shinsuyo asked curiously,
"What are you holding?"
Wu Xini smiled and said,
"This is a simple tent. It has a lot of space when opened. It won't be a problem for the two of us. Moreover, the material of the cloth is waterproof and airtight, so you won't feel cold even if you sleep in the outdoors."
"Isn't this just a simple marching tent? But did this thing even exist in ancient times?" Shinsuyo expressed some surprise. But she had never been to the market. Since Wu Xini could get this thing, she didn't have to worry about the source. The two people got on horseback, dragged their luggage, and ran towards the outside of Pai County. After another 50 miles, we reached a vast grassland. Wu Xini tied the horse to a big tree, and then spread the tent under the tree. That piece of cloth, under Wu Xini's manipulation, turned into a tent that could accommodate at least 3 people. Shinsuyo glanced inside the tent and saw that Wu Xini had carefully laid a layer of soft cotton cloth on it, and said,
"How many things did you bring with you when you went out? Did you expect that we would sleep outside early in the morning?"
"Have you forgotten that I used to be a cosmopolitan person? These are all skills for survival. So naturally I have to master them."
Shinsuyo nodded frequently. On the grassland, the breeze blows, carrying the aroma of green grass, making people feel a little sleepy. Shinsuyo yawned, and Wu Xini smiled and said,
"I'm almost as sleepy as a cat. Let's take a nap."
Shinsuyo was in trouble. There was only one tent, and although it could sleep more than 2 people, there were differences between men and women. So it was somewhat awkward for her and Wu Xini to sleep in the same tent. She stood still and didn't speak. Wu Xini noticed her concerns and said,
"Is your majesty worried that you will feel embarrassed if you sleep with me?"
He smiled and waved his hand.
"You sleep on your own. I'm not sleepy. Besides, this is in the wild. If we all sleep, if a beast or something comes out of nowhere, we won't be able to hide. When the time comes, Dan, isn't it miserable that the medicine is not prepared but becomes a feast for wild beasts?" "Aren't you sleepy?" Shinsuyo asked. "When I went to bed in the morning, you went to feed the horses. When I got up, you had already bought breakfast. I couldn't sleep for more than 2 hours at most. After all your troubles, didn't you even get enough sleep for an hour? What is this? In the past, when I was traveling, I would go without sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. I have been dealing with all kinds of herbal medicines all year round, so my body and bones are naturally different from ordinary people. Don't worry about me, madam. Please get some rest soon."
Shinsuyo was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes. She didn't argue with Wu Xini anymore. She crawled into the tent, put a straw mat under her head as a pillow, and quickly fell asleep. In late summer, mosquitoes are still a nuisance, although Wu Xini kept chasing them away. Some fish that slipped through the net still flew into the tent and kept buzzing in Shinsuyo's ears.
Wu Xini frowned, shook his head and whispered,
"Little guy, you dare to bite anyone."
He snapped his fingers, and a light blue cover immediately appeared outside the tent. All mosquitoes will be burned to ashes after approaching this cover. Wu Xini was sitting outside the tent, staring at Shinsuyo intently. He seemed to have thought of something, so he raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly.
"It's still the same as before."
Just guarding Shinsuyo like this, she didn't wake up until the night got darker. She smelled the aroma that hit her nostrils, and the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was the figure of Wu Xini setting up a fire and having a barbecue. She stood up and approached Wu Xini, and saw that he was piercing the skinned hair with a bamboo stick made from a branch and roasting it. The hare meat is crispy on the outside and dripping with oil, making it very appetizing. She laughed.
"I didn't expect to be able to taste the roast rabbit you made in this place."
Wu Xini looked back at her.
Are you awake?
He patted the grass beside him.
Sit down. You can eat soon.
After the rabbit was roasted, Wu Xini tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Shinseyo.
There is no seasoning in the wild, but the meat of hare is inherently delicious. Try it.
After one bite, the aroma of meat explodes in your mouth, which is very satisfying. Shinseyo nodded repeatedly and was full of praise. The two of them finished a rabbit quickly, and later Wu Xini used a homemade slingshot to shoot down some poultry and roasted them. After eating and drinking, Shinseyo asked him,
Do you want to sleep for a while? Let me stay overnight.
Wu Xini,
No. When you were sleeping just now, I had already slept on the tree trunk.
Shinseyo felt a little embarrassed. So she said,
Well, next time we sleep on the street, I will sleep outside and watch you while you sleep in the tent. How about that?
Wu Xini raised his eyebrows and smiled.
If there is still such a chance, then I will listen to you. But I hope that we will never have to sleep in the wild during this trip.
The two of them were going to continue on their way together. But Wu Xini suddenly stopped Shinseyo, who was untying the horse.
Don't worry. We might not be able to leave for a while.
Shinseyo asked curiously.
What's wrong?
Wu Xini took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at the sky again, and said,
I guess it's going to rain soon.
He pulled Shinseyo into the tent. Almost as soon as the two of them entered the tent, it started pouring rain. The raindrops were as big as small stones, and they made a crackling sound when they hit the tent, which was frightening to hear. Shinseyo said,
How do you know it will rain? I smell it.
Wu Xini stretched his hand out of the tent and let the rain fall on his palm.
But it hasn't been raining for long. It will stop raining in an hour at most.
Since they couldn't leave for a while, they decided to make peace with their rival. So the two of them started chatting inside the tent. The sound of wind and rain outside continued unabated. But all that came out of the tent was the laughter of the two of them. Chapter 382 Wu Xini hugged Yu's waist. It was not much different from what Wu Xini expected. The rain lasted for about an hour and then stopped. The two of them escaped the heavy rain successfully. But the two horses following them were in dire straits. Although he was tied under the tree, he was still covered in water drops from the rain. They took the cloth they brought with them and wiped the water stains off the horses as much as possible. After a while, he straightened up and continued on his way on horseback. Along the way, the horse Shinseyo was riding seemed to have emotions. It ran for a while and then began to walk slowly. After walking for a while, he began to lie down on the ground and stopped moving. No matter what method Shinseyo used, it just lay on the ground motionless, as if it was deliberately going against Shinseyo. Wu Xini turned around and came back, took a look at the horse's condition, and said,
I'm afraid it can't keep up with us.
Wu Xini touched the horse's nose, looked into its eyes, and said,
Just like people, their bodies are weak and sick after being exposed to the rain. Oh? Are you sick?
Shinseyo quickly got off the horse, and while stroking the horse's head, he complained,
What should I do? How about you treat it first?
Wu Xinian had a dark look on his face.
Mother, please respect my profession. I am a doctor, not a veterinarian.
Shinseyo,
Aren't the two similar?
Wu Xini,
Did the Empress say that you are similar to a horse? Or that a horse is similar to you?
Shinseyo was a little embarrassed.
Then what do you think we should do now? We can't just let it lie down here to recuperate. Right. Let's wait for it to recover before we leave. It's not necessary.
Wu Xini took off Shinseyo's package from the back of the sick horse. He waited, and then asked Shinseyo,
Mother, what's in this package?
What?
Shinseyo said.
Just some clothes, dry food and so on.
Her package was half as big as her, and it was very troublesome to carry.
Do you women need to bring so many clothes with you when you go on a long trip?
Wu Xini shook his head and complained after a while.
You choose one outfit to take with you now, and throw away all the other things.
While talking, Wu Xini also opened his package, leaving only his clothes and throwing all his belongings on the ground. Shinseyo looked at the items inside the package, and they were all his favorites. Now that she'd lost them, she really couldn't bear to part with any of them. So she asked Wu Xini,
If you lose all these luggage, what will happen next? Then you ride on a horse with me and continue on your way. As for the horse, stay here and let it go. When we get to the next place, we will buy new horses. But I don't want to lose it. What should I do?
Wu Xini shook his head.
If you take them all with you, this horse that is not sick will be exhausted to death by you. Do you plan to walk on foot for the rest of the journey?
Compared to the hardship of hiking, Shinseyo would rather give up some clothes. After throwing away the extra things, the two rode the same horse and went into battle lightly. At the beginning, Shinseyo was sitting in the front, while Wu Shini was sitting in the back, hugging her and holding the horse rope. This is a normal operation when leading someone to ride a horse. But in this case, skin-to-skin contact between two people cannot be avoided. Wu Shinian's arm always touched Shinseyo's waist intentionally or unintentionally. She felt a little embarrassed. So she said, "Can you restrain your hands a little and stop touching me?" Wu Shini, "Aw, do you think I want to touch you? Isn't this inevitable?" As he spoke, he tightened his waist tighter. Shinseyo shouted loudly, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Get off the horse. I'm behind. You in front." "Oh, okay." Wu Shini reined in the reins and changed places with Shinseyo after dismounting. This time, he was sitting in the front and Shinseyo was sitting in the back. The reins are still in Wu Shini's hands. Shinseyo grabbed the saddle behind her, but with both hands, and tried not to have any physical contact with Wu Shini. And what about Wu Shini? He always has endless ideas. As he rode the horse faster and faster, the road he chose became more and more bumpy. Shinseyo just held the saddle with both hands and could no longer sit still on the horse. She exclaimed, almost subconsciously moving her hands forward and tightly hugging Wu Shini's thin waist. "Wu Shini, you did it on purpose." "Aw? What did you say?" Wu Shini rode his horse faster and faster, the wind whistling past his ears. He pretended not to be able to hear what Shinseyo was saying, and could only feel her hugging him tighter. "Wu Shini, slow down. Are you crazy? Ah! Wu Shini, stop it. I'm going to kill you. Wu Shini, I'm going to be vomited by you." Although she kept shouting and cursing, she never let go of her hand holding him tightly. Later, when I got tired of shouting, I simply accepted my fate. After almost 2 hours of driving like this, we finally arrived at the next village. As soon as Wu Shini's horse slowed down, Shinseyo released her grip on his waist and pinched his ears from behind. "Wu Shini, are you looking for death?" "Ah! It hurts! It hurts! My Majesty, please forgive me. My Majesty, please spare your life. I am afraid that I will delay things, so I speed up my journey. Did I scare you?" Shinseyo felt a little speechless. She ordered with a cold face, "Stop it! Me!" Wu Shini stopped his horse obediently. Shinseyo dismounted and walked in front in a huff, while Wu Shini kept walking the horse and followed behind. "Your Majesty is angry? Why is your Majesty angry? Your Majesty, shut up!" Shinseyo turned around and glared at Wu Shini. Only then did Wu Shini realize that her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. He smiled. "Isn't it because the queen hugged my waist just now that she is shy? Will I be shy because of such a thing?" Shinseyo said sternly. "How come I have never seen big storms? So why would I be shy over such a trivial thing? Crazy!" Later, Wu Shini kept teasing Shinseyo. She also went from being upset at the beginning to laughing. The two people went to the market, bought a new horse, and then went to the inn to stay overnight, preparing to have a good rest for the day. However, what they didn't expect was that things didn't go as smoothly as they imagined. That night, the small town where they were located closed its east and west gates, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. After careful inquiry, I found out that it turned out that there was a murder in the small town. In order to fear that the murderer would escape, he chose to close the city gate and investigate the matter thoroughly. Chapter 383: The Silk-Pulling Scene. The local government has not encountered a human life incident in several years, so the efficiency of handling cases is not very high. They cordoned off the scene, but nothing was done. Shinseyo and Wu Shinian, who were eager to leave the city, had no choice but to help investigate this unsolved case together. After repeated inquiries, the two of them figured out the cause and effect of this incident. That night, it was the He family in the south of the city that killed someone. At the time of the incident, the He family's daughter-in-law, Ms. Jiang, was spreading straw mats on the roof of her house to fill in the tile defects. The neighbor Chen San and his wife came back from the stall and said low to her, "Sister-in-law He, please be careful and don't slip." Mrs. Jiang spread the straw mat neatly with her hands and feet, and smiled back at him. "Thank you for your concern. It won't be a problem. My family's house would be bitten by a beast, and it would be difficult to move around. Someone has to control everything in the family." "Right. for my family's house today for birthday celebration. My parents-in-law also came here specially.
Chen San subconsciously glanced at the He family. It was already dark now, and the candlelight in the room reflected the figures in the room on the window screen with clear paper.
I've never seen the old man before. Let's pack up later and go say hello to the old man.
His wife also smiled and said,
I have some bacon left over today. It's too shameful to use it as a greeting gift. Sister-in-law, you're welcome. My mother-in-law is in charge today. If you don't mind having a casual dinner with us all. It's just a lively affair.
The three of them chatted and laughed for a while. Chen's wife put the cart back home and turned around to take out the bacon. Mrs. Jiang also laid out the straw mat and went down the ladder to the room, holding a large handful of unused straw in her arms. She asked Chen San for a hot dumpling and lit it in front of her door.
My mother-in-law is very particular about it. 2 days later is the Ghost Festival. When entering or leaving the house at night, you have to jump over a fire to remove the negative energy.
After saying that, he led Chen San and his wife across the fire, and then opened the door to his room. As soon as the door opened, a strong smell of blood immediately hit his nostrils. Mrs. Jiang was so horrified by the bloody scene in front of her that she fainted. In the room, He Xing was lying on the couch covered in blood, and his parents were lying beside his bed. The food on the table is still steaming, but all three of them died. The people from the yamen arrived very quickly, and after evacuating the people watching the excitement, they launched an investigation into the matter. An examination revealed that there were 12 stab wounds on He Xing's body. Most of the stab wounds were caused by chopping, and the fatal wound was caused by being wiped on his neck. He's father and his mother had no unnecessary injuries on their bodies. They were stabbed into the heart by a sharp knife and died. Based on the analysis of blood coagulation at the wound, it is estimated that the time of death should not exceed 3/4 of an hour, half an hour. The He family had only one front door, and Chen San had been standing outside the door talking to Mr. Jiang, who was busy on the roof. Logically, the murderer should have no chance to escape. But when Ms. Jiang opened the door, except for 3 corpses, there weren't even half a superfluous ghost in the room. The catcher frowned.
This seems to be a tricky matter. We need to send more people to the neighboring city.
Shen Xiao and Wu Shiny, who were surrounded by the crowd, said,
Can we check the situation inside?
Head catcher.
Who are you two?
Shen Xiao said with a smile.
I passed by here and was in a hurry, but the city was sealed.
The head catcher said disdainfully.
Why are 2 passers-by on the road joining in the fun? Let's go and stay where it's cool.
Shen Xiao.
Anyway, you don't have any ideas for solving the case right now. Why don't you let us help you with your suggestions? We might even be able to provide you with some ideas.
When she spoke like this, the head catcher was obviously not hesitant. Fortunately, Wu Shini was smart enough to whisper in the catcher's ear.
Excuse me, Lord Catcher. We have an emergency at home, and we have to leave the city tomorrow. Well, let's help find clues together. If the case cannot be solved tomorrow, I will give you 50 taels of silver from my own pocket as hard-earned money. What do you think?
Seeing that the head catcher was not persuaded, Wu Shini put a piece of silver into his hand. The catcher then showed a smile and said,
Well, take a look.
After the two entered, they felt that the room was a little hot. Shen Xiao asked the head catcher about the situation.
What's the situation?
While she looked around the scene, she listened to the arrestor briefly introduce the incident to her. The He family is a typical civilian home in this small county. The one-story house is separated into 3 spaces by rough wooden screens. The main hall was used for dining, and the space on the left separated by a screen contained only a bed, which seemed to be newly purchased. There was a somewhat faded wedding paper on the bed, and He Xing's body was lying on it. On the right is a flower bed, and the corner is used to store sundries. Such a cramped space was very warm in winter. When Shen Xiao saw 3 charcoal pots burning in the room, she asked Mrs. Jiang, who was crying beside her,
What does your husband's family do?
Mrs. Jiang wiped away her tears and said with sobs,
Sir, my husband is a hunter and makes a living by hunting.
She looked at a simple loom placed in the corner and continued to ask,
What about you? Do you rely on weaving to support your family?
Ms. Jiang nodded silently, and Mrs. Chen, who was comforting her, said,
Sister-in-law, he is very good at craftsmanship. The clothes she makes often ask me to sell them in the market, and they are all sold out in a short time.
While Chen's wife was speaking, she put her arm around Mrs. Jiang's shoulders and let her hand fall. Mrs. Jiang frowned slightly and pursed her lips, as if she was enduring pain. The room was very bright. Wu Shini counted carefully and found that there were 7 burning candles.
Your husband is an Orion, and you have to rely on textiles to supplement the household income. Your life should be tight. But seeing that you have 3 charcoal pots for heating in your home, and only 7 candles are lit at night, it doesn't look like you are living in a tight situation,
Ms. Jiang explained.
My parents-in-law came from Lincian yesterday to celebrate the new year with me and my wife. My father-in-law was afraid of the cold, so he lit more charcoal pots. My mother-in-law has eye disease, and there are many and messy things in my house, making it difficult to see clearly. It's easy to trip on the road, and if you're worried about falling down,
my family would like to light more candles.
She glanced at her husband's body and became uncontrollably excited.
Sir, my family has never offended anyone. Who on earth wanted to do this to my husband and his parents-in-law? Your husband has an injury on his leg, so you have to do the work of laying straw mats on the roof. So you escaped?
Wu Shiny turned to Chen San.
You were always there when the crime happened. Outside the door? Never left.
Chen San scratched the back of his head, with a look of confusion on his brows.
When my wife and I returned from closing the stall, we saw that brother He and his family were doing well. Through the door, we saw Mrs. He carrying plates. The bowler was busy. Later, he was busy doing household chores with his sister-in-law, so he didn't pay attention to look at home during less than half a cup of tea. Unexpectedly,
the more I heard this, the more mysterious it became, as if the murderer had killed someone in a secret room and then disappeared out of thin air. The case was difficult. The head catcher saw Shinseo's eyes wandering up and down the room without saying a word, so he stepped forward and asked in a low voice,
"This case is difficult. The perpetrator may have escaped, so you better not join in the fun. Don't worry. I've already figured out 7 or 8 points."
She looked at Wu Shini and nodded understandingly. Chapter 384. The next day, the county government opened a trial for the tragedy of the He family's murder, attracting countless people to watch. Mr. Jiang cried so hard in the hall that he fainted several times. The magistrate heard this in confusion. It was clearly the 9th day of winter, but the sweat on his forehead did not stop. He covered his lips and murmured to the master in a low voice,
"Didn't you say that the 2 foreigners yesterday had found out their identities? Where are the people? I've asked Captain Shui to urge me." "Sir, please be patient."
As a parent official, the county magistrate only listened to John's cries and could not say a single insightful statement. As a witness, Chen San was annoyed and said straightforwardly,
"Master Magistrate, why don't you quickly investigate the case and arrest the culprits? With the end of the year approaching, how can we spend the new year with peace of mind when such a shameful thing happens?"
When he shouted these words, the people watching outside the yamen also followed the commotion and started booing without taking it too seriously. The county magistrate had been photographed 3 times and was about to reprimand when he saw Shinseo and Wu Shini arriving late like saviors against the light.
She saluted
to the Lu magistrate in the hall and heard the magistrate say solemnly,
"Are you sure you can find the murderer?"
Shinseo nodded in response, then walked to Mrs. Jiang and handed her a handkerchief.
"Wipe your tears and don't cry anymore."
When Ms. Jiang was about to take over the handkerchief, Shinseo suddenly let go and let the handkerchief fall to the ground. They both reached out to pick it up at the same time. Shinseo's hand deliberately grabbed Jiang's wrist. Jiang felt pain and quickly stopped with a groan. Shinseo picked up the handkerchief and handed it to Mrs. Jiang. Her sobbing did not subside at all.
"Sir, my husband really died unjustly. Please give him justice." "Of course your husband died unjustly."
Shinseo stood up straight and looked at her condescendingly, saying word by word,
"I was stabbed 12 times by my own wife and had my neck wiped alive. How can I not be unjustly accused?"
As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was in an uproar, and voices of astonishment came and went. Mrs. Jiang cried all night, and her voice had already become hoarse. She stiffened her neck and yelled at Shinseo with a slightly ferocious expression.
"What the hell? He is my husband. How could I kill him? You officials can't find the real culprit. So you want to accuse me unjustly? Do you want to prove my innocence? I didn't wrong you. I told the truth. False accusations. My husband and I have a very good relationship. Why should I kill him? Do you and your husband have a good relationship?"
Shinseo bent down and grabbed her wrist, pulling her sleeves down to her forearms.
Her cut-off white forearms were exposed in front of everyone, and the purple scars on them were one after another, which was shocking to see.
"You said you have a good relationship with your husband. So where did these scars on your body come from?" "The scars are old and new, which means they were not caused by accident. when Shinsan's wife put her arms around your shoulders to comfort you yesterday. I saw that your expression was strange. It can be seen that you have more injuries than just your forearm.
Seeing that Mrs. Jiang opened her lips to make a quibble, Shinsi worriedly continued.
You manage your family well and live in seclusion. You rarely have contact with outsiders. If your husband didn't inflict these wounds, who else could have inflicted them? And no matter who it is, your husband can see these scars when he is close to you. He is a hunter. He has no other abilities, but is very strong. His own wife was beaten like this. How could he hold back and keep silent?
Seeing that the injuries on her body could no longer be hidden, Ms. Jiang could only say,
as a couple, we often have quarrels and conflicts. My family has a more violent temper. Occasionally they say that they are anxious and do not take action lightly. What's the big deal? Home.
When there are disputes in the family, is it possible to kill someone for such a trivial matter? It's just a small matter.
Shinshio high-fived her 3 times, and immediately a police officer sneaked in and handed over a dossier. She flipped through 2 pages and read from the file.
Jiang Yin, married to the He family in Chijuan County. Gu Natsai has 20 taels of silver, 2 cows and 3 sheep.
She presented the file to the county magistrate, looked at Mrs. Jiang, who looked a little flustered, and continued.
I heard that the reward for marrying a wife in Chijuan County is at most 5 taels. The He family paid 20 taels to marry you, a girl from another county. That's not true. It's like I bought you with money. Your mother's family, Jiangjiazhuang, is a famous county for selling girls in 8 villages in 10 miles. You are beautiful, well versed in poetry and literary, and you are considered to be a good female beauty. If you were not sold by your mother's family, I really can't figure it out. How could you fall in love with a vulgar hunter like He Xing, who is 17 years older than you?
Mrs. Jiang grasped the hem of her clothes with both hands and kept rubbing it. Her eyes dodged and her tone became very stiff.
Even so, you can't say that I am the murderer just based on these words. I was laying grass on the roof when the crime happened.
Matt, how can I go back to the room and kill someone under the watchful eye of Brother Chen?
Jin-san also testified for her.
Yes, my wife and I saw clearly that when sister-in-law He was on the roof. Brother He and the others were still walking around the house busy preparing dinner. My wife went back to give bacon as a gift. And it wouldn't be her who has been standing outside the door chatting with Sister He.
Wuzhua also said from the side.
The crime occurred less than 2/4 of an hour after Xiao Xiao arrived. After Xiao Xiao's careful inspection, the blood at the wound had not completely coagulated. It is speculated that the time of death of the deceased should be 1/4 of an hour when Jiang was found. Inside, she didn't have time to commit the crime. Of course she has,
Shinshio said resolutely.
The He family provided 3 charcoal basins, and the doors and windows were closed tightly. The wind was freezing outside, but inside it was like an early summer afternoon. The higher the temperature, the slower the blood clotting rate. So the time of death of the deceased can be determined before Chen-san and his wife return from the stall. Although it won't be too far off. If you have the intention to kill someone, you should have everything planned. Even if you only have an extra 1/4 of an hour, you can do a lot more,
Chen-san said doubtfully.
But I really saw that Brother He's family was still alive when I closed the stall and went home.
Shinshio looked calm and said,
Here, let me guess a riddle with you.
He then glanced at Wu Xinian and said,
You're ready.
Wu Xini walked back and forth in the yamen with a smile, and saw that he had moved a wardrobe, a desk, a few candles, and a large woven gauze plain white screen. The wardrobe was placed in the corner, and the table was placed 2 feet away from the front of the wardrobe, with candles placed on it. Shinshio stood in front of the desk, and the attendant moved the screen in front of her, covering everything including her. Afterwards, Wu Xini closed all the doors and windows in the yamen, lowered the curtains, and blocked the light source. The hall was suddenly dark as night, except for the dazzling candlelight behind the screen where Shinshio was. The reflection on the screen's fabric revealed her silhouette. She was pacing back and forth behind the screen, but her movements seemed very stiff. She paused every step she took, or suddenly raised her feet above her head like a juggling act. The magistrate wondered.
Ridiculous. What are you 2 doing?
Shinshio smiled and said,
Master Magistrate, guess what I am doing?
Chapter 385. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinshio suddenly jumped up from the ground, his silhouette floating in the air, causing everyone to marvel.
Pull up the curtains on the doors and windows.
She ordered the policeman at the door. The curtains were pulled up, and the bright color returned to the hall. Only then did everyone see that Shinshio had climbed onto the wardrobe at some point. holding a few golden threads as thin as hair in his hands. She jumped down from the wardrobe, walked around the screen and reappeared in front of everyone, only to see that she was pulling a shadow puppet less than half a person tall with a golden thread. She smiled.
How is it? It looked like I was flying up from the ground just now.
Chun-san suddenly realized.
Is it possible that the shadows I saw were not Brother He's family, but shadow puppets?
Shinseo.
Exactly. This technique is called silk puppet play, which is similar to shadow puppet play, but more difficult. The golden thread is passed through the joints of the shadow puppet and is lifted through high places to make the shadow puppet move. The light of the candle is projected wherever the silhouette can be reflected. By adjusting the light source, the size of the projection can be changed. So this shadow puppet, which is less than half my height, can look real and fake and fool you.
After saying that, he shook his head and sighed.
But this is my first time playing with it, so it's a bit lame in operation.
Then he looked at the shocked Jiang, raised his eyebrows and smiled.
If Mrs. He were to operate it, she would be better than me.
Skilled. No, it's not me.
Mrs. Jiang's stumble became more serious as she spoke.
You have no evidence. If you want evidence, of course we have to give it to you.
Wu Shini took out a cloth bag from his arms and took out a few gold threads that had been burnt to a black surface.
Golden threads have excellent toughness and are constantly burning. These few roots were found in the pile of ashes in front of his house.
He turned around and waved the object in front of Chun-san and his wife.
And the ashes are the endless pile of straw she burned in front of you.
At this point, Jiang has no room for quibbles. This murderous case was clearly a farce directed and performed by Jiang. She carefully planned it, asking her neighbors to be witnesses to her time. And she also arranged it so that people thought her husband was killed while she was working on the roof. In this way, this matter has become an unsolved case of secret room murder. Both witnesses and physical evidence can prove Jiang's innocence, so she can naturally get out of trouble. It's a pity that she had a bad life and met Shinseo and Wu Shini. When the truth came out, Mrs. Jiang stopped pretending. She plays the same role as in all TV dramas. After the murderer's plot is exposed, he will make a confession. She said,
Yes, that's right. I killed him. So what? He deserves to die. He brought all this on himself. He deserves it.
She rolled up her sleeves and showed the dense scars on her arms to everyone.
These were all whipped out by that bastard He Xing. There are more.
She started to unbutton her collar, but Wu Shini quickly stopped her.
Sister-in-law, there is no need to take it off. Just say so.
Ms. Jiang wiped away the tears on her face and said with fierce eyes, I have never had a comfortable life since I married him. He bought me with money and treated me like an animal. Same thing. If I don't go according to his will, it's easy to beat and scold me. Once, just because I said a few words to him when he came home late, he punched and kicked me and grabbed me by the neck. Sheng threw me out of the window.
Chun-san testified from the side.
I did have some influence on this matter, but my sister-in-law said at that time that she was not careful when cleaning the window lattice.
Ms. Jiang cut off his words, caressed her belly, and said to herself,
I didn't know I was pregnant at that time. After being beaten by him, the child in my belly fell out. The doctor saw it and said it's so damaged that there's no chance of getting pregnant again in this life. But this is the case. He puts all the fault on my head. It seems that the fact that I can't give birth to a child is not because of him, but because of myself. Later, his parents came all the way from my hometown when they found out that I couldn't have children. They looked down on me day and night, made me pay money, and said they wanted to divorce me. Their humiliation to me became more and more extreme day by day. When I fall asleep at night, the old woman would pour a ladle of cold water on me and ask me to get up and listen to her lectures.
Mrs. Jiang's hand that naturally fell by her side gradually clenched into a fist. Her eyes filled with hatred.
I've had enough. Why do they want to do this to me? Since I can't escape, then I'll fight them,
Shinseo said in a deep voice.
So you carefully planned this unsolved case and wanted to kill them? Why didn't you report it to the official? Apply to the official position?
Mrs. Jiang sneered and looked at the magistrate.
I don't know if I have reported to the official position once. But so what? Women are born as if they were accessories to men. Even if I reported to the official position, no one would pay attention to me. You can use your own method to avenge yourself.
Shinsei worried and sighed silently in his heart. This Jiang family is also a pitiful person. Except for the exposed skin on her body. Not an inch of her flesh hidden under her clothes was intact. The domestic violence man bis. After knowing the cause and effect, Shinseyo can understand what Jiang did. Since the law cannot punish evildoers, isn't using violence to fight violence a way of self-protection? Is it possible to wait for someone to beat you to death, and say to the other person before death, I will never let you go even if I am a ghost? In the Qi dynasty, those who kill must pay for their lives. Shinseyo did not choose to rescue Jiang. After she was sentenced, the magistrate ordered the city gate to be reopened. She took Wuxini and continued on her way. On the way out of the yamen, Wuxini asked her, You actually want to save her?
Right,
Shinseyo said in a cold voice.
There are a lot of poor people in this world. And there are also a lot of people who can't help themselves. I am not wanting Bodhisattva. I just live my own life. And everyone else has their own destiny. I shouldn't care about it. And I can't.
Wu Shernye smiled.
I thought your holy mother's heart started to overflow again.
Shinseyo rolled her eyes at him, and was too lazy to talk to him. After returning to the inn, I took the horse and prepared dry food. When I was about to leave, I heard people running on the street shouting.
Something happened in the yamen. Mrs. Jiang stabbed the magistrate with a hairpin, and then hit her head on a beam and died. Come on! That scene is so scary.
A trace of sadness flashed in Shinseyo's eyes. But soon, she stared straight at the road ahead and rode away. This place is less than 300 miles away from Nankishan. If everything goes well, we can arrive there tomorrow. We can collect the blood Ganoderma lucidum to refine the elixir the day after tomorrow. And then we can return to the palace. Thinking of this, Shinseyo couldn't help but feel a little excited. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Little Tuachuo. It finally appeared. Chapter 386 Snow Girl. Host. You are really playing a big role. We haven't contacted each other for a few days. Why did you follow that imperial doctor out of the palace? Hearing the little Tuachua's voice, Shinseyo sat up from the bed excitedly. You're finally out. Do you know that I can't contact you no matter what? I'm almost dying. Hearing her anxious tone, Xiao Tuachua was a little touched.
Wow! So I am so important to the host?
Shinseyo worriedly said.
You are not important to me.
You are not important to me at all. I'm just afraid that if you die, you will steal all my points. Xiao Tuachua laughed mischievously. The host is really vicious. Oops. I won't talk nonsense to the host anymore. I finally contacted the host because I want to tell the host a secret. The Space-Time Administration has investigated and found that there is indeed a time traveler in the host's world. And it is more advanced than the world where the host originally lives. The host is from 2022. And that person is from 2062. A full 40 years later than the host. Shinseyo? What are you talking about? Isn't my world in 2022? How can there be a future world? Xiao Tuachuo, of course. Just like the host is in Qi Dynasty now. Aren't you equivalent to being from the world behind? How could there not be a world behind it? Shinseyo, then what did that person do when he traveled to Qi Dynasty? Is he also coming to take revenge on Bai Bai? What else to do? Xiao Tuachuo, I don't know. But what is certain is that that person is the reason why the signal connection between the host and me becomes very weak. Therefore, the host must. Xiao Tuachua's voice became weaker and weaker. And then, it was almost impossible to hear it. Shinseyo tried calling it again. But all she heard was a ruthless, sizzling sound. She lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. What if the person who comes to Qi Dynasty has the same mission as me? What if he also wants to be unfavorable to Bai Bai? He is more advanced than my world. And even his system is better than mine. If he wants to do something detrimental to Bai Bai, I don't even have the ability to stop him. What to do? What to do? Now is the 7th year of the Qi Dynasty. Next year will be the time to die suddenly in history for nothing. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't come up with an answer to this matter. All she can do is to do the things in front of her as she does now. As for how things will develop in the future, we can only take a step and watch one for now. This night, Shinseyo didn't sleep well. It was already afternoon when she woke up. Wuxini came to find her in her room and went to eat local specialties with her. Seeing that Shinseyo had been dull and silent all the time, he had lost the vitality of the past. So he asked, Are you worried? Shinseyo shook his head gloomily, and did not answer Wuxini's words. Wuxini added, In a few more hours' journey, we can reach Nankishan. Let's set off after eating. Shinseyo nodded numbly again, like an emotionless nodding and shaking machine. Heading south all the way. 300 miles away is where the Naji Mountains are. As the two of them got closer and closer to Naji Mountain, They could almost see the mountains of Nanji Mountain. But the closer they got to that place, the more the two of them felt that the temperature around them dropped abnormally. Shinseyo asked,
"Why is it so cold?"
Wushini didn't know what happened.
"It's a little weird. Although Nankishan is colder than other places. It's August and it can't be this cold."
With such doubts, the two people entered a city at the foot of Nanji Mountain. Nanchung. This is one of the coldest cities in Qi Dynasty. At the same time, it is also the only way to go to Nankishan. Shinseyo roughly felt the temperature here, and it was estimated that it was less than 10 degrees at most, compared with the previous places, where the temperature was often over 30 degrees Celsius. Nanchung was much cooler. She was also glad that she lived in ancient times, and could not wear short-sleeved clothes when going out. So the long-sleeved clothes she wore could protect her from the cold. When arriving in Nanchung, Shinseyo found that the atmosphere here was strange. It was obviously early in the morning, and there were not many people out at the stalls. But there were many people patrolling the streets with sticks. Shinseyo randomly found someone and asked,
"Hello. What happened here?"
The man glanced at Shinseyo and Wu Xinyu and said,
"Looking at your attire, you are not from our locals." "Right,"
Wu Xinyu said.
"We are on our way to the Nankishan Mountains. So we pass by your land. You want to go to Nanji Mountain?"
The man's eyes were full of shock. He repeated Wu Xinyu's words in a very frightened tone, and then said,
"But you can't go. It's snowing on the mountain, and Nanji Mountain has been closed. No one is allowed in or out." "Closing the mountain?"
Wu Xinyan asked.
"I have been here before, and I have also been to the Nanji Mountains, and it was in autumn when the temperature was even lower. The mountain was not closed at that time. How could the mountain be closed now?"
The man didn't seem to want to talk to them anymore, and just said,
"I told you not to go. So don't go. The mountain is closed, and you can't go if you want to. It's better to go home quickly and save your own life first."
His words were meaningless, making Shinseyo and Wu Shiny confused. Even though they have come, there is no way the two of them will return without success just because of the incomprehensible name of this village. They were still heading towards Nanji Mountain. But when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they found that all the intersections going up the mountain were indeed guarded by many people with swords, guns and sticks, as if they were guarding some treasure in the forest. Wu Xinyu stepped forward and asked,
"May I ask what happened on the mountain? Why don't people go up the mountain?"
The guard said,
"Are you from outside? Hurry up. Get out of here. Don't make us uncomfortable."
Wu Xinyu was a person who wanted to get to the bottom of things, so naturally he would not be dismissed with just a few words. He kept asking new questions, and finally the guard became impatient and almost started to fight with him. It was only after their leader arrived that he managed to calm down the two people's anger. He said,
"We are doing this for your own good. You should go back quickly. If you continue to stay here, you may be killed." "Oh, why?"
The guard leader sighed and said helplessly,
"A few days ago, the hunters who entered the mountain killed a white snake. There has always been a legend in the Nankishan Mountains. That is, the mountain goddess Snow Girl here will often turn into a white snake and run around in the mountains and forests. Kill her to death now, and our retribution will come."
He took a breath and shook his head frequently.
"This month, 3 lives have been taken away by the Snow Girl."
Chapter 387. What Snow Girl? What mountain god? Wu Xinyan didn't believe these words, and Shinseyo didn't believe them even more.
Where did the snow goddess come from? Since she is a god, how could she be easily killed by hunters? If she could be easily killed, how could she take the lives of others? This statement is obviously unreasonable. Shoo!
The head guard gestured to them to be silent and whispered,
"Don't say these offensive words. Be careful that the Snow Girl hears them and brings trouble to you."
He took the two men aside and told them what had happened.
"Since the white snake was killed by the hunters, many incredible things have happened in our southern city. First, the temperature dropped sharply. Many crops could not withstand such extremely cold weather. Many of them were frozen before the autumn harvest. Then the disaster spread from crops to people. First, there was the hunter who hunted the white snake. He was still a bachelor in his 30s, and usually lived alone. It is said that after he killed the white snake, he dug out the gall of the white snake and brewed it with wine to drink to warm his body. But who knew that this warmth would make the body completely cold? One morning, when the villagers got up to set up a stall, they saw a man without clothes standing on the bridge. It was really immoral, so they stepped forward to stop him. When he got closer, he saw that the man was Orion. She was naked. staring in the direction of Nankishan.
The person who went to call him called him several times, but he didn't respond. Then he patted his shoulder. Unexpectedly, with this pat, the person's body became cold and hard. After being patted down on the ground, the person seemed to be beaten. It was frozen and broken into several pieces, with blood pouring out. Everyone was frightened, and they hurriedly shouted and wanted to report it to the officials. But the officials in Nanchang are all unreasonable. When they encounter such things that are difficult to explain, they will just shirk the blame. Because the hunter was alone, everyone thought of burying him hastily. Who knew that when they were about to bury him, his body turned into a pool of blood, leaving only his clothes, which was very scary.
The man spoke for such a long time in one breath, which made Shinseyo and Wu Shini feel horrified. Such things are much scarier than ghost stories. How can anyone be frozen into ice cubes in 10-degree weather and be photographed shattered into slag on the ground? This is too unbelievable. However, the leader obviously talked about this matter with great interest, and continued.
Then it's the turn of Qixiang Towers No. 1. Miss Yan Wu. She is famous as a courtesan in Nanchang, and she is a hot commodity. And she was killed in the same way 3 days after Orion died. Not only that, this time, there was a snow pile made of ice next to her body. Tell me, this is not the work of the Snow Maiden. As for the third person, that's even more mysterious. He is the most skilled sculptor in Nanchang. Many of the sculptures in the imperial city were made by him. He is also one of the richest people in Nanchang. Because of the incidents that happened one after another in the city, he proposed that everyone build a temple for the Snow Lady to worship the Snow Lady to appease her anger. He was the first to take the lead in providing money. Everyone trusted him, so they all gave the money to him. Let him take care of it. This incident has made a big fuss in Nanchang, and the people are panicked, and they all want to save their money and avoid disaster. Those who are rich can donate 110 taels at once, and those who have no money can join together as a family, and they can also have a happy life. 2 silver coins. In just 5 days, he raised thousands of taels of silver. However, just before he was about to start building the temple, something happened to him. It was the same way as the first 2 people. They were frozen into ice and turned into blood after death. It was very scary. What's even more outrageous is that after he died, the silver disappeared. No one knew where it went. Some people said that the snow girl took the silver away. Since then, no one has died in Nanchang. But even so, we don't dare to relax our vigilance. What if someone goes up to the mountain to hunt and accidentally kills the Snow Maiden's incarnation and angers her again? What to do?
I have finally heard this story. Shinseyo was a little scared at first, but later she just regarded it as a joke. She sneered coldly, shook her head and said,
if there really is a snow girl, she would have become a mountain god and still have to live by collecting money from the people. It is really ridiculous. Don't dare to talk nonsense.
The guard leader said vigilantly.
This matter concerns the gods, and is not something we mortals can speculate on. If it weren't for the snow girl, how can we explain the bizarre cause of their death? How can we explain the missing people? Where did the money go? Why did nothing happen to anyone after the money disappeared?
Wu Xinyan said,
I wonder if you can take us to see where the 3 deceased people are buried.
The guard leader frowned and shook his head.
Didn't I tell you everything? They turned into a pool of blood. How could there be any burial place? They just threw their clothes in a grave bag and used it as a tomb.
Wu Shini.
It doesn't matter. The tomb can be completed. I am a widower, so I can test it. And maybe I can get some clues.
The guard leader thought for a while and agreed.
Okay, I'll take you there. But you can't talk nonsense. And be careful not to anger the mountain god again. Otherwise you will be in trouble, and you can't afford it. Shinseyo and Wu Xinyan responded to him without hesitation, and then went with him to the mass graves on the outskirts of Nanchang. Because those 3 people died unluckily, they were buried far away from where the other bodies were buried. Wu Xini took out the clothes they had just buried and inspected them. He touched the red liquid on it, put it under his nose and sniffed it. And he had some guesses in his mind. Shinseyo asked in a low voice from the side.
How? Is it pig blood?
Wu Xinyan was stunned.
How do you know?
Shinseyo smiled and said.
After he finished telling his story, I already knew who the murderer was.
Seeing the 2 of them singing in harmony, the guard investment was confused.
What do you mean? What do you mean you know who the murderer is? Isn't it the snow girl who did this? Of course not,
Wu Xinyan said resolutely.
In other words, there were no dead people at all in this matter.
He threw the clothes to the head of the guard. But the head of the guard was frightened.
Hey! Why did you throw the clothes of a dead man to me?
Wu Xini smiled and said,
This is not a dead man's clothes. The blood on it is pig's blood. The dead people you call are just 3 ice sculptures carved with pig's blood and paint.
Chapter 388. Wu Xini explained his suspicions to everyone in detail.
The hunter who catches snakes, the courtesan in the city, and the sculptor who persuaded you to build a temple and pay for incense. In fact, the 3 of them are the initiators of this matter.
The guard exclaimed.
How is it possible? How can a dead person still do these things? Dead?
Wu Shernye kicked the tomb.
No matter how stiff or brittle a person is from the cold, the bones and internal organs will not disappear. So how can there be only a pool of blood left? This matter has been a complete scam from the beginning. If I guess correctly, the hunter hunting the white snake should have happened after the temperature in Nanchang cooled down. Right.
The guard thought for a while and recalled.
It seems to be what happened in those 2 days. I don't know exactly whether it was before or after.
Wu Xini.
It's August now. Nankishan Mountain is high, so it's normal for snow to fall. If there is snow on the mountain, the temperature below the mountain will inevitably drop. This is not a big deal in the first place. But combined with the mythical legend of hunters hunting white snakes, everything is combined with the so-called mountain gods and spirits, making it even more confusing.
Shinshio then analyzed.
If we guess correctly, this should be the case. In the beginning, the sculptor found Orion and the courtesan, and then the 3 of them decided to work together to trick you. First of all, when a hunter catches snakes, he just catches them secretly and releases them home. Why does it become so common knowledge? You didn't know about it until he told you? He told you the whole process of catching snakes, just to make you think that he has blasphemed the gods, to find a reasonable excuse for his death, and to make you think that there are really gods and monsters. So you are confused. Orion is a dummy carved out of ice by a master sculptor. It contains pig blood and is wrapped in his clothes. You could have easily exposed such a clumsy method, but you subconsciously regarded this matter as the work of ghosts and gods, and you had a sense of awe in your hearts. So you were blinded. As for the later courtesan and the sculptor himself, they all used the same method.
Shinshio's analysis was sound and logical, but the guards didn't seem to believe it. They still felt that this matter must have something to do with the mountain god. Wu Xini said impatiently.
Why don't you guys listen to this? Then find them, and let them explain everything to you in person.
Find someone. Shinshio glanced at Wu Xini and whispered in his ear.
Where are you going to find someone? We are new here, and we are not familiar with this place. They must have fled early after taking the money. Is it possible that we still have to wait? Want you to catch them?
Wu Xini glanced at Shinshio and said with a smile.
Do you still remember how we found Prince Jing on his wedding day? You mean that strange bug?
Shinshio asked doubtfully.
Didn't you say that it would be gone if it was trampled to death? Yes. My mother is gone. But I still have a baby.
As he said that, Wu Xini stretched out his hand, and a beetle with wings came out of his sleeve. Shinshio felt nauseous for a while.
Do you carry this thing with you?
Wu Xini smiled and said,
Just in case of emergencies.
He bowed down, put the little bug on the clothes of the 3 people, and then led everyone to follow the little bug to find it. The little bug made its way back to the city, crawled into an uninhabited room, and started walking around in the middle of the room. Wu Shenong asked the guard,
Is this the residence of those 3 people?
The guard nodded and said,
It's the old Lu family who made sculptures.
Wu Xini nodded, then squatted down very confidently, and tapped the ground twice. Above the ground where the little bug stood, the sound of his tapping clearly echoed. This proves that the earth is empty. He searched the room for a moment, and found a mechanism hidden behind a bookshelf. Turning the mechanism slightly, the ground began to subside, revealing the entrance to a secret passage. The guard was surprised.
How come there is a secret passage in this place?
Shinshio said.
It's very simple. When we entered Nanchang, we found that the people checking at the gate were very careful. There were guards at the southeast, and northwest gates. If we wanted to leave Nanchang without anyone noticing, we would have to dig a secret passage ourselves. There is no other way.
Everyone entered the secret passage and walked in the dark and narrow environment for an unknown amount of time until they finally saw a glimmer of light. After walking out of the secret passage, I found that I was already several miles away from Nanchang, in a deserted countryside. There was a thatched hut not far away, and a woman in shabby clothes hurriedly walked out of it. The guards quickly stepped forward and captured her. After taking a closer look, It turned out that she was the Yueguang, who was supposed to be dead. The Yueguang was shocked at first when he saw the visitor, but he quickly pulled their sleeves and begged,
"Don't ask anything else first. It's more important to save people."
She took everyone to the thatched house and found Orion lying on the bed, purple and black, dying. The guard asked alertly,
"What's wrong with him? Where is Lao Lu?"
The Yueguang cried and said,
"He lied to us. It was night after leaving the city. We originally said that we would rest here overnight and start our journey again early the next morning. But who would have thought that Lao Lu would secretly take advantage of us while we were sleeping? He released the poisonous snake and trapped us in the thatched house with the poisonous snake. He locked the door, took the money, and ran away overnight."
The Yueguang looked at Orion's face getting worse and worse and sobbed.
"If he hadn't saved me, I would be the one lying here now. Please, save him."
Wushini stepped forward and made a simple diagnosis on Orion. After a while, he lowered his eyes, shook his head and said,
"He was bitten by a 5-step snake, and the poison was too deep, and there was no way to save him."
Almost at the same time he finished saying this, Orion suddenly took his arm and said in a very small voice,
"Old Lu. He went to Yueguang County and went to his cousin."
After saying this, the person died. The guards were divided into 2 groups. One group escorted the Yueguang to Nanchang, while the other group went to Yueguang County to capture Lao Lu. Early the next morning, Lao Lu was taken back to Yueguang County. He and the Yueguang confessed to the crimes they had committed, and all the silver they had defrauded was recovered. In order to thank Shinatsuyo and Wushini, the guards insisted on giving them 100 taels of silver to accept. How could they like this 100 taels of silver? Wushini said tactfully,
100 taels of silver is really too much, and we haven't been of much help. No reward for no merit. But if you really want to give it, don't give it anymore. I've seen the snow on Nanshan Mountain. It's a bit bigger. Can you prepare 2 warm cotton coats for us?"
Chapter 389 Shinseyo discovers Wusher's identity. Cotton coat to keep out the cold? 100 taels of silver can buy many cotton-padded clothes to keep out the cold. Are these 2 people stupid? However, the guards didn't ask any questions and quickly ordered someone to prepare 2 sets of thick cotton clothes for them. Wushini inquired,
"I heard that there are snow leopards in Nanji Mountain before. I don't know if it is a rumor or if it is true."
Guard,
"If you had asked me a few days ago, I would have told you that there must be some. But if you ask now, I can't tell you for sure, because the news about snow leopards in the mountains also came from the mouths of hunters. Who knows which words in his mouth are true and which words are false?"
Seeing that the sky was getting gloomier and gloomier, he was afraid that if he delayed it any longer, the weather would be even worse later. So Shinseyo urged him,
"This mountain is so big, even if there is a snow leopard, others will never see it once in a lifetime, and we may not be able to see it. We'd better collect the medicine quickly."
Wushinian,
"You are really impatient. Don't you have to ask me clearly? What if you are taken away by a snow leopard later?"
Shinseyo rolled her eyes at him.
"If you don't leave, I will."
She turned around and walked up the mountain. Wushini sighed helplessly, and then followed her in a hurry. The mountain road in the first half of Nanji Mountain is relatively easy to walk, because medicine collectors and hunters usually move around this area. So there are many paths on the ground that have been trodden by people, and the terrain is not too steep. But the blood Ganoderma they want to collect is at the top of Nanji Mountain. The higher you go, the steeper the slope and the colder the weather. Even though she was wrapped in cotton clothes, the temperature still made Shinseyo shiver from the cold. Wushini pulled her into his cotton-padded clothes from behind. Shinseyo hit him with her elbow.
"What are you doing? Stay away from me."
Instead of staying away from her, Wushini used so much force on her hands that Shinseyo couldn't even push him away.
"If you didn't collect the blood Ganoderma and froze to death on this mountain, if the Emperor knew about it in the future, would he still have to skin me?"
he said and glanced at Shinseyo's swollen belly.
"Besides, you're not afraid of the cold. Aren't your children afraid either?"
Thinking of the baby in her belly, Shinseyo reluctantly agreed to Wushini's words and stopped struggling. The 2 of them hugged each other and walked for about an hour before they could see the top of the mountain. Seeing hope, my body felt warmer. Shinseyo speeded up her pace unconsciously. But at this moment, they were unlucky enough to encounter something they shouldn't have encountered. A snow leopard stared at them not far away, with a cold and fierce look in its eyes. Mountains and forests are covered with snow. The sudden snow froze many small animals on the mountain back into their nests. The snow leopard was salivating at them. Obviously it had not eaten for a long time. Shinseyo kept calling the system in her mind. But the system did not give her the slightest response. She grabbed Wushini's arm and asked him,
"What should we do? How about we avoid it first? We can't avoid it."
Wuxinia stared at the snow leopard and said solemnly,
"There is snow under our feet. It is so difficult to go up the mountain, let alone go down the mountain. Then we have to go step by step and walk slowly. Now turn around and run. Not to mention that we can't outrun the snow leopard. If our feet slip and fall, the abyss will be enough to turn us into pulp."
Shinseyo,
"What should we do? By the way, don't you know how to speak animal language? Go and say a few nice words to it and let it let us go."
Wuxinian had a dark look on his face.
"I was imitating howling like a wolf. Are you sure it can understand when I imitate howling like a wolf? If it doesn't understand and treats me as its prey, won't we die faster?"
When the two were bickering, Snow Leopard had no time to watch them flirting. With a low growl, he rushed towards the two of them. It was so fast that it barely gave the two people any time to react before it fell in front of him. Wuxinia pulled Shinseyo behind him to protect him, then took out something from his chest and aimed it at the snow leopard. Bang! With a loud noise that resounded through the forest, the snow leopard was shot through the chest and lay on the ground without moving. Shinseyo's eyes slowly moved to Wuxini's hand, and she saw that what he was holding was actually a pistol. She studied history, so she naturally knew that although Western muskets also had muskets in this era, Western muskets would never look like this. The gun Wuxini is holding in his hand today is 100% a modern product. Shinseyo's pupils were trembling, and she was so shocked.
"Why do you have a gun?"
Wuxini didn't seem shocked at all when Shinseyo discovered this. He put the pistol back on his chest, then walked towards the snow leopard, pushing and kicking its body back off the cliff. Shinseyo rushed forward and questioned him.
"I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me? Are you from modern times too? My system says that there is a system that is even more advanced than it in Qi Dynasty. Saying is it you?"
Wu Xinyan looked back. His eyes were clear, and the corners of his lips were slightly hooked.
"Why are you so fierce? Don't be so playful with me,"
Shinseyo said with a serious attitude.
"What is the purpose of your coming to Qi Dynasty? What are you going to do? You have always protected me and the Emperor. You should not be here to harm the Emperor. But why are you here? And why are you doing these things that don't mean anything to you? How could it be meaningless?"
Wu Xini raised his eyebrows.
"I'm here just for you." "Me?"
Shinseyo's eyes widened, and she shook her head in shock.
"I don't know you at all. Why do you do it for me?" "Alas."
Wu Xini breathed a long sigh of relief and shook his head helplessly.
"Forget it. You will understand sooner or later anyway. Now is not the time to let you know these things."
He stood up and snapped his fingers at Shinseyo. Shinseyo closed her eyes in response. After a while, when she opened her eyes again, she had completely forgotten what happened just now. Her memory still stuck on the scene of the snow leopard rushing towards them. So she asked nervously,
"Where is the snow leopard? Why is it missing?"
Wu Xini shrugged and shook his head.
"Who knows? It seems that my foot slipped just now, and I fell down and died." "Fall to death?" "Yes. He fell to his death. He couldn't eat the hot tofu in a hurry. He was probably too eager to eat us. So he accidentally stepped on it and fell down."
Shinseyo glanced at the bottom of the cliff and saw only the mist, not the ground at all. She shuddered subconsciously and urged Wu Xini,
"Let's go quickly. Who knows if something strange will come out later. Collect the blood Ganoderma lucidum and finish the work soon."
Chapter 390 Refining the Secret Medicine. While climbing to the top of the mountain, the snow suddenly stopped, seeing the vast expanse of white beneath her feet. Shinseyo was a little scared.
Fortunately, the one who fell just now was a snow leopard. If it had been the two of us that fell, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to find the bones.
Wu Xinyan smiled and said,
"My queen, you can rest assured on this. The possibility of us falling is almost zero, because I am smart enough. If it is possible that we will fall, then at most I will fall on your own."
Shinseyo looked at his cheesy, smiling face and really wanted to kick him to the bottom of the cliff.
"Didn't I say that there is blood Ganoderma on the top of the mountain? Apart from the thick snow, there are not even any flowers visible on the top of the mountain. Where can I find blood Ganoderma?"
Wu Xini,
"Blood Ganoderma only blooms at night. It's still more than an hour before dark, so it's definitely impossible to find it. But we can prepare the medicine refining stuff first and pick the blood Ganoderma later. You can use it directly to make medicine."
Wu Xini had been to this place before. Although the ground was covered with heavy snow, he was still able to lead Shinxio to a very hidden cave with his outstanding memory. The entrance to the cave was already covered in heavy snow. Wu Xini cleaned up the snow at the entrance, then blew the fire stick and led Shinxio inside. Shinxio,
You said you want to refine medicine, but we don't have anything. So what can we do with it?
Wu Xini,
Everything is ready-made, so there is no need to prepare anything.
He knelt down and used a fire stick to ignite the firewood piled on the ground. And the cave suddenly became bright. Only then did Shinxio see that there were medicine cauldrons, firewood, and all kinds of herbs in the cave. If an unsuspecting person entered by mistake, they would definitely think that this place was inhabited. Shinxio asked curiously,
Did you prepare these before?
Wu Xini nodded in response. And Shinxio said again,
You are so strange. Why do you still have a nest in this wilderness?
Wu Xini shrugged and said,
I am not as rich as your empress. In the past, when I was struggling to make a living, blood Ganoderma was a good medicine. With its use as medicine, many diseases can be cured and can be sold at a good price. But the medicine must be refined immediately after picking it. Otherwise it will lose its medicinal value. So I can only prepare everything here without any delay.
The two of them sat on the ground, staring at each other, waiting for darkness to fall. During this period, Wu Xini heard Shinxio's stomach growling and asked,
Is your empress hungry?
Shinxio,
I'm not hungry. Oh, as long as you're not hungry,
Wu Xini said, taking out 2 pieces of chopped green onion beef patties from his arms, then skewering them with tree branches and roasting them on the fire. Shinxio's jaw dropped in shock.
Why do you have everything? It will get dark soon after collecting the blood Ganoderma lucidum. I definitely can't go down the mountain in the dark tonight. Are you going to stay on a snowy mountain for one night and starve to death without bringing some food? Stay one night?
Shinxio's eyes widened in shock.
You mean we are going to stay in this crappy place for one night? Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Wu Xini,
I told you. Maybe the noble lady forgets things a lot and doesn't take it seriously.
He handed the roasted beef patties to Shinxio.
Mother, are you sure you don't want to eat it? If you don't, you will be hungry at night.
I have to say, the beef and scallion pancakes are simply white yes. Even when she's not hungry, Shinxio will feel greedy when she smells this smell, let alone now when she's hungry. In the past, she could go to a convenience store and use points to buy some delicious food. But now there are bugs in the system every day, and I can't even enter the convenience store. Shinxio had to bow to reality. Bite the bullet. He took the beef patties handed over by Wu Xini. This beefcake has the same flavor as the breakfast Wu Xini bought for her before. Shinxio felt a little strange after taking 2 bites.
We have been together today. When did you buy this cake? While you were sleeping.
Wu Xini ate the beefcake in his hand with relish, and replied to Shinxio casually. The more Shinxio ate, the more she felt that this beefcake was too similar to what she had eaten in modern times. So she thought that when they left, she must ask the owner of the beefcake shop and learn from him. How is it done? After eating, the sky outside gradually darkened. Wu Xini clapped his hands and walked out.
Wait for me here. I'll collect blood Ganoderma lucidum, and I'll be back soon.
Shinxio originally wanted to go with her, but it was so dark outside that she couldn't see anything. She had a big belly and wasn't familiar with the mountain roads, so she decided to stay and avoid causing trouble for herself. About half an hour later, Wu Xini returned with a bright red Ganoderma lucidum in his hand. Shinxio stared at the blood Ganoderma lucidum closely.
Is this the blood Ganoderma lucidum?
Wu Xini nodded.
It looks like blood. The Ganoderma lucidum is thick and fleshy, but the place that may be used for medicine is only the small piece in the middle.
He picked off the brightest red piece in the middle of the Ganoderma lucidum and threw it into the medicine cauldron. He added a lot of medicinal materials to it, and finally took a few handfuls of the snow outside and threw it into the medicine cauldron. The next thing to do is to make a fire and boil the medicine. While waiting for the water to boil, he took out a small knife and handed it to Shinxio.
I have to ask the Empress to put a few drops of blood into the medicine cauldron.
Shinxio took the knife, cut his index finger without thinking, and dripped the blood into the medicine cauldron. Wu Xini crushed the herbs and applied them to her wounds, and then began to concentrate on refining the medicine. After the snow water bloomed and slowly boiled into a sticky consistency, he took out the Ganoderma lucidum meat inside with his bare hands, then slowly kneaded it into a round ball, then threw it back into the medicine cauldron and closed the lid.
In another hour, When all the soup inside is boiled away, and only the herbs and Ganoderma remain, it will be ready. That's it?
Shinseyo always thought that refining medicine was a very complicated matter. Now it seems that it is the same process as collecting the juice when she cooks?
If the Emperor eats this stuff, he will be able to remember the past?
Wu Xini.
Your Majesty, don't you believe me?
Shinseyo.
It's not that I don't believe you. I just think your process of refining the medicine is a bit sloppy.
While waiting for the secret medicine to be refined, the wind outside the cave became even louder. The sound of wind whistle sounds very scary in such environment. Shinseyo subconsciously tightened her coat. Wu Xini took off his coat and handed it to her.
Put it on.
Shinseyo looked at him wearing only a thin shirt and shook his head.
If you freeze to death here, no one will collect your body. You can dress yourself. I'm not cold.
Chapter 391. The Tiger Guard discovered the whereabouts of the two men. Not cold. Her cold body couldn't stop trembling, and her face started to look a little strange. How could she not be cold? Wu Xini walked straight towards her and wrapped the cotton coat around her body in a very arrogant manner.
You are not cold, but you have to take care of the child in your belly. Don't wait until the Emperor's illness is cured, and you will have some shortcomings. The Emperor will have to skin me when the time comes.
He burned the firewood in the cave even more vigorously.
If you feel sleepy, just take a nap. I'll watch over it.
After working hard all day, Shinseyo felt a little sleepy. She told Wu Xini to lean closer to the fire to avoid catching a cold. And then she leaned against the wall of the cave and fell asleep slowly. After the elixir was refined, Wu Xini took it out and carefully put it into the brocade box he carried with him. People trembled as the cold wind poured into the cave. He poked his head out and took a look, only to realize that at some point, it was snowing outside again. And this time, the snow was denser and more intense. Returning to the cave, he found that something was wrong with Shinseyo's expression. Her face turned red, and Wu Xini reached out and touched her forehead, which was also very hot. As expected, she must have a fever. Wu Xini called her several times but couldn't wake her up, and felt a little anxious. He snapped his fingers with his right hand, and an electric heater appeared out of thin air in the cave. Next to him, there is a brand new generator. He turned on the electric heater and faced Shinseyo, then waved his hand to the entrance of the cave. The entrance was immediately covered with a thick quilt, preventing even a breath of wind from entering. Then, he took out a cup of hot water from somewhere, added some cold medicine to it, and fed Shinseyo to drink it. After doing this, he felt a little more at ease. He sat aside and looked at Shinseyo quietly.
You are still the same as before. Not worrying at all.
He gently stroked her scattered black hair, his eyes full of endearment.
But I'm very happy that you can give me a chance to protect you. Opportunities like this slipped away from me before, and I didn't even have the right to regret it.
He stared at Shinseyo like this all night, until the sky gradually turned brighter, and he saw Shinseyo's eyelids moving. He waved his hand and collected all the things that did not belong in the cave. Go back. When Shinseyo opened her eyes, she saw Wu Xini sleeping soundly next to the firewood pile. She took a look at the cotton-padded clothes covering her body, then sneakily got up and covered Wu Xini with the cotton-padded clothes. Feeling the movement, Wu Xini slowly opened his eyes.
Woke up!
Shinseyo pointed helplessly outside the cave.
Do you think we can still go down the mountain in this situation?
Wu Xini rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced outside.
This?
He saw that overnight, the snow outside was at least 1 meter deep. Going down the mountain in such snow is extremely dangerous. He stretched, yawned and said vaguely,
Looking at it like this, we can't leave. How about we stay up the mountain for another day? Are you sick?
Shinseyo took Wu Xini's wrist and pulled him up.
If we don't leave now, if it snows again soon, we won't be buried in the cave?
Wu Xini then lazily said,
Okay. Then walk slowly. You can always go down the mountain.
Shinseyo.
Has the medicine been prepared?
Wu Xini patted the brocade box in his arms and said,
This is a serious matter and must not be vague.
The two of them walked together, trembling with fear every step they took on the way down the mountain. Fortunately, although I walked very slowly, I still made it down the mountain before dark. As soon as they got off the mountain, they met several people wearing Tiger Guard uniforms. Questioning the local people, Wu Xini took Shinseyo and hid aside.
Have you seen the person in the portrait? They look familiar. They seem to be outsiders who just helped solve a major case. I heard that they went to Nankishan, then chase up the mountain.
The tiger guards walked towards the mountain. And Wu Xini stammered.
It's over. It's over. Why are we chasing you here? Have you seen that portrait? It's not just you, but also me. I saw it.
Shen Xiai said calmly.
So what? How's it going? You put it lightly.
Wu Xini pretended to be nervous.
Look at the posture of those tiger guards. The emperor probably thought that I had eloped with you and wanted them to take me back. You are the queen. Of course you are not afraid. I will have my head chopped off by the emperor when I go back.
Shen Xiao.
What are you afraid of? I left the palace without telling the emperor because I told him that he would never agree to let me come. Moreover, he has no memory of the past and cannot be devoted to me. But now that you have refined the elixir, let him take the elixir to restore his previous memory, and then explain it to him. It's not the first day you met him. You think he seems to be unreasonable. Like,
Wu Xini said resolutely.
No one is more like him.
He was so anxious that he paced in circles.
No. I can't go back with you. Well, you go back first. Give him the medicine, and then see how he reacts after he regains his memory. I don't want him to chop off my head after I've done something good.
After saying that, Wu Xini rubbed oil on the soles of his feet and planned to run away. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past and landed in front of Wu Xini. The person blocking his way was none other than Chu Yueji. He looked at Wu Xini with cold eyes, and the sword on his waist was about to be unsheathed in the next moment.
Master Wu, you are indeed with the queen.
Wu Xini explained.
This, you listen to my explanation.
Chu Yueji cut off his words and said,
You don't need to explain to this governor. If you have anything to say, you should tell the emperor after you return to the palace.
He waved his hand, and in an instant, 7 or 8 tiger guards rushed forward and captured Wu Xinong. Shen Xiao called out.
What are you doing? Let him go.
Chu Yueji.
It's better for the queen to ignore him, because you falsely conveyed the imperial edict and left the palace privately. The emperor was very angry. Please also return to the palace with your ministers as soon as possible to prevent things from getting out of hand.
Situation. Shen Xiao said in a deep voice. What are you doing with this battle? Does the emperor really think there is something between me and Wu Yuanxian?
Chu Yueji.
It doesn't matter whether the emperor feels this way. But the news that you solved a strange case in Chijuan County has been reported back to Jiangdu. Now, the civil and military officials of the entire dynasty have learned about your private departure from the palace. Please tell me, how can the emperor still sit idly by and ignore this matter?
He bowed and made a gesture of greeting to Shenanxiao.
No matter why the empress left the palace or what happened, please return to Jiangdu with Wei Chen as soon as possible before making plans.
Chapter 392. The Tyrant is jealous. On the way back to the palace, Shenxiao sat in a sedan chair, while Wu Xini was imprisoned in a shackles prison as a prisoner and walked at the back of the motorcade. He was not very peaceful along the way. He needed to go to the toilet and drink water, but he was very troubled by the person responsible for guarding him. In the end, Chu Yueji came to escort him in person, and he restrained himself a little. But after a while, he started chatting with Chu Yueji again.
Why do you keep such a stern look on your face? Governor Chu? Why should you smile? I can't run. Why don't you untie me first? All the way to Jiangdu. My hands and feet must be cut off by chains? Why are you ignoring me?
Hey! Did you hear me? Shut up.
Chu Yueji looked at him with cold eyes.
If you keep making noise, I will cut your tongue.
Wu Xinian was stunned and said,
Captain Chu is particularly fierce today. After all, we have worked together before. Do you really think that there will be something unclear between me and the queen?
Chu Yueji glanced at him and said,
If you are innocent, why are you hesitating and refusing to tell the truth when I ask why you and your empress left the palace?
Wu Xini stared at Chu Yueji's serious expression and wanted to explain. But he swallowed the words alive when he reached his lips. The journey from Nankishan back to Jiangdu takes 3 or 4 days at least. During the night break, Shen Xiao took advantage of the night to sneak out with some food and went to the room where Wu Xini was being guarded. The guard outside the door stopped her.
Queen, the governor of Chu has ordered that no one is allowed to approach the prisoner.
Shen Xiao said calmly.
You are going to deny him a mouthful of water after 3 days here? If people are starved to death in Jiangdu, and the emperor can't even find anyone to ask questions, what about the heads on your necks?
Do you want it or not?
Guard.
This.
Shen Xiao.
Don't worry about that. I will go in and give him a meal. You can just turn a blind eye. I will write down your names. When I return to Jiangdu, I will be indispensable for your kindness.
Son!
The guards looked at each other for a moment. Although they didn't say anything, they unlocked the door and made room for Shinseyo to enter. When she entered, Wu Xinye was sleeping soundly like a normal person. She put the food on the table hard, and the porcelain bowl hit the table with a muffled sound.
Stand up!
Wu Xinye was so startled by the movement that he turned over and muttered.
Are you not allowed to eat or drink? And are you not allowed to sleep?
Shinseyo was slightly angry.
I'll let you get up.
Recognizing her voice, Wu Xinye suddenly opened his eyes.
Empress?
He sat up and put on a helpless expression.
I thought you refused to save me and let me be tortured to death. Don't be so talkative. I ask you, why didn't you tell Chu Yueji what the purpose of our trip was? He is not an unreasonable person. If you tell the truth, you won't have to suffer these hardships.
Wu Xinye sneered.
Tell the truth? If I tell the truth, wouldn't it mean that when I treated the emperor that day, I used strange folk remedies? Then wouldn't I become the culprit that caused the emperor's amnesia? What's the use of telling him? After the emperor returns to the palace and regains his memory, he will naturally not argue with me.
Shinseyo.
You just think too much and you trap yourself.
Wu Xinye moved the tip of his nose, followed the scent, and saw the food on the table at a glance.
My queen is still kind to me.
He stood up, but because of the shackles, he could only jump to the desk. But he was trapped like this, and it was impossible to eat with his hands. So he turned back and looked at Shinseyo pitifully.
Since I'm a good person, why don't you just stay like this to the end?
He opened his mouth to Shinseyo, and Shinseyo looked at him with disdain.
Do you want me to feed you?
Wu Xinye.
Otherwise? Could it be that the empress brought the food for me to smell, not for me to eat?
Shinseyo.
Dot!
She reluctantly fed Wu Xinye and finished the meal, although the rice grains were splashed all over his face. Wu Xinye still couldn't help but laugh. On the following death anniversary, the team worked hard all the way, and finally rushed back to Jiangdu at noon on the third day. Chu Yueji took Shinseyo and Wu Xinye to Chaoyang Palace to meet Li Mobai. As soon as they met, Shinseyo saw the angry look on Li Mobai's face. His eyes wandered back and forth between Shinseyo and Wu Xinye, and he asked in a deep voice,
I need an explanation. Why did you two escape from the palace?
Wu Xinye.
I left the palace for the sake of the emperor. But this matter is secret, so it's hard to talk about it with outsiders.
He glanced at Chu Yueji and did not continue. Li Mobai frowned and said,
The governor of Chu is not an outsider. If you have anything to say, just say it.
Wu Xinye.
He is not an outsider. Could it be that he is the emperor's wife? You?
Li Mobai raised his sword eyebrows and said angrily,
At this time, are you still talking nonsense with me?
Wu Xinye said with a playful smile.
Okay. It doesn't matter if he doesn't go out. Then can I whisper to the emperor?
When Chu Yueji saw this, he snorted, bowed respectfully to Li Mobai, and asked to leave. Wu Xinye then said,
The minister and the empress left the palace mainly to cure the emperor's amnesia.
Li Mobai.
You are a doctor, but the queen is not. Why do you have to ask her to go with you?
Wu Xinye.
Because the queen is the medicine guide.
He briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter to Li Mobai. Even so, the cloud on Li Mobai's face still did not dissipate.
A man and a widow are living together day and night these days. How do I know if you have done anything to treat the queen harshly or be disrespectful to her?
If you dare to touch a finger of the queen, I don't care what you do when you leave the palace. I will kill you immediately. On the other hand, Shinseyo said nothing, just smiling and watching the show. She could hear how rich Li Mobai's mental activities were, which just showed how much he cared about her. It turns out that this man is always so jealous no matter what time he is. She took advantage of Li Mobai and Wu Xinye's fight to sneak up on him. Li Mobai noticed her behavior and glared at her.
Don't be so playful with me. I'll talk about your business later. Your Majesty, you are so cruel.
Shinseyo pursed her lips and looked pitiful.
In order to cure your amnesia, I traveled across mountains and rivers even though I was pregnant. You don't even feel sorry for me. But you are so cruel.
Concubine.
As soon as she acted coquettishly, Li Mobai was at a loss.
He simply turned his head and didn't look at her expression. It's useless what you say to me now. Falsifying the imperial edict and leaving the palace privately are not small crimes. I will never do anything just because you act coquettishly. Don't worry about it anymore.
Shinseyo tiptoed close to Li Mobai, and the pill was held in her hand. Li Mobai.
This Wu Xinye can't stay in the palace. I'll wait, eh?
While he was talking, Shinxio suddenly stuffed the pill into his mouth. Before Li Maobai had time to react, the elixir had already slipped down his throat and into his abdomen. Chapter 393 Wu Xinian is imprisoned. Wu Xini was also dumbfounded by Shinxio's smooth, coquettish operation. Empress, are you a little sudden? Before he finished speaking, Li Maobai fainted without warning and fell on Shinxio. Shinxio supported him and called him for a long time. Seeing that he didn't respond at all, she hurriedly asked Wu Xini, "What's going on?" Wu Xini scratched his head and scratched his head. After taking this medicine, a person will have to fall asleep for 12 hours. The effect of the medicine can only be exerted after waking up. You just let the emperor eat it like this. Those tiger guards and Governor Chu who are surrounding you, shouldn't they think that we collaborated to murder the emperor? Shinxio rolled her eyes. Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter earlier? Wu Xinian felt aggrieved and said, Then you didn't ask either. Outside the door, Chu Yueji heard the movement in the hall. So he broke the door and broke in. He saw Li Maobai lying in Shinxi's worried arms. And Wu Xiniai also looked anxious. So he shouted, What happened? He jumped up and landed next to Shinxio, and took Li Maobai from her arms. What did you do to the emperor? He first checked Li Maobai's pulse, then checked his breathing, and found that both his pulse and breathing were very weak. So before Shinxio could explain, he shouted, You are so brave. How dare you poison the emperor? Come here. Capture the queen and Wu Shiren. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of tiger guards swarmed over and surrounded the two men. Shinxio is the queen, so naturally no one dares to attack her easily. But Wu Shiren would be miserable. He was thrown to the ground by the tiger guards. His face rubbed against the ground, and his facial features were distorted. Shinxio shouted, How presumptuous! I am the queen of Daki. Without the emperor's imperial edict, who would dare to take me? Chu Yuezi frowned and stared, and said in a deep voice, As long as anyone dares to harm the emperor, no matter who it is, I will never let him go. He looked at the tiger guards, who did not dare to step forward, and ordered, Take Wu Xini to death row. Send the queen back to Fenghuan Palace. Lock the palace door, and don't allow her to leave even half a step. Lin Shinxio felt very unfamiliar with Chu Yuezi like this. Even if what happened today seems a bit strange to outsiders. If he thought that he and Wu Xini had poisoned Li Maobai, why didn't he send the imperial doctor for diagnosis and treatment as soon as possible? But to find a way to imprison them first? This is unreasonable. Just as the guards were preparing to take Shinxio and Wu Xini down, Shinxio solemnly said, The governor of Chu is a foreign minister. How can a foreign minister have such great power? Now that the emperor is unconscious, this matter it's up to the queen mother to decide. If anyone dares to lay a finger on me today, I will kill him without a burial place. She took out the golden death-free medal from her arms and showed it in front of everyone. Seeing the gold medal is like seeing the emperor. Why don't you kneel down? She turned around very domineeringly and placed the gold medal in front of Chu Yuezi. Captain Chu, have you forgotten this rule? Chu Yueji's eyes darkened. He placed Li Maobai on the dragon chair, then knelt down on one knee. I don't dare. Shinxi worriedly ordered. Go and call the queen mother and the imperial physician. Just as the tiger guards were about to obey her orders, Chu Yuezi said again, This gold medal for immunity from death was given by the emperor to the queen, but it does not exempt others. Wu Xini is proficient in medicine and poison. He behaved abnormally today and repeatedly asked to be alone with the emperor. It is difficult not to make people suspect that he has ulterior motives. Shinxio was a little embarrassed. It was obvious that Wu Xini had done good deeds. But if he were to be imprisoned on death row like this, it would be a bit of repaying kindness with enmity. But it was not convenient to tell Li Maobai's specific situation now. And Chu Yueji's behavior was too abnormal. So she could only slow down and follow his wishes. Anyway, Li Maobai will wake up after 12 hours. And Wu Xini will have to suffer. And at most, he will only have to endure this day. She and Wu Xini looked at each other. And after communicating with each other with their eyes, she said, Put Wu Xini in the death row, and keep a good watch on him. He will not be allowed to die. Wait until the emperor wakes up, and then decide on this matter. Later that day, the queen mother and the imperial physician rushed to Chaoyang Palace. The imperial doctor was helpless about Li Maobai's illness, while the queen mother blamed Shinxio a lot. Shinxio only said, If the emperor has not woken up at this time tomorrow, I will leave it up to you how the queen mother will deal with this concubine. The two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have been together for so long.
And the Queen Mother still has some trust in Shinseyo. Although everything was strange these days, she still believed that Shinseyo would never do anything to harm Li Maobai. Shinseyo volunteered to stay in Chaoyang Palace to take care of Li Maobai, and asked the Queen Mother to stay with her. The purpose was to prevent anyone from getting close to Li Maobai during this period to avoid any other accidents. But that night, there was a big commotion in the death row where Wu Shini was imprisoned. Wu Shini didn't eat a bite of the dinner brought by the guard. With just one glance, he could tell that the food had been poisoned. If you take just one bite, your liver and intestines will be severed and you will die. Someone is eager to kill him and silence him. Which further proves that there are people in this palace who want to harm Li Maobai. When he fell asleep, several men in black opened the door of the death cell and sneaked in, preparing to assassinate Wu Shini. They approached Wu Shini, raising their daggers and preparing to stab him in the heart to kill him. But at this moment, Wu Shini suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at the man holding the dagger and smiled lightly.
Just how many of you were sent here?
When the assassin saw that he was awake, several people stepped forward to kill him. Wu Shini's hands and feet were trapped, so he should be unable to restrain the chicken. But unexpectedly, he just glanced at a few people, and they were frozen in place, unable to move.
What's going on?
You? Wu Shini sneered.
Who asked you to assassinate me? What is the purpose?
The assassins clenched their teeth, and no one was willing to reveal a word. Wu Shini sked softly in his mouth, shook his head and said,
That's all. Whether you say it or not, it doesn't matter.
After he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Before the assassins had time to react, they evaporated into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in the wind. Only the night clothes scattered on the ground were left. Wu Shini untied his hand and foot shackles very easily, then walked to the open door of the death cell, hung up the lock himself, and locked himself in the death cell. He had a calm expression on his face, as if everything here was just a game to him. He cupped himself again and hummed a tune leisurely. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Host, history has been corrected. Li Maobai will still die suddenly at the determined time. He frowned and replied lightly. New. Corrected again. Since he came to Qi Dynasty, he has helped Li Maobai change his life several times, covertly and covertly. But every time the old crisis is resolved, a new one will soon replace it. It seems to be in response to that sentence. The King of Hell wants you to die at the 3rd watch. Who can keep someone alive until the 5th watch? But he doesn't believe in evil. He has put so much effort into doing so many things. If he ends up with the same result in the end, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Even the Lord of Hell can't stop the person he wants to save. He raised his eyes and looked at the clear moonlight outside the corner window, shook his head and murmured, You have so many troubles. Chapter 394 Li Maobai regains memory. During the night that Shinseyo and the Queen Mother stayed in Chaoyang Palace, they also talked a lot with each other. Shinseyo's baby was due to give birth in 1 month, and the Queen Mother couldn't help but blame her.
Even if you left the palace to find a way to restore the Emperor's memory, you still have to work hard in the past few days. You are pregnant. If something goes wrong on the road, won't I regret it for the rest of my life?
Shinseyo said in surprise.
Queen Mother? Do you believe what I said? Why don't you believe it?
The Queen Mother smiled faintly.
You are not alone now. There are Xuan and Chan Ning in the palace. Where can you run? This is your home.
Yes, this place has become her home. So how could she escape? The Queen Mother looked at Li Maobai's breathing getting weaker and weaker, and the worry in the corners of her eyes and brows became even worse.
Are you sure the Emperor will wake up tomorrow?
Shinseyo nodded firmly.
Don't worry, Queen Mother.
In fact, she didn't know at all whether the pill made by Wu Shini would have any side effects on Li Maobai's body. She could say this entirely because of her trust in Wu Shini, and where this trust comes from, even she herself can't tell. That night, she only slept for less than 2 hours. I woke up many times during the journey to check on Li Maobai's condition. After daybreak, Chu Yuezi and the Tiger Guard stood guard outside the door, while the Imperial Physician waited in the inner hall. The Queen Mother and Shinseyo stayed in front of Li Maobai's bed, waiting for him to miraculously wake up when the time came. Time passed minute by minute, and a quarter of an hour had passed since he fell asleep yesterday. But he still showed no sign of waking up. The Queen Mother was faintly worried.
What's going on? Why is there still no movement after an hour?
Shinseyo ordered the Imperial doctor to take Li Maobai's pulse. Unexpectedly, his condition did not improve, but worsened. Imperial Physician.
Empress, the Emperor's pulse is even weaker than yesterday, and his breathing is almost inaudible. This is probably not good.
The Queen Mother immediately became nervous. At this moment, Chu Yuezhi entered alone. He heard what the imperial doctor said, and his expression became solemn.
Empress, what kind of medicine did you give the emperor?
I'm afraid only Wu Xinian knows how to handle this situation now. So she said,
Go to the death row and bring Wu Xini to me. No.
Chu Yuezhi stopped the attendant, who was about to greet Wu Xini.
He was probably the one who poisoned the emperor. What did the queen want to do when she called him here at this time?
Shen Xiao followed his words and said,
It is because he may have poisoned the emperor. That's why I want to bring him here. If it's him, then he must be the only one who has the antidote. If it's not him, then the emperor has some incurable disease, and the imperial doctors in the palace are helpless. If he is invited, there may be a way to cure it.
The Empress Dowager also said,
At this time, we must try any method. Please call Wu Yuanfang quickly.
The Queen Mother had said so. So naturally Chu Yuezhi couldn't stop him anymore. Wu Xini arrived very quickly, and when Chu Yuezhi saw that he was intact, his expression showed fleeting surprise. Such subtle changes in expression were caught by Wu Xiniu. He smiled and asked,
The governor of Chu seemed a little unhappy to see that Wei Chen was safe and sound.
Chu Yuezhi sneered,
Don't talk nonsense. If you can't cure the emperor, I will kill you.
Wu Xini stepped forward slowly, briefly asked the imperial physician about Li Mabai's condition, and then began to diagnose his pulse. His expression gradually became serious.
The emperor has been infected by the sleep poison. Sleep goo?
Shen Xiao asked in confusion.
What is that?
Wu Xini.
It's just Miao Zhang's underhanded tactics. If you are infected by the sleep poison, if you cannot get rid of the poison, you will remain in a deep sleep without eating or drinking until you die.
The Queen Mother clutched her chest, pretending to be frightened.
What should we do? How could that dirty thing get to the emperor? But you moved your hands and feet?
Wu Xini shook his head.
If you are a minister, why do you need to tell me about this? And the sleep goo is a very sinister way to inflict poison. The sleep goo in the emperor's body is a male voodoo. If you can't find it, if the female goo lures out the male goo and forcibly expels the sleep goo from the emperor's body, it will most likely kill the emperor.
Shen Xiao looked at Wu Xini's calm expression and knew that he had a plan in mind. Then he said,
You have other ways to save the emperor. Right.
Wu Xinian smiled.
It just so happens that I have a female goo right here.
As he spoke, he took out a seemingly inconspicuous caterpillar from his arms. Chu Yuezhi on the side was shocked, but he still pointed the finger at Wu Xini.
You still say it's not you? If it wasn't you, how could you have anything to remove the sleep goo?
Wu Xini said firmly.
Everything must be logical. I spent a lot of time to make the emperor unconscious, and then came out to cure the emperor. What am I trying to do? Is there something wrong with my brain?
Chu Yuezhi, you...
It's all mine.
Wu Xini intercepted Chu Yuezhi's words and looked at the Queen Mother.
The most important thing now is to cure the emperor's illness. Do you think that's right, Queen Mother?
The Queen Mother nodded repeatedly.
Yes. It's important to save the emperor, no matter what method you use. Aijia, as long as the emperor is safe and sound.
Wu Xini placed the caterpillar on Li Mabai's chest. The caterpillar wriggled forward little by little, and finally stopped on Li Mabai's belly button. It probed its head, as if trying to drill inside. Immediately afterwards, a horrifying scene appeared in front of everyone. I saw another small black caterpillar slowly crawling out from Li Mabai's belly button. Wu Xini caught the two goo insects and threw them into the charcoal basin. After he finished this set of actions, Li Mabai, who was lying on the bed, gradually began to react.
Your Majesty? Your Majesty?
Shen Xiao called him twice, and he slowly raised his heavy eyelids and fixed his gaze on Shen Xiao's face.
You.
He frowned and covered his forehead.
What's wrong with me?
A word of worry meant that Li Mabai had remembered all the forgotten things. The Queen Mother breathed a long sigh of relief, clasped her hands together, and recited the Buddha's name.
Amitabha. My ancestors bless you. The emperor is fine.
Chu Yuezhi also said in a solemn voice.
Your Majesty, the benevolent people have their own destiny, and they can turn misfortune into good fortune.
Shen Xiao helped Li Mabai, who was still a little weak, to stand up. She wanted to explain to him what had happened during this time. But Li Mabai remembered them all. Not only did he remember every bit of the past between him and Shen Xiao, but he also remembered all the interesting things that happened between him and Shen Xiao during the period when he lost his memory. Chapter 395 Yu confesses that he is a time traveler. Li Mobai held Shinseo's hand and said to her in a very low voice,
I'm sorry. I've made you suffer these days.
Shinseo smiled and shook his head, holding Li Mobai's hand tighter. Wu Xinyi on the side felt his teeth sore as he looked at the two of them. He moved forward and moved the shackles on his feet twice, shouting,
Your Majesty and your Empress can wait for a while. If you have time now, why not can you help Wei Chen untie his shackles first?
Li Mabai winked at Chu Yueji, and Chu Yueji ordered the tiger guards to untie Wu Xinyi's shackles. Wu Xinyi turned his ankle and said,
Come on. The Emperor has woken up and his memory has recovered. It's nothing to do with me. I was on death row yesterday and couldn't sleep well all night. I'll go back and catch up on some sleep first.
Just as he was about to leave, Li Mabai stopped him. He asked,
Your Majesty, don't you also suspect that Wei Chen is disloyal to you?
Li Mabai shook his head.
I know you didn't. But someone did put a sleep poison in my body. I want you to investigate this matter with Governor Chu and give me an explanation. Find out who is plotting to kill me. Wu Xinyi hadn't spoken yet, but Chu Yueji was busy taking orders first.
Wei ministers obey the order.
In this way, Wu Xinyi had no choice but to say half-heartedly,
It's done. Wei Chen will give it a try.
Later, Li Mabai sent everyone out on the grounds that he had just woken up and was still feeling a little unwell, leaving only Shinseo to accompany him. After everyone retreated, Shinseo said in a deep voice,
Your Majesty, don't you think Chu Yueji is strange?
Li Mabai,
I think so.
Shinseo asked in confusion.
Then why does the Emperor want him and Wu Xinyi to investigate this matter together?
Li Mobai's eyes darkened.
Because I want to know why he would do this. For so many years, he has always been sincere to me and is my right-hand man. I don't believe it. And I don't want to believe it. He will harm me.
As he spoke, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Shinseo.
Actually, you already knows what I'm thinking. So why bother asking this again?
Shinseo looked at him uncertainly.
Your Majesty? Come here.
He held Shinseo's hand and sat across from her on the hot seat.
When I lost my memory, you told me that you could do divination and know what was in my heart. At that time, I forgot about my past. I have nothing to do with you. So I believed your lies. But now that I have remembered what happened in the past, your statement is naturally untenable. Now, I want to ask you, can you hear my heart?
Shinseo,
why does the Emperor ask this?
Li Mabai said bluntly.
Because I could hear your thoughts in the past. But then I lost this ability. So I guess that now it's you who can hear my thoughts.
Right? Shinseo was a little flustered. The two of them were tacitly aware of this matter. But she never thought that Li Mabai would bring it up so openly. What is she going to do? Is it possible to tell Li Mabai that she can hear his heart? And admit that you are a modern person? She could only nod stupidly and remain silent.
Why don't you talk now?
The dark clouds on Li Mabai's face disappeared, turning into a joking smile.
In the past, you were not very good at scolding me, weren't you?
Shinseo said coquettishly.
You look more and more like Wu Xinyan with your shameless appearance now. Am I like him?
Li Mabai was obviously jealous when he mentioned Wu Xinyi.
How can I be like him? How can he be like me?
Shinseo pinched the tip of her nose and joked.
Whose jealousy jar is overturned. It's so sour.
Li Mabai patted the empty seat next to him and said,
Come here.
Shinseo stood up and sat next to him, listening to him say in a very serious tone,
I want you to say a word now.
What?
I want you to promise me that you will not leave the court or leave my side. He pulled Shinseo's arm hard and pulled her into his arms. Then he lowered his head and got closer to her, so that the tip of his nose was almost touching her forehead. His eyes were affectionate, and he stared at Shinseo intently. It's like looking at a rare treasure that may disappear at any time.
If you want to commit suicide, I can accompany you. If you want to save points, I can cooperate with you. But you are not allowed to save enough 1,000 points. You are not allowed to go with that grass mud horse. And you are not allowed to leave me. Do you understand?
Shinseo's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, and her face turned red.
Your Majesty, you're hurting me,
she struggled. But Li Mabai was stronger.
Answer me. Do you understand? Oh, I know.
Shinsei suddenly stepped forward and kissed Li Mabai on the lips.
What are you afraid of? I would have left long ago. Why bother spending time here with you? Besides, don't you know? In addition to saving 1,000 points, there are other ways to leave the Qin dynasty. For example,
her soft, thin fingers slid along Li Mabai's neck, gently gliding across his Adam's apple, and said with a chuckle,
"Kill you, and then I will ascend the throne as the emperor."
Li Mabai smiled.
"This world can belong to you, but you can only belong to me."
As soon as the words fell, a long kiss fell. Later in the evening, Li Mabai and Shinxio returned to Fenghuan Palace and asked her to cook a table of delicacies that could be made without any effort. The two of them were eating while listening to Shinxio telling interesting things about modern times. She could finally be herself in front of this man without reservation. She originally studied history, and is very comfortable with how to apply modern knowledge to ancient times. She gave Li Mabai many tips, so that he could apply some modern thoughts and theories to the governance of the Qi dynasty. Anyway, history has been completely changed by her. Since Qi dynasty cannot be destroyed, it is better to make Qi dynasty become more powerful. In this way, it may not be a good thing for the development of the country. At the same time, he also told Li Mabai many strange things in modern times. Li Mabai listened with great interest and said,
"I traveled through it in a hurry last time. Everything I saw was strange, but I didn't take a good look at it. If I have such an opportunity again in the future, I really want to go back to the modern world to see it. One look."
Shinxio thought of the incident when he took the homecoming pill and said repeatedly,
No, I can't let you experience it again. What if you become addicted to modern life and refuse to come back?"
"What to do? Addicted?"
Li Mabai smiled and shook his head gently.
"I am only addicted to one thing."
He looked fixedly at Shinxio, making her feel flustered for a while. The moment Li Mabai was about to speak, she reached out and covered his mouth.
"Don't tell me that you will only be addicted to me."
Li Mabai moved her hand away, reached out and scratched the tip of her delicate nose, and the corners of his lips curved beautifully.
"No one who knows me is more concerned than me."
Chapter 396 Yuyu gives birth again. Li Mabai regained his memory, and Shinxio regained her unshakable position in the harem. It's time to clean up those concubines who were favored by others and suppressed by others. After she returned to the palace, when the concubine came to Fenghuan Palace to pay her respects for the first time, she changed into court clothes, wore a phoenix crown, red lips, and bright and cool makeup. The frown is actually a disaster, but he looks like a perfect match for a charming villain. Anyone who saw her today would be shocked by her invisible aura. Nowadays, the only people with relatively high status in the palace are Concubine Chen and Concubine Hui. They didn't even dare to look at Shinxio today. They just lowered their heads and rubbed the hem of their skirts, or drank tea to hide their nervousness and embarrassment. Shinxio looked at them with a smile.
"What's wrong with you two today? If your clothes don't fit, please change them. Your hands are scratching like a monkey. If they are scratched later, it will be embarrassing."
Concubine Chen immediately restrained her movements, while Concubine Hui said,
"Yes, the queen taught her a lesson well."
Shinxio sneered and said with a sneer,
"How can I teach you a lesson? You are very capable."
There was something in her words, and Concubine Hui and Concubine Chen were not fools who couldn't hear the words. After they looked at each other, they all stood up and said to Shinxio,
"Queen, you have a lot of people. If we accidentally bumped into you a few days ago, please don't take it to heart."
Shinxio,
"Ah, what are you doing? We are just chatting. Why do you want to give such a big gift? But you are going to be separated from me? Come on. Pair and cheer. Help them up."
Pair and Cheer helped the two of them stand up and pressed them down on their seats with very stiff movements. Shinxio asked them with a smile,
"Have you slept peacefully these days?"
Concubine Chen,
"And stable? This is all thanks to the blessing of the queen."
Concubine Hui,
"Yes, there is a queen who is sitting in the harem. I just think something is strange."
Shinxio interrupted their flattery.
"Why do you still insist on going against me when you know that you can't win the emperor's favor? Whenever there is any disturbance, you will definitely jump out and show your teeth. It's like you will die if you stay quiet and stick to your duties."
Both of them were frightened and said that they were wronged. Shinxio,
"I will never wrong anyone. I know who you are. I don't want to talk to you any more than necessary. Since your mother's family was still of some use in the previous dynasty, I won't punish you severely. But you are sowing trouble, jealous and domineering, lest the world is not in chaos. I have to teach you some lessons."
The armor of her little finger swept over the black hair on her temples. She was silent for a moment, and then she said slowly,
"Let's do this. I will find you a year's salary, and take out the money and distribute it to the concubines who keep their integrity. This will be the rule in the palace from now on. If anyone looks for trouble, Her monthly salary will be given to others. Looking for trouble means you are too full and have nothing to eat. So you naturally know how to take care of your nasty mouth.
After some rectification by her, the concubines in the harem no longer dared to do anything out of line. Another 7 or 8 days passed, and the day came when she was about to give birth. When she was nervous, the familiar voice came from her mind. Host! Host! Can you hear me? Shinseo, you disappeared for so long this time. What happened? Xiao Taochuo, I don't know either. I try to contact the host every day, but I can't get in touch at all. Taking advantage of this contact, I had to quickly give the things to the host. And the host opened his palm. Shinseo looked at 2 more pills in his empty palm. One was the pale pink homecoming pill that she was familiar with, and the other was a blue pill that she had never seen before. Shinseo, isn't this homecoming pill just given to you on your birthday? Why give it to me now? Xiao Taochuo, because I don't know if I can contact the host again before his birthday this year. So I'll give it to you in advance. But the host remembers that it must be taken on the night of his birthday to be effective. Shinseo asked again.
What about this blue pill?
Xiao Tuatua, this is a friendly gift. The host is about to give birth to a baby. After taking this pill, you will not feel pain during the whole process. It really comes to whatever you want. It seems that the one who understands me best is Xiao Tuachuo. Just as Shinseo was about to praise it, she heard a knock on the door. It was Pear who spoke. Mother,
Wu Yuan has come to give you a safe pulse. I know. Let him in.
Shinseo took the blue pill in her hand, and then put the pink pill into the secret compartment of her dresser drawer. Sayatocho, when can convenience stores be restored? Also, the mission has not been updated for a long time. Xiao Taochuo, host, don't worry. The convenience store has its own mission. Zizizizi. Without saying a few words, her signal was interrupted again.
Shinseo had become accustomed to its instability, so she gave up summoning it in her mind. Wu Shini walked in, waved his hand to Shinatsuyo and said,
Good morning, madam.
He put the medicine box aside, took out a plain white handkerchief, put it on her wrist, and checked her pulse.
Your Majesty's pulse condition is fine. Judging from the pulse condition, the delivery date is probably within these 2 days.
He was just about to put his hand down when he suddenly felt a change in his pulse.
Huh? No. It shouldn't be these 2 days.
Shinseo.
When was that?
Wu Shinan looked embarrassed.
It seems. Maybe. Probably. Maybe right now.
As soon as he finished speaking, Shinseo's amniotic fluid broke. With the experience of giving birth for the first time and the system's buff blessing, Shinseo's delivery seemed to be smoother than the first time. It was like she had laid an egg, and it was already finished before she was ready. She once again gave birth to a plump little prince for Li Maobai, whom the Queen Mother named in memory of him. The name seemed very meaningful. So Shinseo asked the Queen Mother about the origin of the name. The Queen Mother couldn't put it down while hugging the little prince, with layers of wrinkles forming between her brows and eyes.
Do you know what day it is today?
Shinseo thought about it for a moment, and suddenly remembered that today seemed to be the late Emperor's birthday.
Is it the late Emperor's birthday?
The Queen Mother smiled and nodded.
The AI family has been looking forward to knowing your delivery date. Last night, the late Emperor gave the AI family a dream, and the AI family thought of such a name when they fell asleep. It was also the AI family's own selfishness. If you and the Emperor don't feel that okay, you can change it again.
Li Maobai held Shinseo's hand and looked at her, smiling and saying,
Gee, Mother, this name is very good to me and the Queen.
Chapter 397, I'll send you back to your hometown. Xuan and Chongning have reached the age where they can have some simple conversations and run around trying to have fun. With the two of them, Shinseo was already very anxious. But I am happy to be a mother. And I don't feel tired even when my children are noisy. But as they grew older, she didn't have much time to take care of Si Yunyin. After Si Yunyin was full moon, she and Li Maobai discussed that Si Yunyin was lonely at the Queen Mother's knees and was always boring in the palace. So they sent Si Yunyin to Xianshou Palace to be raised by the Queen Mother. The counter needles are all in the palace, and you can see them in just a few steps, so you won't miss them too much on weekdays. The Queen Mother had this child as her companion, and her life became more interesting. On the other side, Chu Yueji and Wu Shini still had no idea who gave Li Maobai the sleep poison. But Li Maobai was actually convinced in his heart that this matter was closely related to Chu Yueji. Although he didn't know why, he still had to take precautions to prepare for a rainy day. So he reduced Chu Yueji's military power, transferred the Tiger Guards to his own Yuan army, and took back Chu Yueji's military power. Chu Yueji also directly expressed his dissatisfaction in his heart.
Your Majesty did this. But do you suspect that the minister is dissatisfied with you?
Li Mabai.
You have followed me for many years, and you have even saved my life. How could I not believe you? But on that day, the only people who could get close to me were you and Wu Shini. If it wasn't you, it would have been him. But the matter has not been finalized, and I cannot make a decision. Wu Shini has been removed from the position of court judge and is only working as a medicine boy in the Taiyuan hospital. I will let the people from Dali Temple know about this matter. Enter the palace and conduct a thorough investigation. When the truth is revealed in the future, I will return the military power to you.
He patted Chu Yueji on the shoulder and said sincerely,
After all, you are my most trusted right-hand man.
When he reached this point, Chu Yueji couldn't say anything more. After Chu Yueji left, Wu Shini, who was hiding behind the screen, slowly walked out. He asked Li Mabai,
Since the Emperor has confirmed that he is the one who attacked you, why do you want to let him go?
Li Mabai frowned.
He has no motive. I don't understand why he did this.
Wu Shini tried his best to restrain himself from rolling his eyes.
Does your Majesty think that in this world, a person must have a motive to harm another person? He could save you in the past, but can't he harm you today?
Li Mabai did not answer his question and only said,
During this period of time, you have to endure the cold shoulder at the Thai hospital.
Wu Shinin smiled and said,
Your Majesty gave me 500 taels of silver a month more, not to mention being looked down upon by others. Even if you let me sit on the bench, I would just sit on the bench. In 2 days it will be the Empress's birthday. How will the Emperor plan to do it for her?
Celebrate? Hiss.
Li Mabai frowned and looked at him.
Why do I feel that you seem to care about the Queen? Wei Chen is concerned about the Emperor.
Okay. Wu Shiny shrugged helplessly.
If the Emperor doesn't have any good ideas, Wei Chen can give the Emperor some suggestions. No need.
Li Mabai waved his sleeves and said angrily with jealousy,
My Queen, I naturally have a way to please you, and I don't need anyone else to point out or criticize her. Please step back.
Ever since Wu Shiny and Shinseyo went together to look for blood Ganoderma lucidum, Li Mabai had sensed Wu Shiny's concern for Shinseyo, which seemed a little abnormal. He cared about her to the point where he put her first in everything and wanted to take care of her. For a man to be so kind to a woman who has no blood relationship with him, it's hard not to make people think too much. Although Shinseyo was not interested in him, Li Mabai would certainly take precautions after seeing his thoughts. On his birthday this year, he ordered people to go to the hot spring in the palace and capture many butterflies. And at Shinseyo's birthday party, he released all the butterflies. The fragrance of flowers lingers in the palace, and butterflies dance endlessly. Ordinarily, this should be a scene that all women would be envious of. But the concubines were already used to it when they saw such a scene. After all, everyone knows that it is not unusual for Li Mabai to do anything for Shinseyo. When the excitement subsided at night, Li Mabai and Shinseyo were lying on the bed. Something happened between the two of them that had not happened for a long time. During the intermission, Li Mabai glanced at the copper leak and said repeatedly,
It's almost time.
Shinseyo wondered,
What does the Emperor mean?
That. Li Mabai pointed to her dresser drawer.
Isn't it time for you to soak it in water and drink it?
Shinseyo.
How did the Emperor know that I hid something in the dresser drawer?
Li Mabai smiled.
Don't you always put important things in there? When I gave you the gold medal to avoid death, you also immediately thought of putting it in there. But it was just because it was too big and you couldn't put it down. You just chose to keep it close to your body.
Shinseyo was embarrassed for a while.
The Emperor has nothing to do on weekdays, so he just likes to spy on me. Doesn't he? How to talk?
Li Mabai gently bit her red lips.
How can things between husband and wife be regarded as voyeurism? I watch it openly.
Shinseyo.
In
the past, when she traveled back in time, she would take advantage of Li Mabai's sleep or his absence. Today she had to travel in front of him, which made her feel a little awkward. She first brewed the homecoming pill into sparkling water, then sat on the warm seat with a bowl in hand.
Then, Your Majesty, should I drink it?
Li Mabai shook his head.
Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious.
He took her hand and pulled her back to the couch. He put the bowl in her hand aside and asked her to lie down on the couch. After tucking her in, he took the bowl over again.
Come, let me feed you. This way, after you finish drinking, I won't have to carry you from the warm seat to the bed.
Shinseyo.
The Emperor is really considerate. Isn't he? Wait. Does the Emperor dislike me for being fat? Me.
Huh? Li Maobai never imitates good things and imitates bad things. Before Shinseyo could finish her words,
the bowl was already on her lips. After taking the medicine, Shinseyo quickly became tired.
You wait until I come back to settle the score with you.
As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyelids heavily and fell asleep. As usual, she still walked through the time tunnel that was all pieced together from fragments of her memories. As she walked, she watched the fragments fly by around her. Suddenly, she was shocked by a scene in front of her. Although the clip only passed fleetingly, she saw it clearly. That was the scene where Li Maobai committed suicide with a sword on the city wall. How so? How could Li Maobai commit suicide? Shinseyo really wanted to go back and see that episode clearly. But unfortunately, the time tunnel would only push her forward. It wasn't long before she came to the end of the tunnel. When she opened her eyes again, she was lying on the bed at home. She glanced at the date and saw that it was the time and space she was in. It was correct. Chapter 398 Historical Files. The Fall of the Qi Dynasty. Shinseyo, who traveled back to modern times again, kept playing the scenes she had just seen in her mind. If those pictures were true, wouldn't it mean that he had not changed the history of Qi Dynasty at all? Will Li Maobai still die in the near future? But when she came back several times before, it was obvious that there were no modern records about the Qi Dynasty. She turned on her computer and searched for Qi Chao. As a result, the entry information that popped up from the search engine shocked her. On April 24th, the 8th year of the Qi Dynasty, Qi Emperor Li Maobai committed suicide on the city wall. On May 23rd of the 8th year of the Qi Dynasty, Li Maobai's younger brother Li Jinyan ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor. This was the same as the historical development she had studied before. But she remembered clearly that when she was studying the history of the Qi Dynasty, all the historical records of Li Maobai's death only had a simple sentence of violent death and did not explain the cause of death. But this time, she could easily find out the cause of Li Maobai's death on the internet. It shows that history was still changed by her. But what exactly went wrong? The time he is currently at is November 28th of the 7th year of the Qi Dynasty. In other words, according to the course of history, Li Maobai will commit suicide in less than half a year. Impossible. There is absolutely no way he would kill himself. He has never been a negative person. Not to mention he still has her and 3 children. How could he not be able to think about it? There must be some secret that she doesn't know about. So she typed another string of words in the search bar. What happened in the 8th year of Qi Dynasty? After taking over the search content, all of it was mosaic. If you can't search it on your computer, try your luck at the library. But after arriving at the library, the result was still the same. In Shinseyo's eyes, all the historical documents recorded in the 8 years of the Qi Dynasty were just a bunch of color blocks put together haphazardly. She sat slumped in the corner of the library, her mind going blank.
I won't have dinner tonight. Governor Chu wants the dog today. I have to go back to see my husband. Isn't it? Have you read the spoilers? I really like the looks of this charming villain.
Several clear female voices came to my ears, which sounded familiar. Shinseyo looked back and found that it was his high school classmate. They also happened to see her. So they asked tentatively,
"Is it Shin Yuyu?"
Shinseyo nodded, and the 2 female classmates immediately gathered around.
I haven't seen you for a long time. You didn't speak in the group of classmates. And Xiaoyao also said that you were missing. We are all worried about you. I'm fine.
Shinseyo was really not in the mood to play out the drama of reuniting sisters after a long absence. So she just dealt with them casually.
I said that Yuyu will definitely not be depressed like this because of her parents' affairs. You can see it when she was in school. She is a very strong person. Little Yao will always talk about the train,
wishing that everyone would be worse off. Yuyu, do you know? Xiaoyao was caught.
Huh? Shinseyo asked in confusion.
Caught in? Why? Why else? It's fraud. He said he was reported. And then, he was pulled and beaten so hard that his front teeth flew out, and his eyes almost went blind. Then he was thrown in front of the police station.
Because the amount of fraud was extremely large. He was sentenced to 20 years. When she comes out of prison, she will be an old girl in her 40s. Let's see who else she can deceive.
They chatted casually for a few words, and then said they would rush back to watch TV series. Before leaving, he asked Shinseyo,
"By the way, Yuyu, have you been watching any dramas recently? Do you want me to give you a head massage?"
she was about to say, but was pulled by another classmate to leave.
Don't waste time. Yu is busy studying and working. Where can you have time to watch TV? We have to leave quickly. It is broadcast exclusively on satellite TV. If we are late, we have to watch the replay.
Wait until 12 o'clock in the evening.
Shinseio worriedly thought. It must be another TV series that became popular recently. I don't know if it was because of the influence of these two old classmates. But later Shinseio discovered that almost all young people were talking about that TV series. And the name of that TV series is actually called the Li Dynasty? The Li Dynasty? There are only so many emperors named Li in history. I don't know how many times I have been photographed. Why are you still taking pictures? Shinseio was curious and took out her mobile phone to search on Baidu, but found out that the Li Dynasty was actually talking about the Qi Dynasty, and the male protagonist is actually Li Mobai. This thing was so magical that she almost choked herself with saliva. Although this kind of historical dramas are very outrageous in adapting history to cater to the audience's tastes, there are always some plots that are based on epics. Right. And the current review is so strict. If history is changed by magic, it is estimated that will not be able to pass that level. With the mentality of giving it a try, Shinseio sat in a shopping mall with Wi-Fi and started to catch up on this TV series. She was surprised to find that the heroine in the TV series was actually herself. The entire first half of the show has been about the fights in the harem. It is said that Shinseio, as a palace maid, was so scheming that she became a concubine in the harem and fought openly and secretly with all kinds of women. Shinseio looked at it and couldn't help but want to complain. How could there be so many fights in the harem? The three-legged cat skills of those women are simply not enough for her to see. Right. However, the previous plot is not the focus. The focus is on the back. She wants to know how this TV series tells the history of the 8 years of Qi Dynasty. However, things just happened to happen. When she adjusted the number of episodes to the later episodes, her phone suddenly ran out of power and shut down unexpectedly. She held such a brick and frowned slightly. I touched my pocket and found that the key to my home was missing at some point. Just when she was desperate, she looked up and saw a familiar figure at the entrance of the milk tea shop not far away. It's Li Mushin. He was walking towards her with 2 cups of milk tea in his hands.
Here you go.
He handed a cup of milk tea to Shinseio naturally, smiling brightly.
When did you leave my house last time? I won't see you when I wake up.
What is this if not fate? He is now like the final savior to Shinseio. She took the milk tea and took a sip, then asked,
Can you watch TV at home?
Li Mushin's face was full of questions.
If you can't watch the TV, what will you do with it? As a wall decoration?
Shinseio,
I lost my house key. My phone is out of battery, and I have nowhere to go. Can you keep me for one more night?
Li Mushin's pupils were full of shock, and he was obviously a little overwhelmed by Shinseio's inexplicable request. Fortunately, he did not refuse Shinseio, but agreed to her request very generously. He also bought some snacks for watching dramas and took her back home.
Chapter 399. Chuyu is actually the hidden boss. When I returned to Li Mushin's home, I was greeted by a very light woody fragrance. This smell is very similar to the smell on Li Mobai. She noticed that there were scented candles on his table, and the lights in the living room were not turned off. He was also dressed very casually. It seemed that when he left home, he just wanted to throw away the trash downstairs or pick up a bag at the door. Express delivery? Why would he appear in a shopping mall more than 10 kilometers away from his home? Shinseio asked him while changing her slippers.
It seems you have no intention of going out. Why did you go to a shopping mall so far away?
Li Mushin raised a faint smile and shook the half cup of milk tea in his hand.
To buy it.
Shinseio.
Do you have to drive more than 10 kilometers to buy a cup of milk tea? Isn't it delicious to order a takeaway? It doesn't smell good.
Li Mushin shook his head, and his smile became more beautiful.
Some things are at their best when they are first made. When they are delivered and delayed on the way, the taste will change.
Yes. Rich people like him are usually very particular. The two of them nestled comfortably on the sofa. Li Mushin opened a new bottle of red wine and poured it into the decanter to wake up. Shinseio grabbed the remote control and kept changing the TV stations. Fortunately, she caught up with the broadcast of the Li Dynasty. On TV, a fighting scene involving thousands of troops was being played out. She was watching attentively, and Li Mushin on the side interrupted.
You also like to watch this? Yeah.
Shinseio agreed casually and perfunctorily. Li Mushin.
This TV series will have its finale in the next 2 days. And it's quite popular.
Shinseyo didn't even bother to respond this time, and concentrated on watching the TV series. The clip being shown on TV is the fight between the Tiger Guards and the Royal Forest Army in Gyeongdu. The Royal Forest Army is Lee Mo-bai's personal bodyguard, and the last line of defense for the Imperial City. Although the Tiger Guards are under the jurisdiction of Chu and Yu, this army only recognizes tiger symbols, and not people. It stands to reason that Lee Mo-bai has already taken back the Tiger Talisman. Why would the Tiger Guards fight with the Royal Forest Army? In the clip shown on TV, the leader of the fight, Jian Mei Xingmu, was holding a 7-star sword. He could easily kill the enemy on horseback, and was unstoppable. Shinseyo was curious about who this person was when she heard Li Mushin say,
"This big villain should have been killed by Li Jinyan in the end. If he had not been frustrated, it is very likely that he would have succeeded in usurping the throne and becoming the emperor."
"He?" Shinseyo asked doubtfully.
"Who is he?"
Li Mushin.
"Didn't you watch the previous plot? The most popular person in this TV series is him. See you. A new actor. Through this role, the traffic exploded, and the TV series has not even finished broadcasting. But it has already become a first-line traffic."
Shinseyo.
"I'm not asking you what his name is in real life. I'm asking you who he plays."
Li Mushin.
"Chu Yueji, the god of killing in the Qi dynasty. Have you watched the previous plot?"
Hearing this sentence, Shinseyo was completely stunned. How come? Why did Chu Yueji rebel against Li Mo-bai? What kind of magical plot is this? She asked Li Mushin what the previous plot was about. Only then did I realize that Chu Yueji was a charming villain in the play. His family had a blood feud with the Li family, and he had been lurking next to Li Mo-bai, just waiting for the right time to invade his empire. For Shinseyo, this incident was simply news that shattered her outlook on life. No matter how bad Chu Yueji is, he can't have any blood feud with Li Mo-bai. After all, he once saved Li Mo-bai's life. If he really hated the Li family to his core, why would he bother to save Li Mo-bai? Over the years, Shinseyo has always watched how Chu Yueji protected Li Mo-bai, as if he was Li Mo-bai's official CP. How could he harm him?
Isn't it too serious for today's TV dramas to modify history? Can this also pass the review?
With these words, Shinseyo was testing Li Myukin. She wanted to know something about the history of Qi dynasty through his mouth. Sure enough, Li Mushin said seriously,
"No. This TV series is out of the entertainment industry. Isn't it just because it was filmed in complete compliance with history?"
Many pictures flashed through Shinseyo's mind, all of which were related to Chu Yueji. There is also a puzzle linked to these pictures. That is, when King Rui died at the palace banquet. Although it was Li Jinsi who did it. How did Li Jinsi kill the person silently without even leaving the murder weapon? That day, the Tunghua Terrace was turned upside down. How could he have completed it so smoothly if there was no one to help him? On that day, wasn't the person responsible for guarding the safety of the hall none other than Chu Yueji? There are some things that you can't think about in detail. The more you think about them, the more you will feel uncomfortable. Shinseyo recalled more details, and suddenly found that many unexplainable things seemed to be explained if they were linked to Chu Yueji. For example, although Li Jinsi originally arranged many internal agents in the palace, many things were Li Mo-bai's private secrets. Logically speaking, only those closest to him would know. At first, they suspected everyone around them. But Chu Yueji had always won Li Mo-bai's trust, so he was ignored and excluded. So now, if the information that Chu Yueji is a villain is brought in, and Chu Yueji tipped off Li Jinsi about these things, then the whole story becomes much more reasonable. The more Shinseyo thought about it, the more she felt shuddered. But something didn't make sense. If it was Chu Yueji, then he knew why he and Li Mo-bai were together from the beginning, and also knew her identity. But why didn't he tell Li Jinsi at that time? Or is he still not bad at that time? She reorganized the context of the matter, and things gradually became clear. According to the original history, Li Mo-bai would die suddenly in the 8th year of the Qi dynasty, and Li Jinyan would ascend the throne and proclaim himself emperor. All this was Li Jinsi's conspiracy. Without Shinseyo's intervention, Li Jinsi's conspiracy would have succeeded. But because Shinseyo's intervention changed history and caused Li Jinsi to be offline early, then Li Mo-bai had no opponent. If he had not died in the 8th year of Qi dynasty, then history would have been completely changed. So, is there a possibility that the Space and Time Administration randomly arranged new opponents for Li Mo-bai in order to correct history? And this time, the opponent it arranged was Chu Yueji? Faced with such an absurd idea of his own, Shinseyo couldn't contact Xiao Tuochuo. So naturally, there was no way to verify whether her idea was right or wrong. But in any case, it is now known that Chu Yu will be the biggest danger Li Mobai will face. So when I return to Qi Dynasty this time, I must find a way to prevent this disaster from happening. There's still half a year left. She still has time. Chapter 400. Why is Li Mushin different from everyone else? 2 episodes of the TV series were aired, and Shinseyo kept staring at the TV screen, part of the time watching the plot, and part of the time thinking about things to himself. It wasn't until after it was finished that the scene of Li Mabai committing suicide appeared in tomorrow's preview, and she was suddenly shocked. It was as if the actor was Li Mabai, which made her panic, seeing that her expression was not right. Li Mushin thought that she could not see the bloody scene, so he picked up the remote control and randomly changed the TV station that was broadcasting the variety show, then poured a glass of red wine and handed it to Shinseyo.
Last time I heard you say, wasn't it that I was going abroad? Why are you back again? I have something to do, so I will come back temporarily.
Shinseyo took the red wine and took a sip, listening to Li Mushin discussing the plot with her.
Do you still remember yesterday's plot? The part where the Emperor took back the Chu Yu's military talisman?
Shinseyo was stunned for a moment, then nodded stupidly.
Remember? What's wrong?
Li Mushin clapped his hands and explained.
If we don't say that the wisdom of the ancients is so amazing, the military talisman he gave to the Emperor is fake. It is also highly poisonous. The toxin is useless to adults, but it has a great impact on children. Later, the Emperor's 2 sons and 1 daughter all contracted strange diseases after coming into contact with him and died without illness.
Shinseyo's pupils trembled. She was so shocked that she couldn't be more shocked. That tiger talisman was actually tampered with? She was scared at first, and then felt lucky to have escaped. Fortunately, the Queen Mother was thinking about her birthday coming soon, so she took Xuan and Chongning to the Xianshou Palace a few days ago to keep Xiyu and Yin company, so that she and Li Mabai could relax and unwind. It was precisely because of this that Li Mabai had no contact with the children in the 2 days since he received the military talisman. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Later, under Shinseyo's questioning, Li Mushin told her a lot about the plot, and some things were the real history of the Qi dynasty outside the plot. And Li Mushin also told her, including how Chu Yu rebelled later. He explained everything clearly and in detail. It was as if he had specifically studied the history of the Qi dynasty. She was a little curious.
It seems that you know quite a lot about the history of Qi dynasty.
Li Mushin laughed.
Isn't it because this TV series is so popular that many people have started to follow it? It's not enough to watch the show. Sometimes, I want to read the spoilers in advance. It happens to be based on historical records, so I read the history books. Just think of it as spoilers ahead of time.
His explanation is quite reasonable. But somehow, Shinseyo still felt something was strange. She stared at Li Mushin for a while, then suddenly thought of something, and the red wine in her hand almost spilled on the sofa. There is no way for me to know what will happen in the future through any means. Reading history books is a mosaic. Reading documents is a mosaic. Reading computers is a mosaic. And listening to what others say becomes noise. But why could Li Mushin tell her this clearly? And why could she hear it clearly? Why is he different from everyone else? Shinseyo was full of doubts. But Li Mushin, as if he could hear her murmur, took the tablet and placed it in front of her.
You see? This kind of historical record translated into modern language doesn't seem to be difficult at all.
Shinseyo took a glance, and to her surprise, she could see clearly this time. Those recorded documents are no different from what Li Yueguang said. Therefore, Shinseyo gave up his worries. Anyway, this world is full of bugs. Who knows if for some reason she can know what will happen in the future? She used Li Mushin's iPad to check some more information. But there were very few records about the 8 years of the Qi dynasty, except for the rebellion of Chu and Yu, which forced Li Mabai to commit suicide. There was no other useful information. When she was about to exit the web page, she accidentally clicked the return button. That page is the cast list of the Li dynasty. Shinseyo took a cursory glance and found that the name of the actor who played Wu Shini didn't seem to be in the cast list. After watching it carefully again, I realized that Wu Shini did not exist in this TV series at all. Why didn't Wu Shini appear in this TV series? He obviously played a key role in the development of the plot. And with his superb medical skills, he can even cure poison. So he should be recorded in history. She guessed that maybe it was because he was just a medical officer, so he was omitted during the artistic processing of the TV series. Right? She casually asked Li Yueguang.
Do you know Wu Shini?
Unexpectedly, Li Mushin's expression became a little excited.
You also know the ancestor?
Shinseyo.
Ancestor?
Shinseyo asked again.
What do you mean?
Li Mukin.
Wu Xini. He is considered the originator of surgery in traditional Chinese medicine.
There was admiration in his eyes.
We medical students call him our ancestor. Many researches that were of great help to modern medicine were handed down from him at that time. If it hadn't been for him,
we wouldn't have known about it. How many detours do today's medical students have to take? Is he so powerful?
Shinseyo was dubious. She really couldn't equate a person who existed like a medical fairy in modern times with the Wushi Nian she knew. Li Mushin.
Of course. I heard that when the queen was poisoned by poison, it was the ancestors who helped to cure it. This was also one of the main reasons why he became famous in the Qi dynasty. Although animals like poisoned birds no longer exist in modern times. But the toxicity of poison can be said to be comparable to that of blood sealing one's throat. If you think about it, modern medicine may not even be able to remove the poison that seals the throat with blood. But at that time, he could already remove the poison. Do you think it is powerful? He is the reincarnation of Huatuo. This is already the lowest level of praise for him.
I go! Was that ungrateful Wu Xini so awesome in modern times? Shinseyo wanted to search on the iPad to see the records about Wu Xini. But Li Mushin took the iPad back smoothly and said,
Sorry. I have an email to send.
While waiting for Li Mukin to send an email, Shinseyo felt another strong wave of sleepiness sweeping over her. Although she kept telling herself that she couldn't sleep. She even pinched her thighs to keep herself awake. But still to no avail. After a few minutes, she fell asleep on the sofa. Li Mushin's eyes moved from the iPad to her, and he tentatively called her twice.
Shinyu?
Seeing that she didn't respond, he put down his iPad, then brought a wool blanket and gently put it on Shinseyo's body. He stood beside her and stared at her for a long time. Then he leaned down and kissed Shinseyo deeply on the forehead. His smile faded and he murmured softly,
Be good. This is the last time.